Brother, are we the Dragon King? I don't know. Being the Dragon King isn't so bad. It's quite a magnificent title. And having dragon attendants must be rather enjoyable. Younger brother. But we are merely malevolent creations, mere monsters. Jiang Zheng sat atop a cluttered rooftop, the air conditioning unit humming softly, whispering secrets to his own shadow. Chapter 1. Jiang Zheng and his friends. Jiang Zheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, rose, and stretched his arms wide, the sound of cracking bones resonating through his body. Turning his gaze around, he noted that his classmates were engaged in their usual activities. It seemed as if nothing had changed between waking and sleeping, which was quite reassuring. Big brother, you can sleep longer than I can. Did you know you slept through an entire math class? A voice, tinged with exasperation and envy, reached Jiang Zheng's ears. Really? Jiang Zheng scratched his slightly bewildered face and glanced at the clock hanging above the podium, then suddenly shifted the topic. Lu Mingfei, why didn't you wake me? The teacher didn't call you, so why should I? Lu Mingfei rolled his eyes, casually flipping through his book, the rustling sound irritating. What's wrong, young Master Lu? Who has upset you? Jiang Zheng yawned, inquiring. Ignoring Jiang Zheng's teasing, Lu Mingfei sighed deeply, his voice tinged with melancholy. My parents wrote to me. They probably won't be coming back. I see. Jiang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement and continued. You should take it easy. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Besides, you can't expect someone who doesn't even have parents to comfort you. Think of happier things after the monthly exam. We'll have a break and can surf the internet together. I'll treat. You said it. I'll hold you to that. Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up, and he added fiercely, I want instant noodles with extra eggs and sausage, plus 2 bottles of nutritional drinks. Jiang Zheng nonchalantly made an okay gesture. By the way, about that monthly exam. Lu Mingfei wanted to say more, but suddenly felt the atmosphere in the classroom grow quiet, and a chill swept through. How could the temperature fluctuate so much when summer was approaching? Could it be that the homeroom teacher had stealthily approached from the back? Lu Mingfei discreetly glanced towards the back door, but instead of the teacher, he spotted a stout boy striding into the classroom, each step causing the floor to tremble. Only 2 boys in their class had such a physique, he couldn't tell if it was Su Yinyin or Su Miao Miao. Lu Mingfei mused that even the eunuchs in ancient palaces conveying the emperor's edicts might not have felt as anxious or rushed as he did now. Su Yinyin, what's going on? Jiang Zheng said casually. Lu Mingfei couldn't quite understand how he could differentiate between the two. Su Yinyin was panting heavily, his cheeks quivering as he struggled to utter, Chu Shixiang is looking for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classmates who had been previously indifferent began to direct their attention towards the tall boy standing straight outside the classroom. He had a chiseled face, a straight nose, and strong brows, complemented by a mane of gentle black hair. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly admire him in their hearts. The boy returned each greeting from his classmates with a courteous nod. Indeed, it feels like an imperial decree, Lu Mingfei murmured under his breath. Given Chu Zihong's status at Shirlan High School, calling him Little Emperor was not unfounded. In the Chronicles of Shirlan, the divine beings, Chu Zihong was indeed a figure of remarkable legend. He excelled academically, earned the title of Outstanding Student of the City, and amassed countless competition trophies. His appearance was impeccable, resembling an Asian Leonardo, enough to make any girl who previously held a grudge against him reconsider. Moreover, he was respectful to his teachers and elders, someone even the principal would greet with a smile. His only flaw was perhaps his cold demeanor. He was taciturn, polite yet distant out of course. The girls at Shirlan High regarded this as a solid virtue. Who wouldn't want their dream partner to have less association with unruly boys? While the girls admired him, the boys naturally resented Chu Zihong, leading to his being the top name on the wanted list. Though Jiang Zheng's academic performance and looks were on par with Chu Zihong, he fell short in winning over the girls, perhaps due to his frequent reprimands. Lu Mingfei's thoughts began to wander. Indeed, girls today still seem to prefer good boys, keeping a safe distance from those bad boys with fiery tempers and disregard for rules. Oh, I see. Jiang Zheng retrieved a black notebook from his drawer and rose to head outside. Not even uttering a word of thanks, Su Yinyin was unfazed, seeking out another classmate who bore a striking resemblance to him, whispering about the 2 boys outside. Not just the 2 of them, nearly everyone in the class had shifted their topic of conversation to the 2 in the hallway, casting furtive glances outside before quickly averting their eyes. Lu Mingfei puffed out his cheeks, only to deflate quickly, resting his head on the desk like a crooked white radish, the kind that was undernourished and poorly developed. You didn't come to class last period. Chu Zihong gazed at Jiang Zheng as he emerged, his eyes as clear as polished jade, reflecting the shadows of clouds and light. His tone was somewhat frosty. If such words were directed at other classmates, they would likely feel they had committed a grave error and scramble to apologize. However, Jiang Zheng knew this was just Chu Zihong's way of speaking direct and blunt, like an unyielding straight line. I was too tired and fell asleep. Jiang Zheng handed the notebook to Chu Zihong. I called my uncle and took notes. It might not be complete, but it includes all the important details. Yes, Chu Zihong took the notebook, his breathing quickened slightly, his sturdy hand trembling a bit as he resisted the urge to open it right away, solemnly tucking it away while handing Jiang Zheng a small box. This is Gucci's latest wallet. My mother is a member at their store, and she got it yesterday. Jiang Zheng nodded, a smile of delight gracing his face as he accepted the understated yet luxurious box. Inside lay a black bifold wallet, its texture exquisite to the touch, with two overlapping letters G embossed in the lower left corner. Confirming its authenticity, Jiang Zheng remarked, "Since this is a trade, I won't pay you." Chu Zihong was indifferent to such material possessions after all. His family acquired many luxury items each year, as both father and mother enjoyed buying things that showcased or elevated their status. In the same vein, they had no objections to Chu Zihong purchasing such items. My uncle also mentioned that since you have made your decision, he won't press the matter further. If you need anything or feel uncomfortable in America, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Jiang Zheng added, "My uncle hasn't returned yet, so you shouldn't come this week. Wait for my notice." "All right, I understand. Thank you," Chu Zihong replied earnestly. Jiang Zheng waved his hand, saying no more, and turned back to the classroom. The homeroom teacher had already arrived early, standing at the podium. Upon seeing Jiang Zheng return, he offered a slight nod, not out of discontent, but rather due to the difficulty of raising a smile for this particular student. Teachers often say that learning is a student's duty. Jiang Zheng had indeed fulfilled his duty to the utmost, but in other respects, he left much to be desired in the teacher's eyes. Sleeping in class is merely a routine, while skipping classes, missing lectures, engaging in romantic affairs, and even brawling that almost all of the red lines in the Sherlon High School regulations have been crossed by him. If such actions were attributed to anyone else in the class, expulsion would likely be imminent. Yet, who could contest the influence of a seemingly powerful uncle? Lu Mingfei cast a furtive glance at the homeroom teacher, a hint of concern flickering across his features. Taking a deep breath, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Jiang Zheng, are you quite familiar with Chu Zihong?" The question came from Lu Miao, affectionately dubbed the piano beauty of the class, compelling Lu Mingfei to swallow his words. "Our relationship is decent. We occasionally play basketball or video games together," Jiang Zheng replied earnestly, weaving a tale of camaraderie. "Yes, that's so? Did he come to see you for a particular reason?" "I borrowed his notes earlier. I forgot to return them after the last class." "And what about this?" Lu Miao's gaze shifted to the sleek black wallet on the desk. Lu Mingfei followed her line of sight. Thanks to his uncle, he was well acquainted with such symbols of masculinity. Although he could not discern the contents, it was unlikely to be of inferior quality, especially since it had passed through Chu Zihong's hands. "I asked him to purchase it for me," Jiang Zheng replied tersely, perhaps irked by the barrage of questions or simply suffering from morning lethargy. Lu Miao offered her thanks and returned to her seat. "Come on, she's one of the 3 class beauties. Could you not show her some respect?" Lu Mingfei lamented, championing the cause of the piano beauty. Jiang Zheng shot him a glance, his tone sharp. "If you like her, go tell her. What good does it do to keep it bottled up? Are you waiting for her to approach you?" Lu Mingfei felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his bravado dwindling. What if she declines? That would be so awkward. Does she have no pride? Then pursue her. A good woman fears a persistent suitor. It's all the same principle, Jiang Zheng sighed, exuding an air of lamentation for the unfortunate and frustration for the complacent. But Lu Mingfei began to protest. "Lu Mingfei, is the class bell ringing for someone else? Let's see how you fare in tomorrow's monthly exam." "Su Yanyan, Su Miao. Still eating? Toss out. How many times must I remind you that eating is prohibited in class? And why are you slouching? Do you think I can't see you?" Wang Yifan, How are you seated? Should I bring over a sofa from your home? The homeroom teacher's voice boomed as he reprimanded those engaged in mischief, ultimately resting his gaze on the languid Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng, head to the office, teacher, and is waiting for you there. All right. Jiang Zheng rose, casting a glance at the fidgeting Lu Mingfei. He gestured subtly with his left hand behind his back. Upon witnessing this sign, Lu Mingfei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shifted his posture, feeling a strange comfort in the stern demeanor of the homeroom teacher. Classmates regarded this as an everyday occurrence. Jiang Zheng had a privilege at school. For the monthly examinations organized by the school, he was allowed to complete his tests a day in advance, thus exempting him from attending school during the following 2 days of examinations and the subsequent holiday. Though it appeared to be merely a 2-day extension of vacation, such privileges were undeniably eye-catching, particularly since he consistently ranked first in his grade. This exceptional treatment was a result of his uncle, who had rescued him from an orphanage. Jiang Zheng gazed into the distance, his ebony eyes deep and tranquil. The azure flag of Shirlan High fluttered in the breeze, while the sky seemed shrouded in a gentle mist that dulled the sun's rays, leaving only a golden haze. It looks like rain. Xiao Zheng has arrived, teacher, and the math instructor greeted Jiang Zheng with a warm smile, gesturing toward the tidy desk nearby. The papers and pens are ready. No need to rush. Take your time, Mem. Jiang Zheng replied softly. He bore a resemblance to Chu Zihong in one regard. Both were disinclined to engage in excessive conversation. While Chu Zihong exuded an air of aloofness and indifference towards everything, Jiang Zheng was simply lazy, lacking enthusiasm for activities concerning the class or school. Teachers often speculated in private about what might pique his interest. Jiang Zheng glanced at his black wristwatch. It read 3:30 p.m. With the school day concluding at 6:05 p.m., he realized that completing several test papers within 2 hours would be tight. He anticipated needing a bit longer. I should have opted for the sciences, Jiang Zheng muttered under his breath as he settled down and began to write intently on a paper. The school bell had long rung, and the playground at Shirlan High was deserted save for a small figure, a boy with his head hung low, sneaking around the flower bed. He crouched down to conceal himself as he spotted a teacher passing by. Lu Mingfei? Why haven't you gone home yet? A gentle, melodious voice drifted from behind him. Startled, Lu Mingfei turned to find himself at a loss in front of the girl. Had this encounter occurred at any other moment, he might have felt elated. However, now he merely wished to escape quickly or to dissuade the girl from lingering, for he could hardly confess that he was waiting to obtain the answers to the monthly exam. From his good friend, I'm waiting for Jiang Zheng. We live in the same neighborhood. I wonder what's taking him so long, Lu Mingfei stammered. The girl wore a cream-colored knitted cardigan paired with a plaid skirt and black shoes, revealing a slender leg and fair ankle. Her rosy cheeks exuded a jelly-like texture. Lu Mingfei had always believed that Chen Wen and white complemented each other beautifully. Any style of white clothing donned by her radiated a unique charm, seemingly beckoning him to draw closer. Ugh! He mentally chastised himself for such thoughts. Jiang Zheng will likely be a while longer. Even though history, politics, and geography are combined, he'll probably be busy until late with all the subjects, Chen Wenwen remarked, her voice still soft and soothing, like a gentle breeze caressing Lu Mingfei's ear. That's fine, I used to wait for him too. You can head home first. Lu Mingfei glanced outside the school gates, hoping to spot Chen Wenwen's family's Passat. She showed no inclination to pry further and simply wished him to return home early before turning to leave. With a sigh of relief, Lu Mingfei noted that this was the first time he felt no lingering attachment as he watched Chen Wenwen's retreating figure. Hey, bro, you are letting such a golden opportunity slip away. Finally, he heard the voice he had been waiting for, but the words sent him into a fresh wave of panic. What are you blabbering about? Stop slandering me. I'm not the one to blame for you being out so late. Jiang Zheng face-bombed in exasperation. Did this guy truly believe others were oblivious? He practically followed her around daily, helping her with tasks even the homeroom teacher had noticed, let alone their classmates who saw them together every day. As for Chen Wenwen, even if she was disinterested, she should at least provide a clear answer, rather than dangling hope in front of someone naive. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding between artistic youth? If you like her, go after her. Don't you see that my earlier words were meant for you? You should have walked her home right away. That's how connections are made. If it's just about the answers, I could always deliver them to your house afterward instead of waiting here at school. You've never even been in a relationship. How do you know all these convoluted tactics? What gives you the right to advise me? Lu Mingfei retorted, stubbornly defiant. Jiang Zheng shot back indignantly. I have been in a relationship. Just once, and it didn't pan out, did it? Well, look at you, Jiang Zheng. We've been classmates since second grade. Who would have guessed you were keeping your romantic escapades a secret from me? Lu Mingfei seemed to have found a leverage against the other party and began to launch a scathing attack. I recall mentioning it to you before, back when I hadn't even started high school, that we dated for less than a month, and then she said she had to transfer back home due to family matters, leaving everything unresolved. I even got caught by the head of the department and received a reprimand for it. As Jiang Zheng recounted the events, he began to feel a twinge of uncertainty. Upon careful reflection, he could only recall fragmented images, a situation that seemed almost foreign to his otherwise exceptional memory. He murmured to himself, but surely I couldn't have fabricated an imaginary partner. The setting sun cast a crimson glow across the horizon, leaving behind a deep red hue, while the willow trees lining the road swayed gently in the breeze, creating a soothing warmth in the cool air. Jiang Zheng and Lu Mingfei walked side by side on their way home, enveloped in silence, the only sounds being the rhythmic crunch of their footsteps on the ground and the swift scratching of a pen across paper. Lu Mingfei was still pondering Jiang Zheng's earlier remarks, wondering if pursuing his feelings more boldly would yield better results, or at the very least, if he should express his sentiments. As they continued their walk, he suddenly felt as though he were traversing not just an ordinary road, but a path of life. He envisioned that if he were to achieve something significant in the future, he could mark this road and one day return with his children, saying, "Your father made his resolute decision right here. Thanks in no small part to the insights of your uncle Jiang Zheng that I've finished," Jiang Zheng proclaimed, tearing a sheet from his notebook and tossing it onto Lu Mingfei's increasingly solemn face. "Impressive." Lu Mingfei immediately broke into a grin, picking up the paper filled with ABCD and exclaiming in admiration. This was not the first time he had witnessed Jiang Zheng's extraordinary memory, yet it did not diminish his astonishment and envy. With subjects like mathematics, language, and English combined, he had memorized hundreds of multiple-choice questions after only a single review, a feat comparable to completing 4 full sets of papers in 3 hours. The essay was that piece assigned by your literature club a couple of weeks ago. I didn't write my own, but submitted yours directly when I got back to the classroom, Jiang Zheng reminded him. When you write yours tomorrow, pay attention to it and try a different perspective. Is this how you treat your friends? Lu Mingfei lamented, tears of frustration welling up. Our handwriting is completely different. Didn't the teacher say anything? The teacher did mention it, saying your work was good, but the perspective was somewhat skewed, suggesting you tend to get stuck in a single direction, Jiang Zheng replied. Earnestly, that aside, it's not that I intend to discourage you, but meandering through life like this is not a viable option. I've heard there are many competitions for StarCraft, like NSL or STC. You keep saying you're invincible. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to pursue a professional career? With the rapid development of the internet, this path will undoubtedly expand in the future. Going pro. Lu Mingfei carefully folded the paper with the answers and tucked it into his pocket, scratching his head, which was slick with hair product. I've considered it, but I find that lifestyle too empty, too surreal. Do you understand what I mean? It's like observing the sky through glass from a room. You can see its colors, its shapes, and the myriad changes it undergoes every moment, but you cannot truly experience its essence, its warmth, its composition, because you're confined indoors while it exists outside. Jiang Zheng shot a frustrated glance at the artistic youth, mentally chastising himself for speaking out of turn. Well, to be honest, I haven't thought that far, Lu Mingfei admitted, gazing down at his shoelaces. Just playing and learning is quite enjoyable. If I can't get into a top-tier university, a second-tier one will suffice. Graduating from college should lead to employment opportunities. By day I can work, and by night I can play games. If only he could live alongside Chen Wenwen. Lu Mingfei thought silently. He refrained from voicing this desire, fearing his good friend would mock him for overreaching and deem him unworthy of Chen Wenwen, urging him to abandon such hopes. The two walked back to their neighborhood, parting ways at the adjacent apartment buildings. Jiang, if no one is cooking at home, feel free to come over, a middle-aged woman called out, her loud voice unmistakable. Thank you, Auntie, Jiang Zheng replied with a smile of gratitude. Caught between his uncle and aunt, Lu Mingfei had no chance to bid farewell to his friend and could only watch as Jiang Zheng's figure slowly disappeared into the dimly lit stairwell. Let's go. What's so fascinating? Annie chided. This remark was directed at Uncle, who had been fixated on the black box in Jiang Zheng's hand since they met, mumbling about the latest model from time to time. Forget it, it's not polite to pull out a wallet. It's not important, really, Uncle muttered, shaking his head as he stepped into the stairwell, a hint of wistfulness on his face. Jiang Zheng stood outside his door, listening to the thunderous snoring emanating from within, and he discreetly tugged at the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. Chapter 2. The hunter's website. The sky outside was enveloped in profound darkness, while a cool breeze wafted gently through the window, lingering momentarily before dissipating. The azure glow illuminated Jiang Zheng's face, as the rhythmic clicking of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard formed a unique symphony. Jiang Zheng was not merely surfing the internet. He was preparing to seek out a task. Since entering high school, his uncle had mandated that he complete a task each month. The source of these tasks was a website known as the Hunter Market, colloquially referred to as the Hunter website. The term hunter does not refer to those who ascend mountains to hunt for sport. Rather, it designates a specific group of individuals employed to solve problems for others. Hunters encompass a diverse array of personas, including but not limited to mercenaries, fugitives, artists, avant-garde intellectuals, and members of organized crime, not to mention students like Jiang Zheng. The site regularly published tasks, which were disseminated by clients to hunters worldwide. Registered members confident in their capabilities could respond to these postings via internal messages, attaching their resumes. This process is known as posting, and clients would select their preferred hunters from the applicants. If the employer found the resume satisfactory, a correspondence would follow, and upon completion of the task, the commission would automatically be credited to the hunter's account. Jiang Zheng entered his credentials on the Hunter website, and with a decisive press of the Enter key, the page refreshed dramatically, adopting a serious and mysterious dark background, while bold crimson text revealed the blood-soaked chaos concealed behind the tasks. In Jiang Zheng's words, the website's designers seemed intent on making it abundantly clear that this was a place for nefarious deeds. The tasks offered were predominantly related to the illicit trafficking of cultural artifacts, as well as requests for exorcisms and ghost catching. While direct assassination assignments were rare, most tasks lay in the nebulous area between illegal and gray, primarily centered around theft, grave robbing, and the pillaging of relics. Furthermore, these tasks often bore an element of the supernatural, indicating that only those with a certain aptitude could pursue this line of work. Jiang Zheng possessed such talents, which is why his uncle had adopted him from the orphanage, a fact his uncle humorously attributed to his own inability to find a wife. According to his uncle, both he and Jiang Zheng could be classified as members of a third group known as hybrids. The second group comprises humans, while the first group consists of creatures known as dragons. Hybrids exist as a bridge between humans and dragons, possessing dual bloodlines. As for the appearance of living dragons, Jiang Zheng had yet to witness one, but the image he conjured was of an ancient dragon king, complete with claws, possibly wings, and the ability to soar through the clouds. The dragon lineage endowed them with extraordinary physical capabilities, often enhancing intelligence and appearance, and most crucially, granting them the power to harness abilities that transcend ordinary comprehension, even flouting the laws of physics. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Zheng's extensive experiences and his extraordinary powers that he displayed increasingly reckless behavior at school. His ability to maintain a FAAD of lawful conduct was largely thanks to his uncle's arrangement for him to see a psychologist. He flitted between the task area and social chat zone, occasionally checking his inbox to reminisce about his past achievements. The hunter market rarely accumulated tasks over long periods, but those that remained were fraught with peril, evidenced by the numerous hunter fatalities that testified to their dangers. Despite his inflated self-esteem, Jiang Zheng chose not to challenge them. For if they were truly manageable, his miserly uncle would have completed them long ago to claim the rewards. As he scrolled with the mouse wheel, a task featuring green text gradually emerged on the page. Green indicated a protection task. However, protection tasks were not necessarily simple, and the subjects often varied widely. Among the most outrageous protection tasks Jiang Zheng had undertaken was escorting a corgi from England to Singapore, which encountered no obstacles and proceeded smoothly with 2 successful flights. Devoid of any turbulence, The commission for that task was $300,000. Although earning money was undoubtedly gratifying, Jiang Zheng felt no joy upon receiving the payment. In their line of work, compensation was always proportional to danger. The higher the reward, the greater the risk encountered. And the absence of any danger during that task suggested that when true peril arose, he would be ill-prepared. Now, the commission for the current protection task was a staggering $1 million. Long ago, he had already established himself as a seasoned hunter, qualifying as a veteran in terms of experience. $1 million was not an excessive amount. Within the realm of tasks he could undertake, it was merely average. Hunters with sufficient rank had the privilege of reviewing case details before deciding whether to accept a task. Protection duration, 5 days. Location, throughout Egypt. Note, the hunter must be female. Specific details, damn. It even requires a female. Jiang Zheng, who had been serious, suddenly found himself utterly disarmed upon reading this particular stipulation, cursing aloud before furrowing his brow in confusion. But why can I take it? Jiang Zheng stared at the golden accept text below the task details, bewildered. Could it be due to his status as a minor? Have you seen Indiana Jones? My lifelong dream is to be just like that, with my dad driving ahead while I cover him with a machine gun from the back. If I die, the only thing I leave behind in this world is you. If you die too, I will have nothing left. Son, trust your father. Survive, and we shall have the chance to meet again. Peacock Residence. Chu Zihong sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the distant swirling black clouds. His expression remained as inscrutable as ever, yet the prominent veins on his arms betrayed his inner turmoil. On the desk lay an open notebook and several yellowed newspaper clippings. The newspaper reported a traffic accident from July 4, 2004. He had gathered all available information about that incident, but could never find a reasonable explanation. It was only after meeting Jiang Zheng and his uncle in high school that he gradually uncovered the secrets of the dragon lineage. Subsequently training in swordsmanship and self-defense under Jiang Zheng's uncle, he had not disclosed the incident to anyone, hastily attributing his father's departure to a possible encounter with dragons. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, Chu Zihong wished to spare them from involvement, for he was confronting something akin to divinity. The open black notebook contained merely 2 pages of notes, yet these scant details represented years of fruitless pursuit. The frequent repetitions of terms such as lineage, academy, and execution department echoed throughout the pages, while the end of the second page bore 2 phone numbers. Castle Academy Admissions Phone, Secretary Norma, 1626-952-5225. Execution Department Phone 1506-738-1754. Below, a row of increasingly unrestrained handwriting suggested the writer's waning patience. For years, Chu Zihong had persistently searched for the academy bearing the emblem of the semi-decayed world tree. All because of that man, the one who had once wielded a sword against the divine on a stormy night. He could not articulate why he felt compelled to pursue this path. After all, life in his homeland was quite satisfactory. Originally, under Jiang Zheng's uncle's guidance, he could have entered university and begun accepting tasks, formally joining the realm of hybrids. However, he had declined, expressing a desire for information regarding Castle Academy. Why? One might ask. Perhaps it was due to the final words spoken to him by that man, for that fleeting, ethereal possibility. Chu Zihong picked up the mobile phone from his desk, his fingers pressing the execution department's number slowly, yet resolutely. This is a suggestion from Jiang Zheng. After all, the boy never speaks frivolously. There must be some rationale behind his decision to dial this number first. Dad, I'm coming to find you, the boy murmured softly, leaning weakly against the chair. Chapter 3, The War Practicum, Chicago, USA. Castle Academy, a private university situated in the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois, is affiliated with the University of Chicago. The institution is devoted to providing high-quality education to exceptionally talented students and offers job recommendations, yet it employs a classical, closed educational system that necessitates on-campus living. Rather than being merely an academy, it resembles a military fortress. Chicago, located in the Western Hemisphere, is nearly 10 hours behind the time in Huagua. While night falls in Huagua, it is midday here. In the Night Watchman's discussion forum, a post in red suddenly appeared and swiftly ascended to become the hottest topic. Such posts often possess the special privileges of the administrators, and acquiring their endorsement is quite simple. Money will suffice. The poster is a freshman who, during his naive days at enrollment, was beguiled by an upperclassman into borrowing a substantial sum of money, only to later discover that it was akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. There was no return. It seems this freshman could no longer endure the relentless pursuit of the debtor and chose to seek repayment in this manner. The title of the post was straightforward: "Where is our freshman practicum?" Almost immediately, hundreds of replies flooded in beneath the post within mere minutes. A rare occurrence at this hour, as Professor Manshidin's class, known for its strictness, is held weekly at this time. Are we even having this year's practicum? If this drags on, there will be nothing left to play with, lamented a disgruntled freshman. The freshman practicum, also known as the war practicum, is a staple of Castle Academy, designed to immerse new students in the might of the dragon race and the mission of dragon slaying. Typically, this course is completed by the end of the first semester of freshman year, or at the latest, by the beginning of the next semester. It is indeed unusual that, with only 2 months left until they ascend to sophomore status, the war practicum has yet to take place. Rest assured, there will be one. Even if there are no significant tasks, they will arrange for you to care for the crocodiles at the Academy's zoo, someone replied. And there are also the snake enclosures, which house king cobras, Amazonian giant pythons, and bush vipers. They're quite docile and won't bite. The lethality of the king cobra needs no elaboration. A single bite could lead one to utter their last words without the luxury of writing them down. Meanwhile, an adult Amazonian python can reach lengths of 16 meters and easily crush a water buffalo, yet in the presence of these students, these perilous creatures seem to transform into mere playthings. Is what the seniors said even humanly possible? Look at what our previous cohorts experienced during the war practicum. The year before last, it involved exploring unknown dragon ruins, where a senior reportedly discovered the legendary regenerative metal, though it was ultimately seized by the equipment department. Last year, it was capturing a dangerous half-breed in Texas who, due to their irredeemable corruption, was executed on the spot. Talking about comparisons is the most disheartening. And the same goes for hybrids, someone said wistfully. Before entering the execution department, we seldom had opportunities to undertake missions. When we finally do, I fear I might be embarrassed to recount what I've accomplished. Are the current freshmen this competitive? Back in my day, I was just hoping for a simpler task to avoid potential disaster. Surely they wouldn't send us to the crocodile pool. After all, we have Caesar among us. The discussion forum fell into an instant silence. Caesar, fully named Caesar Gattuso, the heir of the Gattuso family, is a man as radiant as the sun, destined to rule the world. In less than a year since his enrollment, he has challenged countless leaders within the academy, securing top honors in disciplines such as swordsmanship, combat, swimming, and jiu-jitsu, and a month ago, he was elected as the student council president with overwhelming support. He exemplifies what it means to be a prodigy born with talent and relentless effort. Words like preeminent seem insufficient to describe Caesar. Perhaps only peerless would suffice. The only consolation is that his academic performance is less than stellar, yet at his level, grades evidently become trivial. Hey, Fingerler, aren't you going to say something about your highlighted post? Here, here. A reply quickly followed. Oddly enough, despite the absence of sound or sight, one can glean from the few Chinese characters that this person has a mischievous air. As a side note, this academy in America conducts all communication in Chinese. A few years ago, they implemented a Chinese campus initiative, making it a mandatory language course for every student. Taking money to ward off disaster. Money can make the devil push the mill, let alone a poor fellow like me. This individual displayed a remarkable command of the Chinese language, fluently employing various idioms. However, I do have a bit of insider information to share. A bald, shiny-headed old man pushed open the door to the central control room on the second floor of the library, yet his entrance failed to attract the attention of anyone inside. Dozens of individuals operated hundreds of computers, each managing multiple terminals with remarkable composure. There were brief exchanges, yet they quickly returned to an intense work state. Schneider, have you lost your mind? The old man strode up to a man, slamming a document onto the table with a loud thud. Professor Manshidin. Schneider did not even glance at him, his voice hoarse. Even if you are the chairman of the discipline committee, you cannot enter the central control room at will. Is this your assigned task? This is not something manageable like a 4th or 5th generation. This is a noble 3rd generation being. A pure blood dragon. Manshidin shouted in fury, devoid of any elegance or composure befitting a university professor, resembling instead a bickering woman on the street. You actually intend to send a group of freshmen on a mission to confront a 3rd generation being. I certainly know it is a 3rd generation being. Schneider replied coldly. But what are we? We are the Secret Party. The mission of the Secret Party is to annihilate all pure-blood dragons. I heard they are quite disdainful of the possibility of volunteering at the zoo, so I presume they will appreciate the war practicum I arranged for them. Schneider cast a meaningful glance at Manshiden with his steely gray eyes. The resurgence of the dragon race has begun. We do not have time to play house. Castle Academy cultivates warriors who combat dragons, not pampered princes and princesses living lives of luxury and privilege. Why not prince? Manshiden was taken aback. That's not the point. Schneider turned away, unwilling to look at this person with a peculiar mindset. Do you think I am unaware of the vast disparity between pure-blood dragons and hybrids? Our warriors require training, given the current comprehensive quality of the official personnel in the execution department. They will find it exceedingly challenging to complete the upcoming series of dragon-slaying missions. How can that be? Aren't the evaluations of execution department personnel always personally reviewed by you? Manshiden was astonished. This was a serious matter. If it leaked, it could incite turmoil. And even the opposing forces of the Secret Party might not resist setting traps, both overtly and covertly. I know every individual in the execution department, but you cannot expect a mid-tier bloodline officer to accomplish tasks meant for higher-tier bloodlines. What do you mean? There are far too few active personnel in the execution department. Schneider retrieved a document from the metal cabinet and tossed it to Manshiden. Each year, a substantial number of graduates are assigned to branches around the globe. Yet very few remain at the Academy's headquarters. Though this effectively reduced the number of homicide cases involving dangerous mixed-blood individuals across various regions, the Academy ultimately suffered setbacks in its genuine dragon-slaying endeavors. The executive department serves as the clandestine party's blade. Yet how can one ascertain whether a fine sword, reforged into a set of knives, remains advantageous or detrimental? Schneider glanced back at Manstein, recalling that he had heard whispers of a first-year student named Caesar, renowned for his prowess. He would soon discover whether the tales circulating within the Academy bore any truth. As the saying goes, one must lead a mule out to see if it truly is a horse. Fingal, is your claim genuine? More authentic than pearls? Should it prove false, may the heavens strike me down. Fingal asserted with unwavering conviction. When have my sources ever misled me? Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, the Academy shall issue an announcement. I merely relay this information to you in advance. The students before the screen nodded in unison. Although Fingal's character often drew comparisons to that of a dog due to his lack of moral restraint, his accuracy in delivering news was beyond reproach. In that case, I shall take my leave. Many thanks to the chairman for a month of lavish suppers, Fingal declared with a salute before the system indicated his departure. Of course, whether Fingal had truly logged off remained uncertain, for he was the forum administrator. In Norton Hall, a young man reclined on a spacious sofa, sipping red wine from a glass, the ruby liquid flowing down his throat. His golden hair shimmered like sunlight, and his strikingly handsome visage appeared to have been meticulously sculpted by an artist, with deep azure eyes reflecting boundless depths. Caesar closed the night watch discussion forum and lay peacefully on the couch, reveling in the content he had gleaned from the war tactics class, his most significant achievement upon rising that day. Since his enrollment, he had seemingly commanded attention within the Academy with an unstoppable momentum and imperial gravitas, yet only he comprehended the immense pressure he faced. Castle Academy harbored no mediocrities. Even the oft-derided Fingal thrived with his remarkable knack for gossip and information. Among the students, there were none without distinction, and while the elite class was the pinnacle, it was not sparse, at least a dozen could be counted. Nonetheless, the pressure was precisely what Caesar sought. His arrival at Castle Academy was to solidify his own worth. He feared not, but rather welcomed any challenge, for he believed victory to be his inevitable fate. From a young age, he had received the finest education, excelling in swimming, combat, equestrianism, and more, yet all this merely pertained to human society. A mixed blood, regardless of success in the realm of pure humans, would likely be regarded as second-rate among other mixed bloods. Caesar's initial choice of club was not the Student Council, which was not even the largest organization at Castle Academy. The most prominent and venerable club was the Lionheart Society, from which generations of dragon-slaying elites had emerged. Regrettably, he found himself at odds with the current senior president of the society, his pride forbidding him from yielding in any manner. Thus, he chose to join the Student Council with the ambition of transforming it into the Academy's foremost organization. Hence, he required a battle to prove his mettle. Pure blood dragonkind, I eagerly anticipate. Chapter 4. Transactions. You have an unread email. Jiang Zheng opened the notification window that blinked incessantly in the upper right corner of the page. Well, he decided to accept the protection task. After all, the employer had not refused, so why should he concern himself with the details? It was about earning money. Now, head to Cairo, Egypt. Wait for me at the airport entrance. Regardless of whether the task is completed, you will receive 10% of the total commission. Jiang Zheng glanced at the straightforward email. A phased task? Some employers prefer to divide tasks into multiple stages, providing information incrementally to the hired hunters, which allows them to better monitor the progress. Hunters, enticed by the prospect of profit, have sometimes resorted to unsavory acts. Thus, the risks borne by employers are not insignificant. Unfortunately, 5 days felt rather long, and he wouldn't be able to go online. Jiang Zheng scratched his head and sent an apologetic message to Lu Mingfei. Sorry, I won't be able to go online. He intended to pack lightly, merely tossing a backpack over his shoulders. The weather in Cairo this season was pleasantly mild, and a simple tracksuit would suffice. Even if he needed something, he could purchase it upon arrival. Little Zheng heading out? A man emerged from the opposite room, spotting Jiang Zheng changing his shoes. The man, scruffy with unkempt hair and a loosely draped coat, bore a robust physique and a face that, despite its disheveled appearance, exuded strength. This man was Li Rongquan, Jiang Zheng's uncle and his legal guardian. Approximately 11 years prior, Li Rongquan had discovered Jiang Zheng's dragon bloodline, adopting him and imparting knowledge about dragons and mixed bloods. I took on a task, Jiang Zheng replied, adding 1 million. Li Rongquan appeared still half asleep, a hint of white sesame paste lingering at the corner of his eye, and he let out a soft, surprised sound. You can take on tasks of such high rank now? Return early. Call me if anything comes up. I'm going back to sleep. Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment at not witnessing his uncle's shocked expression. Li Rongquan was typically very concerned with money and spent cautiously, or else he wouldn't be living in such a modest community despite earning millions annually. Wait a moment. Jiang Zheng called out to Li Rongquan, tossing him a black box with a somewhat stiff demeanor. A gift. Happy birthday, uncle. Li Rongquan caught it unexpectedly, opening the box to reveal its contents, his expression softening with gratitude. What a fine item. It's worth all the hardships I've endured raising you. Now you can buy me gifts with your earnings. I didn't spend any money. I exchanged information with Chu Zihong. Jiang Zheng replied candidly. Forget the money. Just remembering my birthday is enough to satisfy me. Li Rongquan scratched his armpit, unsure whether he was comforting Jiang Zheng or himself, before suddenly asking an odd question. Is your brother here? Yes, not. Jiang Zheng shook his head. Li Rongquan raised an eyebrow. Not here? Where did he go? He mentioned he was going out for a while, possibly abroad. Li Rongquan nodded slightly, his gaze lowering, lost in thought. Jiang Zheng closed the door behind him and glanced at the opposite building, faintly hearing some unfortunate soul lamenting. With a gentle smile, he quickened his pace. He needed to take a vehicle to Hu City before boarding a flight to Cairo. Due to the lack of direct flights, he would have to change planes along the way, first to Dubai, then to Cairo. This would inevitably consume considerable time, and he hoped the employer wouldn't be a temperamental individual. Otherwise, oh dear. After Jiang Zheng departed, Li Rongquan did not immediately return to bed, but instead booted up another computer, logging into the Hunter Market website with familiar ease. His eyes half closed, his head nodding occasionally. He appeared on the verge of sleep. Skillfully, he opened a private chat window with someone. Please check what task Moonlight Hunter just accepted. The other party did not respond immediately, and Li Rongquan remained patient, waiting silently. 10 minutes later, the details of a task appeared in his chat window. A protection task in Egypt. Li Rongquan closed the page and returned to bed, shaking his head as he muttered to himself. What's in Egypt? The ancient tomb of a pharaoh? The library of Alexandria? The stone tablets left by Moses? None of these quite fit the timeline. Is a dragon species about to awaken? Just a minor issue. Li Rongquan gave himself a thumbs up, but then furrowed his brow in confusion. But it seems I've forgotten something. Cairo International Airport, Egypt. At 10:35 a.m. Egyptian time, Jiang Zheng disembarked from his flight and swiftly navigated through the security checkpoint to the airport lobby. Just as he intended to retrieve his phone to send a message to his employer, he was intercepted by a burly young black man. Hey, interested in some Egyptian souvenirs? Jiang Zheng tilted his head, glanced at the short-haired man, and replied nonchalantly, Oh, a Chinese person. The young man immediately switched to a clumsy form of Chinese, mysteriously stating, I have good stuff, but you need to act quickly, you know. Jiang Zheng turned to observe the scattered individuals emerging from the expedited security lane. The majority were not subjected to such attention. Occasionally, vendors would approach them, but upon being waved off, they would discreetly retreat. He wondered why this individual was so persistent with him. All right, let us see what you have, he conceded, not wishing to cause a scene at the airport. The young man led Jiang Zheng to a corner of the lobby, where he extracted a green suitcase from a pile of luggage and cautiously inputted a code to unlock it. Brother, take a look, he exclaimed, reverting to English. Likely because his limited Chinese was only suitable for soliciting customers. Prices are negotiable, we have more goods. Jiang Zheng chuckled softly, unable to discern whether his amusement was genuine or sardonic. The young man's previous statement revealed too much. If the items were counterfeit, it indicated he merely sought to make a quick profit off unsuspecting tourists. Conversely, if the items were authentic, it suggested he was backed by a significant force, possibly local organized crime, who had stolen artifacts from tombs or elsewhere, now seeking to offload them in batches. The contents of the suitcase were a chaotic assortment, featuring Egypt's national emblem, rusty copper and iron artifacts, colorful glass, and decorations. Among them, a beautifully crafted brass cane caught Jiang Zheng's eye, adorned with a lion-headed figure. Having perused a travel magazine on Egyptian culture and history during his flight, he recognized it as one of Egypt's mythical creatures, the Sphinx. What do you think of this? The young man inquired, lifting the cane. No, it's fake, Jiang Zheng retorted bluntly. He then picked up a palm-sized red crystal and asked, how much for this stone? A glint of something strange flickered in the young man's eyes as he swallowed hard, responding awkwardly, $10 million. Jiang Zheng remained silent, not engaging in haggling, and picked up a piece of iron. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he asked, what about this? Also $10,000. The young man frowned, hesitating, as if contemplating whether to pack up and flee. Only these two items are genuine. The rest are counterfeit. Jiang Zheng smiled confidently, exuding an air of certainty. Unfortunately for you, I am an expert in this field. No one of my age understands it better than I do. However, I am willing to purchase either one or both, provided you offer a reasonable price. Andy was taken aback. He had come to the airport's expedited security lane to sell goods as usual, targeting individuals who were unlikely to be short on cash. The airport security personnel, under organizational protocol, typically ignored him. Today, he had chosen an Asian boy as his first customer. Despite the boy's simple black athletic attire, it was all from high-end brands, particularly a watch identical to the one worn by his boss. It was well known that many wealthy individuals were among the Asian populace, especially the Chinese. However, he had not anticipated encountering a true connoisseur today. The items he sold were mostly a mix of genuine and counterfeit. With 2 pieces among the 30 he brought being authentic artifacts taken from an actual tomb. Both items had been identified by this Chinese boy. Authentic items could be sold, provided the total value of the suitcase reached a certain threshold. In fact, the cane was genuine, India thought, holding it up, seemingly reluctant to give in. The cane was gold-plated on the outside, with copper inside, likely worth a few $100s, but lacking in collectible value. Jiang Zheng barely regarded it, urging him to make an offer. At that moment, India's rugged face was etched with conflict as he mumbled, if you only buy these 2 items, how will I sell the rest? You can sell them as usual, and since I am a big customer, you could introduce me to your associates. If the transaction goes well, you may gain further recognition, Jiang Zheng persuaded. With resignation, Andy glanced at the composed boy, as if accepting his fate. 5,000 for one. 10,000 for both. 10,000. That's closer to 10,000 Egyptian pounds, Jiang Zheng scoffed. 10,000 Egyptian pounds is merely about $5,000. Even one item is worth more than that. Andy's expression soured. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jiang Zheng grasped the brass cane, expressionless, and snapped it in 2 fingers, compressing the poorly carved sphinx into a ball. Andy gasped in astonishment. Martial arts? 8,000 for the red crystal, 5,000 for the iron piece. And considering the broken cane, let us say 500. That totals $13,500. Jiang Zheng promptly pulled out a thick stack of Franklin-printed bills from his backpack and handed it to Andy, placing the 2 items into his own bag. Your phone number, please. Oh, right, Andy stammered, nodding eagerly, gazing at the substantial sum in his hands. Over $10,000, nearly 300,000 Egyptian pounds. When the boy had initially quoted 10,000 Egyptian pounds, he had felt a fleeting temptation. They could not definitively ascertain the true value of these items and could only estimate based on the specifications of the tombs from which they were taken. His boss had instructed him to sell everything for a total of 150,000 to 200,000 Egyptian pounds, and this Chinese boy was undoubtedly knowledgeable. Having identified 2 genuine pieces among numerous fakes, indicating their actual worth would be higher, Andy Ye contemplated retracting his offer. But the boy's display of strength in snapping the cane was rather intimidating. Copper is highly ductile. While it can be bent, it should not break, indicating a level of physical prowess that Andy Ye, who had not received much formal education, understood was no trivial feat. Andy Ye resolved to inform his boss of this incident and suggest a price increase for this batch of goods. If needed, call me. I'm Andy Ye, and my prices are negotiable. Jiang Zheng noted the phone number, shouldered his backpack, and departed without a backward glance. He hoped he hadn't delayed too long and that his employer would not be angered, lamenting that he hadn't even haggled. Chapter 5. At a line at the entrance of Cairo International Airport, a girl sat alone on a bench, the nearby seats vacant. Passers-by unconsciously cast gentle, admiring glances her way. People are drawn to beauty, whether it be in objects, landscapes, or individuals. The girl possessed striking cerulean eyes, her long lashes fluttering as she surveyed her surroundings. Her fair skin accentuated her delicate, rosy lips, and a small brown bag hung at her waist. She wore a striped cardigan over a white blouse, exuding a sensual charm. While her light golden hair shimmered in the midday sun, she appeared to be favored by Allah, akin to an angel created from light. However, this angel was currently being bothered. A handsome Asian boy approached her directly, his phone in hand, conversing as he glanced at the screen. The girl's expression turned to one of surprise and disbelief as she retrieved her own phone from her bag, comparing it for a while. To everyone's astonishment, the angelic girl followed the boy away after just a few exchanged words. What remains is a scene of sun-baked chins and incredulous expressions, hinting that the two individuals surely did not know each other prior to this moment. In this context, it is unlikely that they are merely online acquaintances. Jiang Zheng gazes at the stunningly beautiful girl beside him and remarks, "To my astonishment, you speak Chinese so fluently that I cannot detect any accent. Furthermore, I apologize for the delay. The transfer took longer than anticipated, and I appreciate your patience." "Not at all," the girl replies, gently waving her hand. As her sleeve slips slightly, revealing her porcelain-like arms, she continues earnestly, "I am Edie Line, a Swede, and your employer for this assignment. Your task is straightforward. Protect me for 5 days, without exception. Should this protection be discreet or overt?" Jiang Zheng assesses the lovely girl, uncertain of her age. She embodies the essence of youthful beauty, pure and charming. In terms of appearance, only Su Xiaodang from Shilin High School could rival her, while Chun Wenwen and Lu Miaomiao fall short. The girl stands around 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than Jiang Zheng. "There is no need for discretion. Simply adhere to your usual approach," Edie Line replies, her eyes wandering around the streets of Cairo, seemingly captivated by the city. Moving gracefully as if she were an ethereal being emerging from a forest, Jiang Zheng contemplates inquiring about potential dangers or their destination. But Edie Line appears reluctant to share further details, prompting him to refrain from pressing the matter. As they stroll along, they resemble aimless butterflies rather than mere flies. "Are you familiar with this city?" Edie Line suddenly asks. Cairo is a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million and stands as Africa's largest city, retaining a wealth of ancient Islamic cultural architecture, blending the old with the new, Jiang Zheng explains. "In my view, Cairo is a veritable melting pot." "A melting pot?" Edie Line blinks her beautiful eyes inquisitively. The term originally referred to a dish that melds various vegetables and meats into a stew, and metaphorically, it describes a mixture of diverse elements. Jiang Zheng gestures toward the nearby area and the distant slums. Cairo appears to be inclusive, yet it is fundamentally a distorted product of the misalignment between Egypt's economic foundation and its superstructure. It serves as both an economic and financial hub, as well as a political center, yet the roads lack proper traffic signals, allowing drivers to roam freely while pedestrians must gauge the mood of the drivers to cross the street. Countless homeless individuals find no proper shelter beneath community overpasses, and walls bear slogans of resistance. One can frequently spot emaciated stray cats, and there are even those riding horses and donkeys. Not to mention the litter and landmines in the corners. Jiang Zheng slows his pace, glancing at a nearby hotel as he continues. The government's response has been simplistic and heavy-handed, expanding outward to alleviate tensions, ultimately resulting in the current state of Cairo. Of course, perhaps our homeland's recent advancements allow us to perceive more with a contemporary perspective. Much like the numerous foreign enterprises that invested in our coastal areas during the late 20th century, which must have seemed remarkably forward-thinking at the time. How knowledgeable you are! Edeline exclaims in surprise, suggesting, in that case, why not serve as my tour guide? A tour guide? Jiang Zheng retrieves his gaze and regards the exuberant girl. I came to Cairo for leisure, but I am unfamiliar with this place and do not know where to go for entertainment. The pyramids, the Sphinx, the Pompey Pillar. Jiang Zheng casually mentions, aren't those tourist attractions easily accessible? The pyramids are best saved for the final day. The other attractions are rather dull, Edeline replies mysteriously. Tour guide, Jiang Zheng muses, pulling out his phone to dial a number he had saved just half an hour prior. The Cairo Foursquare Hotel, the temporary base for the Castle Institute. Not long after the news was released in Fomer, the Institute announced a collective suspension of classes for first-year students to participate in a war practice course. Following brief preparations, they arrived in Cairo via private jet alongside formal representatives from the execution department, instilling a sense of urgency that provoked much speculation. Some individuals criticized Fonger for the slow dissemination of information, resulting in a week-long ban on speaking. Caesar, upon arrival, remained silent. Yet the news prompted an impromptu meeting with student council leaders. In a modest room on the third floor of the hotel, over 20 young people, both male and female, donned identical black trench coats, belts, and trousers. The original furnishings had been cleared away, replaced by a long cherry red table and a massive tactical whiteboard. Participants sat on either side of the table, with one individual leaning against the glass window, their striking golden hair drawing attention. Caesar, it is time to take your seat for the meeting, a man at the head of the table stated coolly, his gaze and demeanor equally stern. This man seemed almost imperceptible. Though visible, his presence failed to register in the minds of those around him. Instructor, I am contemplating whether we have been discovered, Caesar remarked, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What have you discovered? The man inquired, frowning. Craig had been vehemently opposed to the inclusion of first-year students in the Pure-Blood Dragon clan's extermination mission, even with Caesar among them, the so-called favored one. He too had experienced the fervor of youth and a strong desire to slay dragons until the blood of his comrades extinguished the flames in his heart. Yet Craig understood that Caesar would not act without purpose. While he might contest leadership, he would not resort to such clumsy tactics. A boy just slowed his pace. Casting a glance toward this room, or perhaps toward me, Caesar recalled, a fleeting seriousness crossing his face. This is the temporary command center provided by the Egyptian branch. It appears to be an ordinary hotel, yet it was constructed with the standards of the Institute's auxiliary control room in mind, rendering it invisible to those outside looking in. Someone responded. With Caesar's keen perception, he would not err in such matters. Voices arose from across the table. Caesar took a seat at the first position to the right of Craig. The individuals present could be classified as the commanders of this operation. To the left were formal representatives from the execution department, while to the right were first-year students participating in the war practice course, clearly delineated. Craig felt a twinge of annoyance. Their arrival in Cairo from Chicago had already led to such minor frictions more than once. The formal representatives of the execution department remained indifferent toward the newcomers, even though they had allowed them to participate in the Pure-Blood Dragon clan's extermination as temporary representatives, primarily relegating them to watchful but less significant roles, as the main force was still comprised of the formal representatives. Most of these first-year students were aligned with Caesar, their perceived leader, while a handful of members from the Lionheart Society and other clubs chose to side with him for a chance to engage in battle. Though Caesar ostensibly complied with his instructor's orders, should he identify any mistakes, this man would likely not hesitate to discard him. After a moment's contemplation, Craig stated, Morel, proceed to the surveillance room. Utilize your abilities if necessary. The man addressed nodded and departed silently. The meeting resumed. Jiang Zheng, shall we return to the hotel? Edeline suggested, appearing somewhat disheartened as she squatted by the roadside, entirely shedding the aloof demeanor she had displayed upon their first meeting. Hotel? Did you book one? Jiang Zheng tossed the remaining piece of bread toward a group of stray cats nearby. These unfortunate creatures huddled in the shadows of the street, cautiously peering out but hesitating to step forward and claim the food. I am running low on funds, Adeline confessed, her expression sheepish. This is my first time issuing a task in the hunter's market, and I didn't quite grasp the situation. That $100,000 is essentially my entire allowance for this month. As Jiang Zheng gazed at the girl, he couldn't help but cover his face, nearly bursting into laughter. If Lu Mingfei were to hear this, he would undoubtedly launch into a fervent denunciation of capitalism's evils, followed by an audacious inquiry about whether the girl's parents were in need of a godson. My guide will be arriving shortly. He is capable of leading us to several places of interest. Upon receiving a text message, Jiang Zheng noted, regarding the hotel, that he had spotted a commendable establishment on his way here. I can cover the expenses for now, but do remember to reimburse me later. MHM, replied Adeline, nodding obediently. The two chatted casually, with Adeline inquiring about Jiang Zheng's previous tasks. He recounted some inconsequential assignments, while she listened intently, her curiosity piqued by every detail. When Jiang Zheng asked why she ventured out for leisure, accompanied by a bodyguard at that, Adeline confessed that she had sneaked out from home. Having rarely had the opportunity to explore during her childhood, she felt a sense of urgency to enjoy her freedom before delving into university studies, which would leave her with even less time. The bodyguard was merely a precaution. One could never be too careful, especially considering the dubious nature of certain websites. A silver Isuzu pickup truck barreled through the streets, forcing numerous vehicles to slow down or come to a sudden halt. Compared to the driver of this truck, others seemed to transform into model citizens. "Hey, nice to see you again," exclaimed a young black man in the driver's seat as he removed his sunglasses and waved at Jiang Zheng. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of lewdness, adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Oh, beautiful angel, how may I serve you?" Adeline quietly retreated behind Jiang Zheng, peeking out as though relying on her brother in this foreign land. Jiang Zheng opened the back door of the pickup, gesturing for her to enter first. Andy, with unflagging enthusiasm, stood up to clear away ash and debris from the back seat, his demeanor surpassing that of a mere lackey. "What interesting places are there in Cairo?" Jiang Zheng inquired from the passenger seat. Aren't we supposed to meet our boss to procure goods?" Andy replied, revealing that he had just spoken with their superior. Adeline's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, as if she had stumbled into a den of thieves. The mention of a boss and goods certainly did not imply anything legitimate. "There's no rush on the goods. Let us first have you serve as our driver and guide for a few days," Jiang Zheng calmly stated, "with compensation, of course." "That works," Andy muttered, then boasted loudly like a street vendor. "Cairo is filled with countless landmarks. A world-class tourist city, featuring the pyramids, the Temple of Karnak, the National Museum. We're not going to those places. Let's visit somewhere more accessible and relatable." Jiang Zheng waved his hand in refusal, pondering aloud. "I've seen films depicting gray casinos, where a single bullet in a revolver could yield hundreds of thousands or even millions. Take us there." "I've seen those too," Adeline exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Andy glanced at the animated duo through the rearview mirror, astonished. "You can't possibly think that just because I associate with the underworld. I have it easy." The silver pickup truck wove through the renowned Khan El-Khalili market, a bustling hub predominantly frequented by locals, where the leisurely atmosphere mirrored the everyday lives of Egyptians. Fortunately, it was midday and not a holiday. Otherwise, traversing this street would have been impossible. Andy diligently fulfilled his role as a guide. Adeline leaned against the window, gazing out at the throngs of people, a seemingly endless sea of faces that stretched to the horizon. The girl's captivating blue eyes shone with an indescribable allure, her fair skin slightly reddened by the sun. Yet she remained oblivious to it. Passers-by greeted her with warm and courteous smiles. Women displayed no signs of jealousy, while men refrained from any lewd gestures. "I've heard that most things here actually come from our homeland," Jiang Zheng remarked, observing a stall where a vendor was haggling with a tourist. "That's true. After all, our country seems to be the world's largest manufacturer," Andy replied, a hint of yearning in his expression. "When I have money, I plan to go to your country, find a city of moderate size, and teach English or Arabic, ensuring authenticity. Then you might need to brush up on your Chinese. You can't get by without it in our country," Jiang Zheng quipped. "Why do they always argue when buying things?" Adeline suddenly pointed at the previous stall. "They're not arguing. They're haggling," Jiang Zheng explained. Haggling refers to the buyer requesting a reduction in the original price. It is a consumer behavior. This is characteristic of the Khan El-Khalili market, where most people have a rough idea of the fair price for an item. The vendors' displays of loss or exasperation are often theatrical, intended to make tourists feel as though they are getting a bargain. Jiang Zheng retracted his gaze from the spectacle and added, "If you, as a tourist, were to purchase something without haggling, the vendor might feel a bit out of sorts. Nevertheless, they would still sell it to you. Whether at full price depends on their mood." Adeline did not perceive Jiang Zheng's example as impolite. Instead, she sincerely thanked him, deepening his impression that this Swedish girl was either naive or overly sheltered by her family. As Andy drove, he listened to their conversation in Chinese, recognizing only a few words regarding prices. He found it perplexing that they did not communicate in English, which would be comprehensible to all. "We're almost there." Andy pointed to a distant spire. "That is the Al-Azhar Mosque, the first mosque in Egypt. If we continue forward, we will reach the City of the Dead. Our destination lies between the two." City of the Dead? Treasure trove? Originally a burial site for the deceased and the families of caretakers, the area had transformed into Cairo's largest slum. Since the government allowed private capital to enter the real estate market, housing prices in Cairo had soared, leaving many unable to afford homes, thus taking refuge here. Although some had lived in the City of the Dead previously, the situation had escalated, with a population exceeding 1 million at its peak. Andy's expression remained devoid of emotion as he recounted this stark reality. Jiang Zheng leaned out of the window, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern rows of houses in the distance, some lacking roofs, merely enclosed by walls. He could faintly see women and children residing within. The preceding street was lined with modern high-rises, while the next was filled with dilapidated brick houses. Beneath lay the dead, while the living occupied the surface, a stark juxtaposition of life and death. Jiang Zheng turned to gauge Adeline's reaction, only to find her still gazing out the window, her eyes shimmering with light, devoid of pity or sorrow. The treasure trove is merely a colloquialism. Its formal name translates to paradise on earth. On the surface, it appears to be a bar, yet it also hosts auctions, gambling, and drug transactions. Those of us engaged in illicit activities or operating in the gray market often have some business dealings with it. Furthermore, affluent government officials and business magnates frequent it for amusement, indulging in extravagant expenditures. Andy provided a serious introduction before glancing at Jiang Zheng, signaling, "Your friend may encounter some trouble if she goes there." "That's fine. I'm her bodyguard," Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, while Adeline maintained an equally indifferent demeanor, leaving Andy feeling as though his warning had fallen on deaf ears. Jiang Zheng believed that such routine protective work did not adequately showcase his abilities or significance. He wished for an opportunity to engage with some unwise individuals for practice. During a lesson, our language teacher mentioned that whether a lion or a tiger finds itself in a new environment, it will seek to consume as many animals as possible to ascertain its position within the food chain. The strength of the local underworld serves as a significant indicator. If the local mafia is particularly powerful, it suggests a weak local government that is burdened by numerous concerns. Conversely, if the members of the local mafia behave with extreme caution, resembling frightened mice, it indicates a robust and decisive local government. Even if Jiang Zheng were indeed being pursued, there would be no cause for alarm. He could simply find a boat for clandestine passage back home, entrusting the rest to his uncle. Chapter 7. The Golden Cave. The Golden Cave, from an exterior perspective, resembled a similar structure, its neon lights unilluminated, casting a somewhat somber and dull appearance. The design bore a resemblance to a bathhouse in Jiang Zheng's hometown. Perhaps due to the differing materials used, the beige marble harmonized with the surrounding environment, lending an air of understated elegance. The violet, semi-transparent glass doors and the spire-like slanted roof, however, distinguished it amid the classical architecture surrounding it. Andy chose not to park in the underground lot, but opted for the street, handing a 20 Egyptian pound note to an elderly woman as payment. "Hey, Sharif, call it." Andy greeted others enthusiastically as he approached the entrance to the amusement park. At the door stood two burly black men clad in simple suits. Though Andy was robust, he paled in comparison to these two, whose bulging muscles seemed ready to burst from their clothing. Upon seeing Andy, they offered amiable smiles. Despite Egypt's location in Africa, its population is predominantly Caucasian, belonging to the Mediterranean type of the European race, with the black population being a minority, upholding a tradition of solidarity among all black people. They readily assist one another in times of need. "Andy, what treasures have you brought this time? Last time, you made quite a profit." One of the men, named Sharif, inquired. Spare me the flattery. And I immediately shifted to an expression of disdain and arrogance, his demeanor exuding irritation. Sharif and his companion paid little mind, continuing their banter in Arabic, a language Jiang Zheng could only partially comprehend. The boss asked me to bring guests here for some fun, and I gestured towards the two individuals standing quietly in the sunlight, one of whom had removed her coat due to the heat. The elegant and graceful Edeline was instantly recognized by Sharif and his companion as a distinguished guest, her beauty transcending age. With long eyelashes fluttering like delicate brushes and her soft, golden hair radiating an allure that captivated the eye. In contrast, Jiang Zheng, dressed in black, was perceived as a mere accessory. "Let us gather again another day," Sharif whispered, lowering his gaze as if fearing his loud voice would disturb the girl. "May Allah bless you." Khalid smiled as he opened the glass doors, bowing slightly. And I led the way, and after traversing a long, dimly lit corridor, they were met with a sudden brightness, illuminated not by sunlight, but by countless twinkling lights resembling stars. Jiang Zheng scrutinized his surroundings. They stood in a venue the size of a football field, adorned with intricately carved black tie wood that segmented the hall into 3 areas, connected by semicircular arches. The deep red wooden flooring likely represented the casino, auction house, and bar area that I had previously mentioned. Surrounding the upper level were several protruding rooms, offering a commanding view of the entire venue. "Are we currently on the basement level?" Jiang Zheng inquired. "How did you deduce that?" And I responded, astonished, before explaining, "Strictly speaking, we are on the half-basement level. The second floor is the true half-level." After entering, we descended 3 steps, and the previous corridor had a noticeable incline. Jiang Zheng pointed towards a gathering in the distance, asking, "What is happening over there?" "Oh, that's the casino area, the very spectacle you were eager to see." And I replied with a smile. "Is it chaotic here? Are you jesting? Is there ever a casino that isn't chaotic? They lure people in to gamble, set traps, and every individual who enters inevitably loses everything. Then they capitalize on the opportunity to lend money. This casino wields considerable influence, employing numerous enforcers, unafraid of failing to collect debts, except when it comes to corpses." "I understand." Jiang Zheng had intended to join Edeline, but upon turning, he discovered she had vanished. Scanning the area, he spotted her at the periphery of the crowd, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse inside. "Damn, this is hardly a protective mission. It's more akin to babysitting." Jiang Zheng swiftly approached Edeline, gently tugging at her sleeve and casually parting the crowd. The throng became a chaotic sea of bodies, with those pushed aside glaring at the yellow-skinned youth. However, upon seeing the girl he was with, they suppressed their anger and begrudgingly rejoined the crowd to seek their vantage point for the spectacle. And I wore a troubled expression. Although this boy from Huagua was reputed to possess legendary martial arts skills, such behavior was ill-advised. The focal point was a dark red wooden long table reminiscent of Laozi's prized rosewood. A diminutive man clad in a white-patterned headscarf scrutinized a revolver, while opposite him stood not a beautiful Egyptian woman, but a handsome man in a white shirt and tie. "This game is the one you've seen in films, Russian roulette," and I remarked, having somehow squeezed into the scene, gesturing with his chin towards the short man. "He is quite famous these days. He initially went bankrupt in his business ventures and came here with his last bit of money for a gamble, but he lost every time, ultimately owing the casino tens of thousands of Egyptian pounds. Likely, after his mental state collapsed, he turned to roulette, betting a single bullet. Fortune smiled upon him, and he survived, paying back the casino before leaving. Who would have guessed he returned the next day for another shot with a single bullet, miraculously surviving again and winning 100,000 Egyptian pounds? He has returned at least 10 times since then. 1 bullet for 100,000 Egyptian pounds? Jiang Zheng's expression darkened, disappointment evident. And I's lips twitched. Did he expect $100,000? 100,000 Egyptian pounds is no small amount. How much is a life worth? Insurance companies typically pay out only a few 100,000 Egyptian pounds in the event of an accident. 1 bullet yields 100,000. 2 bullets, 200,000. 3 bullets, 400,000. It doubles, and I clarified. That sounds reasonable, Jiang Zheng nodded, muttering, so 6 bullets would equate to 3 million, roughly $16,000. And I scratched his head, uncertain whether the problem lay with his own reasoning or Jiang Zheng's. 6. Choosing 5 bullets could reflect confidence in one's luck. But opting for 6 is truly courting death. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Mr. Deere will face his 12th challenge of Russian roulette. He is a man favored by Allah. Will his good fortune persist? Will Mr. Deer walk away with another 100,000 today, or will Lady Luck abandon him? The handsome man in the white shirt took to the central stage to host the event, and the audience's eyes sparkled with a mix of uncertainty and anticipation. And I turned to look at the electronic screen hanging nearby, stating, the betting should have commenced by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be promoting it so fervently. The odds for life are 1 to 2. For death, they are 1 to 1. It's doubled. Boss, can you understand Arabic? Do you need me to translate? Jiang Zheng inquired, casting a concerned glance at Edeline. I understand. I studied it at home. Edeline smiled, her expression brightening the world around her. She cautiously asked, shall we place a bet? A small bet for enjoyment. Let us wager a little. Jiang Zheng glanced at the odds and remarked, from a pseudo-probability perspective, this is his 12th attempt at roulette. Although he bets only a single bullet each time, his chance of survival hovers around 11%. However, from a true probability standpoint, his chance of survival this time is 5 out of 6. So, should we bet on his survival? No, I intend to wager against it. Chapter 8. Dear, just as Jiang Zheng made his decision, he noticed Andy hurriedly rushing towards a window. Doesn't he understand Chinese? Edeline wondered, both curious and astonished. Some common phrases are comprehensible, but I suspect he grasped my gestures. Jiang Zheng followed him, and they each placed bets worth 200,000 and 1 million Egyptian pounds at the betting window. You said you were out of money? Jiang Zheng glanced at the 2 red special tickets in his hand, then at the golden card in the other's grasp. The disparity was evident. Edeline calmly adjusted her crossbody bag and softly replied, I merely stated that I'm nearly out of money, not completely broke. Is your family quite wealthy? You know about UBS, right? My family is the second largest shareholder. Edeline blinked her blue eyes, her gaze drifting toward the ice cream machine at the bar. There are dozens of such holding companies, primarily involved in military industry, aerospace, and biopharmaceuticals. Jiang Zheng facepalmed. He had assumed she was a runaway rich girl with no support. But instead, she was a princess of a financial empire. UBS is the Swiss bank, a name renowned for being consecutively rated as the world's best private bank for several years. The bounties Jiang Zheng earned from the Hunter website were always deposited into his account at UBS. Jiang Zheng thought this way because his interaction with her felt somewhat akin to when he was with Lu Mingfei. They could speak freely, and silence was never awkward. Their companionship was comfortable, due to his uncle's erratic presence and negligence in cooking or providing him pocket money. Jiang Zheng often went to Lu Mingfei's house for meals before middle school. Uncle Lu Guqing would sometimes generously give Lu Mingfei 20 yuan for both of them to enjoy their favorite food, while Lu Mingfei would entice Jiang Zheng to spend the money on the internet instead. However, if Jiang Zheng opted to go online, he would face the dilemma of hunger, uncertain of when his next meal would come. Thus, Lu Mingfei, being loyal, would buy a single meal for him, and they would each play on their computers for 3 hours. Their essay saying, money is not omnipotent, but without it, one cannot endure. That said, you appear to be Russian, not like the traditional Western Europeans I've encountered. Jiang Zheng recalled the Russians he had seen before. They had fair skin, deep-set eyes, thin lips, and prominent noses, characteristics that could generally be attributed to Edeline as well. Edeline reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the ice cream machine and, after a moment of silence, said, did you know that Russians and Swiss are mostly of the Europoid race? What you consider traditional Western Europeans, if subdivided, would be Mediterranean, such as Egyptians, who belong to that category. Is that so? Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, watching as Andy approached, slowly carrying a drink with a straw. With a ticket identical to Jiang Zheng's peeking out from his pocket, he rummaged through his pocket and said, what do you want to drink? I have some change. I want ice cream, the girl exclaimed, even letting out a small cheer. 5 minutes later, both of them held cones of ice cream topped with colorful chocolate sprinkles. Upon returning to the long table, someone attempted to approach Edeline, but Andy swiftly intercepted them, negating any need for Jiang Zheng to intervene. Jiang Zheng observed Mr. Deer. Noting the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, his swollen lids lacking luster, and his demeanor somewhat haggard, as if he had been drained by indulgence in vices. Another possible cause for his condition could be drug use. 100,000 Egyptian pounds is not a fortune in Cairo, but it suffices for an individual to live comfortably for several months. This man had squandered that sum in less than a week. Drug use seemed almost certain. Stepping a little closer to the man, Jiang Zheng inhaled deeply, catching a faint metallic odor emanating from him. Despite the pervasive herbal perfume and spicy aroma of alcohol in the air, this distinctive scent could not be masked. The clamor of the nearby crowd was unsettling. Someone laughed boisterously, teasing Deer about whether he was nervous enough to wet himself again, as others from different areas of the casino gathered, seemingly to witness this spectacle. I feel that this man actually wishes for death. Adeline took a small bite of her ice cream, a barely perceptible disdain flickering in her eyes. Nonsense. How could someone who is living well wish for death? Andy interjected, surprisingly understanding this line of Chinese, though it was uncertain if he genuinely comprehended it before or was merely feigning ignorance. Isn't his life good? He doesn't have to work and has plenty of money to spend. I envy him, Andy continued unabated. Adeline ignored him, continuing to savor her ice cream. That Andy. Jiang Zheng could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of a grown man. You must understand that there are many things in this world more painful than death. When people can't bear the suffering, suicide can become a common choice. You've mentioned that he went bankrupt in business. It's likely that his family fell apart as a result. If he lacks the ambition to rise again, it's entirely normal for him to be despondent. Given his appearance, he likely has succumbed to substances. Rather than living in a fog, death might seem like a release. Upon hearing this, Andy pondered with his finger on his chin, exclaiming after a while, I don't understand, but I am profoundly shocked. How could anyone be willing to give up their life? Suddenly, a vibrant melody drew everyone's attention. The man in the white shirt proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, the betting on Mr. Deer has now closed, and the casino's profit of 5 will be awarded to Mr. Deer. Deer sat calmly at the redwood table, appearing unfazed about the impending roulette game. Running a casino is indeed quite lucrative. Andy gazed dreamily at the stakes, his eyes wide with envy. The side betting on survival totals over 30 million, while the side betting on death is 9 million. Regardless of the outcome, the casino stands to profit at least 3 million. Should this fellow perish, they could gain over 20 million. Truly a remarkable profit. I want to open a casino when I have money. Jiang Zheng chuckled, bemused by Andy's impulsive remarks, unsure if he would genuinely follow through or was merely speaking for effect. Gambling is illegal on the mainland of Huagua. Then I shall open a casino in Macau, Andy declared. Macau is indeed a place where every inch is precious, and the gambling industry is nearly saturated. Outsiders find it challenging to establish themselves there. Jiang Zheng couldn't be bothered to dissuade him. Returning to the matter at hand, is betting on this man's demise truly reliable? I'm wagering 100,000. If I lose, this month will be a waste. Andy gazed longingly at the Colt revolver on the table, wishing he could load it with 6 bullets and fire one at that diminutive man. Jiang Zheng shot Andy a glance and replied coolly, To offer you the chance to make money is to regard you highly. Speak further, and I shall strike you. The man in the white shirt picked up the Colt revolver, rotating the cylinder 90 degrees to the left, revealing 6 chambers. He retrieved a shiny brass bullet from a small box and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, slowly placed it into one of the chambers. With a swift motion, he spun the cylinder, producing a soft whirring sound. The yellow bullet traced arcs of light within the silver cylinder, and Jiang Zheng's gaze fixated on that glimmer of gold. As if attempting to dissect it, the man snapped the magazine shut, the barrel of the Colt 44 aimed directly at Deer's forehead. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Mr. Deer, do you have any final words? I trust you are prepared. Death does not frighten you, yet should an unfortunate event occur, it may serve as your last farewell to this world. Deer bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent. Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow, uncertain if this was a peculiar custom of the local faith, yet the man's words resonated profoundly within him. Oddly, the bullet had seemingly not entered its intended trajectory, yet the aura of death surrounding the man intensified. Very well. The short-statured man sighed, his once dull eyes now gleaming with a flicker of vitality, his complexion gradually flushed, reminiscent of a fleeting revival. Deer crossed his arms, resembling a wayward schoolboy bracing for reprimand. Praise be to Allah. I do not fear death, for it brings me not anguish, but liberation. However, I am not courageous. Otherwise, I would not have chosen but a single bullet. I am powerless, unable to protect my family. I am timid, unable to confront the uncertainties of life, willingly succumbing to despair. The people around listened quietly, the atmosphere hushed, with only the occasional clink of a glass or a gentle swirl of liquid. Most Egyptians are devout Muslims, and at this moment, all remained silent for the man. Jiang Zheng's eyes lowered, the breathtaking golden hue swirling in his depths, soft strands of hair cascading down to obscure his gaze. No one paid heed to an Asian boy at such a time. The golden eyes of a hybrid, ignited by his dragon lineage, marked him as distinctly unique, a trait that easily identified those of mixed blood. A slender shadow unfurled from Jiang Zheng's silhouette, almost imperceptible, creeping up the mahogany table before merging with the shadow of the revolver. The hall was dimly illuminated by a blend of red, green, and yellow hues, and no one noticed this fleeting shadow. What fortuitous luck, Jiang Zheng murmured softly. Dear's voice rose slightly as he lifted his head, avoiding the gaze of anyone present. We come from Allah, and to Allah we shall return. I am unworthy of his protection, yet I hope that after death, I may return to the embrace of the Almighty, seeking his forgiveness. I am willing to endure the cruelest of worldly punishments, if only to cleanse myself of my sins. Jiang Zheng raised his head, his obsidian-like eyes reflecting the vibrant colors and numerous silhouettes. In an instant, the shadow vanished as if it had never existed. Praise be to Allah. The man in the white shirt smiled, appearing warm and approachable, yet Jiang Zheng perceived a hint of mockery and sarcasm in his grin. May Allah forgive you, sparing you from the torments of hellfire. Bang. Chapter 9. The word spirit, a thunderous sound erupted in the hall, rendering every onlooker frozen in horror at the grotesque scene before them. Some dropped their glasses, oblivious, allowing the spilled liquid to stain their expensive shoes and trousers. In the next moment, the Egyptian women were the first to retch, most of whom were staff, while a few were companions brought by guests, now rushing towards the restroom, indicating a likely queue forming. Are you all right? Jiang Zheng inquired, glancing down. The moment the man smiled, he sensed something amiss, though he did not react immediately. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, the bullet had already discharged. He instinctively pulled a nearby man in front of Eddie Lin to shield her from the gruesome sight, regardless of her desire to witness it. As her bodyguard, he deemed it better to act than to stand idle. The man he seized seemed startled by the gunshot. After being dragged a few steps, he did not reprimand the Asian boy. I'm fine. Eddie Lin gently shook her head, producing a blue silk scarf from her bag to cover her mouth and nose. Amon. Someone angrily admonished the shooter. What are you doing? A standard Colt. 44, even when fired at the head, typically leaves merely a bloody puncture. It should not explode as it had now. This situation suggested either a modification of the weapon or tampering with the ammunition. Mr. Deer's headless corpse lay amidst a pool of blood on the ground, a horrific blend of red and white. Who knows? Amon remarked nonchalantly, his smile unwavering despite the blood staining him. Perhaps Mr. Deer truly angered Allah, who had unleashed a fire that could scorch the earth upon him. Take Mr. Deer's remains away. We shall hold a grand funeral for him, allowing his soul to find peace and be reborn after the judgment of the Almighty. Amon's words were laced with constant reverence for Allah. Those unfamiliar might genuinely believe him to be a devout Muslim. Yet those who knew him understood he was a lawless individual. Upon seeing Amon today, many had thought they were mistaken. How could the second-in-command of a lavish casino preside over a mere roulette? Without fatalities, a host in a roulette game often loses face, as the gambler's fortune triumphs over the malevolent gunman. Yet now, it appeared everything was under control. I thought Amon had come to celebrate Deer's 12th roulette challenge success, wagering 5 million, but I was mistaken. A hefty man lamented from a distant sofa. Don't worry, 5 million is mere pocket change for you. Someone chuckled loudly, raising a glass. Deer's brutal demise initially shocked and repulsed many, yet as they recovered, blood and death would only serve to further awaken the darkness within them, leading to more reckless behavior. At least 5 groups had now begun to leer at Eddie Lin, their gazes filled with lasciviousness and avarice, as if they were beasts ready to pounce. Are you feeling unwell? We can leave and return. Jiang Zheng reminded himself of the true purpose of his visit, watching the girl as he softly inquired, do I care about the prying eyes of these ruffians? Eddie Lin playfully winked, though her words were chillingly cold. Jiang Zheng's brow furrowed deeper, his expression turning grave upon hearing her response. If he was not mistaken, they had likely fallen into a word spirit, though its precise nature eluded him. The current manifestations indicated it activated and magnified the darker aspects of one's heart. While this might be its sole effect, its influence on Eddie Lin was significant enough to suggest that this word spirit was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the man named Amon was also a hybrid, having recently employed a word spirit. Word spirits deceive, the user can manipulate people or objects, achieving a semblance of reality that transcends the rules of the world. Earlier, Amon had used a word spirit on the bullets in the magazine, leading them to believe they were in the chamber ready to be fired, thus altering their positions. This explained why Jiang Zheng had observed the bullets clearly in the bottom left magazine, while Amon could pull the trigger and fire. Jiang Zheng recognized this word spirit because he had encountered another hybrid employing it domestically. However, that individual was a cult leader, capable only of deceiving crowds into believing his words, a far cry from Amon's ability to deceive inanimate objects. Word spirits, stemming from dragon lineage, are unique abilities possessed by dragons and hybrids, enabling them to manipulate and modify the laws of the world through elemental control. Each word spirit has distinct effects, varying in strength, yet ultimately dependent on the user's prowess. Regarding the fact that Eddie Lin is of mixed heritage, Jiang Zheng harbored no doubts whatsoever. The individuals who could walk alongside him, a solitary figure, and whom he did not find tiresome, were predominantly of mixed blood. Although he was uncertain about the purity of Edelin's lineage, it was likely to be respectable, and the user of the word spirit could exert a slight influence over her, suggesting the lineage of the caster was likely of a lower caliber, comparable to Amon's. Jiang Zheng cast a glance at Andy, who was merely counting money, his expression one of bewilderment. This fellow seemed either completely unaffected or inherently fond of wealth. Since there was no rush, let us indulge in a game before departing. At that moment, the host of the roulette had been replaced by a voluptuous woman, her long legs encased in ultra-short leather shorts, her ample skin illuminated enticingly by the colorful lights. "I wish to play this," Jiang Zheng announced as he approached the woman, stepping over still fresh bloodstains beneath his feet. The woman's face radiated warmth akin to a blossoming red rose, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. "What a handsome young man," she remarked, bending slightly to tease Jiang Zheng's chest with her finger, revealing her smooth, pale skin and a deep, alluring cleft. Regrettably, Jiang Zheng's glacier-like countenance showed no signs of melting. How unappealing, he thought. Some patrons at the gambling table began to notice the roulette, as other tables, regardless of the stakes, merely involved wagers of money, while roulette was a gamble for one's very life. Thus, the long table of roulette was situated at the very heart of the casino. The alluring woman retrieved a box from a drawer, unveiling it with a flourish, revealing the .44 caliber Colt revolver that had recently shattered Mr. Deer's skull. "So, dear young man, how many bullets would you like to wager?" she inquired, her red lips parting slowly. "6 bullets," he replied. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity. Onlookers in the distance noticed the unexpected quietude and set aside their cards to gaze toward the scene. A chuckle erupted from someone, quickly escalating into raucous laughter that spread contagiously through the crowd. Even the most impeccably dressed individuals succumbed to laughter, unable to contain themselves. Where did this child come from? Did he wander off from his guardians? "Shall I assist you in finding the police?" One jested, while another added, "Do you think he's wagering a revolver jam? Don't be ridiculous. Perhaps he doesn't even know how many bullets that revolver can hold." Jiang Zheng's youthful appearance, combined with the backpack slung over his shoulder, rendered him akin to a lost high school student returning home. The woman's expression stiffened, though the laughter was not directed at her. She felt a sense of being mocked. "Very well," she snapped, her demeanor turning cold as she produced a box of brass bullets, unscrewed the chamber, and forcefully filled each slot, closing it with a resounding snap. The weapon that once aimed at Mr. Deer now pointed at Jiang Zheng. Hey, Chinese boy, you truly wish for 6 bullets? I thought you were jesting." Andy babbled incessantly. On the second floor, 2 men held glasses of ice-filled martinis, one of whom was Amon, the previous host of the roulette. "Are you not going to intervene? That child appears to be underage," one man remarked coolly. Amon removed his black contact lenses, revealing eyes that shimmered with a subtle golden hue, reminiscent of a lizard or snake. "He wishes to play. Is anyone forcing him? Furthermore, if I were to intervene now, Annie would blame me. So be it. Blood will incite greater frenzy, and it seems today as takings will be substantial." The private room fell into a heavy silence as the 2 men silently observed the hall below through the glass. At that moment, Jiang Zheng raised his arm. "Forgive the interruption, but I've heard that 6 bullets equate to 3 million Egyptian pounds." Annie momentarily faltered, staring at Jiang Zheng for several seconds. According to their rules, it indeed amounted to 3 million. She nodded and motioned for 2 men to bring forth a metallic tray, upon which a substantial amount of cash was neatly arranged. A mountain of 200 Egyptian pound notes piled high. "If you survive, it is yours," Annie said, raising the handgun once more, preparing to pull the trigger. Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, you may shoot at any time." Having learned from the previous experience, the accompanying women quickly distanced themselves, unwilling to gaze at Jiang Zheng's handsome face, fearing that, in the next moment, they would witness a gruesome spectacle. The men understood that this was no longer a mere childish game, but rather that this boy would pay the price for his actions. Despite appearing more composed than Mr. Deer, they fixated on Jiang Zheng's dark hair, eager for a torrent of blood to erupt, fulfilling their inner desires. To the extent that even Eddie Lin beside Jiang Zheng lost her unique charm. Eddie Lin quietly observed Jiang Zheng, her ice cream long consumed, leaving only an inedible paper cone in her hand, uncertain if she should seek a trash bin to dispose of it. "Goodbye. I truly would not have minded sharing a moment of joy with you," Annie purred, licking her crimson lips, resembling a femme fatale at that instant. Regrettably, Annie's fingers gradually tightened, the revolver's trigger pressing back as she fixed her gaze on the boy's calm, indifferent visage. What would it be like to see him explode? Surely more beautiful than that short man earlier? Bang! The Colt's barrel spewed forth a flame not its own, the deafening gunshot reverberating through the hall like a tolling bell. It was the same gun, yet the difference was that the Asian boy stood unscathed, his demeanor still one of tranquility, which now appeared rather pretentious. "Amon, did you use the word spirit?" A man in the private room suddenly inquired. "Do not jest. I am not capable of such feats. Deception is merely that, deception. It can obscure the truth but cannot conjure the non-existent or erase the existent," Amon patiently explained, furrowing his brow. "If I were to employ the word spirit on Annie, it might create the illusion that the boy was not in his position, potentially causing the bullet to veer off course. But the issue is, the fired bullet has vanished." Amon rose, his golden eyes scanning the hall, revealing no trace of a bullet on the boy's back wall or the floor beneath him. Annie stared incredulously at the gun in her hand and the boy before her, her trembling wrist betraying that she had indeed fired. The immense recoil had momentarily seized her arm, yet the boy's flawless visage confirmed his survival. Had she truly missed? "You did not miss, and the bullet has not vanished." Jiang Zheng opened his palm, a shadow dissipating silently, revealing the brass bullet nestled within. Chapter 10. Moonlight, then I shall not hold back. "Thank you. 3 million, Jiang Zheng declared, setting down his backpack and beckoning Andy to come and gather the money. People exchanged glances, bewildered by how this boy had accomplished such a feat. Could it be a trick from the East? Annie's expression soured considerably, not only because of her lost dignity, but also due to the significant loss inflicted upon the organization. Her once drooping arm slowly rose, aiming the gun once more at the jubilant Jiang Zheng, who was busy collecting his winnings. Naturally, several individuals in the hall witnessed this scene, yet none dared to warn Jiang Zheng. The influence of this family paradise was substantial, ranking among the most powerful in Cairo's underworld, truly the local overlords. Annie extended her tongue to moisten her lips, her expression growing increasingly ferocious. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a strong, powerful arm gripped the gun's barrel, poised to unleash flames once more. "Who?" Annie, startled and furious, turned to see the owner of the arm, and all her emotions vanished. She bent down, trembling, and spoke in a quavering voice, "Boss." The man, dressed in a sleek black suit, with a prominent nose and slightly sunken eyes, possessed shallow brown pupils. He was none other than Muhammad Amir, the proprietor and mastermind behind this establishment of pleasure. At that moment, Jiang Zheng, with his bulging backpack, turned around, accompanied by Andy Yi, who clutched a pile of cash, while the tray on the table remained spotless. "This is rather improper," Jiang Zheng remarked, smirking derisively. "Indeed," Amir replied, bending slightly in apology. The Colt in Annie's hand had somehow found its way into the man's possession, and in the next instant, with a resounding bang, Annie's right hand vanished. The searing pain caused her to writhe on the ground, her eyes filled with crimson streaks, her body convulsing violently. Yet she gritted her teeth, suppressing her anguished cries, only able to emit muffled whimpers in place of screams. "How about this?" Amir collected the firearm, his gaze fixed humbly on Jiang Zheng's feet. "It will suffice," Jiang Zheng whistled, waving a red betting ticket from his pocket. "Let's exchange the money. We are leaving." Amir flashed a benevolent smile, yet his eyes remained lowered. "It has already been arranged. The winnings you all earned have been transferred to the bank cards you provided earlier. Jiang Zheng muttered something inaudible, while Andy Yi, standing nearby, barely caught words like grass and fool in Chinese. Gently tugging at Edelin's sleeve, Jiang Zheng and his companions departed, drawing the attention of all present. Amir finally lifted his head, his brown eyes glinting with a wolfish intensity, and summoned, "Bring her down." Two individuals swiftly approached, lifting Annie away, yet she remained silent, refusing to cry out despite her agony. "Esteemed guests, this evening our paradise shall welcome its most distinguished visitor. In half an hour, the premises will be cleared, so please allocate your time wisely," Amir announced with utmost cordiality. As night descended, he hoped everyone would have a delightful time. Some seemed still in shock. The recent scene had left a profound impact on them. The once lofty owner of the paradise showed such respect toward a mocked Asian boy. Could such a transformation truly occur in reality? Was this not a cliché reserved for second-rate novels? Amir paid no mind to the audience's gradually dispersing thoughts. After delivering his remarks, he departed for the attic on the top floor. The attic's large floor-to-ceiling windows were flung open, allowing the unrestrained sunlight to pour into the room, illuminating it entirely. "He has left?" Aman rose from the sunlight, moving to the lone shadow in the corner, inhaling deeply. "I despise the daytime as well." "Yes," Amir nodded, sitting cross-legged in the sunlight. "For safety's sake, we should remain a while longer." Who would have anticipated coming to Egypt? He typically operates in Asia and Europe. Amir recalled a post from 6 months ago on the Hunter website's forum. This post had been live for merely 5 minutes before being deleted. Yet Amir had managed to glimpse its contents. Moonlight, a newly emerged senior hunter in the market. He garnered nearly universal acclaim from employers due to his impeccable task completion rate. In a time when many hunters were stained with the notoriety of murder and theft, a skilled hunter who valued the commands of employers was indeed a rare find. Moonlight's operations were known for their efficiency, ruthlessness, and audacity. It was said that he undertook missions only at night, yet he never employed any disguise. Nevertheless, no one had ever seen or captured his face on camera. Until last New Year, it seemed Moonlight accepted a task to steal artifacts from a British museum. Due to the employer's pressing timeline, Moonlight was forced to execute the theft during the daytime when the exhibits were being transported. Rather than a theft, it was more akin to an outright robbery. Everyone on Charing Cross in London witnessed a dark figure violently shattering each display case and depositing the artifacts into nearby sacks. Then, in an instant, the shadow vanished, along with both the stolen items and the thief. As for the guards, they had long been incapacitated or left battered on the street. However, Moonlight's face was captured by the museum's surveillance cameras, a sharply defined Asian visage, likely of Chinese descent, and most of the stolen artifacts were indeed of Chinese origin. Following this incident, his capabilities became known within the community, linked to shadows, with sunlight being his apparent weakness. Strangely, neither the London Museum nor the police issued a wanted notice for Moonlight. Aside from the media frenzy surrounding the event, no information about the thief ever emerged. It was rumored that the individual who posted on the Hunter website was soon after dealt with in a rather permanent manner. What tasks are absent in the Hunter market? Not to mention Egypt, missions to the Arctic and Antarctic have also surfaced. Aman leaned against the wall, seemingly more relaxed now, shedding the previously sinister charm he had exuded while hosting the roulette. "Speaking of which, we haven't taken on a task in years. Are we effectively retired?" "Don't speak of retirement. It's bad luck." Amir frowned. "We have merely transitioned from hunters to the employers behind the scenes. The Hunter website is an insatiable black hole. Entering is easy, but escaping is far more challenging. Prepare well for tonight's auction. It would be splendid to please our esteemed guest. Why not prepare in advance? Don't you think time is too tight?" Aman approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing Jiang Zheng's party driving away. The news they had just received indicated that these influential figures were peculiar, temperamental, and capricious. "Aren't we the same in Annie's eyes?" Amir noted Aman's gaze and cautioned, "Aman, do not entertain reckless thoughts. Just focus on our duties." "I understand." Aman nodded obediently, not angered. At that moment, he noticed a moth fluttering through the open window, expertly pinning a playing card to the wooden floor. "Close the window. This season, the moths will begin to emerge, and soon they will swarm the streets at night." "Very well." As Amir watched Jiang Zheng's pickup truck disappear, the last remnants of his unease gradually faded. When Aman exited the room, he bent to retrieve the playing card from the floor, his shadow merging with the moth's remains, a faint shadow swirling within, as if entering another realm. Startled, Amon withdrew his hand, scanning himself from head to toe without discovering anything amiss. "What is it?" Amir inquired upon noticing Amon's strange behavior. "Nothing," Amon replied, rubbing his fingers and tossing the playing card into the trash. "This moth is too ugly. It wasted a magic card." Chapter 11. Checking in the Four Corners Inn. A young girl hurried down the corridor, her form-fitting black combat attire accentuating her slender waist. Her brown hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying lightly with each step. Suddenly, she pivoted, pushing against the wall just before colliding with it, causing a door to swing open and quickly shut behind her. Inside was a room filled with various information devices and electronic screens, the command center for this operation. The girl surveyed her surroundings before hastening to a blond man, her admiration evident. Clara, a member of the student council and of rare noble lineage, had received invitations from both the student council and the Lionheart Society upon her enrollment. The reason she chose the student council was none other than this blond man beside her. "Chairman, our team has dispersed to various regions surrounding Cairo for surveillance and is conducting an in-depth investigation into several locations suspected to be dragon tombs," Clara remarked. "I understand," Caesar replied with a calm nod, his gaze shifting across the various surveillance areas displayed on the screen. "I need to step out shortly. I discovered something intriguing at an auction house that may very well originate from the Dragon Clan's ruins. Should we negotiate with them in our capacity as the execution department?" Clara inquired, her alertness palpable. "There's no need," Caesar responded. "Egypt is one of the countries with the highest number of tomb raiders in the world. Aside from the pyramids, places like the Valley of the Kings are home to numerous pharaohs and nobles' burials, including remnants of the Dragon Clan. Some smaller tomb raiding groups often seek out local black markets or auctions to quickly offload their finds after plundering ancient tombs. The informant mentioned that the quality of the goods this time is quite remarkable, even including items like bones and blood. Given the timing, it might be linked to the resurgence of the pure-blood Dragon Clan. Caesar seemed to murmur to himself before recalling something. "Did Morel mention anything about the boy I brought up in the previous meeting?" "Not really," Clara recalled, slowly adding, though the boy did glance towards the meeting room. "If necessary, we can have our people investigate." "Still not taking it seriously, are they?" Caesar scoffed. "I have a premonition that I will encounter that boy again soon." "Jiang Zheng, why are we staying in such a shabby motel when we've won so much money today? We could have gone to a hotel," Andy complained, squeezing through the narrow half door and casting a disdainful look at the bare front desk. The entire lobby lacked a resting area for guests, featuring only a counter adorned with a few potted plants on either side, and the walls bore a lodging permit issued by the local government of Cairo, alongside a painting depicting a massive tree, half of its branches withered and the other half flourishing. "Perhaps it holds some religious significance," Andy mused, feeling perplexed by the painting. "Just turn left and not far from here is the Kempinski Nile Hotel in Cairo. You can stay there, which conveniently saves me the cost of a room," Jiang Zheng retorted, delivering a punchy response to Andy while explaining to Edeline. "The rooms here are quite nice. It's just the front desk looks rather ordinary." "Hello. I would like to book 3 single rooms," Jiang Zheng stated, lightly tapping his knuckles on the counter. At that moment, the young receptionist, who had been dozing with her head on the desk, fluttered her long eyelashes, awakening to gaze vacantly at the group for a moment. As her dazed eyes regained their luster, she sat up, feeling inexplicably intimidated by Jiang Zheng's calm demeanor. "How many rooms would you like?" she asked weakly. 3 single rooms, 2 of which need to be adjacent." "Oh, okay," the receptionist said, smoothing her disheveled hair to reveal her charming, oval face. After completing the registration and retrieving a few room cards, her arms suddenly stiffened midair, and a look of shock and fear crossed her face as she quietly remarked, "I just remembered that these rooms are under renovation. The smell is quite strong, and they're uninhabitable. Would you like to consider another place?" Jiang Zheng remained silent, while the girl's voice grew increasingly soft, resembling the hum of a mosquito. "It's truly for your safety and health. If it doesn't work out, I can recommend a few other inns." "It's fine. We'll take these rooms," Jiang Zheng replied. Observing the girl's anxious expression, Andy couldn't help but suggest, "Perhaps we should choose another place." The girl immediately cast a grateful glance his way, which greatly pleased him. Jiang Zheng shot a cold look at Andy, silently urging him to retract his forthcoming well-meaning words. After a moment's thought, he said, "I know the blonde man from the 3rd floor." "Caesar?" the girl blurted out. Suddenly, A loud commotion erupted from the staircase on the side of the lobby, the thundering footsteps akin to an earthquake. Did you hear that? They're definitely renovating, the girl asserted with conviction. Jan, a man clad in a black trench coat, suddenly burst from the staircase, appearing to be in his mid-20s. With thick brows and large eyes, presenting an appealing visage. His gaze darted swiftly across Jiang Zheng and his companions, momentarily lingering on Adeline before settling on Jiang Zheng. His throat involuntarily tightening and his muscles tensing as if bracing for an impending threat. Morel? The girl named Jan immediately recognized that the three individuals before her were far from ordinary and likely of mixed blood. But what mixed blood individual would dare to trespass on the execution department's territory? Morel's bloodline ability, bloodline convergence, is sensitive to dragon bloodlines, enabling him to swiftly identify dragon descendants, making him a crucial member in this mission to seek the revival of the pure-blood dragon clan. We need 3 single rooms, Jiang Zheng reiterated patiently, tapping the counter once more. Huh. Morel paused, quickly contemplating before nodding. All right, no problem. Jan, assist them with the check-in. There are still available rooms on the 2nd floor. As Morel watched the trio ascend to the 2nd floor, he returned to the front desk. Jan, what happened? I fell asleep, and when I woke up, they were here asking for a room. I forgot you were coming today, and when I remembered, I intended to ask them to leave, but that boy was very insistent. Jan lamented, her face drawn in distress. Plus, I felt his gaze was extremely intimidating. I didn't dare to meet his eyes. Morel sighed. You should at least be capable of handling such a basic situation. How could you make such a low-level mistake? My bloodline rating is only a level 1. I barely passed the execution department's assessment through luck and the minister's leniency. Jan pouted, feeling aggrieved. Besides, my usual tasks involve watching over the place. I've never encountered any danger. It's not your fault. Even if you had initially rejected them, they likely wouldn't have left, Morel noted, his brow furrowed. With Craig and most of the formal agents absent, and Caesar having left on a lead, only a few weakly armed clerks and semi-clerical agents remained in the command center. Jan raised her small head, asking, Did Caesar leave too? How did I not know? Do you think we're on the same wavelength? You didn't even notice when he left, Morel replied, casting a helpless glance at her, causing her to blush and lower her head in shame once more. I'll go up and monitor them while you contact the instructor. Also, use my authority to request an investigation into the identities of the 3, Morel instructed, pulling a black card from his pocket. My authority has been upgraded to a level that should suffice. Inform the other agents not to act rashly until Craig and Caesar return. Is that boy's bloodline rank very high? Jan cautiously took the black card, a hint of envy on her face. Morel opened his mouth, but said nothing, merely shaking his head weakly. When the bloodline convergence is activated, the entire world appears as a tilted plane to the user. Anyone possessing dragon bloodline will immediately be detected within this web. Having been a part of the execution department for several years, Morel had become quite adept at utilizing this ability. The range of bloodline convergence could extend outward for hundreds of meters from the motel center, and in a unidirectional manner, it could reach even further. The energy consumption of bloodline convergence is not overly taxing, and he activates it for 5 minutes each hour to conduct his surveillance. To him, this motel radiated like a beacon, filled with dozens of bulbs, some glowing brightly and others dimly, with the occasional firefly flickering nearby. However, when that boy appeared, it was as if a blazing sun had emerged across the entire web. All other lights were eclipsed by his brilliance. As he observed the sun slowly move towards the motel, Morel once entertained the notion that the pure-blood dragon clan had awakened and sought him out, prompting his hasty descent to investigate. While he had encountered level 3s before, such as Craig, who was a level 3, and Caesar, who excelled among level 3s in the academy, none had ever imparted such a sensation. Perhaps that boy was the legendary level 4? Morel broke into a cold sweat, slapping his face to regain focus as he returned to the monitoring room. Chapter 12. The enigma. The man just now had a fierce gaze, unmistakably the kind capable of taking a life. Even within our organization, he would likely rank among the top. Andy whispered as he entered the corridor. That front desk attendant, however, is rather attractive, though she seems somewhat dim-witted. Go to sleep, Jiang Zheng retorted, tossing a room card for 203 to Andy. I'll be in 202, and Adeline. You're in 201? Adeline nodded in agreement. I'll check the room first, then we can discuss our itinerary, Jiang Zheng stated. The two arrived at the door of their room. As the card slid through the electronic lock, a melodic chime sounded, and the aluminum door creaked open slightly. The interior revealed a cherrywood counter and a wine-red wool carpet. The transparent glass cabinet was filled with crystal-like glassware, and before the expansive sofa stood an LCD television. Its size uncertain, perhaps 30 or 40 inches. Further inside lay a grand bed adorned with a white cashmere blanket. Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being, so this is what proper decor looks like. My own television is still an old tube model. The second thought struck him. I forgot to ask about the room rate. Adeline showed little reaction, slipping into her slippers at the door and placing her small bag on the sofa. She quietly retrieved a glass from the cabinet to fill with water, everything unfolding so naturally. Jiang Zheng entered room 202, which was similarly lavishly decorated. The camera was positioned to capture the balcony view, with no surveillance equipment inside. 2 minutes later, he discarded the remnants of 2 small cameras into the trash and abruptly asked, "Which European lineage do you hail from?" Coughing violently. Adeline seemed on the verge of tears, her eyes misty. Suddenly recalling something, she protested, "I am your employer. You cannot pry into my background." "All right then, let us change the subject," Jiang Zheng replied, having not anticipated an answer to that question. "What is your true purpose for being here?" Adeline hesitated under his serious gaze, eventually succumbing. "It's really just for play. I simply want to see something a bit special," she hastily explained. Jiang Zheng scrutinized her for a moment, confirming she was not lying, then asked, "Is it related to the dragon lineage? You just blurted that out?" Adeline exclaimed, her petite, well-defined nose lifting slightly as her delicate brows knitted together. "My family often admonishes me not to mention the existence of dragons outside. We are not naive," Jiang Zheng shrugged, pulling out a notebook from his backpack. "Throughout today, aside from you, I sensed the presence of hybrids on the 3rd floor of this inn in the morning. Encountered at least 2 more capable of releasing linguistic powers at the Paradise in the afternoon, and now I've seen 2 more here tonight. Andy might be one as well. His boss could also be among them. The concentration of hybrids here is utterly irrational unless there is a significant hybrid organization locally, or something monumental concerning dragons is occurring, an aggregation effect drawing these hybrids from all corners of the world." "Is Andy also a hybrid?" Adeline's mouth fell open, disbelief etched across her face. "You seem highly sensitive to hybrids. Could it be due to a reconnaissance linguistic power?" "No, I have my own methods," Jiang Zheng replied, opting not to disclose his secrets. Adeline rested her chin on her hand, rubbing the sofa with her other hand, and after a moment of contemplation, earnestly stated, "I've heard that a pure-blood dragon lineage is on the verge of revival." "What?" Jiang Zheng frowned, suddenly contemplating fleeing. It made sense why so many hybrids congregated in this city. The revival of a pure-blood dragon was indeed a significant event. Was it a 2nd generation? Surely not, Adeline gasped. "Don't scare me. Who told you that?" "I heard it was merely a 3rd generation," she added. "That's a relief," Jiang Zheng thought to himself. His uncle had once taken him to a dragon tomb, where although they encountered no living dragons, the alchemical matrices left behind kept them occupied for days. Upon reaching the main burial chamber, they discovered it was merely a secondary tomb of a 2nd-generation dragon. Dragon tombs consist of main and secondary chambers, built by the dragons themselves, with secondary tombs typically housing the descendants of dragons. The offspring of 2nd-generation dragons are likely to be 3rd generation, though they might also be 2nd generation. A detail Jiang Zheng never fully grasped, and his uncle was only vaguely informed. Alas, leading the youth astray. "What next?" Jiang Zheng inquired. "Then I simply wanted to see what a living dragon looks like." Adeline's ice-blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning. "My linguistic powers are non-aggressive, lacking self-defense capabilities, and I don't want my family to know, so I sought a bodyguard. But from what I see, you seem quite capable. I believe you can fulfill the task. Right?" The girl lowered her head, her hands clasped in supplication, pleading, "Please." Jiang Zheng felt his resolve soften, but in the next moment, he became alert. This sensation resembled the linguistic tactics employed by the Paradise's owner. He wanted to become angry, yet his mind offered no feedback, rendering him incapable of feeling any emotion. "Did you use linguistic powers on me?" "Ah," Adeline exclaimed like a startled rabbit, raising her head to reveal her once ice-blue eyes now transformed into a pale gold. She quickly retreated, curling up on the sofa, covering her head in a plea for mercy. "Don't hit me. I was wrong. Normally, if someone had unleashed linguistic powers on Jiang Zheng, he would have certainly retaliated with a fierce blow. Yet, at that moment, he felt like a monk devoid of desires, unable to harbor any anger, let alone the thought of striking someone. I won't harm you, just lift the linguistic power, Jiang Zheng sighed. I'm a hunter with a flawless reputation. How could I possibly harm my employer? Really? Adeline's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Zheng flashed a grin, observing that this girl, with her quirky demeanor, was far from the naive girl he had previously encountered in Japan who had run away from home. Well, tell me about the effects of your linguistic power. It seems we encountered it today. Jiang Zheng felt the formidable nature of this power and began to take it seriously. The linguistic power is called Enigma, or perhaps you would recall its other name, Aphrodite, the goddess of love in Greek mythology. Adeline's golden gaze faded back to her beautiful blue eyes. I can implant emotions within the surrounding environment: fear, anger, calmness, joy, and so forth. So, you can manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Jiang Zheng questioned, intrigued. Aphrodite is also known as Venus. In mythology, her faithful companion, the little god of love, Eros, wields a bow. Those struck by her golden arrows fall madly in love with the first person they see, while those hit by her lead arrows develop inexplicable hatred toward another. Not quite so powerful, Adeline shook her head. While linguistic powers employ language, their effects resonate with the heart aligned with that language. I've rarely used negative emotional implants. Over time, even when not using my linguistic powers, I exude a gentle, joyful aura. Jiang Zheng realized. No wonder the passers-by had treated Adeline so amiably earlier. Adeline continued. The person I encountered in the afternoon must have implanted a desire within me. I wasn't paying attention and inadvertently fell for it. I understand. I will ensure your safety, Jiang Zheng nodded, rising to leave. However, you might not necessarily see dragons. They typically take on human forms while in slumber, not their dragon forms. To nurture a colossal dragon body, they require nearly peak strength and ample nourishment. Given the current onslaught against dragons by hybrids, it's highly unlikely that such a scenario will occur. Get some good rest. If there's anywhere you wish to visit, let me know in advance. By evening, he had finally grasped the task at hand, yet uncertainty lingered regarding the location of the awakening 3rd generation. He wondered if Adeline would be disappointed if she failed to see a dragon. Adeline's lineage likely ascended to the earthly or Kuan level, corresponding to nobility among mixed bloods in Europe. In the realm of mixed blood families in Huagua, bloodline status is designated by terms such as heaven and earth, Xian and Huang, or Qian and Kuan. Though it may seem that Huagua's nomenclature carries more weight, Jiang Zheng understood that these titles were merely whimsically assigned by the family's geomancer, lacking any substantive meaning. Andai's lineage might be slightly inferior. His frenzied counting of money in the afternoon was not a sign of his immunity to verbal spells, but rather a manifestation of his overwhelming desire for wealth. In Jiang Zheng's mind, he subtly recalibrated Andai's threat level downward. Chapter 13. The auction. This is the place, murmured the man softly, his tone gentle. Are they here to greet us? The girl in the passenger seat, adorned in an exquisite gown, gestured towards the window with her eyes. A man in a sleek black suit approached briskly, opening the car door while casting a sidelong glance at the 2 occupants. He had hair like shimmering silk and a face that was both lovely and gentle, with calm, kind sea-blue eyes. The woman, or girl, possessed crystal-clear eyes resembling a glacial mirror, and her youthful visage exuded an air of aloof elegance, her figure strikingly alluring. Welcome to the paradise of humanity. I am Muhammad Emil, the person in charge here. All preparations for the auction have been completed. We await your seating. Parsi, why must we participate in this auction? Why not simply hand over the items and be done with it? And where is the chairman? Clara followed closely behind, her voice almost a whisper. Do you not think that would strip away much of the excitement? Parsi replied gently before continuing in a hushed tone. We are attending this auction as emissaries of the Gattuso family. The young master is not particularly fond of such gatherings. A rare look of exasperation crossed Parsi's face. For while Caesar might permit himself to represent Gattuso, he could not abide being identified solely by that name. The Gattuso family identity. Clara nodded in understanding. Aware of the formidable stature of the Gattuso family, capable of making waves wherever they went. Upon hearing Parsi's words, Emil silently smiled in resignation, feeling an intensified yearning for power. The original bar and casino area had vanished, merging into a grand auction venue. The rows of seating had been dismantled, replaced by hundreds of scattered round tables and chairs throughout the hall. Above, an enormous crystal chandelier hung, casting a warm, soft glow that dispelled the darkness. The once wooden floor was now covered with a luxurious wool carpet adorned with black lily patterns, while the walls displayed numerous national-level masterpieces treasured by the owner of the paradise. Dancers graced the stage with rhythmic movements, their skin glistening under the lights, while waitstaff and headscarves attended to guests throughout the venue. The hall was filled with tycoons and mining moguls, exchanging pleasantries and showcasing their finest manners, as elegant ladies gracefully navigated the space, flaunting their figures. This venue, rather than an auction house, resembled a grand social soiree. Everyone knew a distinguished guest would arrive at the paradise today, though they did not know his identity. The significant expense incurred to host and appease him indicated his status as a pinnacle figure in human society. To earn his favor would be akin to reaching the summit of success. Thus, despite waiting for an extended period, no one voiced dissatisfaction. They remained patiently expectant. In the next moment, the music ceased, the dancers exited, and the second-in-command of the paradise, Amon, took the stage. The attendees recognized the arrival of the main guest and orderly returned to their seats in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Amon, clad in a black tailcoat, white gloves, and impeccably groomed hair, stood tall with sharp features. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the Paradise of Humanity's auction. The auction will commence shortly. Please ensure your paddles are ready, as they will serve as your only identification tonight. He did not introduce the esteemed guest, nor engage in unnecessary pleasantries. Diving directly into the evening's agenda. Next, we shall present the first item for auction, the Gate of the Paradise. Sharif and Khalid returned to the entrance after the boss had welcomed the dignitaries. For the sake of the paradise's reputation, the boss had even outfitted the two guards in branded suits, a far cry from their previous attire. Unfortunately, once donned, they could only admire one another. Sharif, do you think the boss will want our suits back later? Khalid cautiously smoothed the creases of his coat. Sharif scoffed, you insult the boss. What are these clothes worth? Does he care about such trifles? I searched online. This suit alone costs several thousand, and the shoes are even pricier, over 90,000. Khalid exclaimed, adjusting his black leather shoes. Just focus on your work. A smirk played on Sharif's lips, though it was unclear whether it was mockery or delight. If all goes well, everything will be fine. If not, I'll be visiting your grave on the day of remembrance. Khalid opened his mouth to respond, but as someone approached, he fell silent and stood at attention. Sharif was indeed correct. If they disgraced the paradise, the boss would not spare them. Khalid was the first to notice a man in a sharply tailored white suit. A vibrant red rose peeking from his pocket. His golden hair shimmered in the night, exuding an air of elegance that was almost blinding. In his hand, he held an object resembling a mask, obscured in darkness. As Sharif beheld the man's face, he was reminded of a perfect ancient Greek sculpture auctioned previously at the paradise. Good day, Sharif greeted respectfully, but before he could finish, the man interrupted. Open the door. His tone was devoid of warmth. Khalid inhaled deeply and stepped forward, bowing slightly. Do you have an invitation? Today's auction at the paradise requires one for entry. Do not waste my time, nor make me repeat myself. The man's gaze was profound, akin to an emperor surveying the realm from on high. Sharif and Khalid felt an overwhelming aura of authority wash over them, a mix of fear and reverence surging within. They could only open the door to seek relief. After watching the man depart, the pressure akin to a tidal wave receded, and the two leaned against the wall. Gasping for breath, their expensive suits and shirts damp with sweat. It seems we may have made an error, Khalid finally spoke after a moment of silence. Damn, you fool, Sharif exclaimed, clutching his head. Why did you open the door? Curse it. I saw you were more eager to open it than I was, just because I was closer. Khalid retorted defiantly. What now? After a flurry of insults, they simultaneously inquired. Perhaps we should flee. A glint of ferocity flashed in Khalid's eyes. That man looks formidable, and he is holding a mask. He clearly wishes to conceal his identity. Sharif cursed again. I knew you were trouble, not a good sort. Just jesting. Go notify the boss. I'll remain here to keep watch. Khalid chuckled. Fine. After contemplating, Sharif nodded and entered, leaving Khalid alone to guard the entrance. Room 202. For directions in. Various peculiar items were laid out on the sofa by Jiang Zheng, including two pieces acquired from Andai earlier that day, a metal plate and a red crystal. These two items are relics of the dragon lineage. The iron fragment is a remnant of an alchemical weapon. Although the alchemical matrix inscribed upon it has completely deteriorated, some incomplete inscriptions remain. It is likely that this fragment was once at the core of the weapon itself. Moreover, despite its dilapidated state, an alchemical weapon retains its potency. A mere swing of an ordinary steel blade may inflict less damage than a cut made with this fragment against dragons or hybrids. The red crystal, on the other hand, embodies the quintessence of the fifth element, a legendary philosopher's stone. While Jiang Zheng has never encountered a complete philosopher's stone, he has seen several unrefined semi-finished pieces. Though the one in his possession is of mediocre quality and unsuitable for embedding in weaponry. However, it might yield 2 or 3 bullets if properly refined, thus representing a considerable profit. Jiang Zheng muses whether he was too harsh toward Andy earlier, considering he might need to purchase items from his boss. He picks up a piece of yellow paper, adorned with what resembles chaotic symbols. Deep crimson ink has formed a grotesque, contorted creature upon it. As it nears depletion, he estimates he can exchange this semi-finished philosopher's stone for a few more sheets. Jiang Zheng then retrieves a deformed brown bullet from a crumpled paper ball, the same one that had exploded in Mr. Dior's head this afternoon. The blood upon it has dried, staining the brass a deep brown. He gently scrapes off the blood and copper residue, placing it into an ancient inkstone, adding a bit of clear water, and using a pin barrel to grind it lightly. The pale red liquid swirls like silk within the water, swiftly transforming into a pool of diluted blood. This inkstone, known as the Dragon Blood Inkstone, was crafted from the skull of a third-generation hybrid, having absorbed a significant amount of dragon and hybrid blood during its creation and subsequent processes. If dragon blood is added, the inkstone continues to absorb it, and the same applies to hybrid blood. While away from home, Jiang Zheng has devised a method to accurately determine if an individual is a hybrid, albeit a somewhat cumbersome process, yet consistently reliable. The Dragon Blood Inkstone is itself an alchemical artifact, its function intertwined with the symbols drawn upon the yellow paper. Utilizing dragon blood, certain geomancers from prestigious Chinese families can inscribe talismans or alchemical matrices. However, with the aid of the inkstone, there is no need for dragon blood, as one can simply use the inkstone to grind ink. Jiang Zheng gazes calmly at the pale red liquid within the inkstone, the copper residue having now been dissolved by the inkstone's toxicity, while Dior's blood begins to exhibit a repulsion reaction due to its prolonged separation from the inkstone. So, he is not a hybrid after all. It matters not. Jiang Zheng produces a carving knife and makes a small incision on his finger, allowing a drop of blood, radiant as a gem, to flow from the wound and drip onto the previously placed yellow paper talisman. Instantly, the blood melds with the talisman, saturating it in bright crimson, and the original chaotic symbols seem to extend, with black and red lines slithering across the surface, culminating in a distorted shadowy character at the center. Hybrids find it exceedingly simple to evade the regulations of normal society. Wealth, women, and power, hardly attainable for the average person, are within their grasp if they choose to disregard the world's order. According to the 75 articles of the New Covenant established in 1967 between the European Secret Society and the Chinese noble families, hybrids who employ incantations to cause the death of unrelated ordinary individuals for personal gain face imprisonment of no less than 10 years. Regardless of the treaty, I will bear the consequences. There are far too many detritus among wild hybrids. If they can be cleared away, let them be. Who would want to keep them around? This is how Li Rongkuan described the Covenant's regulations to him. Jiang Zheng wholeheartedly agrees. He tosses the talisman into the air, intoning an incantation. Sun spirit, moon spirit, unite. Celestial vigor, descend upon me. Expel evil, usher in the righteous. Thousands of ghosts lie concealed. Hasten, as commanded. The red paper talisman ignites in midair, leaving no trace of ash behind. Chapter 14. The Sphinx and Thutmose 3. Now, we present the 7th auction item of the evening. Amon's deep voice resonates through the microphone and sound system, echoing throughout the venue. The golden scepter of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh. As Amon unveils the red cloth, revealing the golden staff beneath, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. In ancient Egypt, the golden scepter was an emblem of the pharaoh's authority, an indispensable funerary item accompanying the pharaoh in death. Within a pharaoh's tomb, the scepter's value ranks among the top 3 of all burial goods. However, this scepter appears remarkably well preserved, as if it had only just emerged from the workshop yesterday. Even Egypt's national treasure, the golden mask of Tutankhamun, bears several imperfections, having undergone restoration by expert teams from various nations before being displayed to the public. Moreover, the engravings on pharaoh scepters typically depict the eye of Horus or the royal cobra, yet this one astonishingly features a cat. Should Jiang Zheng be present, he would recognize that this scepter is identical to the one Andy had shown him at the airport. The handle of the scepter is about the thickness of an adult's finger, and the intricate patterns and esoteric inscriptions are visible through the projection on the large screen. At the top of the scepter is an unusual creature with the head of a lion and the body of a man, its eyes inlaid with rubies that refract an enigmatic light under the illumination. This must be a forgery, someone whispers to themselves. It appears utterly flawless, akin to a poorly crafted imitation. Yet it is undeniably beautiful. A lady in red coos to the man beside her. If you like it, I might try to buy it. The man immediately responds with a gentlemanly smile. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man draped in a long robe listens to the murmurs with a pained expression. He is the provider of most items in tonight's auction and also Andy's clandestine superior. Faced with the public skepticism, he feels helpless. Upon receiving the scepter, he too was astonished. Had he not witnessed the tomb with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Gold, while chemically stable, does not preclude discoloration, rust, or spotting. Subjected to millennia of oxidation and corrosion in the air, the scepter's interior may be intact, yet its outer layer cannot entirely escape such fates. You have all seen its appearance. It is truly hard to describe, Amon chuckles lightly. But fortunately, we have a comprehensive understanding of its history. Egypt has had a total of 31 pharaohs, and this scepter belonged to one of them, Thutmose III. This pharaoh reigned over 500 years ago and was one of ancient Egypt's most militaristic leaders, having waged 15 wars, each bringing glory to Egypt. His reign marked the largest territorial expanse in Egyptian history. Yet, in the perception of the Egyptians, he is regarded as a proud and indulgent pharaoh. While many scholars in the West have likened him to a Napoleon of ancient Egypt, the starting price is 20 million Egyptian pounds, with a minimum bidding increment of 1 million. Amon gently brings down the gavel. Amidst the clamor in the hall, an undercurrent of unease flows through the crowd as they grapple with the authenticity of the item. 20 million is not an insubstantial sum for the attendees. If it turns out to be a fake, it would merely invite ridicule. Yet if genuine, it could yield hundreds or thousands of times the profit. After all, have we not seen the value of Tutankhamun's mask soar to astronomical heights? The guests instinctively glance toward the number 1 private box in the center of the second floor, where a well-mannered young man sits, the voice indicating he is gentle. He has purchased 5 of the 6 auction items thus far, exhibiting remarkable extravagance. If they were to assign a score to this guest, it would undoubtedly be a perfect rating. Why have you stopped bidding? Clara inquires, munching on exquisite fruits while seated on the sofa, noticing that Parsi has remained silent. They both serve as officers in the student council, with no hierarchy between them. In previous auctions, Parsi had initiated the bidding, prompting the others to follow suit. However, after he proposed a significantly high bid, no one dared to raise their paddles again. I had made an agreement with the young master. If the auction item were an ordinary artifact, I could bid on it. If it were a dragon-related item, it would be left to him. As Parky scanned the entire venue, he did not spot the man he sought. Is this object genuine, or merely an alchemical creation? Clara paused mid-bite, her hand suspended in the air. Indeed. Parky nodded solemnly. You recognize the statue atop my cane, do you not? Yes, it is the Sphinx, quite renowned. However, it seems to be merely the head of a cat. Could it be a Sphinx cat? Clara chuckled softly, widening her mouth to swallow the fruit she held, its luscious juices cascading within her mouth. Parky pondered the girl's insatiable appetite. Since entering, she had continuously indulged in food. Fortunately, the room was stocked with ample wine and fruit, alleviating the need for a server to make awkward yet polite exchanges. Otherwise, he might have lacked the courage to face their uncomfortable smiles. You might attempt to ignite your lineage before examining it. Clara blinked, closing her eyes. After half a second, her golden pupils illuminated the room. The cat's head transformed, morphing into a lion with a human face. She gazed at the golden cane on the stage and, after a moment, whispered, "It has turned into a ram-headed lion and an eagle-headed lion." Indeed, I did not expect you to discern all 3 transformations. Parky nodded affirmatively, offering her praise. Whether Thutmose III was a half-breed or a pure-blood dragon is a matter for another time, yet the Academy's research has revealed that his lineage is not particularly noble. He is the son of Thutmose II and his concubine Isis. His bloodline is impure. Clara instantly comprehended. They had studied the course on dragon bloodlines during the first half of their freshman year, learning that in terms of lineage, both pure-blood dragons and hybrids depend on the ancestry of both parents. Thutmose II may possess a noble lineage, yet Isis is likely a common dragon, rendering Thutmose III's bloodline mixed. Nevertheless, he ascended to the throne of Pharaoh and even waged wars to expand territory. Such achievements would etch his name in history, even among dragons, Clara remarked. Yet, in the end, he left no legacy. Parky continued softly, for it is said Thutmose III made a pact with a demon, privately altering his bloodline. Altering one's lineage? Is that not a taboo in the world of hybrids? Clara's fingers trembled imperceptibly, instantly losing her appetite. Even the dessert in her hand seemed unappealing. It is equally a taboo in the realm of pure-blood dragons. Parky spoke calmly, as if discussing commonplace matters. Once the truth of his lineage was revealed, Thutmose III was scorned by his mother and even his children. Despite his illustrious military accomplishments that spread Egypt's fame across the world, Parky elaborated, and the Sphinx, in Greek mythology, is a female malevolent entity, representing divine retribution. Are you suggesting it is related to this cane? Clara mechanically turned her head towards the golden staff, as if realizing that what she believed to be myth was, in fact, reality. Yes, thus I conjecture that Thutmose III might be the impending awakening of a third generation. Some fortunate soul may have stumbled upon his tomb and brought these burial items forth. Yet, it is said that Thutmose III's mummy was discovered in the late 19th century, alongside those of Thutmose I, II, Ramses I, II, and VI, among others. Clara clearly possessed a strong grasp of history, effortlessly naming numerous Egyptian pharaohs. Clara, never underestimate the dragons. Perhaps what we see is merely what they wish us to perceive. Parky's demeanor shifted, losing its previous warmth. 20 million. A voice, indifferent, called out. Chairman, Clara exclaimed joyfully, abandoning her dessert to search for the figure she longed for amidst the crowd through the enormous glass. Caesar, initially equally delighted. Parky sighed in resignation upon witnessing Clara's exaggerated reaction. He could not fathom why the Academy was filled with so many lovesick women, as his family elders had described. The Academy was meant to be a military bastion. He had heard Caesar intended to form some sort of lace girl group upon returning to the Academy. He wondered how his family would react to this news. After another sigh, Parky chuckled lightly. Chapter 15. Shadows. The excitement igniting within the private room remained unknown to those outside the venue, who had long since become restless. Alas, neither the esteemed guests nor the auctioneer Amon spoke, two towering figures dampening their enthusiasm. The cane began to emanate its own power. In the presence of a dragon's alchemical artifact, ordinary humans found it nearly impossible to resist its allure, driven madly to possess it. 25 million, 28 million, 40 million. The crowd surged with fervor, the bidding rapidly doubling the starting price. Amon, atop the stage, listened to the urgent cries of the crowd, seemingly reveling in this tide of wealth. Each individual was ensnared in the quagmire of the golden cane, unable to extricate themselves. 100 million. The detached voice rang out once more, the calmness starkly jarring, cleaving through all bids like a knife, akin to dousing a boiling wave with cold water. 100 million Egyptian pounds equates to over $5 million, a price still manageable for these business magnates. Yet the risk of purchasing a counterfeit would inevitably invite ridicule. Someone noted that, thus far, the number 1 VIP booth had not placed a single bid, raising questions as to whether the cane failed to capture their interest or if it were a fake. The crowd turned to scrutinize the man who had called out, discovering he wore a half-mask resembling Zorro. However, his golden hair was so strikingly radiant that it was impossible not to recognize him. Del, who was that bidder just now? Emile inquired from booth number 2. Boss, he just raised the 0 card. A sultry woman's voice emerged from the speakers beside Emile. The 0 card? Is there a problem? Emile momentarily lost his train of thought. We did not distribute any 0 cards for this auction. The number 0, a peculiar concept invented by ancient Indians, represents a monumental breakthrough in the history of mathematics. Rather than a mere numeral, it signifies the absence of value. For this reason, Emil typically refrained from issuing such potentially taboo numbers, yet now it appeared in the hands of that man below. Should we intervene? No need. His participation in the auction indicates he possesses a pre-existing bank account with us. Emil glanced at his phone and remarked, I now know who he is. Do not disturb him. Some, upon regaining their composure, chose to withdraw, closing their eyes to rest, while many others continued to plunge into the fray. 110 million. A rotund man, his face flushed, fixated on the cat's eye on the cane, eager to seize it at once. 120 million. 150 million. The number of bidders dwindled, yet the increments grew ever larger, with each bid multiple times the starting price. Participants gasped, striving to maintain their composure, loosening the buttons of their suits and shirts for breath, while those not bidding listened in silence as the auction total soared to a staggering figure. 300 million. Number 13 raised his card, shouting his bid. The hall fell into silence. Auctioneer Amon lifted his gavel, poised to strike it down for the first time, just as people believed a conclusion was finally at hand. The cold, imperial voice resonated once more, imbued with an unmatched authority. 1 billion. Zero raised his card. Madness. The crowd inwardly cursed the man. Such an insistent tone and domineering desire were truly vexing, yet under the man's commanding presence, no one dared to voice their objections. Those seated at the same table as Zero turned to look at him, only to find he was reclining in his chair, eyes closed, feigning sleep. Number 13 slumped in his chair, a portrait of despair, clearly resigned to surrender. No one dared to raise their placards anymore. They all bowed before this emperor-like man, both in spirit and in wealth. Parky sighed. Some are bidding recklessly. Family fortunes are not made from thin air. Clara gazed at Caesar with wide, starry eyes. 1 billion. The auctioneer Ammon declared. Going once, going twice, 1 billion. As Ammon brought down the gavel for the third time, an unexpected event transpired. A rectangular piece of red paper silently appeared in the air, descending gently without stirring a breeze. On the crisp sheet were crooked characters and a central Chinese character. Ammon noticed the red paper, for he was closest to it and had seen the symbols. The shadow character leapt from the paper. Dark as ink, yet emanating a peculiar luminescence, akin to a solar eclipse where the moon obscures sunlight, but the radiant corona still diffuses around the shadow. Suddenly, a fragment of blackness emanated from Ammon's body and merged with the shadow character. Realization struck him. He hurled the auction hammer into the air and turned to flee, as an immense fear began to swell within him. In the next instant, the red paper shattered and ignited, unleashing a vast darkness that enveloped the entire auction stage, forming a sphere. Inside, there were no cries from men. In the blink of an eye, the darkness receded silently, leaving Ammon, the auction table, and the golden scepter vanished, with only a concave black semicircle remaining on the auction platform. Ammon, Emil exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear in his voice. Quick, turn on all the lights. He stripped off his clothes and rushed into a fully illuminated room, checking himself for any signs of shadow. The attendees wore expressions of confusion and trepidation, gasping in alarm as their eyes darted toward the exits. Moments ago, someone had attempted to leave but was violently restrained by the auction staff, who wielded large-caliber handguns and military tasers, their faces contorted with fury, yet deep within their eyes lay unease and dread. The temporary violence subdued the guests, but should another incident occur, the crowd would likely scatter like frightened birds. Beneath the Zorro mask, Caesar's expression was grave, though his concern was not whether danger would strike again, but rather where the item he had just purchased had vanished to. Parky, did you see that? Clara poked the thigh of the man beside her, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was that? A spirit language? Of course not. Parky gently clarified once he regained composure. The red paper in the air must be some sort of tool inscribed with an alchemical matrix. The black shadow that just escaped from the auctioneer is an essential element as well. There is no need to worry about a recurrence. The auctioneer appears to have been targeted. That's a relief, Clara said, soothing her trembling chest, still shaken. Yet, Parky's heart was far from calm. The moment he saw the red paper, a formidable sense of crisis compelled him to flee without hesitation, overpowering his instinct to protect Caesar. It was only when he realized the target of the attack was solely the auctioneer Ammon that his anxiety began to subside. The speed and destructive potential demonstrated by the shadow suggested it could only be achieved by a high-risk spirit language. 3 minutes later, Emil emerged, drenched in sweat. This room had just been refurbished, and he hadn't expected it to be put to use so quickly. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Dale, return to the stage and continue the auction. We will waive the fees for the remaining items today. I need to check on box 1. Jiang Zheng stared in perplexity at the golden scepter in his hand. This was his first encounter with a spirit language, and he recognized the item. It was the Sphinx scepter that Andy had shown him at the airport, albeit the fake he had crushed into a golden sphere. This one, however, could perfectly withstand his spirit language attack, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. Yet, in his hand, it offered no sensation. The intricate patterns were indecipherable, and he had no intention of testing it with his blood. If one were not an alchemist, it was prudent to refrain from probing the properties of alchemical tools without understanding their functions, a conclusion Jiang had reached through countless trials marked by blood and pain. Forget it. Sleep is paramount. I am still in my developmental stage and cannot compromise my health. Jiang stuffed the items from the table and sofa into his backpack, filled with small trinkets that took up little space, yet weighed heavily. Chapter 16. Steel Home. The Giza Pyramid Complex stood beneath a sky adorned with twinkling stars, resembling a galaxy laid across the cerulean heavens, while the majestic pyramids and the Sphinx loomed over the endless desert, a testament to Egypt's most renowned structures, built by pharaohs Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure of the 4th dynasty. At the temporary camp of the Castle Academy's executive division, a young boy rested his chin on his hand, his dark skin reflecting a worried expression. Why hasn't Instructor Craig emerged yet? We clearly employed particle tomography on the pyramids and found no traces of dragons. Why must he investigate personally? We can't even reach them now. Thorn, be patient. If need be, grab a bite to eat, a nearby youth suggested. Chewing on pita bread he had purchased earlier, he appeared harmless, with a lean figure. I am not impatient. I am worried about the temporary command center. Neither Caesar nor I are there. Who can handle a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? The boy named Thorn hugged a massive black box approximately 15 meters long and 0.6 meters wide, resembling a child clutching a beloved toy. Well, the youth paused. If Morel's claims are not exaggerated, your return would be futile unless the opponent is an untrained brute. Damn it. Thorn punched the rock beneath him, only to redirect his fist toward the soft sand, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The Lionheart Guild can lose or die, but we cannot retreat without a fight. With us veterans around, there's no need for you to risk your lives. Ding dong. A frantic alarm blared from the electronic device before them. The instructors are out. The youth exclaimed joyfully, manipulating the device, only to frown at the strange readings. Thorn glanced at the screen, disoriented by the dizzying array of numbers and symbols. Without proficiency, it was incomprehensible. 5 minutes later, a mound of earth 100 meters away erupted, revealing a hidden underground passage from which a group of disheveled figures in black emerged. Instructor? Thorn hesitated, eyeing the dusty, burly man before him. It is I, Patrick Craig. The man coughed, expelling fine grains of sand with each heave. Is this the elite team of the executive division? Do they really appear in such a ragged state to confront pureblood dragons? The boy's mind was filled with questions. Facing the boy's skeptical gaze, the instructor awkwardly explained. We inadvertently fell into a trap set by the dragon kind, causing the internal space of the pyramid to shift and collectively transport us beneath the desert. Fortunately, one among us could manipulate sand flow, and with the aid of spirit language, we opened a path upward. He surveyed their surroundings and speculated. This must be a teleportation matrix established by the dragon kind, designed to send intruding tomb raiders to the endless sandy sea. In such a scenario, they could easily perish from asphyxiation or under 100 tons of sand. All right. Thorn suddenly recalled the incident at the inn. The boy Caesar met this morning came to our command center last night. Oh, what did Morel say? Is that boy a hybrid? Craig naturally took the opportunity to change the subject and asked proactively. Yes. Thorn's mind echoed with Morel's terrified roar over the phone, stating that the boy's lineage was exceedingly frightening, far from ordinary, possibly of a higher caliber. What? Craig's previously dark complexion now bore an unusual rustiness, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He continued to inquire. And then? What about Caesar? Caesar had mentioned before their arrival that he would attend an auction related to dragon artifacts in the afternoon. Thorn felt that the instructor was somewhat carefree. The boy and his friends had booked 3 rooms and were likely asleep by now. Asleep? Craig clutched his head, exclaiming, My God. Could you refrain from panting while you speak? What do you mean by panting? Thorn demonstrated an admirable eagerness to learn. You should focus on studying Chinese properly back at the academy. Craig lifted the boy with one hand, turning to his companions who were busy organizing and checking equipment, and shouted, "Do not let a momentary setback tarnish your confidence. Now, back to headquarters for a meeting." "Yes, instructor." At the entrance of the paradise, Caesar watched as the attendants loaded his auction acquisitions into a vehicle. The proprietor, Emile, stood nearby, acting as a temporary commander. He was already aware that the man holding the number 0 card was the most important guest of the evening, and he could only respond with a wry smile. Caesar was quite pleased with his haul for the day. The only regret was the disappearance of the first golden cane, which had a rather delightful design. "Emile." "No offense intended." Caesar gestured for the man to approach. "What are your thoughts on the shadow at the auction?" Emile pursed his lips, hesitating before replying. "This afternoon, a hunter named Amon arrived at our casino. He shot the man dead. He needn't have died, but Amon employed a spoken spell." Emile chose to speak candidly, including that Amon's initial intent was to enhance the atmosphere, while Moonlight later played roulette and caught a bullet with his bare hands, only concealing the fact that he too had used a spoken spell. Caesar nodded and after a moment asked, "Did Moonlight know that man?" "I believe not," Emile replied respectfully. "Do you have a photo of Moonlight?" Caesar seemed to have developed a bit of curiosity. Few knew that Caesar was also a hunter. Having registered with the hunter market at the tender age of 15, he did not become a hunter to pursue bounties like others. Even the most perilous tasks yielded rewards barely sufficient to acquire a single artifact for the evening. He merely found the individuals and events on the hunter website intriguing. He knew that when he registered, his name had already gained some renown, as it was an early account. Subsequently, his interest grew when he heard of the individual's young age. When the robbery incident on Charing Cross Road in London exposed his appearance, he deliberately paid to acquire the photograph from the person who had preserved it. Unfortunately, although the boy's face bore no disguise, it remained indistinct, with the only certainty being that he was approximately 16 to 18 years old, a rather alarming age. Caesar recalled the Asian boy he had seen that morning. Emile brought forth a developed photograph, likely obtained after reviewing the surveillance footage following Moonlight's visit. Indeed, Caesar observed the photograph and murmured. Pacey hastily approached, at his silent cue. Emile bowed and exited. "Young master, there has been an incident." He relayed the message from the hotel to Caesar, explaining the reason for his delayed notification. Caesar handed the photograph to Pacey, remaining silent for a considerable time before speaking. "Do you think we have been robbed?" Chapter 17. The board of directors in the basement of the Four Directions Hotel, a temporary meeting room. The previous meeting location had been discovered, prompting the elite members of the execution department present to take heed, swiftly relocating the meeting to the basement, where it was ostensibly hidden from view. First, let us discuss the events that transpired during our expedition. Craig, impeccably dressed, sat at the head of the table, with everyone holding images and notes recorded during the exploration of the Dragon Tomb. Regrettably, after cross-referencing with Norma's database, it was revealed that the Dragon Tomb explored today was not that of the pure-blood dragon clan poised for awakening, resembling a tomb explored by the secret society over 400 years ago. Unfortunately, due to the technological limitations of that era, only textual records remained, leaving verification impossible. Thus, we are left with two suspicious locations: the Valley of the Kings in Luxor and the Last Pyramid in Abydos. Both cities lie approximately 700 kilometers from Cairo. "So are we to depart from here?" Caesar inquired. "Precisely. Norma has booked our flights. We depart tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock and arrive at Luxor International Airport at 8:50. Craig added, "I have already conducted a remote call with Minister Schneider. He will oversee the next 2 Dragon Tomb explorations remotely. With the minister's guidance, it seems we need not worry about being buried in sand," a girl jested. "What if the minister's guidance is flawed?" Caesar raised a concern, as those not on site could not grasp the surrounding environment. "You are the first to voice such a straightforward concern," Craig chuckled before turning serious. "If there is a discrepancy between the on-site commander's orders and the minister's remote instructions, the on-site commander's orders shall take precedence." "Understood," Craig nodded. "Next, let us address the perspectives and resolutions regarding the 3 individuals who entered the hotel to stay while we were away." "What 3 individuals? What stay?" Some were still unaware that their abode had been robbed. Most had followed Craig into the Dragon Tomb during the entombment. After an explanation from those nearby, they grasped the situation. The esteemed elite team of Castle Academy was brazenly intruded upon by 3 individuals in the Egyptian branch. Moreover, They had occupied their rooms for the night. Report, instructor. Someone indignantly rose, exclaiming, I suggest we apprehend them for interrogation immediately. They even went to the second floor. And I never got to stay on the second floor. One of them has a remarkably high proportion of dragon lineage, possibly of a higher caliber, Morel murmured. I have no useful suggestions. The individual pondered for 3 seconds before sitting down. Caesar wore a playful smile. Whether they are of a higher caliber is still uncertain. They may merely be a powerful mixed blood. Craig looked towards Morel. Have their identities been investigated? What does Norma say? My authority is insufficient, Morel sighed. Norma is the central control system of the Academy, a personified computer that is nearly invincible in the network. The Pentagon's information repository is her backyard, and information from anywhere in the world is a treat she can savor at will. However, for certain crucial information set at specific authority levels, lacking the requisite clearance renders one helpless. Craig furrowed his brow, pondering before stating, in that case, let us listen together. Norma, please inquire about the identity information of the occupants in rooms 201, 202, and 203 of the Four Directions Hotel. Yes, Commissioner Craig, you possess level clearance. I am searching for the information for you. A gentle female voice resonated in the room. Currently, in room 203 of the Egyptian branch, the name is Snefru Abadandi, male, 27 years old, a member of a notorious tomb raiding gang in Cairo. Bloodline classification, none. In room 202, the name is Jiang Zheng, male, 16 years old. Lived in the Morning Light Children's Welfare Institute in a southeastern coastal city of Huagua until the age of 6, later adopted, currently attending Shirlan High School. Frequently active on the Hunter website. Referred to as the Eastern King in the Hunter market. Bloodline classification, indeterminate. For room 201, I apologize, your clearance is insufficient. Norma stated apologetically. At that moment, the meeting room fell silent, and everyone seemed to be reflecting on the information regarding the Huagua boy named Jiang Zheng. In room 201, the girl's identity remains elusive, raising questions about her level of authority. Is she truly of the same caliber as others? As for the individual in room 203, what significance does he hold, being devoid of any notable lineage? It is indeed remarkable that at the tender age of 15, he embarked on solo missions within the Hunter marketplace, indicating that he must have undergone substantial training and perhaps even experienced his lineage awakening at a much younger age. While the timing of this awakening does not influence the hierarchy of bloodlines, the accompanying pain and sensations are burdens too heavy for most to bear. Can we deduce the purpose of Moonlight's visit? Craig chose not to dwell on the girl from room 201, as he was currently occupied with his assignments from the Hunter website, as Norma noted. This is quite easy to infer. Impressive, Clara exclaimed. No, it's rather straightforward. Considering Jiang Zheng typically undertakes his tasks during the midterms at Shirlan High School, Norma replied earnestly. The temporary and official commissioners exchanged glances. For most students at Castle Academy, the freshman combat practice course ranks just below the senior execution department assessments in terms of difficulty. However, such challenges seem trivial to others. Well, perhaps he, like me, has an aversion to exams, Caesar shrugged. Norma, why is there a conspicuous absence of crucial details in his profile, such as his adoptive parent and current guardian, his character, and his word spirit? I regret to inform you that the confidentiality level of his adoptive parent is also classified. As for the missing information, Norma lamented. My database lacks any records of his online chats or browser searches, thus I cannot provide a judgment. The reason for the unknown word spirit is the same. Regarding his weaknesses, some claim his abilities diminish under sunlight, but that assertion lacks any foundation. Then his bloodline rank must be at least level A, correct? Craig inquired. Indeed, Norma confirmed, as his current displayed abilities are already at level A standards. The commissioners frowned, their expressions tense. In their realm, level A represents the pinnacle of achievement. Even someone as dazzling as Caesar is merely a level A, especially considering that the last level A student appeared several decades ago. The sudden emergence of someone suspected to be of level A left everyone feeling somewhat disoriented. It's akin to a prodigy from a small town scoring 99 on an exam, only to be told that many children elsewhere achieve perfect scores. Your instinctive reaction is disbelief, as you are the best in your small town. Might it be possible for him to join the academy? Surely there are many who enroll at Castle Academy each year, Caesar said, a spark of excitement and ambition igniting in his eyes. He is currently a sophomore. and the Academy's admissions office operates independently. If I can obtain consent from at least 3 professors, I can extend an invitation to him by this time next year. Norma dutifully replied. Clara and Thorne, among the rare level A freshmen, nodded in agreement. They can acknowledge others' strengths without conceding their own weaknesses. They can accept others' victories without deeming themselves defeated. Such is the pride of the gifted. With that in mind, allow me to share my perspective. Craig tapped the edge of the table, prompting Norma to exit silently. Since Moonlight's presence is tied to the Hunter website's mission, we shall negotiate with him before our departure tomorrow. If it does not interfere with our current military operation, there is no need for conflict between our parties. Does anyone wish to add or dissent? I second that. I second that. No one, including Caesar, raised any objections. Although Craig only mentioned a scenario that does not affect the military operation, everyone understood the implications should a conflict of missions arise. In a one-on-one situation, they may not stand a chance against this hybrid, but they are not alone. They represent the special operations team of the execution department, embodying Castle Academy and a secret society, and cannot afford to compromise with a hybrid. What of the girl in room 201? Someone recalled the girl's stunning features from previous surveillance photos. I know a bit about her, Caesar said, reclining casually in his seat. I heard that a board member has brought a relative into the academy this year. A board member? The temporary and official commissioners displayed their astonishment once more. The connection between a student and a board member may seem trivial, but delving deeper into the board member's identity reveals potential ties to the European Trust and Syndicate, the true orchestrators of global wealth, or even a dragon-slaying hero etched into history. Their mere words could either plunge a small nation's economy into chaos or elevate an obscure company to international prominence. So, does that mean they could be considered half-allies? Clara glanced at her president. Not necessarily. Each board member wields their own influence, and the academy belongs to all of them collectively. When faced with substantial interests, they will naturally prioritize their own families. Caesar candidly acknowledged the elevated board. When one can enjoy the spoils alone, who would be inclined to share? Caesar, the matters concerning the board must remain absolutely confidential. Parsi interjected quietly. What is there to keep confidential? Perhaps Fingal's paparazzi have already uncovered everything. Caesar chuckled, turning to leave the conference room. Upon mentioning Fingal, an understanding smile passed among the attendees. Is Fingal still not graduated? Craig scratched his head, recalling that Fingal seemed only a year below him. No, he's dropped to level B this year. If he doesn't graduate, he will become a level C, Clara replied with a mischievous grin. However, his gossiping skills are unmatched. He bears half the responsibility for the juicy tidbits circulating on the Night Watchman forum. Sigh. That guy was leveled just like me back then. Chapter 18. Brother Morning Light at the Children's Welfare Institute. The summer sun bathed the land. The sky a clear blue, unmarred by clouds. The small courtyard lay empty, lacking the shade of sprawling trees or a vibrant flower bed. Only the relentless heat waves enveloped a solitary boy standing under the sun. The boy wore a black t-shirt adorned with Mickey Mouse and dark gray shorts. Squatting on the ground with his round, cherubic face resting on his hands, mumbling to himself, drool nearly escaping the corner of his mouth. Sensing the impending drip, he raised his arm to wipe his mouth, leaving a glistening mark on his hand. In contrast to the deserted courtyard, the atmosphere inside the house was much more cheerful. A dozen children of varying ages were engaged in a game of musical chairs. With no proper furniture, the spacious environment transformed into an excellent playground for summer. However, witnessing the children at play would likely evoke no smiles of contentment. The youngest among them were merely 5 or 6, while the oldest barely reached 11 or 12. Some were missing arms, others feet. Some were deaf, some blind, and others suffered from mental disabilities. Abandoned by their parents or left alone due to calamities, they gathered in this small welfare institute, dressed simply yet adorned with innocent smiles. The door swung open, and a young woman in her 20s entered, her beauty radiating warmth. She wore white canvas shoes, light-colored skinny jeans, and a white shirt, her gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. Children, lunch is ready. Please line up in the kitchen to receive your meals. We have chicken legs today, and everyone gets one. No need to rush. The children erupted with joyous cheers. Thank you, Sister Zihan, exclaimed an older child, followed by a chorus of grateful voices. In the kitchen stood a middle-aged woman, her expression warm and kind, her features gentle, with fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Everyone line up. Those who do not queue will not get any food, she announced as she ladled the dishes into bowls. Upon seeing Zihan enter, she smiled softly. Zihan, go ahead and eat. I can manage here. It's all right, director. We've eaten before coming, the girl replied, handing out the meals to each child, occasionally bending down to gently pat their heads. Director, aren't we missing a child? Zihan suddenly inquired. The woman, who had been scrubbing pots, paused and called out to the last child collecting his meal. Is Xiaozheng not eating? Yes, in the yard, the little boy pointed outside. That child, on such a hot day, why does he keep hiding under the sun? The woman sighed, then said, How, be a good boy and bring Xiaozheng in for his meal. I don't want to talk to a lunatic. How grimaced in refusal. You must not speak like that. The woman scolded, her face stern. You should all become good friends and partners in life. Do you understand? Go call Xiaozheng in for dinner. You must do it yourself. I'm not saying it, but when we wanted to play with him before, he always said something about having a brother who could join us, and then he mentioned that his shadow moves, finally saying his shadow is his brother. How attempted to argue, but under the director's stern gaze, he walked out with his bowl, sullen. The girl observed silently, taking it all in. In less than half a minute, the little boy from the yard dashed into the kitchen, joyfully exclaiming, Annie, are we having chicken leg rice today? He was strikingly handsome, with big, sparkling eyes, long lashes, fair skin, and a chubby round face, resembling a porcelain doll, invoking an instinctive desire to hug him tightly. Hello, Sister Zihan. He waved at the girl, his demeanor bright and cheerful. Xiaozheng, how wonderful. Zihan crouched down and pinched the boy's soft cheek, an endearing sensation that was simply irresistible. The director did not hand the lunch to him, but pulled him closer, asking sternly, Xiaozheng, why do you always tell the other kids that you have a brother and that your shadow talks? Because that's how it is, the boy replied earnestly, his dark, round eyes wide. I even talked to my brother before. Then let him talk to me, the director demanded, hands on her hips. He doesn't tea like strangers. He can only talk to me, the boy insisted, maintaining his serious demeanor. Zihan stifled a laugh, amused by the absurdity of the boy's fib. The director took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, and cunningly proposed, Xiaozheng, if you say you don't have a brother, I'll give you 20 cents to buy an ice cream from the shop. How about that? The boy's face contorted in struggle, his lips pouting, on the verge of tears. In the next moment, he ran to Zihan, hugging her leg pitifully. Sister Zihan, please give me the food. I'm so hungry. Unable to bear the sight of such a charming boy crying, the girl handed him the last portion of her lunch. Thank you, Sister Zihan. Goodbye, director. The boy's face transformed into a radiant smile as he dashed back into the yard, basking in the sun. This child is perfect. He is the most normal one here, though a bit peculiar, the middle-aged woman expressed her concern. I noticed he likes to talk to himself under the sun. Thinking he was sharing secrets, I didn't pay much attention, but now it has developed into this. Have you taken him to see a doctor? Zihan inquired. The director's expression darkened, feeling embarrassed as she replied, Sister Wang from the tailoring shop recommended a psychological treatment hospital. I inquired about Xiaozheng's situation, and they said we could try one treatment course. However, it costs 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Given the tight budget for living expenses here, where could we possibly find that much money? The girl pondered for a moment before suggesting, I studied psychology in college. Perhaps I could talk to Xiaozheng alone later and see if I could help in some way. Really? That would be wonderful. As expected from a university student who has studied abroad, you're impressive. The director beamed with delight. By the way, what is the name of the university you attended? Zihan hesitated for a moment before answering. It's called Castle College. The director did not show disappointment at not having heard of it, still appearing pleased. To her, studying abroad was a mark of excellence. If it were not better than domestic universities, why study abroad at all? Furthermore, it is well known that educational resources overseas are abundant. When the children are capable, I will encourage them to apply to Castle College as well. Not only must they acquire knowledge, but having a kind heart and a sense of responsibility is even more important. The director joyfully waved the loofah brush in her hand. Xiaozheng, what are you doing here? Zihan called out upon seeing the little boy eating in the yard. I want to talk to my brother. He pointed to his shadow on the ground. Due to the boy squatting, his shadow was merely a small dark mass, with two slender legs connecting it to the ground. Zihan scrutinized the boy's shadow for a moment, then looked at her own, finding nothing unusual. What did he say to you? He told me about the outside world, where there are many beautiful flowers, tall mountains, pure white snow, and all kinds of animals. The boy spoke softly, his face glowing with wonder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zihan casually asked, "Can you talk to him now?" "My brother must have gone out." The boy shook his head. "He can only talk to me when he returns." "So, you stay under the sun to talk to your brother, and that's why the shadow appears, right?" Yes. The boy nodded while eating. Zihan waited for him to finish his meal and then said earnestly, "Could you refrain from mentioning your brother to others?" Meeting the boy's slightly hostile gaze, she continued, "You see, no one believes you have a brother, and I think your brother wouldn't want you to mention him to others, would he?" "He did say that." The boy lowered his head, "But because others don't believe it, I want to prove my brother exists. If they don't believe my brother is real, then I want to play with them. Listen to your brother, and to Sister Zihan as well. From now on, let us keep your brother a secret, all right?" Zihan gently coaxed, "Consider it your little secret." "Okay," the boy reluctantly agreed. Zihan affectionately ruffled his tousled hair before returning to report to the director. Half an hour later, a white Volkswagen pulled up at the entrance of the welfare home, where the director and the other children awaited. A young man opened the trunk, which was filled with clothes, school supplies, and numerous toys for the children. "Xiaocheng, we are truly grateful," the director expressed warmly, shaking the hands of the two visitors repeatedly. "This is what we should do, and it's within our capability." Xiaocheng, dressed in basketball attire, stood tall, his muscular shoulders strong, radiating a sunny smile. "Director, we must be on our way. We will visit the children again when we have time." Zihan waved goodbye to the children. Without needing the director's prompt, the children loudly bid farewell to their older siblings, with a few little girls' eyes glistening with tears. Among them was the little boy, appearing somewhat listless. The director assumed that Zihan's psychological counseling had begun to take effect and said nothing further. As I watched the two depart in their vehicle, the children, under the director's guidance, retrieved their clothing, school supplies, and toys from the courtyard. I pondered whether this group of children would find a promising future. Lu Zihan sat in the front passenger seat, gazing through the rearview mirror at the gradually shrinking Children's Welfare Institute. "Rest assured, our nation is developing splendidly," Xiaocheng reassured. "However, due to rapid advancement, minor issues abound, and rectifying them all at once is an arduous task." "What about that boy?" Lu Zihan hesitated before replying. "He seems stable." "Seems stable?" Xiaocheng frowned, displeased. "The report we drafted is of paramount importance. It could influence his entire life. The notion of a 5- or 6-year-old boy single-handedly taking down several adult street thugs. Why were only the two of us dispatched for such a situation?" Lu Zihan offered a wry smile, suggesting that perhaps the boy fantasized about having an older brother capable of traversing the world. In any other child's case, it would be dismissed as mere whimsy. And his mental state? Quite good, exceptionally so. His speech is coherent, his spirit is vibrant, and he possesses a charming demeanor. When I am with him, I hardly recall that he is the perpetrator of the Qing Huangmiao Street incident, Lu Zihan replied, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. "What about the captain?" "He mentioned encountering a domestic mixed-blood individual who also seems to be investigating this case. As you know, per the latest treaty between the secret party and the mixed bloods of Huaxia, if a mixed blood case arises domestically and is uncovered and investigated by a domestic mixed blood, the secret party has no authority to interfere. Conversely, if the secret party, specifically the Academy's branch, discovers it, they possess the initiative to investigate. Yet the other party may insert their personnel, and, ultimately, a copy of the case must be submitted to them. The secret party has made considerable concessions this time," Lu Zihan remarked, beginning to summarize the day's investigative visit on her laptop. "It appears that domestic mixed-blood individuals have entered a phase of rapid development. We are no longer in the tumultuous period of the newly established nation. It is best for both parties to avoid conflict." Xiaocheng sighed. "If conflict does arise, whom would you assist?" Lu Zihan inquired with an air of curiosity. "Your question carries ulterior motives." Xiaocheng shot her a stern look. "If faced with pure-blood dragon clans, I would naturally side with the mixed bloods. That is an immutable rule in the mixed blood world. If both mixed blood factions clash over resource allocation, I would assist the one in the right. Should the matter escalate further, my choice would undoubtedly be my homeland." "Oh dear," the girl lamented. "What a waste of the Academy's substantial investment in training you to be a competent enforcement officer, only for you to turn into a white-eyed wolf." "I have not." "Please do not misconstrue my words," Xiaocheng protested vehemently. "Am I not still serving the enforcement department? Today, you even mentioned the Academy's name. Had the captain been present in the voice channel, you would have faced a reprimand." Lu Zihan recoiled slightly. So, what are we to do now? Continue the investigation, Zhao Chong replied, shifting gears to accelerate. I retrieved surveillance footage from the vicinity at the time. Although it does not directly capture the incident, the footage at the Qinghuangmiao Street intersection shows a 6- or 7-year-old child sprinting past with a backpack, appearing to flee from something. That child may hold some vital information. A child? Lu Zihan pondered, resting her chin in her hand. If he witnessed the event, it could leave an indelible psychological scar. I doubt it, Zhao Chong responded. The following day, the child attended school normally, showing no signs of distress. That is fortunate, Lu Zihan mused, gazing through the car window at the cranes and the ever-rising skyscrapers, her heart swelling with pride for the city's progress. Shall I inquire further? What is that child's name? Lu Mingfei. Not long after Lu Zihan and Zhao Chong departed, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance of the Morning Light Children's Welfare Institute. A man stepped out, clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and polished black shoes, handsome and elegant, exuding a sharp military aura. He took a cigarette from his pack and surveyed the Welfare Institute and the children in the courtyard. Director, a big black car. There's a bad man coming, shouted an older child, prompting a few timid ones to cry and hide behind the door. The man with the cigarette appeared somewhat stiff, but ultimately resisted the urge to reprimand the children. Who dares to harm the children? I will fight you, the director shouted, brandishing a shovel while running to attract the attention of the neighbors. To her, visitors to the Welfare Institute were often child abductors, driving vans to snatch the children, as frequently depicted on television. Thus, upon hearing the phrases big black car and man, she instinctively feared a kidnapping attempt. However, upon reaching the courtyard, she realized the situation was not as she had imagined. The big black car was indeed large, but quite extraordinary. She often saw wealthy business owners driving such vehicles on television. It certainly commanded respect. Are you the director of this Welfare Institute? The man asked, extinguishing his cigarette as he approached. Ah, yes, that's me. The director hurriedly placed the shovel on the ground and cast a disapproving glance at the child who had raised the alarm. Miss, do you need assistance? A woman stood at the entrance of the neighboring tailor shop, holding a large pair of scissors. Upon seeing the scissors, the man instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. No need, Wang Jie, he is not a bad person, the director smiled apologetically. The child is simply being foolish. I appreciate your concern. It's no trouble. If you need anything, just call, and I will be right there, Wang Jie replied, casting a curious glance at the man before returning inside. Throughout the commotion, one boy remained steadfast in his position, only glancing at the man when he exited the vehicle. Inside the director's office, which was more like a bedroom, a weathered desk sat behind a bed with a thin mat, its corner propped up with red bricks. I apologize for the simplicity, please bear with me, the director said as she moved the only chair in the room to face the desk. No problem, the man replied, initially tempted to light another cigarette, but refraining. I will be direct. I wish to adopt a child from here. The director hesitated, as most children in the Welfare Institute had disabilities or ailments, making them unsuitable for adoption. If the child wishes to come with you, I have no objections. But we will need to go to the police station together to register the information. Of course, a couple of afternoons ago, I encountered a child around 6 years old who helped me with a task, and I grew quite fond of him. After learning he was here, I promptly wrapped up my affairs and came straight away. The man spoke with sincerity, evoking trust. You must be referring to Jiang Zheng, the director realized. The children at the Welfare Institute rarely ventured outside, but 2 days prior, she had sent Jiang Zheng to a nearby oil shop. If she were to name a child likely to be adopted, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Zheng. Yet he was also the one least inclined to leave. Obedient, sensible, and handsome, he had a knack for charming others. Who wouldn't adore him? That's him, the man confirmed, pulling out a photograph from his pocket. The photo depicted a small boy's silhouette, carrying a small oil jug, as the sunset cast a long shadow behind him, almost infinite. Indeed, that is Xiao Zheng. The director nodded, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. Given your evident qualifications, can you provide this child with a life akin to that of other children in the city? Moreover, do your family members consent to this decision? My name is Li Rongkuan, a freelance photographer, often traveling the globe. I have no wife or children and do not intend to seek any, which is why I wish to adopt a child. The man presented his business card while introducing himself, assuring the dean that should he seek a partner in the future, if his child disapproved of her, he would not marry her. Such words were indeed heavy. The dean was taken aback, Marrying and having children are significant life events, and one must not sever the ancestral line, for that would be an act of filial disrespect. Surprised, Li Rongquan did not anticipate that his earnest vow would suddenly render him unfilial, yet he resolutely declared, "In any case, I will certainly treat him as my own son." He then engaged in a lengthy conversation with the dean, later retrieving a collection of photographs he had taken over the years, images of the auroras in the Arctic, the vibrant coral reefs and rare fish of the Pacific Ocean, and even a shot looking up at Mount Everest, among various other renowned landmarks. "Very well." The dean sighed with relief. "Since that is the case, I shall bring Jiang Zheng over so you may become acquainted." After a brief hesitation, she shared a concern regarding Jiang Zheng's belief that he had a shadow brother and her suspicion about his mental state. A foreign university student had come today to provide psychological counseling, and she was unsure if there had been any improvement. "Should you adopt him? I hope you can take him to a proper hospital for evaluation." Li Rongquan initially murmured a response, then laughed heartily. "It's a trivial matter. You need not worry." He then opened a document bag from the car, revealing 2 thick envelopes. "I am a simple man, so I will refrain from purchasing clothes and snacks for the children. Here is 100,000 yuan, a modest contribution to our welfare institution." 100,000? The dean instinctively withdrew her hand, having never seen such an amount since her arrival at the institution. Furthermore, handing over this sum while allowing others to take children away felt akin to selling them. Perceiving the dean's apprehension, Li Rongquan smiled reassuringly. "Can one really sell a child for 100,000 now? This money is, on one hand, a token of gratitude for your care of Jiang Zheng during his childhood, and on the other, a gesture of support for the other children in our welfare home." He then adopted a serious demeanor. "If you refuse, I shall go and buy clothing and toys worth 100,000 instead." "Please, no. If it's all spent on clothes and toys, it would be like throwing money away." The dean hastily grasped the man's sleeve, only to release it immediately and bow deeply in gratitude. Li Rongquan turned aside, not accepting the bow. "I will go speak with Jiang Zheng. He should still remember me. We want to take him today. Let him say farewell to the other children. I will return to fetch him tomorrow and handle the necessary paperwork at the police station." The dean, not pondering further, agreed. Yes, it is indeed time for the children to say their goodbyes. Li Rongquan approached a corner of the yard, looking down at the little fellow. "We meet again, little one." Jiang Zheng ignored him, not even lifting his gaze. "I have applied to adopt you from the welfare home. Starting tomorrow, you will be under my care. Are you happy?" Li Rongquan displayed an unexpectedly mischievous grin. "I have the right to refuse the adoption," Jiang Zheng responded, lifting his head. "Ah," Li Rongquan scoffed. "Are you aware that murder is a crime? Intentional murder can lead to execution. First, it was not I who killed, but my brother. Second, I acted in self-defense, as the other party was armed and numerous. My counterattack does not constitute excessive self-defense." Jiang Zheng's voice was youthful yet articulate. "Impressive." Li Rongquan feigned admiration. "Where did you learn that?" "From a television program, Eastern Barrister. I saw it on the TV in the oil shop while I was working." "Oh, I see. However, I must inform you that while ordinary laws may not penalize you, the laws regarding mixed-blood individuals certainly can." And then, Jiang Zheng lowered his head once more. Li Rongquan, finding the child rather unappealing, stated plainly, "Thus, you must accept my adoption, do you understand?" "Fine. But there is also my brother." Jiang Zheng hesitated, swallowing hard, unable to continue. "Your brother?" Jiang Zheng looked up in surprise. "Yes." "Very well. Any other questions?" "None. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Make sure to pack your belongings this evening." In the evening, the dean returned with a large bag of vegetables, a chicken, and a fish, an extravagant feast for the children who had just enjoyed chicken legs at lunch. At the dinner table, the dean informed the other children of Jiang Zheng's departure. They did not fully comprehend the implications, but at least they relished the meal, with 2 older children secretly gifting Jiang Zheng a small windmill and a top from their midday share. Late at night, Jiang Zheng sat quietly in a corner of the yard. The not-so-sturdy earth beneath him showed signs of yielding to his weight, while his faint shadow lingered beside him. "Brother, have you returned? We are moving. If you do not come back by tomorrow, will you be able to find me?" Jiang Zheng spoke to himself, but at this hour, even the heavens were falling into slumber, leaving no one to heed his words. He felt drowsy, as the mosquitoes did not bite him, yet their incessant buzzing in his ears was irksome. After a while, he fell asleep. The crescent moon hung like a hook, summer insects chirped crisply, and the night sky was adorned with stars encircling the cool moon. A gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, and the gauzy clouds drifted uncertainly, as if concealing some celestial palace. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Black clouds rolled in from afar, obscuring the stars and leaving behind a solitary silver moon in the dark silence. Finally, even the brightest cold moon was shrouded in darkness. Such a feeble glow could hardly resist the night's encroachment. Everywhere it passed, darkness enveloped all, rendering colors meaningless, as if heralding the arrival of some presence. He could be the god of darkness, Erebus, the fallen angel, Lucifer, the god of death, Thanatos, or the elusive night wanderer. Without a grand thunderstorm to herald his arrival, silence became the highest form of respect and homage to him. He possessed neither servants nor a throne, yet all in the world bowed to his authority. "Brother, have you returned?" The boy slowly opened his eyes, his clear gaze shining with a kaleidoscopic golden brilliance in the dark, reminiscent of an eternal flame in the depths of the underworld. "I have returned." Chapter 19. A meeting. The spring in Cairo is dry with a hint of chill. The city at night is no longer bustling with the traffic of the day. Flickering lights reflect the disheveled figures in the glass windows of the central building. Occasionally, a few homeless individuals can be seen on the streets, helplessly shouting up at the sky to vent their grievances. The indigo sky appears to be saturated with ink, oppressive and obscure. Jiang Zheng awoke on a cashmere bed, slipped on his slippers, and walked to the window to gaze at the nocturnal scenery of the city. The room was filled with a pleasant aroma of incense, a blend of the fragrances of grass, woods, and flowers. An antique Western clock adorned the wall, its cracked leather face still retaining a perfect form despite the fading gold. "Brother, have you returned?" He suddenly spoke. "I have returned," a voice responded. This phrase, though freshly spoken, felt timeless, as if no years had passed since it was last uttered. "When did you come back?" A glimmer of surprise shone in Jiang Zheng's eyes as he sat on a chair by the window, his shadow morphing in shape beneath him, ultimately coalescing into a three-dimensional figure seated on another chair. Each strand of black hair was distinctly discernible, and a pair of golden eyes illuminated the shadowy face. "I returned not long after you fell asleep. The place I visited was relatively close to Cairo, which allowed for an earlier return." The voice was gentle, and despite being a mere silhouette, it exuded a hint of a smile. "What caused you to awaken so suddenly?" "I dreamt of the past. Time spent in the welfare home," Jiang Zheng replied softly. The shadow raised a hand to support his head in a reminiscent pose, saying, "During that time, I spent most of my days sleeping, while you often talked to yourself, making my slumber quite restless. This trip to Hiiumaa Island in Estonia was truly nauseating. I heard that Estonia is not known for having the best air quality, right? Its forest coverage is nearing 50%. Jiang Zheng replied, "What's the matter? It's not suitable to discuss now. I wouldn't want you to lose your appetite later." The shadow lifted a water cup to drink, the liquid flowing down his throat like it was entering some dark abyss. Jiang Zheng scratched his head, indifferent. "Unfortunately, you weren't here this afternoon, rendering my incantation futile and wasting a 7-kill shadow talisman. However, I unexpectedly obtained a staff that the blood soul failed to extinguish. That must be a valuable item." The shadow waved, and a deep crimson shadow leaped onto his palm, slowly merging with him. "The Sphinx staff. I encountered its mention in a library. It is said to have the ability to evolve the bloodline of hybrids, and it holds considerable value, though it is of no use to us." "Then let us sell it later." Jiang Zheng shrugged off the notion, shifting the conversation to another topic. "The employer for this task is a Swedish girl from a hybrid family in Europe. I've heard that the pure-blood dragon lineage of the 3rd generation is awakening in Egypt, and she wishes to observe it. Hence, she hired people for protection on the Hunter's website. This hotel appears to be a property of North America's Castle Academy. I sensed a significant presence of hybrids here, at least 20 in number. They must be here to hunt down the pure-blood dragons. Is there any conflict?" The shadow inquired. "No, we are still residing in their rooms. So how could there be conflict?" Jiang Zheng rolled his eyes. "Conflicts can still occur even while residing together." The shadow chuckled and then said, "I need to rest for a while. This long journey has exhausted me. You may freely utilize my abilities thereafter. The 3rd generation hybrids pose no threat to you, but we must remain cautious. Our enemies are like rats in the sewers, quite troublesome." "All right, good night," Jiang Zheng replied. "Good night to you as well. It will be a long while before dawn. Go ahead and sleep a little more." The shadow yawned, and in an instant transformed into a mass of darkness. Merging into Jiang Zheng's shadow, Morel displayed a resolute expression, determined to face his fate. He raised his right hand and knocked on the door with his index and middle finger. Knock, knock. By the way, do people in your execution department enjoy dramatizing everything? Thorn, a freshman from the Lionheart Society, curiously asked from behind him. Doesn't it add to the sense of ceremony? Morel smiled awkwardly. After half a minute, the door opened, revealing a boy who had yet to wash up. His clothing was hastily put on, evident from the creases, and his black hair was tousled. Are you checking out? It seems early. No, I'm Morel, a specialist from the Castle Academy Execution Department. Morel displayed his credentials, ensuring the photo was visible. I figured as much. I'm Jiang Zheng. A hunter, Jiang Zheng stated blandly. I consider myself fairly knowledgeable about your Castle Academy. If there's business to discuss, it would be appropriate for your captain to come. Morel felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. The memory of the shadow that crushed the bloodline during the incantation release was vivid. He couldn't even bear to look into the boy's eyes, feeling an immense pressure enveloping him. If he had dared to meet Jiang Zheng's gaze, perhaps the pressure wouldn't have felt so overwhelming, especially since there were remnants of sesame paste on the edges of those black pupils. Thorn, noticing his senior's hesitation, stepped forward to confront the boy with the cold expression, exclaiming loudly, I'm a temporary specialist from the execution department. Jiang Zheng glanced at the youth, his eyes flashing a momentary golden hue. Are you unaware that interrupting is impolite? I am not responsible for teaching you, but I can ensure you understand this lesson. Thorn's throat constricted, his face paling. The disparity in bloodlines became apparent in an instant. The elite student of Castle Academy was swiftly defeated. I was wrong. Thorn stammered, bowing in submission. In that fleeting glance, he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The imminent threat of death gripped his throat, making it feel as if he would suffocate if he did not yield. The Lionheart Society was indeed the most violent faction in the academy, but it also revered the strong. Previously, Thorn idolized the principal of Castle Academy, a man hailed as the destined dragon slayer, and second only to the current president of the Lionheart Society. Now, that admiration shifted, placing this boy from Huagua, whom he had only met once, in the space between first and second. If he were to join the academy, Thorn couldn't help but think of bringing him into the Lionheart Society. In the monitoring room, recognizing his importance, one should not think to dismiss him with mere casual remarks. Caesar scoffed at the two on the screen. Do not underestimate the military. Nor should you assume a lone sword is sufficient. Underestimating the enemy brings no greater calamity. Craig remained silent. Caesar's scorn was not directed at the two individuals above, but rather at himself, the one in charge of the arrangement. To him, merely inquiring about the other's intentions did not warrant sending an important specialist. Yet under the pressure of the opposing bloodline, he couldn't even articulate his thoughts completely. Is this truly a hybrid? More like a humanoid dragon king. I'll handle this, Craig stated, leaving the monitoring room, with Caesar following closely behind, eager to meet this Eastern hybrid. Chapter 20. The second stop. Luxor, what is going on? The door of room 203 swung open, revealing Andy, clad only in oversized shorts, rubbing his eyes, and spotting Jiang Zheng alongside two foreign men standing rigidly. By the way, these rooms are quite impressive, lavishly decorated, and there's a wine cabinet filled with brands I've never seen before, some with astonishingly old vintages. Did you drink? Jiang Zheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. No. Andy suddenly shivered, all drowsiness gone, hurriedly clarifying, I don't like that stuff. I prefer beer. Are we leaving? I need to pack up. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Jiang Zheng turned to the staircase, and within moments, a burly man ascended to the second floor, making the previously spacious corridor feel considerably more cramped. Following closely was a blond man, even more striking than the first, with a face reminiscent of a Greek statue and ice-blue eyes that met Jiang Zheng's gaze. The former nodded slightly, while the latter maintained a stoic expression. I am Patrick Craig, commander of the Castle Academy Execution Department, Craig stated, his dark gray eyes locking onto the boy before him. Your remarkable bloodline warrants our respect and attention, yet we hope you do not choose to oppose us, for the consequences would be beyond your capacity to endure. I understand your mission is to hunt the reawakening third-generation hybrids, Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, undeterred by the implied threat. Craig's gaze grew increasingly perilous, the muscles beneath his execution department coat bulging like a tiger poised to pounce, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Caesar leaned against the wall, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. My employer wishes to observe what a pure-blood dragon looks like up close. Jiang Zheng continued casually. If you don't mind, I would like to accompany my employer with you. In exchange, I can assist you in resolving any troubles. After all, the locations where pure-blood dragons awaken are exceedingly elusive. Often, when found, it coincides with their awakening moment. If the dragons flee, it may take half the world to track them down. With a soft creak, the door to room 201 opened slightly, revealing a delicate head resembling a porcelain doll. The girl's eyes swept across everyone in the corridor, and in turn, each person beheld the angelic visage before them. Adeline stepped out cautiously, gently closing the door behind her. Her freshly washed face was as pale as ice crystal. Devoid of blemishes, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips a luscious red, glimmering with a youthful sheen. She wore a dark hoodie on her upper half, paired with jeans and khaki boots. She intended to approach Jiang Zheng, but was obstructed by two burly men in her path. Caesar promptly stepped aside, offering a gentlemanly smile. Believing that a beautiful girl deserved the utmost respect, akin to that afforded to a man of exceptional talent. Craig, reluctant to let his carefully crafted stern demeanor crumble, found himself yielding a path as he gazed into the girl's sparkling blue eyes, inadvertently pressing himself against the wall as if standing at attention. Adeline approached Jiang Zheng and whispered, "What are these people doing?" "They're from the executive department of Castle Academy. This one is my employer," Jiang Zheng replied, skeptical that these individuals were unaware of each other's backgrounds. Although Castle Academy is located in North America, its funding stems from ancient European families and wealthy conglomerates. Yesterday, Adeline had mentioned the formidable family influence behind her, which was not to be underestimated. Jiang Zheng recalled Adeline mentioning her plans to attend university at a certain academy, which was likely Castle Academy. This was precisely why he expressed interest in joining their team, not to partake in decision-making, but to successfully complete the mission and secure the substantial commission. "I want to see if I can temporarily join them as external support. That way, I won't have to exhaust myself searching for that damn dragon. Once they locate it, I can observe from the periphery." Jiang Zheng articulated his reasoning, eager to gauge Adeline's thoughts. "Castle Academy?" Adeline appeared hesitant but eventually murmured, "I'm fine with that." Craig, contemplating the feasibility of this arrangement, recognized that given the executive department's impeccable success rate, it would not be an issue for Jiang Zheng to join them to fulfill the employer's mission. On the other hand, while the executive department had never accepted external assistance, this highly confidential girl could be considered semi-affiliated, provided Moonlight did not betray them. Having an additional strong ally would significantly aid in combating the pure-blood dragon clan, assuming Moonlight heeded the executive department's commands. "I will report this matter to Minister Schneider. However, I lack the authority to decide whether you can join," Craig informed them. "Currently, we must seize the opportunity to venture to Luxor for reconnaissance. Only a small number of specialists will remain in Cairo. If you wish to observe the dragons, I suggest you purchase tickets." Luxor? The dragons aren't in Cairo?" Jiang Zheng frowned. "We found no signs of dragon resurgence in Cairo. According to our preliminary assessments, the next two locations are in the Luxor region." Craig's tone softened. "However, I must caution you that the executive department has never incorporated unfamiliar personnel on short notice. Therefore, you must be prepared to operate independently. Even if the minister consents to your inclusion, you must adhere strictly to the team's discipline, obeying orders as a soldier would." "I see." Jiang Zheng rubbed his temples, stating his conditions. "The safety of the employer is paramount. As long as her safety is assured, there's no issue. You need not worry about my safety. If I expend a one-time alchemical item to rescue you, you must compensate me accordingly. I have no need for the dragon's legacy. If I acquire it single-handedly, and you cannot, you may offer money to procure it. I have encountered several representatives from your academy. They are quite affluent and are accustomed to buying information and items." Caesar raised an eyebrow at the boy's words, sensing a strong insinuation, yet lacking evidence. Craig could not help but glance back at Caesar, recognizing him as the most extravagant individual in the entire academy. "I will accurately relay your requests to the minister. You may continue residing in your rooms. If any news arises, I will have the station specialists inform you," Craig concluded. "Are the dragons in Cairo or Luxor?" Jiang Zheng whispered to Adeline, the warm breeze flushing her ears and cheeks a soft hue, akin to a shimmering lake kissed by brilliant gems. "I'm not entirely sure. I heard they might be near the Egyptian pyramids, which led me to assume they were in Cairo. Perhaps they truly are in Luxor? Edeline replied softly. We explored Cairo thoroughly yesterday afternoon and evening. How about we head to Luxor for a bit of fun and to check on their progress? If the dragons are indeed in Cairo, we can return later. Jiang Zheng suggested, analyzing the current situation. Caesar stood at the end of the second-floor corridor, gazing out at the sunrise while his ears twitched slightly. The whispers between Jiang Zheng and Edeline were barely audible, even to a mixed blood with a superior lineage, yet it posed no challenge for Caesar. His spoken spirit, Kamaitashi, named after a wind spirit from Japanese mythology, functioned similarly to radar, amplifying sounds for the user and allowing them to discern the direction of sound sources within a certain range. The purer the bloodline, the wider the domain. Legend has it that ancient dragons could eavesdrop on human whispers from the heavens above. Of course, Caesar would never activate his spoken spirit merely to overhear others. His enhanced hearing was sufficient to capture every word spoken. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Zheng's playful plans, Edeline pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, let us do that. Hey, Craig, do you have any spare tickets? Jiang Zheng called in the direction Craig had departed. Probably not. Morel, who had been overlooked by the group, spoke up. Our tickets were arranged and purchased by the Academy's secretary, Norma. I see, Jiang Zheng expressed disappointment. His relationship with Edeline had improved, and he considered her a friend. Consequently, asking her to reimburse him for expenses incurred during their leisure time after the mission concluded felt somewhat awkward. I have a private jet stationed at the Cairo airport. I can lend it to you, Caesar interjected, his smile radiant, evoking the warmth of a caring friend rather than a mere benefactor. Oh, I remember you. Your golden hair left a lasting impression on me that morning. Jiang Zheng exclaimed. Is what you just said genuine? Surely, you're not just being polite. Being polite? What does that mean? Caesar, though proficient in Chinese, found certain colloquial expressions perplexing. Do you genuinely wish to lend it to us? Your minister hasn't confirmed my inclusion yet, Jiang Zheng clarified. Absolutely, Caesar replied, a glimmer of competitive spirit in his eyes. I relish conversing with exceptional individuals. If we can become friends, I would be delighted. If not, I would still take pleasure in having you as an adversary. That sounds wonderful. I don't have many friends. Jiang Zheng extended his hand. I'm Jiang Zheng. Caesar Gattuso. You may call me Caesar, he responded, shaking Jiang Zheng's hand. With the prospect of a complimentary flight, Jiang Zheng's spirits lifted further. Are you also a specialist in the executive department? Why not a commander? You exude a leader's aura. Caesar shrugged. Regrettably, freshmen do not qualify to become commanders in the warfare practice courses. What if you were more exceptional? Jiang Zheng inquired. Even if you were more exceptional, it would remain unchanged. Caesar assured, the Castle Academy cultivates an army of dragon slayers. Within this army, would you accept a relatively inexperienced elite to be your superior? Naturally, you would not. Jiang Zheng concurred. Thus, the execution department is indeed a place that values qualifications and seniority. Perhaps, Caesar chuckled, but it places greater faith and strength. The dragon race reveres power, and we, inheritors of dragon blood, are no different. If you can command respect with your fists, they will undoubtedly listen to you. Jiang Zheng, Jiang Zheng. Andy burst out of the room, his excitement palpable, toothpaste still lingering at the corners of his mouth. My boss just called. The previous batch of goods sold yesterday for an astronomical price. According to our regulations, I stand to earn over 10 million pounds. It's absolutely thrilling. Really? Sold? Jiang Zheng felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to purchase something valuable to resell, but he had forgotten amidst last night's revelries. Indeed, Andy attempted a sorrowful expression, but his lips could not help but curl upward. I may not be able to guide you after all. That's all right. Jiang Zheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. We are heading to Luxor next, so it's more important to hurry and collect your money from your boss. Luxor? Andy muttered. What's wrong? Nothing. Luxor has plenty of fun activities. Enjoy yourself. Andy awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting. Chapter 21. The first foreign aid. A throng of execution department officials surveyed the trio, conversing near a private jet with curious eyes, or rather, two of them. Most had never seen Jiang Zheng and his companions, having only heard snippets of gossip and extraordinary tales from their peers. Rumors spread swiftly, as they always do. At this moment, the Airbus A340-300 glided smoothly onto the tarmac. Compared to Boeing, the Airbus was larger, offering more spacious and comfortable surroundings. with superior safety features and reduced noise levels. How about it, Parky? Ready for takeoff? Although the Mary had been stationed here by the head of the family long ago, the Airbus had been well maintained at the airport, and all systems checked out fine. Moreover, the Airbus design relies less on pilot operation, making it entirely flyable by me. Parky stepped out of the aircraft, donned in white gloves and a deep blue hat, the soft golden strands of his hair peeking from beneath the brim. Let us go? Caesar snapped his fingers and beckoned Jiang Zheng and eyed line. This fellow is an old relic from several years back, but he is clearly still capable of flight. Jiang Zheng had never boarded a private jet before. This encounter with affluent friends from Italy was rather delightful. The interior of the aircraft was extravagantly adorned, featuring plush leather seats, a full-sized bedroom, and even a remote-controlled cinema, bathroom, and a double jacuzzi. Would you care for a drink? Caesar retrieved a bottle of wine bearing an indeterminate label. As the birthplace of ice wine, Germany undoubtedly holds a prestigious place in the world of wine. Thanks to a certain stallion, we shall not be lacking in drink for this journey. He poured a suitable amount into 3 glasses, allowing the liquid to maximize its contact with the air. The wine shimmered a clear golden hue, exuding a subtle fragrance of fruits and flowers, fragrant yet refined, reminiscent of an elegant, demure, noble woman. I seldom drink wine. The most I ever had was Yellowtail, which was served at my uncle's family gatherings, merely a few dozen bucks a bottle. At Caesar's prompting, Jiang Zheng lifted a glass, while I'd line, unfazed, gracefully took a glass and gazed out the window as the accelerating Airbus left everything behind, like fleeting shadows. This girl possessed golden hair and blue eyes akin to Caesar's, and had it been any other time, Caesar would have earnestly invited her for a drink. However, he was now focused on more pressing matters. Yellowtail is quite famous globally. It is a perfect introductory wine. Having tasted it would surely enhance your experience this time. Caesar interjected, his tone devoid of any disdain for the inexpensive wine, even while holding a bottle worth several $1,000s. Jiang Zheng marveled at Caesar's mastery of conversation. Interactions felt relaxed. He took a gentle sip of the pale golden liquid, its refreshing taste lingering with fruity notes on his palate. Light and delectable, the wine was replete with fruity essence, elegant and refined. Jiang Zheng racked his brain for suitable adjectives. The taste is refreshing yet lacks complexity. Such is the hallmark of German wines, Caesar remarked with a smile. Have you ever considered attending Castle Academy? Never thought about it, Jiang Zheng replied honestly, then recalled his friend Chu Zihong, who would be going to Castle Academy. But I do have a friend heading there. To be able to count you among friends. He must be a prodigious talent, I presume? Caesar's interest piqued. That depends on your understanding of genius, dear Caesar. He is indeed quite exceptional, academically gifted, formidable in strength, and possesses keen combat awareness, decisively striking when sparring in swordsmanship. Jiang Zheng vouched for his senior brother, feeling reassured that having Chu Zihong at the academy would be beneficial, even if Chu's character might not require it. A genius? Caesar pondered, closing his eyes. In my view, the scores of diligent geniuses are slightly lower than those of gifted ones. True high achievers do not sacrifice leisure for the sake of competing with students who merely memorize textbooks. They have the time to explore arts and crafts, traversing a wider path, which ultimately maximizes our creativity. So, the most brilliant among us is the diligent, gifted genius, Jiang Zheng understood. In that case, you might find common ground. Not quite. Jiang Zheng corrected himself. In some respects, his personality seems somewhat contrary to yours. The young man known as Caesar had a straightforward demeanor, displaying immense pride towards everyone without targeting specific individuals. Upon discerning your capability to stand alongside him after some acquaintance, he would extend either a hand of friendship or a sharp blade for you to choose, becoming either a friend or a rival of Caesar Gattuso. Being an enemy is also acceptable, Caesar remarked nonchalantly. One of the fellows from the Lionheart Society is about to graduate. Once he leaves, the society will likely be left leaderless. Frankly, vanquishing such an adversary presents little challenge. You claim his character is a bit opposite to mine. Perhaps the Lionheart Society suits him, provided he possesses the qualifications to join. Speaking of which, Jiang Zheng was about to say something when the plane suddenly jolted. Fortunately, the group comprised exceptional hybrids, managing to stabilize themselves even without seatbelts, albeit in a somewhat awkward manner. The precious bottle of ice wine survived due to being secured in its compartment. We've just entered a turbulent air layer. It's nothing serious, a normal occurrence. We will proceed to fly at cruising altitude, Caesar swiftly reassured. Jiang Zheng noticed an odd woven object on his shoulder, seemingly a dust-covered piece of black lingerie. Adeline scrutinized it closely. A peculiar glint danced in her clear eyes before she chose to silently retreat to the back cinema with her wine glass. This clothing wasn't stored properly, haha. Jiang Zheng chuckled as he gingerly picked up the lingerie with a finger and tucked it back into the crevice of the seat. Perhaps it belongs to a stallion and one of his mistresses, left behind in the heat of passion, Caesar explained dryly. Compared to Jiang Zheng, he appeared far more embarrassed. While discovering women's items aboard his stallion father's private jet was commonplace, this aircraft had been stationed at Cairo Airport for over 5 years. And the cleaning personnel evidently neglected this area. Are you a Gattuso, Caesar? Jiang Zheng suddenly recalled something. Caesar, perplexed yet compliant, nodded lightly. Jiang Zheng, suddenly enlightened, displayed an expression of realization. I understand now. The reputation of the Gattuso family's stallion from Sicily is indeed well known. In the central control room of Castle Academy, a transcontinental connection with the Cairo commissioner was established. The large screen displayed Craig's serious visage. Neither the Academy's students nor those who would eventually ascend to the role of commissioner in the execution department could ever present a relaxed demeanor when confronted with Schneider. Even the most unruly students became as docile as lambs when summoned to partake in discussions with the execution department. The aforementioned details encompass the entire itinerary and tasks assigned to the hybrid hunter, Moonlight, in Cairo. Following Norma's data interception and comparison, the information was deemed substantially accurate. Regarding whether we should acquiesce to his demands, according to the regulations of the execution department, any engagement involving third-party forces necessitates a decision from either the minister or the faculty on duty, contingent upon the circumstances. Schneider's hoarse voice emerged through the oxygen mask. Agree to his request. Understood, Minister. I instinctively began to reject Craig's suggestion, but midway through my response, I sensed an incongruity. Agree to his request. Schneider reiterated his statement, a rare occurrence of him repeating himself. This operation would be directed remotely by me, with Craig as the on-site commander and Caesar as the deputy commander. The execution details had already been disseminated to every commissioner in the execution department via Norma's editing. Ding! The screen of the tablet beside Caesar suddenly illuminated. He opened the message. Temporary Commissioner Caesar Gattuso. This message serves to inform you of the personnel changes regarding task number 08050-319. Overall Commander and Remote Director, Von Schneider. On-site Commander, Patrick Craig. Deputy Commander, Caesar Gattuso. Official Commissioners, Morel, Hutu. Temporary Commissioners, Clara, Thorne. Invited Personnel, Jiang Zheng, Eddie Lin Cape. Sincerely, Norma Lawrence. Caesar set down the tablet and turned to the drowsy boy across from him, saying, I have some good news to impart. You and Miss Cape have both been included in our current mission. Oh, really? Jiang Zheng struggled to open his eyelids. Who is Cape? Is it Eddie Lin? He had always been fond of sleep, perhaps influenced by his brother, averaging 12 hours of slumber each day. He would often manage to doze off during at least 4 classes at school. Eddie Lin Cape, he mused. Cape must be her surname, although I suspect it may be a deliberate fabrication. Caesar positioned the tablet before Jiang Zheng and selected a video to play. The footage depicted an auction scene. Since we are evidently allies now, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Oh, all right. Craig hesitated as the screen emitted unsettling sounds of heavy breathing. Is there anything else? Schneider inquired. According to the regulations of the execution department, under non-emergency circumstances, divulging mission details to non-commissioners is prohibited. Unless it is a matter of life and death, hybrid individuals outside of the secret society should not be involved in the mission. Craig attempted to gauge Schneider's stance through the rules. In his understanding, Schneider was the least likely to approve such a report, given his history of hostility towards other hybrid factions. Thus, he had never considered that Jiang Zheng could be allied with them. It appears Caesar did not inform you of this matter, Schneider stated, sending a document, more accurately, a video, to Craig. The video, time-stamped 11 hours prior, was recorded at 22:39 Cairo time, in a location 500 meters south of the Al-Azhar Mosque, known as Paradise. The 2 proprietors of the establishment were hybrids, former hunters from a website, who had since transitioned to behind-the-scenes employers, remaining on our watch list. The video was brief, capturing the auctioneer's gavel falling for the first time, followed by a small crimson talisman appearing, culminating in a shadowy explosion that left a massive half-moon crater on the auction stage. The entire event unfolded in less than a minute, but only someone like Craig, with extensive experience in high-risk missions, could grasp the true terror of such power. If one were to calculate the duration from the shadow's eruption, the entire process lasted under 3 seconds. Observing the darkness enveloping the auctioneer, it could have been less than a second. To inflict such extensive damage in that minuscule time frame would require a high-level spell. The intact half-moon shape left at the scene indicated the precision of this force. He dared not speculate further into the realm of more potent spells. Should it be a spell cast by a hybrid, it would undoubtedly suggest that this individual had mastered the art of spellcasting to an extraordinary degree. Yet, the source of all this appeared to be merely a floating piece of red paper. Craig inquired, "Minister, what is the red paper in the video?" Through Norma's slow playback, he discerned that the red paper was indeed the catalyst for the shadow's eruption. The caster might have merely assisted by invoking the deep crimson shadow that emerged from the auctioneer's body, ultimately leading to this horror. "That was a talisman," Schneider replied. "A talisman?" This evidently touched upon Craig's area of ignorance. While every individual at Castle Academy could be considered somewhat knowledgeable about Huagua culture, they found themselves at a loss when confronted with something even the locals scarcely understood. Norma's voice resonated within Craig's computer. A talisman is a form of magic from the native religion of Huagua, Taoism, with a history spanning nearly 2 millennia. Its foundational beliefs are rooted in the veneration of deities and spirits, purportedly possessing the ability to summon divine beings and exorcise demons. However, most contemporary talismans are deemed unreliable, often exploited by charlatans to deceive the elderly or those with outdated beliefs, Schneider added. Craig felt his knowledge expanding. "So, this one is genuine?" Talisman name, unknown. Effect, unknown. Content, unknown. Unknown. Given that this talisman had never been observed before, no conclusions could be drawn, and it seemed that only a handful of individuals in Huagua possessed the knowledge to wield such techniques. Norma continued, "And the user of this talisman is Jiang Zheng." Norma's final statement came across as a fact, leaving Craig in disbelief. How could that be? He was in our temporary command center, over 10,000 meters away from the 2 buildings. Aside from him, there is no other individual capable of utilizing a talisman. Schneider too found it hard to believe that such an alchemical tool could effortlessly take a life across such vast distances, but having ruled out all impossible options, the true answer remained. "But what is your purpose? I heard you had some unpleasantness with him yesterday afternoon," Caesar inquired with curiosity. "Surely, it cannot be over something so trivial." Jiang Zheng sighed, feigning profundity. "I must confess, it was merely a moment of youthful bravado." "Indeed?" Caesar revealed an expression of knowing. "So what became of the vanished auctioneer?" "Rest assured, I too harbor disdain for those who perpetrate violence against innocent individuals under the guise of bloodlines. He likely met a fate where not even residue remains," Jiang Zheng remarked, touching his nose. "Is that so?" Caesar recalled the black half-crater at the auction, lamenting. "What a pity for that auction item. It was quite an intriguing piece. I almost purchased it. Is it a golden scepter?" "It's unharmed. It's in my bag." Jiang Zheng retrieved the Sphinx scepter from his bag and gently tossed it to Caesar. "It is said to be an artifact capable of enhancing hybrid and even dragon bloodlines. Criticized as an object of evil or ill omen." Caesar examined it closely, marveling at its exquisite design before returning it to Jiang Zheng. Internally, Caesar yearned to acquire it. Yet he held no interest in enhancing bloodlines, as any material or information related to bloodline alteration bore the stigma of taboo. One misstep could plunge one into an unfathomable abyss. He desires to acquire the item solely due to its unique and precious nature, which sounds impressive. It aligns with his fondness for the 3 associated aspects. His intention is to purchase it for his collection, only to place it in a display cabinet where it will gather dust. An hour later, at Luxor International Airport, the staff received notice 2 hours prior about the impending landing of the Mary, prompting an urgent meeting to assemble a group of crew members and security personnel to attend to the passengers aboard the aircraft. However, upon witnessing the plane land and the cabin door open, they were met with only a blond man clad in a pilot's uniform. "I'm afraid, sir, that they have already disembarked and left the airport," said Percy with an apologetic smile. "Disembarked early? What does that entail? Did they parachute out?" The airport staff exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 22. The Little World at the Sofitel Winter Palace in Luxor, a former winter retreat for Egyptian royalty. One can behold the Valley of the Kings and temples directly from the rooftop. The grand foyer boasts 2 jade statues, gilded walls, and striking deep purple sofas, while a vibrant red carpet stretches to the end, illuminated by a crystal chandelier that bathes the hall in opulence. One might wonder, is it truly necessary to book an entire floor of presidential and business suites? Many rooms remain unoccupied, a sheer waste. Jiang Zheng, weary, leaned against the balcony railing, gazing out at the distant Valley of the Kings. He realized that shopping is indeed a laborious endeavor in his 2 days in Luxor. He accompanied Adeline to numerous tourist attractions and malls, purchasing little yet feeling utterly exhausted. The rigorous training arranged by his uncle seemed far less demanding in comparison. Our chairman has always believed in not squandering time on matters that can be resolved with money. That is the true disgrace, he mused. Clara and Adeline sat in wicker chairs on the opposite side of the balcony, savoring post-lunch desserts of Egyptian bread pudding. Locals often combine baked pastry or bread with milk and sugar, adding nuts, raisins, coconut flakes, butter, or cream, frequently seen at Egyptian weddings. Why don't you join them in searching for the awakening location of the dragon? Clara inquired. You mean to run about those sites with various instruments in a haphazard manner? Jiang Zheng returned to the living room, sinking into the plush sofa. Didn't we visit the Valley of the Kings yesterday morning? And found nothing but a plethora of mummies. Despite its commanding name, the Valley of the Kings is essentially a large, rectangular pit with nearly vertical walls. The temple features weathered murals that have not been fully restored, rendering it less visually appealing compared to some newly developed ancient constructions by locals. The government has replicated ancient Egyptian palaces for tourists to explore. The tomb chambers within the valley are lined up in succession. Around 50 to 60 tombs have been discovered thus far, and countless mummies found. During one excavation, over 30 mummies were uncovered in a single chamber. If these mummies were indeed the remains of hybrids or dragons, their existence is truly tragic. They have been besieged by tomb raiders for over 3 millennia, lacking a stable resting place, often crammed together. I can't fathom where they find such energy. And their efficiency is dismally low, Jiang Zheng mused. Genuine ancient dragons, prior to awakening, would create a barrier around their vicinity, crafting an independent little world within the space, rendering ordinary life detection devices utterly ineffective. Jiang Zheng nonchalantly swiped a portion of bread pudding from the table. What do you mean? Clara asked, momentarily taken aback. Then what should one do? And what is this little world? Perhaps consult a feng shui master? I mean a genuine expert, not a charlatan, Jiang Zheng replied. The little world, as referred to in your materials, is called Nibelungen, a unique alchemical domain. The land of the dead, Nibelungen? Clara instinctively swallowed, realizing that it was a mythical place. There are many Nibelungen, but the true land of the dead is singular. Every esteemed pureblood dragon possesses the capability to create one, with its size and rule completion largely dependent on their mastery of alchemy. A third-generation hybrid might manage one the size of this floor, Jiang Zheng shared, eager to impart knowledge. Having been raised with comprehensive knowledge of hybrids, he knew that even a mere glimpse would astonish those less informed, which is why he had not considered attending Castle Academy. Unfortunately, only Clara, the somewhat frivolous girl, seemed taken aback, while Adeline, though attentive, did not exhibit any signs of astonishment. Why didn't you mention this sooner? And now we need to find a feng shui master in Huagua? Clara suddenly lost her appetite, and Adeline swiftly consumed the entirety of the bread pudding from her plate. Jiang Zheng lifted his head and rested it on the armrest of the sofa, observing the 2 girls on the balcony. That isn't necessary, as far as I know. Capable feng shui masters won't travel far for a third-generation hybrid. This is because it can be violently destroyed. The little world is inherently anchored to this primary world. If large-scale destructive weapons are employed, it will lose its foundation, potentially collapsing and fatally harming the unawakened dragons. Spatial turbulence is no trivial matter. The equipment department at the academy will regard your words with great esteem, Clara remarked. And then, secondly, rely on luck. Luck? With so many of you probing the tombs in the Valley of the Kings, perhaps someone is fated to stumble into this little world, and with a bit of luck, decipher its rules and find their way back out. Thirdly, wait for the dragon to fully awaken. Newly awakened dragons are not at their peak strength. Once the little world can no longer completely conceal its aura, it will be discovered by you. I suspect that for at least the past century. The secret society's campaigns against pure-blood dragons primarily involved battles with those who had already awakened. Very few have been killed in their infancy. Perhaps only fourth- or fifth-generation hybrids unfamiliar with their own powers. Clara's palms grew clammy. The boy spoke with uncanny accuracy. While her family may not belong to a renowned hybrid lineage, they were well-structured in their heritage, sending their most exceptional offspring to Castle Academy for further education. Thus, she was familiar with the secret society's history of dragon slaying, which aligned closely with the boy's claims. She promptly rose, retrieving her phone and computer to send the acquired information to her chairman and instructor Craig. "May I share this information with the chairman?" Clara asked, glancing at the unfamiliar Asian boy before sending the message. Minister Schneider's approval for Jiang Zheng and Adeline to partake in the dragon-slaying mission had taken everyone by surprise. And while curiosity surrounded the two unexpected guests, there lingered an undercurrent of hostility and distrust. Adeline's stunning appearance and serene demeanor helped dissipate prejudices, while Jiang Zheng's reticent nature made it difficult for him to integrate quickly. Everyone recognized the boy's powerful lineage, and in unfamiliar company, he would not initiate conversation. Though a small boy from the Lionheart Club frequently approached to say hello. "Feel free to come to me if you have questions." Jiang Zheng appeared quite agreeable at that moment. 5 minutes later, Clara's phone rang. "Chairman." She instinctively stood as she answered the call. "Clara, did you receive that information from Jiang Zheng?" Caesar's tone was grave. "Yes, he just spoke it directly." Clara sensed something was amiss. Had there been a discovery? 2 agents have gone missing. Despite thorough checks, we could not locate them, but we have confirmed the location of their disappearance. Caesar remarked, "We are currently on our way back to the hotel. Prepare for a meeting with all members. Remember to summon Jiang Zheng and Adeline." Chapter 23. Pre-War Conference. Luxor Sofitel Winter Palace Hotel. War Conference Room. The living room of the presidential suite had been transformed into a spacious and minimalist conference room. Yet the hotel staff exhibited no dissatisfaction, adopting a demeanor that pleased Caesar, emphasizing that the young master's happiness was their priority. Initially, there were over 100 first-year students along with members of the executive department. However, considering the minimum standards for engaging with the pure-blood dragon clan, those of lesser bloodlines were assigned to sentinel roles, observation tasks, and communication with local government officials. After all, it would be reckless to allow students who might falter at the mere roar of a dragon to step onto the battlefield. Such actions would not only jeopardize their lives, but endanger many others as well. Thus, the nearly 30 specialists present in the conference room were the main force against the pure-blood dragon clan. Each individual possessed some information regarding the pure-blood dragon Nibelungen, and after reviewing it, they were to ensure its complete destruction, as the confidentiality of this information was classified. It was provided by the specially invited expert, Jiang Zheng. Craig remained seated at the end of the long table, with Caesar on his right, and beside Caesar now sat Jiang Zheng instead of Clara. "Do you not have any information on the Nibelungen?" Jiang Zheng inquired curiously. "There should be some, albeit limited. To my knowledge, no one in our secret faction has ever ventured into the realm of the dragon Nibelungen. Selling information like yours to our faction could fetch an astronomical price," Caesar replied. Upon hearing the term astronomical price, Jiang Zheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, lamenting, "It feels as if I've missed out on a fortune." "If you are dissatisfied, you may submit a compensation request to the executive department afterward," Craig said nonchalantly. "Now, let's commence with the formal agenda of the meeting." With a flicker of hope, Jiang Zheng straightened in his seat. "We have just had 2 specialists go missing, Thorne and Lawrence. They were a small team responsible for investigating some previously excavated tombs and underground sites. Using thermal imaging technology and ultrasonic positioning feedback, we identified their last known location to be near the entrance of the tomb of Pharaoh Amos-I. Could this revival of dragons be attributed to him? Someone queried. "One could say it is a possibility," Craig answered. "If these pharaohs are indeed dragons, why not simply obliterate the Valley of the Kings? That way, there would be no future dragon revivals here," Caesar suggested. "If you had paid closer attention in the principal's class on dragon genealogy, you would not pose such a question." Craig expressed his dissatisfaction with Caesar's lack of seriousness in class before continuing. "Setting aside whether these pharaohs are indeed dragons, most pure-blood dragons would not easily succumb to slumber. War is the predominant theme in dragon history, and entering a state of dormancy signifies an evasion of the present era, potentially leading to a decline in strength. No one can guarantee that the sky will remain as blue after waking from a millennium of sleep. Moreover, they would not place their slumbering grounds in proximity to one another. The wars among pureblood dragons are the most brutal, Craig added. Caesar shrugged. Jiang Zheng appeared deep in thought. His understanding of the wars among pureblood dragons was limited. Historically, the realm had long been dominated by mixed-blood families, and prior to the feudal society, pureblood dragons were seldom seen. Some families had posited that certain dynasties or emperors were pureblood dragons. Yet these remain mere conjectures without concrete evidence. The primitive society operated under a system of abdication, where leadership was assumed by the most virtuous and capable individuals, who devoted themselves to the well-being of their tribes. To claim they were pureblood dragons seems implausible. How could dragons voluntarily relinquish their positions? It would seem impossible without engaging in a life-and-death struggle, let alone striving for the welfare of ordinary tribesmen. It was not until the advent of slavery and feudal societies that the presence of pureblood dragons became vaguely apparent. Yet these were predominantly conflicts between pureblood and mixed-blood dragons, with no records of internecine strife among dragons. Did Thorn and his companions inadvertently stumble into the Nibelungen? A member of the student council expressed envy, believing that entering the legendary Nibelungen would be an achievement worth boasting about for a lifetime. If they were fortunate enough to slay a dragon still in slumber, their glory would be assured, possibly even immortalized in history. The prospect of misfortune did not factor into the minds of this group of mixed-blood individuals. It was not from arrogance or indifference to life, but rather from a yearning for glory and recognition among peers that members of the mixed-blood families in Huaxia shared a similar desire to uphold their family's honor. To be precise, in your perception, the Nibelungen represents a genuine realm of existence, rather than this unstable microcosm. However, it is likely that those two did indeed enter the dragon's resting place, Jiang Zheng explained. The first-year students' expressions turned increasingly sorrowful, wishing they could swap places with Thorn, while the student council members remained tense. The presence of the Lionheart Society members within the Nibelungen, while the student council members were not put them at a disadvantage. During this practical war course, the president was personally overseeing, and they could not afford to be overshadowed by the Lionheart Society. Jiang Zheng, is there any way to allow us access to the alchemical realm or to retrieve them? Craig inquired, directing the attention of all present towards Jiang Zheng. I am not well versed in alchemy. Jiang Zheng stroked his chin. Brute force would be unacceptable due to the significant costs involved. If you have individuals proficient in alchemy, you might attempt to break through, akin to dismantling a formation. The group exchanged glances in silence, while they had studied subjects like alchemical engineering and alchemical chemistry at the academy. Their knowledge paled in comparison to the vast realm of alchemy. Graduates or some well-informed first-year students might recall that there was a vice principal at their academy named Nicholas Flamel. If he were to attend, there would likely be no issues. Noticing the lack of response, Jiang Zheng continued. The second method involves utilizing alchemical artifacts specifically designed to break through realms. If such tools are unavailable, weapons capable of activating the alchemical domain may suffice. This approach is akin to brute force but incurs less destruction. If we liken the dragon's alchemical domain to a wall, we would be hammering a hole into it. My dagger is an alchemical weapon, inscribed with the presence of the alchemical domain. Caesar raised the black hunting knife he carried. Over the past couple of days, he had kept this knife and a pair of silver desert eagles close at hand, and their impressive design often drew requests for photographs from groups of young female tourists and middle-aged women at various attractions. To Jiang Zheng's surprise, Caesar politely obliged these requests, explaining, as an elegant gentleman, one should learn to appreciate beauty, especially that of women, regardless of their age or appearance. Perhaps the dagger is too precious. Using this method might damage the weapon's own domain, which is not worth the risk. Jiang Zheng thoughtfully considered Caesar's situation. Well, if there truly is no alternative, I wouldn't mind. The weapon is meant for battle, and if it breaks, what of it? Caesar replied nonchalantly. The third method involves a talisman I brought, which can temporarily breach a corner of the domain, allowing us entry. Jiang Zheng offered a sheepish smile, adding, however, this talisman is somewhat costly and requires reimbursement. Caesar and Craig's eyes brightened, as they both recalled the blood-red talisman they had seen on the auction block. What is the price? Craig was the first to inquire, noting that this was the task of the execution department, and all expenses would be submitted to the college's financial office before being presented to the board of trustees. clearly indicating that funds were not an issue for them. You settle in dollars, correct? Jiang Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. How about 5 million? I have only one talisman left, which should last for a while. However, if the time elapses and I am still inside, there may be no way out. But if I manage to slay that dragon within, then it would be of no consequence. 5 million, Craig nodded, deeming the price acceptable. He had witnessed the power of talismans firsthand, and such strength could not be compared to the explosive force of ordinary missiles. I will offer 8 million for a single talisman. Do you have any more? Caesar whispered. On the other side of the table, Adeline appeared intrigued as she gently nudged his shoulder, quietly calling his name. Hearing the murmurs beside him, Jiang Zheng suddenly felt he had undervalued his price. Had he witnessed Caesar's extravagant spending at the auction that night, he might have set a more reasonable rate. Different talismans utilize various materials. I have a few more here, specifically for locating individuals, calming the mind, and sealing. Their utility is limited and tailored to my own abilities, so they would be of no use to you. Jiang Zheng mused. However, I can offer you 2 as a gift later. The 2 did not press further, as they likely possessed similar alchemical items at home, merely expressing curiosity towards something novel. I will apply to the execution department shortly. A check or bank transfer will suffice, correct? Craig asked. Jiang Zheng nodded in agreement. He then proceeded to introduce the dragon-slaying weapon needed for the task, which originated from the equipment department. Allegedly, it was their latest research. And after successful trials in the Sahara Desert, they promptly sent over 2 prototype units. Craig clapped his hands, and the screen in the room illuminated, displaying a photograph of a rocket launcher nearly the height of a person, accompanied by 2 missiles over a meter long. This weapon was named Silver Meteor, with its modified prototype being a tactical missile that could be deployed from submarines, surface vessels, bombers, and land-based multiple rocket systems. The equipment department simplified its launch mechanism, enabling single-unit launches without compromising accuracy while slightly enhancing its power. Both missiles were equipped with alchemical warheads capable of inflicting lethal damage on third-generation beings that lacked defensive incantations. One of the warheads contained refined mercury, nitro, and the blood of a holy infant, which would not only cause the expected explosive damage but also release a vast quantity of toxic substances, leading to a deadly poisoning of any dragon inhaling the gas. The drawback was that the power of the 2 warheads was difficult to control, especially since the generated toxins would be equally harmful to mixed-blood beings, potentially resulting in self-inflicted harm if one were not careful. Here are the operation manuals and user guidelines sent by the equipment department, Craig stated. The specialists in the conference room exchanged glances, none willing to speak first, although they anticipated that the equipment provided by the equipment department would not be particularly user-friendly. Such volatile weaponry seemed to threaten their very existence alongside pure-blood dragons in Nibelungen. Craig sighed. In truth, this weapon is quite decent. In the realm of third-generation beings within Nibelungen, utilizing this weapon should not pose a threat to the real world. Indeed, Caesar concurred. We can strike that dragon from a distance, then engage in close combat. If we prevail, it will be a joyous occasion. If not, we shall face a second strike together, and we all perish. Finally, they moved on to the grouping. Craig fast-forwarded the meeting to the last segment. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. The dragon-slaying initiative is no different. The execution department never arranges a single plan. Even in the event of failure or unforeseen circumstances, there are typically further preparations in place. Excluding Thorne and Lawrence, there were 27 individuals in total. Craig's group consisted of 13 members, including a small number of specialists from the execution department and 2 newcomers from the Lionheart Society, alongside several new members from other clubs. Caesar's group comprised 14 members, including new students from the Student Council, most of the formal specialists from the execution department, along with Jiang Zheng and Adeline. This grouping had been premeditated by Craig. Excluding Jiang Zheng and Adeline, the combat capabilities of both groups were nearly equal. Jiang Zheng's presence did not affect his grouping. To Craig, Jiang Zheng was an uncontrollable variable. Despite Minister Schneider's trust in him, Craig felt the need to exercise caution. Given Caesar's amicable relationship with Jiang Zheng, it was simpler to assign them to Caesar's group. Jiang Zheng and Adeline donned the combat attire of the execution department, tight black bodysuits, tactical vests, and a black trench coat. They claimed that this ensemble could offer some degree of bullet resistance. It's a bit tight, Adeline remarked as she emerged from the changing room, gently tugging at the collar. Jiang Zheng glanced at Adeline, whose figure was accentuated by the fitted attire, surprised at how well-developed this relatively young girl had become, as she had always worn loose clothing before. Didn't they say you could go without it? Jiang Zheng offered his black trench coat for her to wear. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Adeline playfully tugged at the fabric. Clara rolled her eyes and consoled, you'll get used to it. The equipment department's gear has always been like this. And when you come knocking, they'll boast about the weapons they've forged that shake the world. If you want comfort, then go find a tailor. Don't blame us when the weapons explode. Are there bombs in the clothing? Jiang Zheng immediately began inspecting the hem of his pants inch by inch. Perhaps? Clara replied uncertainly. What kind of weapons do you need? Cold weapons or hot weapons? Just give me a sword, Jiang Zheng stated. Unfortunately, we don't have swords. The standard equipment from the execution department includes Barrett rifles, Uzi submachine guns, Colts, and Glocks. Cold weapons consist of long swords, short blades, and daggers. Any other weapons must be requested and crafted by the equipment department. Clara lamented. The cold weapons were made from a new type of superalloy, cast in one piece, sharpened using machine tools, and polished with diamond wheels, resulting in exceptional standard weapons that were resistant to damage, earning high praise from the execution department. Then a long sword will do, as long as the quality is good. Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly. Weapons were of little importance to him. What truly mattered was the wielder, for someone like him could navigate a dragon's lair with a mere blade. Adeline couldn't help but laugh at the suddenly proud boy, realizing that this was his most authentic self. Usually quiet and aloof, he was merely hiding behind a faade. The true him was just a big boy yearning for recognition and praise. Everyone possesses multiple facades, displaying different attitudes towards colleagues, superiors, and subordinates in the workplace. Varying tones with parents and children at home, and diverse stances on various life occurrences. Sometimes, even they themselves are unaware of which is their true self. They merely present the face others wish to see, smiling, shaking hands, and conversing. Having others treat you with friendliness does not necessarily indicate a strong relationship. But if you approach others with your most genuine and relaxed demeanor, they are likely to become your true friends. Hey, look outside, someone shouted. Jiang Zheng and the others turned their gazes outward, witnessing thick clouds obscuring the sun, which had been radiating its golden light. The once clear blue sky was swiftly engulfed by dark clouds, plunging the earth into shadow. The low-hanging clouds formed a vortex, with the center directly above the renowned Valley of the Kings. The winds shifted suddenly, transforming the previously gentle breeze into a fierce gale that whipped across their faces like a blade. Dust devils began to swirl in the desert surrounding the city, encircling it as a wild hurricane howled like an arrow, sending yellow sand swirling through the streets while thunder and lightning illuminated the clouds with a bluish-gray glow, producing a deafening roar. A shadow loomed over everyone, mirroring the dreadful weather outside. This is a chaotic elemental surge. It hardly resembles the standards of third-generation beings. Jiang Zheng murmured softly. In the realm of draconic pride, where the powers of language and alchemy reign supreme, the essence of elements is indispensable, encompassing earth, fire, wind, water, and spirit. For instance, when Caesar wields the scythe, the wind element in the air transforms into his eyes, relaying every captured sound to him. Should other dragons or hybrids invoke their language simultaneously, the conflicting elements would result in elemental chaos. In instances where dozens or even hundreds of hybrids unleash their words, intense elemental fluctuations could erupt into minor elemental turbulence. This turbulence is a unique symbol heralding the awakening of pure-blood dragons, capable of disrupting various wireless waves and communication signals, thus creating a semi-isolated awakening ground through natural disasters. Only the awakening of pure-blood dragons can instigate changes in celestial phenomena. The area surrounding the Imperial Valley has been thoroughly cleared by the enforcement department and local police. Mere hours ago, it was teeming with people. Yet now not a single silhouette can be seen. Local police in Luxor have parked at critical intersections, having received orders to evacuate civilians and ensure the streets remain deserted. Nearby hotels have issued instructions prohibiting any guests from leaving. Everyone's phones have received storm warning texts, urging citizens to return home swiftly and refrain from lingering outdoors. The sudden onset of bizarre weather has indeed facilitated the clearing operation. In such harsh conditions, few would venture outside. As for the locals and tourists snapping photos from upper floors, it matters little. Even if they capture something noteworthy, Norma will handle those images. It is said that when dragons stir, storms accompany them. Caesar stepped onto the balcony. While the wind had indeed risen, the rain had yet to fall. Could this indicate that the dragon in question is not of the oceanic lineage? Perhaps. A voice remarked coldly, its tone grating like iron scraping against iron, accompanied by a crackling electronic hum. Minister. The commissioners glanced at their phones. Local signals were experiencing some interference, and Norma had connected their channels to the Lock I-12 satellite. Schneider stood in the central control room, flanked by Gertrud von Stein and Mansland Steit, forming the command team for this dragon-slaying operation. Behind them, hundreds of technicians stood ready to contribute their expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, don your headsets. It is time to embark on your battlefield. 3 small vessels along the banks of the Nile unveiled their concealed forms, their silver armor reflecting a cold light as dozens of personnel stood ready. The Otto Melara 76 naval guns aboard were adjusting their angles and directions. Currently, the Nile was at a low water mark, incapable of accommodating larger ships. Thus, deploying these lightweight vessels was the maximum achievable within a short time frame. The fish are ready. Please advise. Several fully armed AH-64 Apache helicopters began to lift off from the deck, heading towards the Imperial Valley. Since their inception, the Apache has consistently ranked first in global armed helicopter performance due to its remarkable capabilities and battlefield efficiency. Possessing formidable night vision, much like the dread the North American settlers felt towards the Apache Indians, the Iraqis and Afghans equally feared the Apache's dominion over the night. Following modifications from the equipment department, the Apache had truly become a terrifying flying tank, undeterred by the raging sands and hurricanes, soaring through the sunset like a black eagle. The birds have arrived at their designated position, please advise. The man in the cockpit, wearing a white helmet, surveyed the scene below, striving to stabilize the massive steel beast in the air. Even with his driving proficiency, executing such a mission in these conditions posed a considerable challenge. Around the mountains encircling the Imperial Valley, over a dozen dark figures lay prone, wielding anti-material sniper rifles with a caliber of 20 millimeters. Their projectiles painted a menacing red. These bullets could maintain supersonic speeds even after traveling 25 kilometers, capable of firing specialized armor-piercing rounds and other large-caliber sniper munitions, their power nearing that of artillery. The swarm is ready, please advise. The wolf packs have reached the entrance of the Imperial Valley, please advise. Craig gently pressed his earpiece. This is the enforcement department. I am Commander von Schneider. This mission's code is 08650319. Schneider gazed quietly at the large screens divided into sections, whispering, "Good luck to you all." The dragon-slaying operation commenced. Chapter 24. The Chinese hybrids. You're certainly investing heavily. I just saw helicopters outside. Jiang Zheng walked closely along the right side of the tomb passage, his middle and ring fingers leaving faint traces on the stone walls. That is a necessary precaution, Craig replied as he led the group. If we truly require their assistance, it likely signifies our mission has failed. They will handle the final cleanup when the dragon departs its lair. Wouldn't this area instantly become ruins? Jiang Zheng questioned. The secrets of the dragon clan must not be leaked. This is an unspoken rule that all hybrids adhere to, Craig murmured. The consequences of a breach of secrecy are unimaginable. Jiang Zheng fell silent. Indeed, if the secrets of the dragon clan were revealed to the public, the process of dragon slaying would accelerate dramatically, shifting discussions from trivial gossip to tales of dragon lore. Soon, television broadcasts would proclaim, "Shock! Dragon clan relics rediscovered in a certain nation. Experts explore prehistoric civilization. Dragons reawakened in a certain region. A child born to a notable lineage is revealed to be yet." On the unseen side, would anyone covet the power of dragons? The answer is affirmative. Everyone would desire this strength, be they affluent or ordinary, yearning for the longevity and physical prowess of hybrids. Some hybrids would be captured for research, subjected to experiments on blood, genes, bones, and brains. A war between humans and hybrids would erupt, and nations would embark on an arms race concerning dragon civilization. Ultimately, a new breed of hybrids would emerge, striving to obscure the secrets of the dragon clan and diminish public consciousness, perpetuating a cycle. "We have arrived. This is the place," someone announced. All eyes turned to the boy at the center of the group. "Make way. Let me see," Jiang Zheng declared, pushing past those beside him with the swagger of a street tough. In truth, Jiang Zheng had sensed the elemental disturbance nearby, carefully attuning himself to the surrounding environment and elemental fluctuations. A small world can be understood as a private territory crafted by dragons, inherently possessing points of intersection with the external realm, attachment points. Only by locating these attachment points can one find the entrance to Nibelungen. Of course, those with the keys to another's home do not count. Can you perceive the flow of elements? Craig inquired softly. Barely, Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly. Craig nodded silently. His assessment of Jiang Zheng elevated a notch. In the eyes of true dragons, one can perceive the flow of various elements in the air: red fire, blue water, directly witnessing the essence of the world, controlling elements to govern reality. This is likely the location. Jiang Zheng gently waved his arms in a specific area of the air, mimicking a grasping motion. Can this child truly succeed? Manstein observed the boy's antics on the large screen, skepticism etched upon his face. China is perhaps the most mysterious gathering place for hybrids, Schneider responded ambiguously. We only maintain a simple branch in China, yet each year we recruit a few hybrids, all of whom are solitary individuals, not from hybrid clans. Professor Mans pondered this. Does this imply that the population of mixed-blood individuals in Huagua is substantial? However, they are numerous. The chairman of the discipline committee, Manstein, scratched his shiny head. A greater number of mixed bloods would typically lead to an increase in dangerous incidents. Yet, incidents of mixed blood individuals committing murder or the resurgence of dragon clans are quite rare in Huagua. Schneider then shifted the conversation to another topic. Following the widespread use of the internet, Norma observed that only a handful of mixed blood murder cases, merely a few dozen, occurred in Huagua, a stark contrast to North America, where such incidents numbered as high as 400. Conversely, in Huagua, the recorded supernatural events without harm reached a staggering 1,376, while North America documented 980. Schneider solemnly remarked that the number of mixed-blood individuals in Huagua far exceeds our expectations, and they possess an exceptional ability to conceal their identities. Instances of mixed-blood individuals losing control seem to be exceedingly rare among them. If you were in Huagua and underwent 9 years of compulsory education, you would understand this as well. Jiang Zheng retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his backpack. It is only when something truly catastrophic occurs, with the victim coincidentally being a mixed blood, that such an incident might incite chaos. Furthermore, our legal awareness is quite robust. Jiang Zheng patted his chest and gave a thumbs up to Caesar, indicating that everyone knows what is right and what is wrong. Society reveres heroes, and it is common for individuals with abilities to act as unsung heroes. This is likely a reflection of the enduring cultural values passed down through generations. I found information indicating that talismans are categorized by the color of the paper, ranked from highest to lowest as gold, silver, purple, blue, and yellow, didn't I? Caesar glanced at the talisman in Jiang Zheng's hand, which was either golden or yellow. Is that so? Where did you come across such folklore? Jiang Zheng replied, somewhat bewildered. Is this one gold or yellow? Talismans crafted through alchemy can be classified into 3 types: spirit talismans, blood talismans, and soul talismans. Their quality varies based on the alchemist's skill and the quality of materials used. Jiang Zheng performed a hand gesture, his steps shifting rhythmically within the narrow tomb passage, while softly chanting, I received the Heavenly Master's heart treasure seal, naturally adorned, ascending from the netherworld to the celestial realms. I walk the steps of you, attaining immortality. Swiftly, as commanded, the golden yellow talisman shot forth, standing in midair and opening a portal 2 meters high and 3 people wide, hovering just under a meter from the ground, through which faint glimpses of the interior could be seen. Some were captivated by the brushwork on the talisman, only to be drawn in, their expressions weary to the brink of fainting. Fortunately, a companion nearby cautioned them to avert their gaze. Caesar too shifted his focus. He was not scrutinizing the content, but rather comparing it to the blood-red talisman he had observed previously at the auction. His earlier mention of the talisman color hierarchy was for this reason, as red talismans do not exist within this classification. Another theory posits that red paper talismans are used for inviting and dismissing deities, yet this seems vastly different from the violent, murderous talismans previously discussed. The talisman can sustain itself for 2 hours, equating to 4 hours, which should suffice. Jiang Zheng shouldered his backpack once more and gently pulled over the eagerly peering Edilin. suggesting they venture inside to scout ahead while the others organize their tasks. The officials watched as the two disappeared through the portal amidst a ripple. Keaton, Derek, and Craig named a few individuals to remain at the portal and outside, tasked with monitoring communication devices and providing support. Of the more than 20 present, half bore heavy equipment, yet aside from weapons, most were non-essential. Coco, report. I believe the front lines need me more. The tall girl's expression suddenly turned serious. Her gaze fierce, though her voice was a charming contrast. Very well. After some deliberation, Craig nodded. Although Coco was female, her lineage matched his level, and her combat-type spirit language could be more effectively utilized in direct confrontations. Everyone followed me in an orderly fashion. Understood. Chapter 25. Illusions with the utmost caution. Lu Mingfei stealthily opened the door, glancing back to ensure his round cousin was still sound asleep on the bed, relieved to see no signs of awakening. Faint snores emanated from the adjacent room, one deep and one shallow, belonging to his uncle and aunt. Feeling the $20 in his pocket, Lu Mingfei relaxed and sprinted through the community, heading towards his envisioned Eden along the street lined with street lamps. It was not the first time he had slipped out at night to visit an internet CAF since middle school. He had taken a bit from his savings each time he returned home to fund his overnight stays. Nighttime internet fees were cheaper, and $20 was just enough for an overnight stay, a cup of instant noodles, and a bottle of nutritional drink. Unfortunately, this time, some scoundrel had stood him up. As Lu Mingfei's thoughts wandered, his legs instinctively carried him to a particularly quiet stretch of road. He paused to alleviate the fatigue in his legs and the rising motion of his chest, finding himself beside a newly built wetland park rather than shops. The cool breeze was quite refreshing, and the silvery glow softly spilled onto the earth, with the distant sound of flowing water faintly audible from within the park. Damn, how did I end up here? Lu Mingfei's mouth parted as he stared at a nearby crooked willow tree, his brow furrowing in discomfort. The internet CAF he usually frequented was inexplicably closed, forcing him to seek a farther one, resulting in this detour. Time was of the essence. Reaching the CAF was paramount, and he had already missed the check-in time for overnight stays. Each passing minute meant losing precious gaming time. Just as he prepared to set off, he heard the synchronized sound of two pairs of footsteps behind him, likely from joggers out for exercise. It was puzzling to think that a park had been built here, usually devoid of visitors. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, and a female voice spoke. Once this area is developed, there will surely be people, right? Once the infrastructure is complete, investments will follow, another man replied. No, someone died over there. The female voice was laced with mystery, mingled with disdain and fear. Who told you that? Don't be ridiculous. The man dismissed her concerns. Really, people from my parents' generation know about it. Several young men in their teens and 20s died under dreadful circumstances. There was blood everywhere. Many passers-by witnessed the bodies. The elders say it was a water monster from the lake that came ashore to consume people. That's absurd, the man laughed. Let us head back. We shouldn't run further ahead. The woman protested. Fine, fine, it is quite late. Let us go home, the man acquiesced. Their footsteps became uneven, stepping on the asphalt road, one after another. Lu Mingfei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his arms. He wasn't sure why he had stopped upon hearing the conversation behind him, instinctively absorbing every word. Strangely, the two did not run past him or turn back, and their figures gradually faded from view. Brother, a ghostly voice echoed in Lu Mingfei's ear, and he jolted upright like a startled cat, his eyes darting around in alarm. Heart racing but finding no signs of anything amiss. Brother, that voice came again, clearer this time. Oh my, please don't come near. Lu Mingfei took off sprinting, his speed surpassing even that of his school's 5,000-meter race. He dared not look back, as if a specter was truly pursuing him. As he entered a shadowy area, he instinctively quickened his pace, fearing the darkness concealed a demon. Finally, Lu Mingfei spotted the yellow lights spilling from the internet CAF up ahead, bolting towards it with the speed of a 100-meter dash. As he pushed open the glass door, he felt the darkness behind him recede instantly. Unlike the stillness of the midnight hour, the internet CAF bustled with fervor. Youngsters and middle-aged men alike furiously tapped away at keyboards and mice, akin to gallant swordsmen wielding their blades with exuberance and flair. Indeed, the malevolent spirits were of a shadowy nature, retreating swiftly from such vibrant energy. Rout Mingfei pondered as he caught his breath. Hey, isn't that Rout Mingfei? Long time no see. A middle-aged man behind the CAF counter greeted him with a smile. The constraints of high school left little room for internet escapades, as the institution enforced strict regulations. Route Mingfei wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, opting for an all-night session along with a bottle of nutritional drink. Has that boy who used to come with you not shown up? The man handed Route Mingfei a temporary overnight card. Would you like some instant noodles? He had something to attend to, so let's hold off on the noodles for now. We can decide later, Route Mingfei replied, accepting the card and drink. All right, just let me know before 2 a.m. if you want anything. Route Mingfei nodded, glanced at the computer number, and found his spot. A sense of relief washed over him, both physically and mentally, and as he grasped the mouse, he felt rejuvenated. Where's Laoming? How come you're the only one online? A message popped up from a friend named Old Tang. Jiang Zheng didn't he come? He stood me up. It's infuriating. Do you know where he went? Old Tang inquired. No idea. He didn't mention it. All right then. It seems I won't be able to climb the ranks today. I've already defeated players ranked 4 to 10, and now I just need you too. Old Tang boasted. Foolish child. You dare to be arrogant. Today, I shall make you falter. Route Mingfei declared with bravado. Bring it on. Translucent and ethereal. These were the words that resonated in the hearts of every specialist upon entering the portal. It was a grand hexagonal chamber. Its walls not of stone but of semi-transparent natural crystal glass, the floor composed of an unknown material, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Jiang Zheng beheld a lavish and majestic ancient palace, with 2 golden dragons perched upon the eaves, seemingly poised to take flight. The structure was partially surrounded by a pond, with floating duckweed carpeting the surface, lush and pristine. In the center of the hall stood a golden throne intricately carved with dragon motifs, upon which sat a shadowy figure, indistinct in features. Below, there were goblets of amber wine, jade cups, golden chalices, and emerald plates, the food exquisitely arranged, the wine flowing freely. The sound of an ancient guqin echoing, the chimes of bells ringing, and a scene of joyous celebration, with sleeves billowing. An unreal sensation surged within everyone. They had envisioned the interior before entering, whether as a tomb passage similar to the outside, or a blood-soaked battlefield littered with corpses. Yet none anticipated such beauty, a paradise reminiscent of the gods from mythology. What now? Were they trapped in an illusion? Manstein focused intently on the motionless figures displayed on the screen. Craig, Schneider called out, his voice failing to rouse them amidst the cacophony of the headset. For nearly a century, the secret society had faced several resurgence wars against the pure-blood dragon lineage, encountering 3rd generation and even subsequent variants. The high-risk incantations they wielded could wreak havoc and destruction upon society and the surrounding cities. Yet never before had they felt so utterly at a loss as they did now. The scholarly faction first grasped the eerie terror of dragon alchemy. Originally, the 3rd generation variants did not require such extensive personnel investment from the secret society. Otherwise, they would not have incorporated a new warfare practical course. However, the mention of a small world and Nibelungen in Craig's report piqued the interest of those behind the academy, prompting a multifaceted armed deployment. Outside the portal, Kid remained stationed, preventing their entry. Manstein rubbed his bald head. Administrative staff, do not interfere. Is this the best solution that can be proposed? Mans shouted impatiently. Manstein dared not voice his anger. Although Mans held a lower rank, his experience in dragon-slaying operations far surpassed that of Manstein. Someone has broken free from the illusion, Schneider suddenly remarked. The screen projected footage from the specialist's devices, and due to the angle, they could clearly see the boy from China at the forefront, stretching his neck and surveying his surroundings. Can't the communication devices be used? Contact him, Mans instructed gravely. He doesn't have the headset used by the specialists. Schneider replied, for once quiet, then added, but Jiang Zheng will wake them. What kind of rubbish alchemy is this? How could ancient Egypt feature structures and artifacts from ancient China? Such shoddy craftsmanship. Jiang Zheng cursed, kicking a jade pedestal that stood on the ground. The head of the jade sculpture broke cleanly, tracing a graceful parabola through the air before crashing to the ground. Little rascal. Manstein stomped his foot in frustration within the central control room. Did this child not comprehend the value of that jade sculpture? If it was a precious relic, what then? Even a handful of sand from Nibelungen could fetch a fortune outside. Schneider and Mans were unconcerned about such matters. Their focus lay on whether Jiang Zheng could awaken the others. Jiang Zheng first approached Caesar, who was smiling, seemingly entranced by something. yet his brow was furrowed tightly. Bang! Jiang Zheng punched the man's robust chest, sending Caesar staggering back, clutching his chest and coughing. After a moment, Caesar looked up in astonishment, quickly grasping what had transpired. What did you see? Are you happy? Jiang Zheng teased. Caesar exhaled slowly, his expression wistful as he softly replied. I saw myself walking with my mother in the meadows of the Alps, listening to the sounds of the world. I know it's not real, but I'm reluctant to wake up. Jiang Zheng nodded, soon realizing that the purpose of this alchemical domain's illusion was not to ensnare the entrants, but to reveal their innermost desires. However, what was he witnessing? He was not one to be swayed by material temptations. Feasts and revelry held no allure for him. How can we awaken them? Caesar surveyed the surroundings. Noting that apart from the two of them, no one else had stirred, the others remained with their eyes closed, expressions ranging from joy to contemplation. A punch should do the trick. Jiang Zheng raised his fist. Quite uncouth of you, Caesar grinned, instinctively rubbing his still aching chest, his fingers forming a fist as he approached the nearest individual. Caesar successfully awakened several people, carefully controlling his strength to avoid injuring his companions. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng located Edilin in a corner. Just as he pondered how to rouse her, the girl suddenly covered her head with one hand while grasping his fist with the other, exclaiming, "Don't hit me. I'm awake." When did you wake up? Jiang Zheng asked, laughing. Just now, Edilin replied, her gaze drifting elsewhere, her mouth resembling a delicate cherry blossom. Jiang Zheng was skeptical of Idolin's claim. Her personality was quite unique. If one were to label her as cunning, her typically gentle and pure demeanor made one instinctively want to protect her, if deemed obedient. She occasionally displayed mischief alongside small fibs, filled with curiosity about the world, yet never succumbing to its allure. What is this place? Edilin pulled a small camera from her coat pocket, snapping pictures of her surroundings with the shutter clicking incessantly. In my experience, dragons typically do not set traps at the entrance of small worlds. This illusion was not designed to ensnare intruders, for it was all too easily discernible. Jiang Zheng did not lower his voice. It merely manifested the beautiful things within one's heart, and upon realizing its falsehood, one could easily escape. Though the duration was a matter of time, Craig, upon being awakened by a companion, approached the forefront of the group and quietly thanked Jiang Zheng. Report to the commander. Teams have entered the Dragoness tomb. All equipment is functioning properly. Signal is strong. Arrange for personnel to remain behind. Explore the Dragon Tomb. Locate specialists Thorne and Lawrence. Find the main burial chamber and eliminate the dragons. Schneider succinctly outlined the tasks at hand. Chapter 26. The steel mural. The assembled execution squad advanced along the tomb passage, which was evidently much broader than that of the Emperor's Valley, soaring to a height of 10 meters. Perhaps this was necessitated by the larger physiques of the dragons, requiring a more spacious path. Each officer held a specially designed flashlight, the beams of light illuminating the pitch-black corridor with astonishing brightness, making them appear less like a dragon-slaying team and more akin to a scientific archaeological expedition. The footfalls of dozens of individuals barely produced a whispering sound, their silence unnerving. Can anyone speak? A voice suddenly shattered the stillness. Of course. Do you have something to say? Craig glanced at Jiang Zheng. Not really. It's just too quiet. It feels unsettling. Jiang Zheng, not holding a flashlight, wielded a steel blade over a meter long, gently twirling it in his hand. Craig sighed inwardly, aware that such a closed environment could easily incite psychological panic. However, engaging in idle chatter could lead to a lack of preparedness in the face of imminent danger. The execution protocols mandated that officers refrain from casual conversation during missions. Oh, how utterly tedious, Jiang Zheng lamented. Instructor, look at the wall ahead. Clara exclaimed suddenly. All lights shone upon the walls flanking them 100 meters away. The vision of the mixed-blood individuals did not exhibit a significant enhancement due to their lineage, resembling that of ordinary people, and in fact, they might even be nearsighted. They could merely discern that something was etched upon the wall. Everyone, proceed with caution. Schneider's timely voice resonated in the channel. The group adjusted their flashlights to the brightest setting, illuminating the grotesque, yet vibrant mural before them, which also captivated the attention of the professors in the central control room. The mural extended far beyond their sight, resembling an endless tapestry of history. The surface of the mural was not stone, but a dark gray metal, reflecting a bluish hue under the light, rendering the figures depicted upon it extraordinarily lifelike. This is iron, Caesar declared, stroking the mural's surface with conviction. Moreover, the iron content is exceptionally high, comprising at least over 95%. The earliest iron discovered by humanity originated from meteorites, which contained a high percentage of iron. A mixture of iron, nickel, and cobalt. Archaeologists have found small axes made of meteoric iron in ancient tombs, as early as 4,000 years ago. In the religious texts hidden within the pyramids of Egypt's 5th and 6th dynasties, it was documented that the thrones of significant deities, such as the sun god, were crafted from iron. At that time, iron was regarded as a mysterious and precious metal, with Egyptians referring to it as heavenly stone. In ancient Greek, the words for star and iron were the same. Iron artifacts were first discovered in ancient Egypt around 3500 BC, with evidence suggesting they were of meteoric origin. In this moment, Caesar showcased the erudition befitting the heir of the Catullus family. The Hittites of ancient Anatolia were the first to smelt iron from ore, and this resilient metal endowed them with economic and political power. Some iron ores contained vanadium, which they utilized to produce the renowned Damascus steel. But such a vast quantity of iron could hardly be found anywhere else in the world at that time, Clara remarked, snapping pictures alongside Adeline. The two appearing like good friends on a sightseeing tour. Jiang Zheng silently estimated the weight of iron, knowing that 1 cubic meter weighs 785 tons. Even if one assumed the wall's thickness to be merely 20 centimeters, the hundreds of meters of wall would require at least thousands of tons of iron. The fabled palace of the king of bronze and fire was said to be forged from thousands of tons of steel. Could this be connected to the same lineage of dragons? The girl named Coco murmured softly, her sweet, childlike voice drawing Jiang Zheng's attention. Craig, document the mural's contents in their entirety, Schneider urged, suppressing his excitement. Norma, analyze and interpret the mural and its inscriptions. Damn, I should have applied to be the on-site commanding professor. Man's eyes sparkled with intensity, his hands rubbing together in eager anticipation. Manstein leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against the screen to examine the steel mural. Understood. I will commence the interpretation of the mural's content immediately, a steady female voice responded. Jiang Zheng turned back to the mural, discarding the strange, indecipherable inscriptions. The first humanoid figure depicted was a colossal winged creature, discernible by the numerous bifurcations forming two fan-like shapes behind it. It wielded a scepter, with countless beings prostrating at its feet, while mountains, rivers, and flames appeared in the background. Midway through the mural, throngs of people clashed in battle against another group. And further along, various skirmishes unfolded until, at the mural's end, a heavily depicted crowned figure emerged, leading the people to drive away the invaders. Once again holding the scepter as his subjects bowed in submission. Is this the history of ancient Egypt? Caesar mused, gazing up at the crowned figure with the scepter. Given that this mural belongs to a dragon's lineage, it is likely to chronicle their life experiences, which could allow us to infer the historical identity of this figure. Craig concurred. Norma, have you deciphered it? The mural records the birth and development of the Egyptian dragon lineage. Norma responded. What? Mans exclaimed, astonished. Is the writing draconic? No. It is not draconic. It is styled in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. In the primitive era, a deity appeared here, shaping mountains and rivers, bestowing fire and earthly blessings upon humanity. Upon departing, it left behind its bloodline, and the people revered its descendants as rulers, kings, namely, the pharaohs of Egyptian history, Norma explained gently. However, the subsequent wars cannot be accurately determined. Egypt was occupied multiple times throughout history. From 1720 BC to 1570 BC, they faced invasions from the Hyksos, referred to as the era when the sun god was absent. In 525 BC, the 26th dynasty fell to the Persians, and later, the Macedonians, Arabs, Ottomans, French, and British. Based on the timeline, the most likely conflict is the war against the Hyksos from 1720 BC to 1570 BC, when Pharaoh Ahmose expelled them, marking the beginning of Egypt's new kingdom. Schneider asked, can we ascertain if this is the tomb of that pharaoh? Unfortunately, it cannot be determined, Norma replied apologetically. Wasn't the mummy of Ahmose exhumed? Clara queried on the public channel. Mans nodded. His mummy is said to have suffered severe damage at the hands of tomb robbers, with his head torn from his body and his nose shattered. The first lesson at Castle Academy should have taught you that, Schneider remarked gravely. Dragons can never be predicted by humans. Continue forward and explore. There remains much to uncover within the mural, such as the identity of the initial figure. Is it the dragon ancestor, the Black King Nidhogg, or perhaps a noble progenitor who led the wars against them? Can we infer the whereabouts of other dragon clans through the mural? But these matters were to be left for the professors at the academy to ponder, for now. The priority remained the dragon hunt. Chapter 27. The corpse guardian as Jiang Zheng and his companions traversed the corridor adorned with the steel mural. They entered a new tomb chamber. The moment they stepped into the room, several oil lamps mounted on the walls flickered to life, casting a dim yellow light that surprisingly subdued the high-lumen flashlights provided by the equipment department. How ostentatious, Jiang Zheng muttered. Caesar sprang into action, his black blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. With a sound reminiscent of paper being torn, the hunting knife embedded itself into the wall. After stabilizing his stance, he retrieved a dagger from the outside of his thigh, extracted a nearly solidified glob of grease from the lamp, sniffed it before handing it to Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng crushed the small piece of greasy substance, inhaling the slightly fishy aroma of the white oil. It is said that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang contains everlasting oil lamps. Sima Qian mentioned in records of the Grand Historian that the fuel within these lamps is derived from the oil of mermen, hunted in great numbers by Qin Shi Huang during his lifetime and refined into a combustible substance to serve as fuel for the eternal lamps. As for why it only ignited after our entrance, it is probably a trick of the dragon kind. Well, that seems rather economical, Edilin remarked with a jest. The others remained silent. The chamber was devoid of any items apart from the oil lamp, not even a broken stone, leading their attention naturally to the two half-open doors on either side of the tomb chamber. Choose one, Craig suggested. After surveying the options, Caesar opted for the right door, which was closer to him. Norma, separate the team into channels, Craig calmly instructed. Keep an eye out for any signs left by Lawrence and the others. Exercise caution around any dragon kind, should it still be asleep. The two teams parted ways without any farewells, following their captain into the uncertain path ahead, recognizing that this might be their final encounter. Honestly, your decision was rather hasty. I hadn't even had a chance to observe, Jiang Zheng remarked, placing his hands behind his head. Edilin, eager to pinch the boy's indifferent face, found him slipping away and was forced to lower her hand. What is there to choose? The two doors are identical. The only difference lies in their direction, with nothing to reference. According to the usual design of dragon tombs, one door represented life, while the other represented death. Jiang Zheng sought something within this passageway to validate his hypothesis that their chosen door would likely be the death door. Death door? Does that necessarily imply it leads to death? Caesar continued to stride forward, unwavering. Even if it is the death door, so what? He would never permit himself to retreat. The path was his own choosing, and he would traverse it resolutely. A person can choose how to live, and Caesar would demand of himself to live or die like a hero. Cowards merely hesitate, while the reckless bring ruin upon themselves. Only the truly brave can overcome all obstacles. Certainly not. Both doors present dangers, but the perils behind the death door may be greater. Jiang Zheng did not exhibit any desire to turn back. This small world lacked intrigue compared to his previous ventures. Noticing Idolin's keen interest, he continued. I once visited a cemetery where numerous alchemical creations were sealed within, obeying the rules of the entire alchemical realm. Within those rules, one could engage in games with them. Failure resulted in punishment, while victory revealed a secret about the place. Ultimately, one could unearth the truth of the entire site, as if deciphering a game. That sounds truly enticing, Caesar smiled, a glimmer of longing sparkling in his azure eyes. Suddenly, a droplet of translucent liquid fell from the dome above. In the next moment, the veins on Caesar's hand became prominent as Dick Tua unexpectedly appeared in his grasp. Drawing his blade from its sheath, he swung in a circular motion. The hunting knife carved a dark arc through the air, the blade sparking against the enemy. However, Caesar did not deliver a second blow, as he struck with the first. Another silver-gray steel blade had already pierced the enemy's skull, swiftly followed by a beheading, with only a small spurt of dark blood escaping. This foe possessed a massive human-like physique, towering over 2 meters, its body covered in mottled scales, arms devoid of human features, replaced by steel-like claws, and a long tail dragging behind. It had lain in wait at the uppermost point of the passage, a half-shadowed location rarely illuminated by the team's flashlight. Just as it launched its ambush, 2 members of the team sensed its presence, and executed an effective countermeasure. The tense atmosphere enveloped the team in an instant, transforming the leisurely scientific expedition into a pack of fierce warriors. A corpse guardian? A senior officer from the execution department approached to inspect the lifeless body. "No, I do not hear its heartbeat," Caesar denied. "This is a corpse sentinel. Legends tell that dragon corpses do not decay for many years after death. Dragons employ alchemy to create hybrids from their kind, using their remains as guardians of cities, perhaps due to the insult it implies to their ancestors. This practice was deemed taboo. In ancient Egypt, attempts were made to employ this technique to resurrect pharaohs and nobles, striving for immortality, but while they could preserve the bodies, they could not maintain the vitality of the nerves and muscles, thus failing to create true undead. Who would have thought he would encounter one here? Caesar remarked, nudging the grotesque corpse with the tip of his shoe. His azure eyes transformed into a fiery gold as he unleashed the Kamaitachi, summoning wind spirits that sped through the air, returning every sound from the tomb passage to him. The cacophony of noises, normally inaudible, was fully revealed in this state. The clashes of claws opening and closing, the friction of bodies crawling against walls, marked their first stretch after millennia of dormancy. The Spirit of Words Kamaitachi, ranked 59 on the Spirit of Words periodic table, traces its bloodline to the realm of the sky and the King of Winds. Yet, even without the Spirit of Words, Caesar could have detected this group of guardians. Dozens of golden eyes ignited in the distance, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. The Team S officers also illuminated their golden eyes. The two sides confronting each other, merely 100 meters apart, gazing intently. After a brief moment of staring, the corpse guardians surged forth with a wailing shriek reminiscent of a newborn's cry. In the central control room of Castle Academy's library, chaos reigned as all technicians analyzed the crisis faced by the officers, striving to offer effective assistance in this dire situation. "Is this a corpse sentinel?" Manstein exclaimed, horrified at the grotesque creature engaging in close combat with the officers. "Indeed, it is a corpse sentinel," Schneider affirmed. "The primary distinction between a corpse guardian and a living one is that one is animated, while the other is not. Their brains have perished, yet their nervous systems, hearts, and muscles remain intact. Their bloodlust and aggression exceed that of their living selves. The alchemically processed torso and bones are more resilient than in life, rendering them perfect killing machines. In the history of the secret society, the occurrences of corpse sentinels are exceedingly rare because they will eliminate every living being they encounter. Only one side can survive against intruders. Can Caesar and his team handle this?" Manstein inquired, visibly anxious. Schneider casually glanced at the chairman of the discipline committee. Although Manstein was often critical of students at the academy, he genuinely cared for their well-being. Even if the corpse sentinel possesses physical enhancements, it remains a mindless weapon. Its effectiveness depends on its lineage and the alchemical prowess used in its creation. However, it is merely a subordinate of a third-generation hybrid. It likely won't be too troublesome. Manstein obtained information regarding the corpse sentinels and conducted a brief analysis of the situation. "That's a relief," he sighed. But upon seeing the somewhat chaotic footage transmitted to the screen, he became restless once more, muttering, "Why does this one lack even golden eyes?" He spoke of Jiang Zheng, who, amidst the roar of gunfire and the clash of blades on the battlefield, stood resolute, guarding the girl, Yidolin, behind him. Any unfortunate corpse guardian that dared to charge towards him or the girl would swiftly find itself pierced through the heart by his blade, followed by a clean decapitation, his movements precise and devoid of hesitation. What astonished observers most was Jiang Zheng's unperturbed countenance and his pitch-black eyes. Slaying several corpse guardians seemed as effortless as eating or drinking, and he even found the time to reassure the girl behind him to remain calm. The battlefield appeared to be divided in two. The corpse guardians seemed to realize the difficulty of their prey and diverted more forces toward the opposite side. However, Caesar had already formed a solid defense with his team, combining close-quarters resistance with ranged firepower, rendering the disorganized horde of corpse guardians incapable of mounting an effective offense. From the force and speed of the corpse guardians' attacks, Caesar deduced their overall capabilities. Over 30 fearless hybrid creatures were ill-suited for a war of attrition. They required swift resolution. "Switch to Mercury Core armor-piercing rounds," Caesar shouted as he dispatched yet another corpse guardian with a swift stroke. The Mercury Core armor-piercing bullets were developed by Castle Academy specifically to combat dragonkind. If utilized correctly, They posed a lethal threat to creatures of the third generation and below. Alongside steel core rounds, the operatives carried these specialized bullets, capable of penetrating dragon scales and fracturing upon impact with dragon bones, releasing toxic mercury that was deadly to dragons. The resilience of these corpse guardians was astonishing. Standard steel core rounds failed to penetrate their skeletal structure, and mere heart wounds were insufficient to inflict fatal damage. Only decapitation, as Jiang Zheng had demonstrated, could ensure their demise. The first to switch to armor-piercing rounds and fire was a handsome Arab boy from Saudi Arabia named Reinhardt, who had joined the student council at Caesar's personal invitation. This year, 5 elite students were enrolled, 3 of whom joined the council, marking their first victory over the Lionheart Society in recruitment efforts. With a resounding bang, the boy, who bore a hint of androgyny, pressed the muzzle of his Colt Python against the forehead of a corpse guardian and fired, the tremendous force propelling the creature several meters away. His wrist seemed unaffected by the recoil as he swiftly turned to aim at another corpse guardian, murmuring an ancient incantation, his golden eyes blazing like torches. The immortal incantation enhanced the user's physical form, potentially elevating it to the strength of titanium alloy, allowing a single punch to breach bulletproof steel. This invincible status was Reinhardt's trump card for close combat against the corpse guardians, although the effects of this incantation were not as potent as its superior counterpart. The Bronze Throne, the side effects were minimal, resulting only in brief fatigue after use. As Reinhardt fired at the corpse guardians, he inadvertently caught sight of the composed Jiang Zheng, momentarily startled. Although the latter occupied a more advanced position, the mindless corpse guardians, driven solely by their instinct to kill, exhibited an innate fear, opting to bypass the boy who had yet to ignite his golden eyes. On Caesar's front, there were no issues. The operatives would not face fatalities. Only about 5 sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Schneider was prepared to conclude this small-scale skirmish. By the way, Manstein suddenly recalled something. Did we inform Craig about the happenings here with Caesar? There are 2 paths. It cannot be that only one is beset by enemies. Already informed, Mance replied, feeling at ease as he lit a cigar and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Schneider glanced at the dissipating smoke ring, lost in thought until a tightening in his chest and a fit of coughs brought him back to reality. Oh, my apologies. Mance hurriedly extinguished his cigar, having forgotten about Schneider's compromised lung function. Schneider waved his hand dismissively. To him, tobacco was akin to poison. Report, Commander. We have located Executive Division Specialist Lawrence. Craig's voice crackled over the channel, tinged with a bittersweet mix of sorrow and anger. Chapter 28. Scythe Weasel crouched against the wall of a tomb. A creature barely resembling a human clung to the last vestiges of life, appearing akin to a mummy, with cracked skin enveloping its bones and no flesh remaining. Its tattered Executive Division coat bore countless lacerations, only a few fragments clinging together to prevent it from completely falling apart. A skeletal hand hung limply, gripping a Glock pistol, its magazine now empty, with its name, Fried Lawrence, stitched in silver thread on the inner collar. Executive Division Specialist Fried Lawrence has been declared deceased. Lawrence was a civilian, wasn't he? Coco murmured. It must have been quite a challenge for him to accompany us in this chaos. Where are the enemies? Are they dragonkind? Someone scanned the surroundings, the anger in their golden eyes tinged with crimson. Another newcomer from the Lionheart Society inquired, have we spotted Thorn? Or has he managed to break through? Shoo. Craig placed a finger to his lips, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of his emotions. Listen closely. The special operative suppressed his rising anger, adopting a poised stance to listen intently. Crack, crack. The sound resembled stones fracturing. The operatives exchanged glances and cautiously advanced, the noise growing clearer and more frequent. From the walls of the tomb, countless slender bones broke through the rock, some even forming a fan-like structure resembling wings, thin membranes stretching between them. In the beam of the flashlight, these bones reflected a beautiful bronze sheen, reminiscent of birds or reptilian creatures with membranous wings. At the tips of their wings were sharp claws, resembling human fingers, as lethal as blades. Bats. It's a scythe weasel. Schneider shouted over the channel. Beware above. There are swarms of awakened scythe weasels. Several operatives immediately raised their flashlights, revealing hundreds of tiny, pale golden eyes, those of the scythe weasels that had awakened to attack Lawrence. Having feasted on blood after a long slumber, their thirst for it unabated, they hovered above the tomb rather than returning to their rocky abodes. now serving as the vanguard of the Scythe Weasel Legion. Open fire. Most of the team consisted of well-trained Executive Division operatives, who quickly adjusted their formation to suppress the Scythe Weasels. Thompson submachine guns and Uzi submachine guns unleashed ravenous tongues of flame, turning many of the Scythe Weasels into mere fragments before they could take flight. Yet the sheer number of Scythe Weasels was overwhelming. Even after a significant first wave of casualties, hundreds still managed to unfold their bony wings and ascend into the air, their flight speed astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages as they accelerated. With great sacrifice, the Scythe Weasels plunged into the throng, their claws gliding gently over the skin of their prey, leaving faint traces of blood that would gradually expand, oozing forth after mere seconds. Be cautious. The Scythe Weasels' attacks are not lethal, but they can inflict multiple wounds. Excessive injuries could lead to exsanguination, Schneider warned. The Scythe Weasels circled above, emitting shrill cries of excitement before a hunt, their voices raspy and sharp like crows. Damn it! I should have worn a mask, Coco exclaimed in her doll-like voice, slicing a Scythe Weasel in midair, then firing several rounds accurately at the soaring predators. 3 blood trails marred her face, and her arms and thighs bore numerous scratches. Her combat suit provided decent protection, leaving her wounds shallow. Ancient incantations resonated through the air, compressing and distorting the atmosphere visibly, as nearby Scythe Weasels failed to escape, perishing in a violent explosion. The incantation Shadow Thunder, designated as serial number 17, possesses the remarkable ability to compress air, generating a vast shockwave akin to that of a bomb. In confined spaces where the use of explosives is impractical, Shadow Thunder undoubtedly stands as one of the finest choices for incantations. At the moment of detonation, a vacuum was created above the crowd, granting the agents a significant opportunity to breathe. Craig, wielding both a long and short blade, remained unscathed. Any scythe that ventured within his attack range would be reduced to mere fragments of lifeless bone. He glanced back at Coco, who had unleashed the incantation, lamenting, "For the first time, I regret that my incantation is not of the wide-area attack variety." In the small world portal, Kid and Derek patrolled with their Uzi submachine guns, aware that in such a narrow and unprotected tomb, the well-trained agents could confidently deliver an entire magazine of bullets into their target. Their position was arguably the most futile of the entire operation, serving merely as a conduit between the internal battlefield of Nibelungen and the external front. They could not intervene in the internal conflict. Should defeat occur within, the commander would alert them to prepare for retreat. At that point, they would simply need to set up monitoring devices at the portal before withdrawing to the external battlefield, ready to unleash a comprehensive barrage the moment the dragons emerged from Nibelungen. Nevertheless, they understood the significance of this operation and maintained their vigilance, refraining from idle chatter, occasionally casting glances at the glowing formation talisman. "Derek, do you sense anything?" Kid suddenly peered down at the gravel beneath their feet, expressing a feeling that someone had entered. Derek looked at him, surprised, and gently shook his head. Acknowledging Kid's meticulous nature, he suggested, "Shall we contact the two on the other side?" After a moment of contemplation, Kid responded, "Norma, reach out to Owen and George inside the portal. I have inquiries for them. Please establish a communication channel." "Understood, Agent Kid," Norma replied in his earpiece. "The communication channel has been established." Kid pressed his earpiece and inquired, "George, have you made any discoveries within the portal?" "Nothing much, just quite dark and a bit eerie." "Fortunately, I'm not afraid of the dark," George replied with a cold joke. "Have you noticed anyone entering?" Kid pressed on. "Where would anything come from?" George responded cautiously. "There shouldn't be anyone. It's just a feeling." "That's a relief. I don't even have that feeling, huh?" The two exchanged a few casual words before disconnecting the channel. "Any findings?" Derek asked. "None. Rest assured, Norma and the professor's plan will not falter." Kid remained silent, his gaze fixed on the scattered dust beneath his feet. Chapter 29, Ma-E, the goddess of wine chips. "Chips, I have entered. Please respond." A low voice echoed through the tomb, yet the surroundings were completely devoid of light. "Received, Longlegs. You need to keep pace with those from Castle Academy, but don't get too close. Some among them can wield scythes, and proximity may lead to detection." Another voice emerged, lower than the first, the volume from the specially treated earpiece likely inaudible to anyone outside, even from several meters away. "What are you afraid of?" "To deal with scythes, one merely needs to suppress their heartbeat, and they will become truly blind." The alluring voice conveyed a hint of queenly dominance. Yes, yes. Lady Ma Yi is the most formidable. Little and she cannot do such things and must remain behind for remote command. Su Wenqi replied in a tone of mockery. Your little backside is itching again, isn't it? Wait until I return to deal with you. Ma Yi swiftly traversed the tomb, ignoring the murals that the professor's group longed to see, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. However, upon entering the next chamber, the everlasting lamp suddenly illuminated, prompting her instinctual ninja reflexes to adopt a combat stance, gripping two small daggers. What bad luck. It seems we've truly walked into a dead end, only to find ourselves in a cul-de-sac. Simultaneously, a strikingly golden-haired man entered the chamber, almost colliding with Ma Yi. Yet he appeared oblivious to her presence and shifted direction towards another door. Ma Yi recognized this man as Caesar, the heir of the Gattuso family, whose incantation was the scythe previously mentioned. He was flanked by a dozen agents clad in black trench coats, with only 3 females among them. Let us quicken our pace. Instructor Craig's battle has not yet concluded, one agent whispered to Caesar. Indeed, Caesar nodded indifferently, expressing a desire to witness a living scythe, hoping to leave him 2 alive specimens. Unaware of the mechanism behind the chamber's illumination, Ma Yi nearly revealed herself. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief that Caesar had not released the scythe and began to exit the chamber alongside the agents, 2 figures emerged from the door. In stark contrast to the previous group, these 2 appeared entirely out of place. Although dressed in identical combat uniforms, the boy resembled a weary tourist at a scenic spot, reluctantly being pulled along by the girl beside him. Ma Yi felt an urge to deliver a swift strike to the boy. However, in that fleeting moment, she noticed the boy transform from a languid tourist to a cold-hearted dragon slayer. The faint golden hue in his eyes flickered in and out, reminiscent of an ancient well, deep and inscrutable. What's wrong? Yidlin, noticing the fleeting gold in Jiang Zheng's eyes, assumed he was irritated and gently reassured. Please don't be upset. I only worried that if I ran with them, you would be left behind. It's fine, Jiang Zheng smiled, lightly tapping her delicate face, causing her to blush. Although Jiang Zheng was merely a year younger than Yidlin, he exhibited a demeanor more akin to that of an older brother. He fixed his gaze on the tomb's entrance, letting out a scoff before, urged by Yidlin, he hastily followed Caesar and the others. Longlegs, why are you silent? Have you encountered trouble? Su Wenqi chattered incessantly in the earpiece. As Ma Yi and Jiang Zheng simultaneously exited the chamber, the candle extinguished, and she snapped. What a nuisance. I was detected. It's all your fault. Ah, detected? They didn't harm you, did they? They want to use a wet whip on you, right? A beauty like you falling into the hands of men would be a fate worse than death. Su Wenqi's words grew more outrageous, and Ma Yi could easily envision her animatedly lounging on her bed. He can detect me releasing the netherlight, Ma Yi murmured, pondering whether it was due to his incantation or merely perception, or if he had discovered something. Upon hearing Ma Yi's lingering concern about her detection, Su Wenqi realized her words had been genuine. As a ninja, one must possess a profound understanding of their concealment and assassination techniques. Every mission danced on the edge of a blade, with no room for error, lest one face grievous wounds or worse, total annihilation. Was it that Caesar? Su Wenqi whispered. I heard he is an heir of the Gattuso family, renowned for their exceptional lineage. It's understandable that you caught his attention, Ma Yi. Not him, Ma Yi scoffed, recalling the golden-haired man she had encountered earlier. Just a freshly adult young man. Does he think he can surpass me? Let's wait until he graduates. Do you know about the moonlight on the Hunter's website? The Hunter's website? I'm not familiar, nor do I understand. Su Wenqi shook her head and murmured. The boss hasn't directed us to venture into the Hunter's market, so why should I exhaust myself pursuing that path? Do you think maintaining a financial turnover of hundreds of billions is an effortless task? Do you have any idea of the effort I expended to carve out time for this? Jiodamai interrupted the accounting maid's incessant chatter and paused before saying, I have come to grasp a rather significant piece of information. Moonlight is Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng, the cold-faced young master? Su Wenqi exclaimed in astonishment. How can those mixed bloods from China feel secure allowing him to come here alone? I wouldn't trust him without at least 100 bodyguards. Should anything happen to him, the Jiang family's legacy spanning thousands of years would come to an end. What a peculiar nickname. Jiodamai chuckled lightly. As you said, the Jiang family has only him left. Who would be there to protect him? Su Wenqi replied playfully, the Li family from the Central Plains, the Zheng and Chun families from the south, or even the Wang family from the north. If all else fails, my own Sioux family can send someone. As long as this lad can stay home and focus on his legacy, becoming a handsome and dashing stallion. Weren't you raised alone? Do you still have ties to the Sioux family? Jiodamai raised an eyebrow. Not quite, but if a bloodline verification were conducted, I could certainly return to claim my heritage. Sue and she smirked. What do you think? Should you try to charm him and bring him into our caregiver team? After all, he seems to have a good rapport with the little white rabbit. Jiodamai grimaced. Oh please, when I encountered him earlier, he wore an expression that suggested someone owed him millions. The danger level was off the charts. I believe he could easily handle this third-generation breed by himself. Enough of that. They should have moved far away by now. I need to catch up. Chapter 30. Rebirth. So this is what a living weasel looks like. Caesar picked up a thoroughly dead skeletal entity and sighed. It's far more grotesque than I anticipated. I suppose the weasel released by the word spirit would appear more aesthetically pleasing. When the team arrived, they barely caught the tail end of the weasel battlefield, with the remaining weasels unable to mount another large-scale charge. The specialists meticulously tracked their flight paths and dispatched them one by one. The squad suffered no fatalities, but each member sustained minor injuries. Reporting the casualties, Craig glanced at Caesar. Caesar tossed aside the skeletal remains in his hand, 1 severely injured, 5 with light injuries. The severely wounded must retreat back to the portal. Craig looked towards the back of the team, where a man was being supported. Can he walk? The man grinned through gritted teeth. I can manage to walk back myself. This Arab strongman had sustained a severe wound across his back, nearly cleaving it in two, and suffered a few fractures in his thigh. He had hastily bandaged himself with the supplies he carried, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Craig noticed Jiang Zheng was absent and inquired, "Where is he?" Caesar, aware of the Chinese boy's tendency towards laziness, was about to speak up when he heard a shout from the tomb corridor behind them. Here, you're late. You missed the living ghost car bird." Caesar chuckled. The weasel does carry such a name. Jiang Zheng nodded. The ghost car bird cries day and night for over a month, its voice quite mournful, particularly resonating around the observatory. There are numerous legends regarding the ghost car bird, with opinions divided. The classic of mountains and seas describes it as having 9 heads, a human body with bird features, known as the 9 phoenix. However, the ghost car bird is not the 9 phoenix, but rather an evolved form of it. There are also tales of the ghost car, or perhaps 9-headed, once having 10 heads, one of which was devoured by a dog, leaving 9 bird heads and 1 neck that still drips blood. Is there no queen weasel? Jiang Zheng searched the area, hoping to find what he sought. The queen weasel? Caesar expressed interest in the name. Among these numerous weasels, there should be at least one queen weasel, the true ghost car bird. Its size is grander, possessing 9 heads. Its cries loud and unpleasant. Jiang Zheng described its appearance, considering its corpse decent material. After listening carefully, Craig shook his head. There is none. Well, if there is nothing, then so be it, Jiang Zheng lamented. Don't worry, when I see it in the future, I'll leave the body for you. At that moment, Caesar leaned against the wall, igniting a cigar. After 2 battles, some relaxation was indeed necessary, for a tightly wounded nerve could snap. Rest for 10 minutes, Schneider ordered. Garcia, return to the portal. I have notified the support team. Understood, Garcia sighed. He wished to hold on a bit longer to catch a glimpse of the pure-blood dragon clan on the battlefield. But he knew that stepping onto the battlefield would be tantamount to courting death, potentially endangering his comrades. Retreating to the outside world was indeed the wisest choice. May you all return victorious. Garcia waved farewell and walked away, his posture straight, yet emanating a sense of profound desolation. I'll snap a few pictures and send them to you, someone waved. The teams regrouped, the specialists tending to each other's wounds. 10 minutes was insufficient to regain full strength, but it was intended to prepare them for the battles ahead, whether it meant sacrificing themselves or their comrades. Craig and Caesar huddled together and shared the news of Lawrence's demise. Soren's word spirit is Blaze, ranked 77, a rare high-level word spirit. Craig spoke softly. This spirit can unleash a significant amount of flames. We discovered numerous charred weasel corpses, indicating he likely escaped this area and ventured deeper. Whether facing the corpse guardians or the weasel horde, a squad of fewer than 5 typically signified death or complete annihilation. Managing to break free was already a commendable outcome. Caesar couldn't help but regard the not-so-tall boy from the Lionheart Society with newfound respect. Craig glanced at Jiang Zheng. Did he utilize his word spirit during the battle? Not at all, Caesar shrugged. as if recalling something amusing, and suddenly burst into laughter. What is so funny? Nothing. Let us move on to the next battlefield. The blood that had boiled and burned during the fight had yet to cool, and the execution team once again tread the path of dragon slaughter. 5 minutes later, as recorded by their instruments, they had traversed nearly 3,000 meters when the tomb corridor took a turn. Upon rounding the bend, they discovered the exit of the tomb. "There's light ahead," someone murmured. A faint silver glow spilled from the tomb's exit, casting a delicate mist, akin to a shallow dream draped in gossamer. The distance to the exit was unclear, yet they felt as if they had traversed several seasons of chill. Strangely, the walls of the tomb bore no pilgrimage-like murals. Instead, they were adorned with the same decorations and patterns as before. Soon, even the decorative motifs faded away, leaving only bare walls. As they neared the exit, it was simply a mound of earth, uneven and unadorned. Yet, in that moment, no one paid heed to such details. The scene before them struck awe into the hearts of all specialists and viewers in the central control room. An enormous, enclosed open space reminiscent of a Roman plaza lay before them, dominated by a pyramid soaring hundreds of meters high, evoking a more majestic presence than a 100-story skyscraper built on flat ground. Surrounding this grandeur were colossal sphinxes and various stone sculptures, with headless armored sentinels flanking the pyramid, guarding the tomb of their sovereign. There were no twinkling stars, only a bright, luminous full moon hanging directly above the plaza, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. While the tranquil night sky appeared deep and enchanting, ethereal and elusive. "Is this the main tomb?" someone uttered, trembling. "Don't be intimidated," Jiang Zheng suddenly spoke, calmly asserting. "The moon is not real. This is an immense space that has been artificially created, where dragons reside. Moreover, I can smell blood." The team silently dispersed, weapons at the ready, poised to unleash their swords and firearms at a moment's notice. Jiang Zheng brandished a steel knife that bore small nicks, his muscles taut, forming knife-like lines as he surveyed the surroundings, entrusting his hearing to his keen ears. He should not have felt such anxiety, yet upon entering this place, he was engulfed by the unknown. Eidline attempted to take out her small camera for a photograph, but after receiving a stern glare from Jiang Zheng, she reluctantly withdrew it with a sense of grievance. Caesar drew Dick from its leather sheath, securing 2 desert eagles and holsters at his sides. After a fruitless search, he closed his eyes and released the scythes. Countless wind spirits dispersed in all directions, silent and formless. After a round of flight, the scythes would return the sounds they gathered to their master. However, the main tomb chamber was simply too vast. The scythes could not cover the hundreds of thousands of square meters of space. Where could the dragon be? Had it awakened or remained in slumber? Was its resting place within this pyramid? At the apex of the pyramid, a suspended golden coffin loomed. A voice whispered through the communication channel. His golden eyes shone brighter than those of others. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that each eye possessed both a real and an illusory pupil. The spirit of Jinming. Serial number 58, one rank lower than the scythes, but that did not imply its capabilities were inferior. If the scythes represented the pinnacle of auditory perception, Jinming epitomized the zenith of visual acuity. The name of this spirit derives from the ancient Chinese mythological bird Jinming, resembling a chicken and singing like a phoenix. With dual pupils, capable of battling ferocious beasts and banishing malevolent forces, Jinming possessed the furthest sight among all earthly creatures. Those locked in its gaze could not break free. As for its lower rank, perhaps it was due to the absence of a higher spirit. Cavendish, utilizing Jinming's unparalleled vision, could discern the patterns of leaves a kilometer away, theoretically devoid of blind spots. Once a top marksman at Castle Academy for 4 years, if not for Caesar's presence, he would have been the deputy commander of the team. The coffin lay open. The moon above the dome of the main tomb cast a faint silver glow, and a mist seemed to permeate the air. Jiang Zheng glanced at the black watch on his wrist, droplets of water beating on its surface. The humidity in the air palpable. It was empty, lacking an earpiece. He could barely hear Cavendish's murmurs. There was nothing inside the coffin. Chapter 31. The game an ancient and grand hymn resounded, echoing through the mountains and piercing the vast heavens. Its deep, resonant tones struck the hearts of the execution department's members like the tolling of bells, distant and solemn, not belonging to any nation's language, but rather to the tongue of dragons. Caesar's scythes were the first to capture the sound, revealing the silhouette of the dragon. It was a semi-nude young man, his angular and alluring face striking, with a prominent nose and eyes shimmering with visions and memories from millennia past, both desolate and enchanting. Reminiscent of a whirlpool in the deep sea, drawing one in. Behind him unfurled a pair of 2-meter-long black-bone wings, gently supporting his form. The massive eagle statue behind him temporarily became his throne as he re-entered the world. The moment the execution team entered the tomb, the dragon had been watching them, merely revealing its presence moments ago. 3,500 years. Jiang Zheng's expression turned grave. He realized that the dragon had been in slumber for 3 millennia and 5 centuries, a noble dragon, possibly not a third generation. What does that mean? Caesar whispered. Jiang Zheng explained. He mentioned earlier that a supreme ruler had once crowned him, indicating he had received a title. Third-generation dragons generally do not receive nobility, as only second-generation dragons are often granted such honors. Your intelligence may be flawed. Caesar gasped in astonishment, not only at Jiang Zheng's ability to comprehend the dragon's words, but also at the revelation that their target was a noble second-generation dragon. The weapons and ammunition they carried posed a lethal threat to third-generation dragons and below, but it was uncertain whether they could harm a second generation. For beyond that lay territories unexplored by humanity. Perhaps only the 2 silver meteors they brought could suffice? Typically, the moment a pure-blood dragon and a hybrid encountered each other, it marked the beginning of a relentless battlefield, a rule born from the very existence of hybrids, and pure-blood dragons equally despised these despicable thieves. In the eyes of dragons, hybrids were mere ants stealthily siphoning their power, now seizing the world they once possessed, devising schemes to eliminate every dragon or plunge them into eternal slumber. Yet, one side reminisced about experiences from millennia past, while the other sought to glean information from the other. Neither showed any inclination to strike first. The man, or rather the dragon, emerged from his reverie, as if awakening from a deep dream, a faintly mocking and provocative smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a radiant golden light. I believe a boy had come here before, Caesar remarked casually. Indeed, there was such an ant. The youth surprisingly engaged in conversation, earnestly answering the question. Suddenly, a bloodied boy, writhing and struggling, appeared at his feet. It was Thorn. Thorn bore a massive penetrating wound in his abdomen, his arms twisted grotesquely, his legs bent at impossible angles, his mouth agape revealing broken teeth. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the man beside him, his golden eyes reddened from cerebral hemorrhage. Bang! The Mercury Core blunt armor-piercing round was fired from Cavendish's Remington 24 sniper rifle, soaring through the air toward the dragon hundreds of meters away. Yet the man merely tilted his head slightly, the bullet leaving a small hole in the wall behind him, his speed so swift that he appeared to leave an afterimage. Quite an interesting spectacle. The man vanished from sight, as dozens of bullets arrived too late, splattering stone fragments against the sculpture. The architecture here was indeed destructible. The execution team refrained from firing again. Schneider and Craig did not issue the order to shoot, as the previous volley had merely been a probing attack. The spirit of Ming Zhao and the spirit of Shauna were both proud legacies of the Sky and Wind Kings. Jiang Zheng analyzed the dragon's capabilities, mastering multiple high-tier spirits without excessive incantation in dragon language. Ming Zhao, serial number 69, refracted light to alter the trajectory of light within its domain, allowing the user to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, appearing merely as a faint black mist while still vulnerable to physical attacks, including scent and sound, ultimately leaving traces in the air akin to pale ink. Jiao might utilize the results of this spirit to infiltrate, yet she encountered Jiang Zheng, who was intimately familiar with darkness. Every shadow in the space felt known to him, so even when Jiao suppressed her heartbeat, she was still detected. Shauna, serial number 72, accelerated the user within its domain, doubling their speed, with the potential for repeated stacking, each stack increasing the speed exponentially, the final limit yet unknown. It was said to be a limitless spirit. The second-generation dragon first utilized Ming Zhao to conceal both itself and Thorn, then employed Shauna for rapid movement. To what degree could his Shauna be stacked? 8 stacks yielding 256 times, or 9 stacks yielding 512 times. This was the power of dragons, Caesar murmured. The man appeared atop the pyramid, kicking open the golden coffin to reveal the bronze throne beneath, then slowly seated himself. Jiang Zheng nearly scoffed at the choice of material for the second generation's throne, yet in the next moment, The second generation's golden eyes blazed with a fierce brilliance. An overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloping everyone present, ancient, violent, terrifying, a chilling aura pervading the atmosphere. His heart thundered like a drum. The second generation unleashed the power of his bloodline's will. This is the spiritual realm of the pure-blood dragon clan, where oppression and assault arise from the depths of the soul. Under this immense pressure, the agents tremble and half kneel on the ground, unable to stand. Even those of noble lineage, like Clara and Reinhardt, find themselves collapsed. Their faces as pale as parchment, gasping for breath, yet unable to alleviate the suffocating sensation. In such an atmosphere, it is not merely an aspiration to attack. Even the act of speaking becomes a luxury. Caesar recalled having read the Iliad. The protagonists of the Iliad are heroic figures, each embodying indomitable spirit and extraordinary presence, rendering mere mortals insignificant in their wake. However, heroes are not the sole narrative of the Iliad. The emergence of gods strips all heroes of their divine qualities. Achilles meets his demise from a wound to his heel. Agamemnon, despite being the king of kings, cannot suppress his greed, and Odysseus, the wisest of ancient Greece, repeatedly loses his way on the journey home. Yet, some stand firm, swords in hand, gazing defiantly at the dragon seated upon the throne. The man upon the throne feels alienated from this world. He has slumbered for too long. When did the thieving ants acquire commendable power? Even the audacity to draw blades against him? Throughout various myths, there are tales of mortals who have dared to defy the deities. Among them are successes, such as Ho-E shooting down the suns and St. George slaying the dragon. But there are far more instances of mortals succumbing to the wrath of the gods. Tamiris challenged the muses at a poetry contest, only to have her eyes gouged out upon losing. Marsyas, in a contest of music with Apollo, was flayed alive and hung from a tree after defeat. The sirens, endowed with enchanting voices, challenged the gods in their arrogance, only to have their wings plucked away. 1, 2, 5, 6. The man extended his fingers, meticulously counting those who stood in the arena. Once, there were hybrids like you who revolted against my reign, assassinating me under the pretense of liberating human slaves. I confined them and the human captives in a place much like this one. Then told them, I will kill those slaves one by one, and I shall not act against them until they have all been slain. When I do strike, they will have but one chance to retaliate. Should they fail to end my life before the slaves are all dead, they too shall perish. Why engage in such a tedious game when I could simply kill them? Caesar remarked coldly. You are correct. It is indeed a game, the man chuckled. Now it is your turn to play this game with me. Chapter 32. Bloodshed. Upon entering the main tomb chamber, the execution team comprised 26 individuals. 6 hunters, Jiang Zheng, Caesar, Craig, Cavendish, Percy, and Edeline, alongside 20 bait, and 1 pure-blood second-generation predator. Now, 3 of the bait have perished. Jiang Zheng refrained from intervening. Having positioned Edeline in a secure corner, Caesar and the others attempted to predict the second generation's attack position and escape route, but all efforts ended in failure. As the second generation successfully evaded capture, Cavendish sought a suitable sniping location, yet despite continuous surveillance, the second generation remained elusive. The impacts of the psychological domain gradually waned, and Coco, Clara, and the others regained their combat efficacy, yet they remained bait, susceptible to imminent attack. The bait clustered together in a small formation. Craig, observing an agent recently cleaved in half by claws, stated, he mentioned killing the slaves one by one, so he will only eliminate one at a time. Previous assaults have demonstrated this. By gathering together, we can narrow the range of his attack predictions, and he will exercise greater caution when he strikes. Excellent. Caesar's eyes lit up. While this method of granting the enemy the choice may seem somewhat juvenile, it proves effective against the proud nature of dragons. The agents promptly arranged themselves into a formation resembling a spiked iron barrel, with those on the periphery wielding cold weapons, while the inner agents readied their firearms. A futile and clumsy notion. A shadow, ghostly in its swiftness, swept through the air. The veil was lifted in an instant. And the second generation chose a girl beside Jiang Zheng, Coco, with her charming, doll-like voice. In the eyes of the second generation, this boy, who consistently displayed composure, was likely the only one among them who posed a threat, evidenced by his ability to understand dragon language and withstand the psychological onslaught, confirming the extraordinary nature of his bloodline. As the second generation approached, Jiang Zheng, who had remained still, suddenly sprang into action, his blade slicing through the air, leaving a silver trail in its wake. Sword 4. The golden wild goose flies across the sky. The steel blade collided with the claws like a soaring swan. Yet the blade could not withstand the impact of such speed and power, emitting a painful resonance. Compared to dragons, the swan appeared all too juvenile. The man, having failed to strike, did not linger. His target had never been Jiang Zheng. With a murderous intent, he surged towards the frail girl, who, despite her deep-rooted fear, raised her short dagger. Yet, the claw's speed was overwhelming, leaving her no time to react. In the next moment, Dick and Snowstorm appeared beneath the claws, arriving just in time to intercept the second generation's assault. However, they underestimated the second generation's strength. The claws descended with the force of a mountain, scattering the crowd in all directions. Coco, bearing the brunt of the impact, fell some distance away, her arms a bloody mess, her combat attire torn to reveal her fair skin. Blood flowing like a vivid splash on the snow. She struggled to rise but fell again, unable to stand, her mouth uttering self-reproachful curses. Indeed, quite impressive. The dragon's figure appeared in the distance, his smile widening. Now this is interesting. To reward you, I shall not kill this girl before it is over. I will allow her to witness your demise. A faint yet despairing aura spread among the crowd, be it strength, speed, or the power of words. The second generation dominated them with overwhelming superiority. No, this cannot be. Craig bent down to gently lay Coco's struggling form flat, his golden eyes swirling with an eerie crimson. I will kill you before that happens. The Lionheart lineage's blood refinement technique, a surge of power. The piercing red alarm blared incessantly in the central control room. At the moment the second generation unleashed the psychological realm, over half the technicians fainted upon glimpsing those golden eyes, while the remainder appeared dazed, their faces pale. They belonged to the weaker and infirm among the hybrids, and if present, they might very well become imbeciles on the spot. What to do? What to do? Manstein felt utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a third generation? How did it suddenly transform into a second generation? Everything had been proceeding so smoothly until now. The middle-aged man squatted down, lamenting as he pounded his bald head. Have you notified the principal? Professor Mans asked quietly. Schneider replied nonchalantly. The principal is in Paris. He vacations there every year at this time to attend the latest fashion shows. Damn it. Manstein trembled with rage, cursing vehemently. What nonsense. The last member of the Lionheart Society? The destined dragon slayer? And you send students to the front lines? Idiotic. Enjoy your damn vacation. If there's nothing we can do, don't add to the chaos here. Schneider reprimanded sharply. Mans glanced at the chairman of the discipline committee, somewhat speechless. While I agree with some of what you say, you cannot express it so freely. Can you guarantee that Norma won't report to the principal? However, this colleague seems to be the vice principal's son, so a reprimand will suffice. The principal won't arrive for at least 5 hours. But the squad cannot hold out that long. Mans expressed anxiously. We cannot expect them to endure for 5 hours. Schneider whispered. The principal will become the next phase of the dragon-slaying plan. Were they abandoned? Mans appeared somewhat dazed. As an instructor, he found it unimaginable to forsake his own students, let alone the tremendous pressure faced by the commissioner and the freshmen amidst the dragon-slaying battlefield. Certainly not. Schneider snapped. They are exemplary agents of the execution department. We can still assist them in identifying the weaknesses of dragons and formulating strategies. The Silver Descent. Mance recalled the weapons provided by the equipment department, capable of slaying third-generation breeds. If they could strike directly, they would also inflict fatal damage on second-generation breeds. Craig. Mance called through the communication channel, but received no response. He remembered a crisp afternoon when Patrick Craig, newly enrolled at Castle Academy, participated in the freshman war practice class. With his elite lineage, he was assigned a position to confront dangerous hybrid beings directly. It was both a mark of trust and a heavy burden. In contrast, Coco, also of elite rating in his year, was assigned to a watch duty. In the face of war, no one protested. Obeying orders was the duty of a soldier. Engaging in casual conversation with several senior members of the Lionheart Society, he listened to their tales of missions executed across the globe. Would the mission have been flawlessly successful had the senior not rescued that girl? Craig pondered. But if the girl had perished, the mission would still not be perfect. The senior chuckled lightly. Yet you clearly warned her of the danger, Craig retorted, unabashedly declaring, women are a burden. They can't help and only create trouble. This thoughtless remark was overheard by Coco, who promptly kicked Craig hard on the thigh and declared, "Dare to look down on women again, and next time, I'll make sure you can't be a man." Young and fiery, Craig could hardly endure such indignity, leading to a heated argument with the girl, which only subsided after several seniors intervened. "Hey, don't be so petty. A man should be magnanimous," one senior laughed. "We are neither entirely human nor entirely dragon. We exist as hybrids, adrift between the two. We do not possess superpowers. Rather, we are a gathering of those who have endured the tribulations of the human realm and awakened their lineage, seeking warmth and companionship. Each hybrid harbors an inviolable territory within their heart, a place where their most cherished beings or things reside." Craig remained silent for a long time before nodding in agreement. Later, during the pursuit of the dangerous hybrid, the chaos of the urban area proved challenging. This particular hybrid wielded a ghostly word spirit, allowing it to create an ethereal effect, significantly diminishing its presence. At times, even agents could pass right by without noticing. The creature adeptly navigated the terrain, evading the pursuit team with ease. Ultimately, while taunting its pursuers from the top of a bell tower 1,000 meters away, it was pierced through the forehead by a bullet. The shooter was none other than Coco, who had argued with Craig earlier. She was also part of that war practice. When the outcome was certain, no one would question why she fired without orders. The execution department upheld rules, but if one possessed the might to suppress all, their words became the rule. What happened next? Craig's thoughts began to drift, the dragon's blood boiling fiercely within his veins. The proportion of dragon blood surging while that of human blood dwindled, the will to kill gradually eroding his mind, his countenance contorting grotesquely like a demon. As the communication headset slipped from his grasp and shattered beneath his foot, perhaps he would face disciplinary action. If he survived, Craig mused. Minute scales began to sprout along his wrists and neck, rhythmically expanding and contracting like a breath, but he felt no concern that anyone outside might witness his current state. Word spirit. Netherlight, candlelight of the underworld. It is said the deepest recesses of the underworld are shrouded in absolute darkness. Even if a candle existed there, its light would be utterly consumed by the void. His body melded with the environment until it faded, leaving behind a shadow akin to residual ink, scattered by the flow of air. He had truly become a hunter. Craig recalled drifting like a specter around the periphery of the bait. He endeavored to triumph over that girl in both academics and combat. Over the year, their relationship oscillated between victories and defeats, never becoming too rigid. In his sophomore year, he ascended to the position of vice president of the Lionheart Society. Deep within the society's library lay a sheepskin scroll, concealed beneath a layer of dust, the author calling it the Devil's Revelation. This technique instantaneously enhances the purity of one's lineage through mental means. Once familiar with its power, it would gradually invade one's body. Utilizing this technique, Craig achieved remarkable feats during missions in the execution department, commanding respect and awe. It was both poison and the fruit of wisdom, and those who understood its allure would find it irresistible. Craig was grateful that his word spirit was Netherlight, ensuring no one would witness his appearance after awakening his bloodline. On the path to becoming a deity, the dragon paused, gazing intently, articulating each word with deliberation. It still exists. In the blink of an eye, Caesar's Desert Eagle emptied its magazine, yet the second-generation breed evaded with remarkable speed, even without employing the instant technique. This dragon's innate velocity was astonishing. The man regarded the hybrid, who was not particularly striking among the crowd, not for his strength, but rather for the forbidden path that must not exist. The path that had been deemed taboo by the council after the death of the Black Emperor. Should he kill him now or continue the game? The second-generation breed hesitated slightly. He was a pharaoh under the dominion of that great lord, beyond the council's reach. However, these ants had regained sufficient strength to threaten him, and the individual nearby with the potent word spirit posed a further complication. One misstep would lead to being locked on, and even the instant technique would not suffice to escape, necessitating the use of Netherlight for concealment. He was not the rigid, old-fashioned type of dragon within the dragon clan. He was a radical expansionist driven by a fervent desire for war, and having endured countless battles, he understood the consequences of carelessness. Caesar, where's Craig? Mance accessed Caesar's communication channel. He seems to have undergone some change. Caesar skillfully reloaded the Desert Eagle, though it appeared to be for the better. Do not worry about him. Schneider seemed to have anticipated the unfolding events, swiftly instructing, "Caesar, prepare the silver descent. It is the weapon capable of slaying second-generation breeds." Craig can hold off the second generation. He can hold them off. Caesar was slightly taken aback, but refrained from further comment. The silver descent? Caesar nodded. "I have reviewed its manual, but I will need assistance." "I can help, sir," Parsi spoke, his presence surprisingly minimal until now. Caesar was not particularly fond of this peer sent by his family, for he was undoubtedly a tool for monitoring him. Yet if he could withstand the mental domain of a second-generation breed, he would likely not hinder him. "By the way, can someone lend me a better weapon?" Jiang raised his hands towards the bait. The execution department's steel blades were nearing collapse after several clashes. Caesar intended to toss Dick over, only to find someone had already accomplished that. It appeared that the agent offering the blade was Japanese, kneeling on the ground. Having sustained numerous fractures from the aftermath of a second-generation attack, blood soaking his clothes. "Please." The Japanese agent knelt, head bowed, hands cradling the sword. Jiang glanced at the blade's tang, which bore the inscription of Izumino Kami Kanesada's forging. It was indeed a shadow strike of Izumino Kami Kanesada. Jiang scratched his brow, not refusing the offering. In ancient times, blacksmiths typically forged several blades at once, among which the most successful creation was known as the true strike, while the lesser ones were termed shadow strikes. These inferior blades might be buried in the earth or gifted to others, often marked with inscriptions like "made from excess iron." The dark, claw-like weapon sliced through the air as the predator once again launched an assault on its prey, only to be thwarted once more. A glistening white arc of a blade appeared before him, sparking against dragon scales, hinting at a potential incision. With powerful wings beating, the next-generation creature defied the laws of physics, deftly shifting direction without a loss of velocity. Craig transformed into an assassin cloaked in shadows, relentlessly assaulting the path of the next-generation being with his blade. The dragon's might erupted, and the bait could scarcely withstand the overwhelming pressure akin to mountains and seas, its body trembling uncontrollably. The incantation it was about to utter or had already begun was abruptly interrupted. The man reveled in the chilling sound of claws crushing a human heart, marking another bait's demise. Yet, he realized he was now trapped. With a furious roar, a black, semicircular barrier enveloped them, mysterious runes flowing across its surface, forming a cage that severed them from the outside world, the realm of the word spirit. Serial number 81. The upper-tier word spirit of the underworld's light, capable of establishing a barrier, typically used for protection, yet equally effective for ensnaring foes. Craig's initial blood explosion had not elevated his word spirit, so he now unleashed a second blood explosion. Chapter 33. The decimation of termination, combined, without the underworld's light. Craig's form emerged into view, azure scales breaking through his skin, staining him crimson. Yet, the myriad wounds healed instantaneously, his battle attire shredded to tatters. His iron-like muscles rhythmically undulating, bones astonishingly regrowing. His golden pupils, now mingled with unstable crimson, resembled an unyielding fire that burned fiercely. His blood surged within him like a rampaging dragon, transforming every cell in his body, his heart beating like a war drum. Unable to contain his agony, he let out a roar reminiscent of a dragon's. Mighty power coalesced within him. At this moment, Craig felt no reverence for the pure-blood dragon lineage, only a bloodthirsty rage. He released the lifeless body from his grip, wings gently flapping in the air, his gaze serious as he regarded the hybrid creature that kept pace with him. "By the way, how did you manage to trap me in here?" An ill-timed voice remarked. "Are you transforming into a Super Saiyan?" Jiang Zheng exclaimed, astonished by Craig's drastic transformation. "Your dragon blood ratio has reached an overwhelming majority." Craig remained silent, his crimson golden eyes coldly regarding Jiang Zheng. His sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. Each word was a monumental challenge to his reason. The next-generation creature retreated, quickly discerning that Craig's state was nearing disintegration. No more than 10 minutes remained before the toxic dragon blood would reduce him to nothing more than a mindless killing machine. Humans, despite their noble bloodlines, struggled to control their own power, often paying a price that surpassed their very lives. The next-generation being evaded Craig's erratic onslaught, sneering. "How long do you think you can endure? 10 minutes? Or perhaps 5? 10 minutes? I doubt you could last 3, Jiang Zheng thought to himself. However, in the next moment, Craig surged forward once more, catching the next-generation creature off guard, sending it hurtling away amidst a cacophony of explosive shockwaves. The continuous use of word spirits exacted a toll on the next-generation creature, which had just awakened and was significantly weakened after 3 millennia of slumber. As the dust settled, the next-generation creature was nowhere to be found. "Behind you," Jiang Zheng warned. Craig spun around abruptly, but the next-generation creature did not launch a ghostly ambush. Instead, it approached the lifeless bait it had previously slain, viciously sinking its fangs into the corpse, its blood rapidly coursing into its own body. By the time Craig attacked again, the man had relinquished the corpse and evaded a fatal strike. The pure-blood dragons, without question, held immense pride, yet in the face of life-and-death battles. If transforming into a ferocious beast could annihilate an opponent, they would undoubtedly choose to embody the most savage of creatures, tearing their enemies apart with claws and teeth. They would employ every means necessary. What a disgrace, to be cornered by an insignificant insect. The man spat out a mouthful of blood. The deep-seated wound inflicted upon his chest healing at a visible rate. Craig's second blood explosion granted him healing abilities that his opponent could easily achieve. This was the most primal method of power acquisition among dragons, devouring the corpses of their kin, continually replenishing their bloodline, and striving for greater heights. Consuming the corpse of a hybrid could not strengthen his lineage, but could accelerate his recovery. With each breath, the wounds of the dragon healed at an observable pace. Yet Craig pressed on with a tempestuous assault, having cast aside the snowstorm. Every hardened part of his body, from fists to knees, became his weapon, leaving scars all over the next-generation creature. The next-generation being emitted a savage roar, its claws inflicting 2 penetrating wounds on Craig's abdomen and thigh, scales shattered, and countless bloodstreams gushed forth. Jiang Zheng could see through the wounds to the other side, where various organs lay in ruin, transformed into a mass of blood. Though Craig sustained greater injuries, he subtly gained the upper hand in offense. He needed to focus solely on relentless assault, even if he could not slay the dragon. He believed Caesar and the others would be able to handle the aftermath. As for how the other specialists would perceive him, he would soon be dead, so it mattered not. Whether hailed as a dragon-slaying hero or a malevolent dragon plunging into the abyss, such matters were of no concern to Patrick Craig. Craig sank his teeth into the man's neck, his claws piercing the next-generation creature's chest, relentlessly seeking to shatter its internal organs. The dragon's eyes were stained with blood, symbolizing madness. Blood food. He craved blood food. Yet within the realm of the word spirit, the absence of bait meant he could not swiftly eliminate a typical hybrid. Ancient and solemn words erupted from the man's mouth as countless transparent wind spirits filled the realm of the word spirit. The word spirit, sickle weasel, was the third word spirit employed by this next-generation creature. Compared to instant, sickle weasel was more suited for battles in such confined spaces. The wind spirits conveyed every breath Craig took, allowing him to easily infer his opponent's movements and the sounds of 5 heartbeats. The next-generation creature's menacing golden eyes scanned the surroundings, only to discover a nearly invisible girl in the corner, holding a square black box that intermittently emitted a white light. Upon meeting his gaze, the girl immediately concealed the black box and retreated further away. Where did the 5th heartbeat originate? There was no time to ponder. He flapped his wings, activating the 8th tier instant. A staggering 256-fold acceleration. The black claws closed in on the girl, the 100-meter distance vanishing in less than 0.1 seconds. Yet, the girl's expression remained devoid of emotion. 0.1 seconds was insufficient for her to even initiate a fleeing motion, let alone display any expression. The silver blade's glimmer sliced through the darkness like a shooting star, imbued with a chilling aura from the depths of hell. The 7th sword, the timeless human dragon. The blade of Izumi Kanesada pierced through the dragon's scales, penetrating the dragon's claw. As the next generation observed along the blade's length, a pair of dark golden pupils met his gaze. While golden eyes should gleam with purity, these were tainted by an inky shadow, reminiscent of a kaleidoscope, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. The man could foresee how dazzling these golden pupils would be once the shadows were dispelled. Damn it! The boy's face turned cold and forbidding. What do you intend to do? The next generation quickly regained composure, but for the first time, he felt that the situation was slipping beyond his control. Having freed himself from Izumi Kanesada, he gasped in midair, for the earlier strike had nearly severed his entire claw. Such an injury, even with his rapid recovery, could not heal swiftly. Craig's golden pupils flickered, His heartbeat began to slow, and the interplay of reason and madness flickered across his face. The diamond realm began to shimmer like water, a sign of the impending collapse of the incantation. Knock him out, Jiang Zheng suddenly suggested. All right, who put me in this predicament? A languid, alluring voice echoed in the diamond realm. Jiang Mai revealed a stunningly beautiful face, her form accentuated by a tight black outfit that sculpted her supermodel physique. She held 2 small daggers in her hands, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. As she spoke, a hand strike landed heavily on Craig's nape. Craig fell to the ground, his golden pupils dimming, scales beginning to shed from his body, while his claws reverted to human hands. Every individual who dares to fight with their life has a tender reason behind their resolve. But what is my reason? Naturally, it would be better if that foolish girl Coco could understand me, he thought as he drifted into unconsciousness. Jiang Zheng was taken aback to discover that hidden beneath the guise was a girl, and a voluptuous one at that. What a pity you're not at your peak. Otherwise, today could have truly been a bloodbath, Jiang Zheng mused, gazing at the next generation. The next generation remained silent. The truth was undeniable. He had refrained from using high-risk incantations, not only due to their immense burden, but also because the environment posed significant disadvantages. In such a confined space, the wind element had little room to manifest its power. Jiang Zheng spoke no further, gripping his sword, sheathing it at his waist as if it were returning to its scabbard, a murderous intent surging towards the man in the air. Draw cut. This was one of the few sword techniques Jiang Zheng mastered, for it was simple yet practical. Unlike various renowned schools of swordsmanship, draw cut required little technique. Speed and power determined its efficacy. Power flowed through Jiang Zheng's bones like water, his visual and auditory senses amplifying exponentially in silence, the passage of time seeming to slow. As the fervent energy of dragon's blood ignited within him, as natural as an extension of his own body. In the distance, Edelin's golden pupils swirled with violet patterns. The incantation silently unleashed. The boy lunged forward, leaping into the air with an incredible speed, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. There was no evading it. The next generation realized he had no time to defend himself. 9th level instant, 512 times the speed. Yet, even this divine speed could not evade Jiang Zheng's blade, which concentrated all his spirit and energy into one strike. The injuries he sustained severely hampered his physical abilities, and the speed he exhibited was barely an improvement over his initial 8th level instant. Izumi Kanesada unleashed the wielder's rage, delivering a strike that cleaved into the next generation's dragon form, angling downward. Wings severed, arm broken, dragon blood splattered through the air, cascading to the ground. The next generation flapped his left wing to change direction, but no matter how superior Jiang Zheng's lineage, he could not maneuver significantly in midair. The next generation roared, swinging his remaining left arm to stab at the boy's back. Jiang Zheng was careless, or perhaps he underestimated the next generation's explosive power. A dark ninja blade descended, and Jiodamai appeared at the side, aiming to sever the next generation's other claw. The next generation laughed maniacally, faint currents of electricity shimmering between his claws. Jiodamai also underestimated the next generation's resolve. Her blade sliced through the scales, but was locked at 3 inches, unable to advance further. Trapped by the dragon's bone, crimson blood erupted behind Jiang Zheng. Yet in his calmness, his counterstrike with Izumi Kanesada provided some measure of defense. With one strike failing, the next generation quickly withdrew his claw, escaping, but he remained unaware of the dark shadow that clung to him with the spilled blood. The next generation sealed the gaping wound in his right arm with his left claw, staunching the flow of blood, but the wound would not heal anytime soon. As Jiang Zheng landed without a blood surge, dragon blood flowed slowly down the blade, absorbed into it. The crimson patterns spread across the blade, and Izumi Kanesada emitted a joyful quiver, longing to bask in it once more. Damn it! Jiang Zheng grimaced in pain. Little brother, you owe me a favor. Jiodamai breathed like an orchid, her figure disappearing back into the shadows. The diamond realm created by Craig began to shatter from above. The next generation had to escape before it collapsed, or he would face the long-anticipated assault of Hunter and Bait. Yet, the next generation stood frozen, staring at the blood on his left claw, his emotions oscillating between sorrow and rage, as if he were a performer on stage, presenting varying acts. Despicable. Thief of lives. The next generation spat out a furious roar. 100 deaths would not suffice. His golden pupils burned brighter than ever, fixated on Jiang Zheng with an intensity that seemed to threaten to consume him whole. Jiang Zheng was perplexed by the dragon's sudden animosity towards him, but he knew the crowd outside the diamond realm awaited, and his task was to delay the next generation. He charged at the next generation, continuously wielding his blade, the flashes of steel swirling like a tempest. In such close quarters, no one could escape this battlefield, not even the next generation's instinct could evade it. To his astonishment, the next generation showed no intention of fleeing, leaving scars upon Jiang Zheng despite his maimed body. The two became blurred phantoms in their high-speed movement, claws clashing against Izumi Kanesada, sparks flying with each collision. Boom! The diamond realm shattered completely. Caesar! 4 eyes! Jiang Zheng shouted. Cavendish's golden heavy pupils blurred, as if veiled by a thin mist. He struggled to discern the figures on the battlefield, but it mattered not. Incantation Rebirth, now locked on. He pulled the trigger, and the Remington 24 sniper rifle discharged a mercury core armor-piercing round, aimed directly at the next generation's forehead. Hit, Captain, Cavendish whispered. The mercury core armor-piercing round struck true, causing the next generation's body to halt abruptly, the venom wreaking havoc within him. Yet he did not perish, for a dragon's nervous system is not confined to the brain. A secondary brain lies hidden within the spine. But as the Remington fired, countless mercury core armor-piercing rounds and steel core bullets poured forth from the weapons of the others. At the instant Jiang Zheng withdrew from the battlefield, Caesar accurately grasped this information, the silver meteor releasing a deafening roar. Perhaps the moment Cavendish hit was the best time to fire, but he could not bear the absurdity of a hero perishing by his own side's fire. A strong sense of crisis enveloped the next generation. As he attempted to flee, he discovered he was firmly bound in place. A mass of black shadow having appeared beneath his feet, but it was not his shadow. The silver meteor unleashed searing heat in the air, like a descending spear pinning the next generation in place, a towering black mushroom cloud rising high, igniting flames that illuminated the entire square. Even if this shot from the silver meteor did not unleash toxic gas, the nearly 6,000-degree heat and explosive intensity relentlessly devastated the already ravaged dragon form. As everyone exhausted their ammunition, the flames bore no anguished roars of dragons, leading one to believe they must be dead. Exciting cheers erupted from the central control room of Castle Academy, particularly from a few members of the equipment department, who proudly lifted their heads, their lips curling into disdainful smiles, dismissing the pure-blood dragons as mere trifles. Just as Caesar intended to offer some light-hearted words, he was struck by a chant from the ancient wilderness, echoing throughout the square like the song of celestial messengers. An unknown domain expanded, enveloping all within, an oppressive aura of murderous intent palpable and omnipresent. The arcane language, undoubtedly a high-risk incantation, was finally unleashed by the next generation species in their moment of desperation. How could this be? Clara stood in disbelief, her weapon raised only to fall weakly to her side. Could such a creature survive this level of bombardment? Despair washed over him. He is invincible. The invincible being knelt on the ground, murmuring incoherently. No one chastised his cowardice. Despair filled the hearts of all present. Amidst the flames, a shadow nearly 2 meters tall recited ancient verses, its body nearly devoid of flesh, leaving only a resolute skeleton standing upon the battlefield. A massive wind element materialized within the tomb, extinguishing the burning flames and dissipating smoke in an instant. The next generation species formed a storm's eye around itself. A violent whirlwind devouring everything in the square, solid debris reduced to dust in the air. The agents plunged their weapons into the ground, barely maintaining their footing while countless wounds marred their exposed skin, their black combat suits torn to shreds. Several agents, unable to stabilize themselves in time, were sucked into the eye of the storm, their forms instantly transformed into a mist of blood. The dictuador in Caesar's hand flickered erratically. Pazzi hurled his pitch-black hunting knife towards Caesar, a blade identical to Caesar's dictuador, save for its inscriptions. These were twin creations forged by the same craftsman, named after Caesar Augustus and Caesar himself. The two knives clashed, purple, web-like strands flickering between them, akin to static electricity piercing the air, birthing a new alchemical domain that countered the next generation species incantation. Jiang Zheng. Caesar wished to summon the Chinese boy to his side. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng relinquished his grip on the Izumi no Kami Kanasada embedded in the ground, allowing himself to be drawn into the vortex of the hurricane. A golden talisman appearing between his fingers. 5 Thunder Tiangang. Subdue and exterminate the demons. Seal. At the brink of the storm's eye, Jiang Zheng appeared behind the next-generation species, affixing the talisman to the dragon's spine. In an instant, a powerful spirit dissipated. The high-risk incantation was forcibly interrupted. The next-generation species made no response. In truth, it had already perished. The silver meteor had indeed extinguished its life, yet through some means, it continued to unleash high-risk incantations, attempting to drag everyone down with it, especially the boy, into the abyss. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate the influence of the incantation to inflict harm upon it. However, it overlooked the generations of alchemical study and exploration conducted by the hybrid species. The talisman of subduing and exterminating demons is, to some extent, akin to a low-tier version of a prohibition, a rare treasure among soul talismans. The incantation's prohibition, designated as sequence number 106, forbids any dragon-blooded offspring with a lineage inferior to the caster from using incantations within the designated area. The interruption of the subduing and exterminating demons spell lasted but a fleeting moment, transforming into worthless paper the next instant. Yet, it was precisely this moment that stifled the dying counterattack of the next-generation species in its cradle. The next-generation species, a descendant of the Wind King, was officially dead. Chapter 34. The transformation of dragon bones. Was the incantation halted? The surviving agents cautiously surveyed the chaotic battlefield, where only a skeleton and a breathless boy sat amidst the vast crater. Sparse applause broke out among the crowd, led by Caesar. As the agents of the execution department paid homage to the hero of this battle, all profoundly impressed by the hybrid boy from China. Undoubtedly, Caesar's desire to recruit Jiang Zheng intensified. Captain, an agent from the execution department cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. He is not dead. Jiang Zheng snapped back. Those with medical knowledge should check over there. And don't forget that little one named Thorn up top. Right? I can still save him. A week. Hoarse voice echoed from the distance. The small boy leaned against the coffin of the next-generation species, fortunate not to have been swept away by the earlier high-risk incantation. Heroes. They are all heroes, Mans exclaimed, glancing at the ecstatic Manstein, murmuring, but what is up with Craig's physical characteristics? Don't tell me you didn't notice. That's undoubtedly a sign of dragon blood crossing the threshold. The board will definitely send someone to investigate. Schneider remained silent for a long moment before meaningfully stating, heroes will always be heroes. As for the rest, it's better not to tell you. Mans pouted, dissatisfied. Who cares? Chips. You have no idea what an incredible show I just witnessed. Zhu to my side, astonished by Jiang Zheng's prowess and his myriad of techniques. She recalled Jiang Zheng's talisman and his ability to bind the next-generation species. Perhaps others had overlooked it, but she, who had been focused on the battlefield, had noticed. Is that normal after thousands of years of development? The accumulation, I mean? Su and she remarked proudly, the sound of crunching coming through her earpiece. But it's strange. How could a third-generation species turn into a next-generation species? The secret society's intelligence must be flawed on this front. What a disaster for me. As Judama expressed her indignation, she also felt a lingering dread. The moment the next-generation species emerged, it felt as if her blood had turned cold. Thankfully, this next-generation species was rather foolish. Otherwise, escape would have been difficult. Still quite strange, Su and she began her musings, who provided the intelligence for the secret society. How did they even discover the next-generation Nibelungen? Such a thing is not easily dealt with. Jiang Zheng approached Edie Lin, who was also in tatters. Her black trench coat barely draping over her striking figure, her exquisite face smeared with dust and wounds, resembling a small white cat that had rolled on the ground. Edie Lin didn't mind. She proudly waved her small camera at Jiang Zheng, flashing a mischievous grin. Aren't you scared? Jiang Zheng gently patted her head. Not scared at all. Edie Lin blinked. I was a bit scared at first, but then I saw you were completely unfazed, and your calmness reassured me. Are you satisfied now that you've seen a pure-blood dragon? Jiang Zheng chuckled softly. Not really. Edie Lin suddenly pouted, feigning disappointment. I wanted to see one of those tall, massive dragons. This one is about the same size as a person. It's not fun. All right, prepare to leave, Jiang Zheng said, bemused, but he could only offer comfort. He then glanced at the orderly crowd clearing the battlefield, reflecting on Craig's astonishing power, murmuring, truly impressive. The path to deification? Jiang Zheng, will this Nibelungen always exist? Caesar had unexpectedly arrived at his side, having not joined the agent's celebration or rescue efforts. With the commander unconscious, he temporarily took on the role of the scene's commander. I don't know, Jiang Zheng replied, looking up at the false moon, feeling something amiss. After observing in vain, he shook his head. Typically, when the master of the Nibelungen dies, it will collapse shortly thereafter. We need to take the dragon bones. The Academy will compensate you afterward. Caesar hesitated for a moment before stating the Academy's orders. To be frank, Caesar despised such commands. In one moment, they were comrades fighting side by side in the same trench. In the next, they were bargaining over the spoils of victory. He was indifferent to such matters. Yet the old fogies in the Academy, especially the Board of Trustees, cared deeply. Ideally, Craig would have handled the situation, but alas. That fellow lay wrapped like a mummy on some girl's back. No matter. Jiang nodded. Although the dragon bones of the next generation were equally precious to him, he was too lazy to go through the trouble of transporting the skeletal remains back home. Where did you put such a large item? Jiang glanced toward the site of the next generation's demise. At that moment, it was devoid of anything but the massive craters left by artillery and a single yellowed page that had fallen within. Caesar frowned. He had just spoken with Jiang about the dragon bones, and now someone had taken them away? Was this an act intended to tarnish the Academy's reputation? No, wait. He suddenly sensed something. Even the freshmen at Castle Academy knew the significance of dragon bones. The agents would not dare to encroach upon what was not theirs without his command. Moreover, the agents had indeed avoided that area while clearing the battlefield. Yet the bones had vanished. Alert! Caesar shouted. The agents, perplexed, quickly complied with the command and entered battle mode, even the injured struggling to grasp their weapons. Oh, have I been discovered? A mocking voice emerged from the low end of the pyramid in the square. A tall man clad in a flowing Arab robe obscured his face, rendering him unrecognizable. The bronze-colored dragon bones were crudely slung over his shoulder. Perhaps the next generation never anticipated such an affront, even in death. The man had deliberately spoken aloud to attract their attention. None present, be they of noble blood like the next generation or Jiang, or possessing reconnaissance-type words like Cavendish and Caesar, had noticed this individual lurking on the battlefield. He had not only concealed himself, but had audaciously carried the bones away right under their noses. Had he not spoken, he might have remained undetected. Composite words? Winter and underworld light? Jiang fixed his gaze on the man in the distance. Impressive. Those two words are indeed correct. But they are not composite words. I lack such prowess. The man grinned at Cavendish, feigning fear. Please don't shoot me. I'm not invulnerable. A few bullets would certainly be my end. He seemed utterly unconcerned about revealing his level of power. The massive stones of the pyramid rumbled and shifted, revealing a pitch-black path behind him. Are you a hybrid or a dragon? Caesar inquired. That's something I cannot disclose, the man replied with a smile. In light of your efforts in delivering the dragon bones to me, I would like to invite you to witness a grand performance. Rest assured, it will be swift. He laughed maniacally as he plunged into the darkness behind him, the bones swaying comically on his shoulder. The massive stones closed in, sealing the path. Cavendish refrained from firing, exhausted, stating, his body exists in a state that is half real, half illusory. Rhyme cannot lock onto him. Chapter 35. The Dragon. The unfolding events took everyone by surprise. Who could have imagined such a monumental twist at the conclusion of the tale? It was akin to a movie reaching its end, with the audience ready to leave, only to discover that the villain had resurrected, and half the film remained. Surely. Oh, Henry could not have penned a more unexpected ending, Jiang remarked. Do you still have combat capability? Jiang. Schneider inquired through the earpiece. I know you can hear me. Craig had completely lost his fighting ability. Jiang, as the strongest force on their side, would dictate the forthcoming plans. That depends on my employer, Jiang responded. Edeline nodded, appearing reluctant to depart. You are quite fortunate to have a hunter as competent as him, Caesar chuckled wryly. Upon receiving a reply, Schneider continued issuing orders. Caesar, Cavendish, and the 7 of you stay behind. The rest must swiftly evacuate with the injured. Someone is already coming to assist you. Caesar and the others prepared for withdrawal. If the dragon bone thief did not appear within 10 minutes, they would retreat from Nibelungen. The entrance cleared by the talisman had not been compromised. and the stationed agents found no traces of anyone entering or exiting, though it could not be ruled out that the man had accessed the site from elsewhere. According to Norma's data analysis, if the man possessed strength no less than that of the next generation, perhaps he was the true target of this mission? Schneider felt a pang of unease. If the man had the power of the next generation, he likely would not resort to stealth to steal the dragon bones. Currently, with Jiang and a few others on the battlefield, a retreat was feasible, and they could provide real-time information to the agents outside. Do not act impulsively. The principal will arrive in Luxor within an hour, Schneider warned before closing the communication channel. The principal. Caesar's eyes brightened. Not only him, but the entire team was imbued with a surge of fighting spirit upon hearing about the principal. Hilbert, the first principal of Castle Academy, a founding member of the Lionheart Society and a representative of the secret faction, was revered by all students, regarded as a spiritual leader. Even someone as proud as Caesar would not dare compare himself to Angel. It would be as laughable as a budding physicist attempting to stand alongside Einstein. Perhaps in the eyes of a select few professors like Manstein, Angel was a flamboyant rogue, yet they could not deny his numerous outstanding achievements. The moment the next generation awakened, Angel had mounted his exclusive chariot, Sleipnir. He prided himself on being an educator, crafting himself into either a charming rogue or a gentleman. But upon receiving news of the dragon race's revival, a bloodthirsty fire ignited in his heart, quenched only by the blood of dragons. Or perhaps that flame had never truly extinguished. Sleipnir rushed from Paris to Luxor at maximum speed, reducing the usual 5-hour flight to just over 2. Schneider silently mourned for the pilot of Sleipnir while feeling grateful for the principal's swift arrival. The agents of the executive department executed their withdrawal methodically, while Caesar rummaged through his clothing to find a cigar to light. Despite the cigar appearing to have suffered greatly, its wrapping torn by a prior storm and the tobacco spilling out. In such circumstances, the scion of the Gattuso family was not one to be particular. With the principal here, our tasks will be much easier. Perhaps we'll even have the chance to witness a grand dragon-slaying feast, Caesar remarked. Indeed, the principal's reputation was immense. Witnessing the Destiny's Dragon Slayer would not be in vain. Jiang escorted Line to a location near the evacuation passage. The girl's self-defense abilities were commendable. Jiang did not need to guard her constantly. Did you hear that? Caesar closed his eyes as the scythe weasels silently activated. Though the weasels could not penetrate the sealed pyramid, their sound could traverse nearly 100 meters of rock, hinting at the tremendous strength of its source. A pure dragon's roar, Jiang stated. This enemy may be somewhat different. The apex of the pyramid thundered open, causing the entire tomb to tremble. As the golden coffin and bronze throne plummeted from above, crashing heavily into the square and embedding themselves deep into the ground. A colossal creature, nearly 20 meters in length, emerged from the breach. Its imposing figure, adorned with meticulously patterned slate-gray scales, exhibited a subtle undulation of steel-like muscles. Despite its immense size, it exuded an unparalleled grace and elegance, a striking blend of beauty and ferocity. The dragon's expansive wings unfurled behind it, soaring through the air, resembling a vast crucifix illuminated by the silvery glow above. Its fierce golden vertical pupils gleamed like the sun, casting light upon the earth as it flew. Each powerful beat of its wings resonated with thunderous sonic booms, indicating its ability to exceed the speed of sound in an instant. Caesar could distinctly sense the palpable fear emanating from the weasels, who dared not approach this terrifying behemoth. Any close proximity would render Caesar unable to hear their distant cries. The professors in the control room of Castle Academy stared blankly at the massive creature dancing in the air on the screen. How could this be? Evacuate. Caesar's team, retreat. Schneider bellowed hoarsely, a chilling sensation engulfing him, reminiscent of his past in the Greenland Sea many years ago. He surmised that the man had acquired the dragon bones to consume them, thereby evolving his lineage, an occurrence not uncommon among dragonkind. However, Schneider had not anticipated that the man would complete what should have taken several days, or even longer, to achieve in mere minutes, manifesting an enlarged physique in the process. In contrast to the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, it was this colossal form that represented the pinnacle of draconic power. Beneath such a massive frame, dragons could unleash their formidable might, far surpassing the capabilities exhibited in their human forms. Perhaps he had already cultivated this enlarged body prior? The man, or perhaps the dragon, made no immediate move to attack. Nor did he exert any psychic pressure. The fear that silenced the weasels stemmed solely from the dragon's inherent majesty. He had just entered a new realm and had yet to fully grasp the power bestowed by his evolutionary ascent. In the sky, he danced with the exuberance of a child delighted by a cherished toy, even appearing to strike elegant poses for the girls below to capture in photographs. An omnipresent air of authority suffused the square. Caesar glanced down at his trembling right hand, clutching a knife. "Give me a headset, and you take Edie Lin and leave," Jiang Zheng instructed, extending his palm to another blond man, who he recalled was named Percy. Percy, with a strained smile, reluctantly removed his headset and placed it gently in Jiang Zheng's hand. "Don't hesitate. I want to fight to the death. I will retreat in 3 minutes." "Prepare an ambush outside," Jiang Zheng urged, noticing Caesar's hesitation. Caesar inhaled deeply and whispered, "Retreat." Since his admission to Castle Academy, he had upheld a sense of pride in his heart, yet today, that pride seemed utterly worthless. No one at the academy knew that Caesar had not grown up in the unyielding embrace of his family. Both his mother's status and the position of heir had incited a faction of discontented individuals to challenge and resist. Caesar understood that this was merely a self-directed play by the ancient members of his family, seeking to convince themselves that all he had achieved was granted by them, attempting to maintain control over him. He had felt powerless in the face of his mother's departure. He was helpless against the manipulations of the elderly. Now, confronted by pure-blood dragons, he felt equally impotent, left with no choice but to flee in cowardice. He sought no pretext to justify himself. Caesar believed he had long erased the term powerless from his vocabulary, yet today he realized that it had always lingered, merely obscured by his own denial. As he had never truly escaped the childhood dictated by anger and resentment. Edie Lin carefully stowed her camera, waved goodbye to Jiang Zheng, and was swiftly led away by Clara. "Is it just you left? Aren't you going to escape?" The words of the dragon rang out like the tolling of an ancient bell. Jiang Zheng scoffed, donning the headset, wielding his sword, and gazing intently at the descending dragon. "Come, let me see the extent of your newfound power." Chapter 36. The collapse of the small world in the Emperor's Valley. The ravenous tempest gradually dissipated, while lightning illuminated the dark clouds in rapid succession. A light drizzle began to fall, each droplet imbued with a penetrating chill. The clash between man and dragon resonated above the mausoleum square, neither side unleashing spoken spells, their confrontation purely physical. Nevertheless, the dragon soon realized that its once proud form had not conferred as much advantage as expected. "It seems your strength is not as formidable as I had presumed. Not only does it fail to reach the pinnacle of the next generation, but even the power of that dragon bone in its prime has not been attained," Jiang Zheng remarked, standing firm upon the ground, gazing upward at the dragon flapping its wings above. The mingling of dragon blood and his own streamed down the silver blade, and under the dual blood's influence, the sword glimmered with an ominous red hue, hinting at a potential transformation into a cursed blade. Jiang Zheng gasped for breath. He bore severe injuries, several ribs likely fractured, and a deep gash on his back exposed bone. Lacking extraordinary self-healing abilities, his lineage could only manage to staunch the bleeding. The dragon's injuries appeared far more grievous, with large patches of shattered scales and numerous wounds oozing blood. Yet Jiang Zheng understood that these injuries were not fatal. The heart, brain, and spinal cord, its 3 critical vulnerabilities, had not sustained significant damage. The dragon adeptly shielded these areas, preferring to absorb Jiang Zheng's attacks rather than expose its weaknesses, lacking the ferocity and madness displayed by the previous next-generation creature. He inhaled deeply, forcing air into his body to aid in healing his wounds. "Jiang Zheng, do not linger in battle. Retreat." Schneider issued his 3rd command to the boy. Jiang Zheng was not an executive officer and, according to the protocol for special invitees, lacked the authority to issue a forced command, though he could not see the skirmish. The intensity of Jiang Zheng's breath and heartbeat indicated that the battle was far from easy, even leaning toward the unfavorable. Any mistake could lead to death. Thus, he could only speak during the brief intervals in their struggle to avoid disrupting either fighter. Was Minister Schneider intending to leave this dragon outside? Did he believe Castle Academy could effectively manage the consequences? Schneider remained silent. The principal had yet to arrive, and the current armed forces outside Emperor's Valley had less than a 70% chance of eliminating this newly emerged next-generation creature, with the likelihood of doing so without exposing the secrets of dragonkind being nearly non-existent. Should that occur, Headlines tomorrow might read, Emperor's Valley reduced to ruins by terrorists. The secret society should consider how to compensate me properly, Jiang Zheng mused, removing the headset and, imitating Craig, crushed it beneath his foot. He tore off his tattered executive combat uniform, revealing his toned physique, and smeared the blood from the wound on his back onto his palm, using it to draw strange symbols across his chest. The dragon, sensing Jiang Zheng's actions, refrained from attacking. Instead, it soared toward the silver moon in the sky, grasping it in its massive claws. The moon's radiance subsided, appearing like a colossal luminous pearl, glistening like jade, with wisps of clouds swirling within. Alchemical weapon, mirror water moon. As the silver moon was removed, ripples spread like water, transforming the entire square's visage. The pyramids and various colossal statues lay in ruins. Constructed from ordinary stone rather than alchemical materials, and given the prior devastation, it was remarkable that they retained any semblance of their original form. After all, it was merely a small world, lacking the timelessness of the fabled Nibelungen. So it was you behind this. No wonder the guardians and weasels we encountered along the way were so weak. It seems you have substituted them, Jiang Zheng suddenly remarked. The news of the revival of the third generation of hybrids was disseminated by you, was it not? The dragon remained silent. Apart from the enhancement of its physical prowess, it had yet to fully experience the newly acquired powers of speech and alchemy. It was aware that a multitude of hybrids lurked outside, unlike the recently awakened second-generation beings. It understood that this world was no longer under the dominion of the dragon race. The era of soaring dragons had long since vanished. At that moment, Jiang Zheng's upper body was adorned with vibrant crimson and purple patterns, pulsating with a vigorous life force, gliding like serpents or dragons, creating a visual masterpiece akin to an unparalleled painting. Typically concealed beneath his skin and within his bloodline, these patterns could only be awakened by Jiang Zheng's blood. I endured considerable hardship to subdue them, he mused to himself. This was the alchemical array he had acquired from the trial grounds, which he had previously employed once, resulting in the complete destruction of an entire building. Consequently, he had been hunted by the local hybrids and nearly lost his life in the process. Fortunately, that incident did not result in any innocent casualties. Those who perished were deserving of their fate. This time would be no different. The darkness spread from beneath his feet in all directions, while the crimson and purple patterns swiftly found their rightful place, akin to fish diving into water. The dragon could not impede the shadow's expansion, and in an instant, a world shrouded in darkness materialized. The mirror water moon transformed into a dull, gray stone sphere, emitting a faint glow, unresponsive to the dragon's urging. Standing at the center of this world, Jiang Zheng's tranquil visage bore no trace of emotion, exuding an aura of regal authority that rendered him a judge over the dragons. The colossal dragon emitted a thunderous roar. Dragons are proud and noble beings, awakening to roar their defiance at the world, intent on annihilating all foes with unparalleled violence, disdainful of subterfuge. Yet this dragon was evidently an anomaly, lacking any intention to orchestrate a counteroffensive. I never anticipated that humanity could elevate alchemy to such heights, the dragon remarked. The boy's figure appeared diminutive in comparison to his draconic form, yet he harbored an immense and terrifying power. At this moment, a sudden ripple manifested within the dark barrier. Jiang Zheng was taken aback. In his perception, no force should be capable of shaking this realm of darkness, at least not from the second-generation beings before him. This destructive power was one he could only wield with the aid of the array, and he was uncertain if it was indeed the power of speech, as it did not require the incantation of dragon language and could only be utilized in the presence of his brother. The dragon's head revealed a hint of smugness. The small world was unstable. The feeble second-generation beings lacked the ability to forge space, but they could stabilize their small world with certain alchemical items. The mirror water moon served as the stabilizing anchor within this miniature realm, and now that it threatened to collapse, everything within would cease to exist under the influence of space, darkness included. Shadow burial. Jiang Zheng swung his blade, and the massive shadow surged forth like a malevolent specter towards the dragon, while the dragon sought the weak point in the barrier, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to escape before being consumed by the darkness. The portal to the small world had vanished, and the talismans affixed to the void fluttered to the ground, emitting a faint glow. The entire imperial valley trembled violently, fissures appearing in the ground as the earth quaked, and the sky darkened. Strange, yet spontaneous waves surged several meters high across the surface of the Nile, capsizing civilian and tourist vessels along the shore, while several small ships dispatched by Castle Academy struggled to maintain stability. Have the dragons emerged? A youthful boy with a somewhat childish face inquired anxiously from the deck. I don't know, but it certainly has something to do with that entity. A senior from the execution department rushed back to the control room, ready for action. By the way, aren't you also Chinese? Do you know someone named Jiang Zheng? Another new student on the deck expressed a fervent admiration in his eyes. No, I don't. The boy shook his head with a wry smile. If I knew someone of that caliber, I would have sung his praises to the heavens long ago. Elemental currents surged chaotically into an unknown realm, disorderly particles obstructing all communication signals. Contact between Luxor and the outside world, including with the main campus of Castle Academy, was abruptly severed. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Clara's teeth chattered. The agents exploring the dragon tomb sat in the designated medical vehicles, tending to their wounds while gazing out at the ominous signs that resembled the arrival of an apocalypse. Perhaps it is some form of speech power, Edilin murmured. Clara opened her mouth to say something, but could not articulate it. Was there truly a speech power capable of such feats? Clearly, there was. Legendary divine speech powers possessed the capability to obliterate entire cities. Boom. The Imperial Valley suddenly collapsed. A massive black hole appeared at the junction of the ancient structures and the sky, with winds reaching hundreds of kilometers per hour in an instant, sucking in thousands of tons of soil and rock as if it were a monster eager to devour the world. Several agents waiting at the tomb's entrance were instantly buried underground. They were the first line of defense against the dragons, now lost without a trace. Apache helicopters, rotating in flight, found themselves unable to escape the black hole's pull due to their proximity. The pilots, left with no choice, opted to parachute to safety. The terrifying tension and repulsion in the air detonated the massive craft, which was consumed before flames could even emerge. Fortunately, the black hole lasted only a few seconds. The pilot landed precariously above the ruins, managing to survive, but with an irreversible injury. Chapter 37. Mission accomplished. Idolin's eyes widened, her delicate features betraying a rare display of panic. Miss. An elderly man in a black tailcoat inquired softly, bowing slightly. It's nothing. Edilin shook her head, her finely arched brows furrowing as her gaze drifted pensively into the distance. Caesar rose, assuming command as per the pre-battle protocol. Parsi. Assemble a team and prepare for search and rescue. Cavendish. Provide cover for me from the perimeter. After exiting the small world, he had gained privileges equal to Schneider's. He was aware of the events unfolding with Jiang Zheng and, due to his exceptional hearing, gathered even more information. Jiang Zheng had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the second-generation beings, and now both sides were unaccounted for. Should the former survive, he would likely be gravely injured and buried beneath the rubble. If it were the latter, Caesar would need to ensure a dignified farewell. Young master, this is no longer a matter of war practice. Another elderly man in a black suit blocked Caesar's path. Upon learning of the emergence of the second-generation beings, the Gattuso family had promptly dispatched individuals to Luxor, questioning Castle Academy's decision to involve first-year students in the hunt for pure-blood dragons. They did not condemn the erroneous intelligence, as the news of the third generation's awakening had been received first by the Gattuso family. Initially, they had raised no objections to the arrangement for the war practice. To the Gattuso family, the Mediterranean region was akin to their private garden or swimming pool. How could danger possibly arise from a hunt in their own backyard? However, upon discovering a formidable creature had trespassed into their garden, the elders of the Gattuso family could no longer remain idle, issuing a strict order to ensure Caesar's safety. Now, with Caesar's safety confirmed, how could they allow him to fall into peril? Step aside, Caesar declared coldly. Or does the Gattuso family hold absolute sway within the academy? His temper was particularly frayed. That boy had stayed behind to cover their retreat, and now his fate was uncertain, while he had become a mere figure retreating with the weak and vulnerable. This old man is about to be struck, Edilin muttered quietly, her head bowed. The elderly man in the tailcoat wore a look of helplessness, shifting slightly to stand in front of Edilin. Gazing intently at the old man who served as the family butler, an inexplicable wrath ignited within Caesar. As if a devil were whispering temptations. What right does he have to obstruct you? Is it merely because he has the backing of the elder family members? What do you amount to within the family? What difference does it make to be the heir? Even if you were to become the head of the family in the future, would family matters not still hinge on the whims of those old fogies? Speaking of which, your father is the true tyrant, isn't he? With the fade of a dandy, he does as he pleases, delegating both minor and major affairs to his brother while occasionally displaying contempt towards the elders. As for you, with your disposition, you would likely be more easily manipulated once you ascend to the position of family head. The golden eyes silently ignited, causing the suited elder to retreat under the oppressive force of Caesar's wrath. Though he was one of the butlers of the Gattuso family, his lineage bore a low proportion of dragon blood, rendering his physical prowess scarcely superior to that of an ordinary man. At this moment, he found himself suffocated by the fury emanating from Caesar's golden eyes, and just as he teetered on the brink of mental collapse, the pressure vanished. Caesar abruptly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the golden hue had dissipated, replaced by deep, sea-blue irises devoid of emotion. He cast a glance at the elder before striding purposefully towards the crumbled imperial valley. Edilyn lifted her gaze, astonished, looking at Caesar, uncertain of his thoughts. "Can you bandage wounds?" "The kind that doesn't cost anything," a boy inquired while standing outside the medical vehicle. Edilyn looked up at the voice's owner and immediately smiled. Rushing towards the boy, the man in the tailcoat did not stop Edilyn's actions, nor did he display any signs of discomfort, merely following closely behind in a respectful manner. "Are you all right? I thought you were a goner," Edilyn exclaimed, her eyes misty as she observed the boy's bare torso, showcasing defined muscles and a rosy, delicate face. "I'm in pain. It hurts like hell," Jiang Zheng replied, grimacing while pointing at the various injuries adorning his body, showing no semblance of a tough demeanor. From a distance, Caesar turned back in surprise, suddenly wearing a somewhat foolishly radiant smile, and without engaging in conversation, led a team towards the Imperial Valley to search for the injured. "Mr. Jiang Zheng, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. But how is that fellow faring now?" Parky approached, asking gently. "Severely injured? Or perhaps dead? That guy took the core stabilizer of the mini-world. I don't know if he managed to escape. If he didn't, he's likely caught in a spatial turbulence." Jiang Zheng pondered aloud, adding, "If Minister Schneider inquires, that is how you should respond." A flicker of shock crossed Parky's eyes as he nodded and said, "Understood, thank you." The man in the black suit lowered his head, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, his gaze shifting as he mulled over something. Upon entering the medical vehicle, Jiang Zheng was met with a hero's welcome. The admiration and respect in the boy's eyes, the curiosity and admiration in the girls. Even Clara frequently approached to exchange a few words, provoking a rather unfriendly glare from Edilyn. Such reverence for the strong. How very Castle Academy, Jiang Zheng thought to himself, nodding in agreement. "Here's your blade." Jiang Zheng tossed the Kanmori Kanesada to the Japanese individual, expressing regret. "It's somewhat damaged and may require reforging." The pristine blade bore large cracks. He had already dealt with the bloodstains, as the blood of the next generation type was inconsequential. But his own blood sample could not be freely released. Such was his honor. The Japanese man knelt again, bowing his head as he received it with both hands. "This is the central control room of Castle Academy." A fragmented voice echoed within the medical vehicle, and a masked man's visage appeared on the vehicle's computer screen. Moments later, Schneider's voice resounded again. "Jiang Zheng, we need you to recount the circumstances at that time. It is of utmost importance." Through the internal surveillance of the medical vehicle, he could see Jiang Zheng being bandaged, his injuries severe. Out of humanitarian concern, he shouldn't have been so anxious. But given the stability of the next generation and hybrid society, every matter and moral principle must yield to it, at least in his view. "How inhumane," Jiang Zheng sighed. Then declared with righteous indignation, "I employed certain means intending for us to perish together." But he withstood the assault and utilized some peculiar technique that caused the mini-world to collapse. "I managed to escape using the coordinates that were originally outside. As for the next generation type, I have no knowledge." "Can you confirm it was a next generation type?" Schneider asked solemnly. He didn't employ any verbal spells. But that dragon form was evidently beyond what the third generation could possess. Jiang Zheng shrugged, adding, "Moreover, if it had consumed a next generation dragon's bones, it would likely have ascended to a similar level." "Any further questions?" Schneider vanished from the screen momentarily, returning to say, "No more. Please state your demands." "Heh." Jiang Zheng smiled pleasantly, at that moment embodying the essence of a 17-year-old high school student. "Well, since you didn't manage to secure anything, And considering the significant losses you incurred, I'll offer you a 10% discount for the aftermath expenses. Jiang Zheng glanced at the mound of earth outside, utterly devoid of the former grandeur and majesty of the Imperial Valley. 50 million. I want it within 2 hours, be it by check or bank transfer. Very well. Schneider agreed readily, not haggling, as the funds would not be coming from his pocket. Meanwhile, Manstein's expression darkened. Although the money would ultimately come from the board of directors, the thought of it passing through his hands left him feeling inexplicably pained. However, if 50 million could buy the lives of 1 or 2 next-generation types, the hybrid forces worldwide would likely scramble to employ him. Additionally, the repairs and compensation for the Imperial Valley would probably amount to another astronomical figure, rendering 50 million trivial in comparison. Mr. Jiang Zheng, the commission on the Hunter website has already been credited to your account at double the rate. We appreciate your care for the young lady during the journey. Thank you for your efforts, the man in the tailcoat remarked appropriately. Jiang Zheng waved dismissively. It's nothing. I enjoyed myself quite a bit a few days ago. Since the task is completed, I shall take my leave. Ah, so suddenly? Eddie frowned. Had I known, I wouldn't have settled your task so early. Well then, off I go. Jiang Zheng gently patted the girl's head, donning a jacket. I'll be attending university at Castle Academy from now on. Feel free to come visit me whenever you can. Eddie's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the boy. All right, I have friends in America. I can visit you later, Jiang Zheng replied without much thought. Is there a car back to the hotel? It's on the way. Chapter 38. Wrapping up the black Bentley sped down the streets of Luxor, or more accurately, it soared, reaching speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. A feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary driver, especially in the city center. Fortunately, Luxor's prohibitions were still in effect, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians. Ignoring the trench-coated agents surrounding the Imperial Valley, the Bentley sailed straight into the encircled area. The agents of the execution department stood tall and proud, as if awaiting inspection, while Caesar and his companions approached the vehicle to greet them. The car door swung open, and a pair of high-end black shoes stepped out first, followed by a man in a sharply tailored black suit, a delicate blood red rose tucked into his pocket, with silver hair and an aura reminiscent of a lion. Hello, classmates. Good day, principal. Caesar and Cavendish remained behind, while the other students were encouraged to explore the local customs. Caesar and Cavendish exchanged glances, reading the shared sense of helplessness and guilt in each other's eyes. Why do you all look so solemn? The outcome is quite favorable, isn't it? This is your victory, Angel smiled. Victory? Cavendish shook his head with a wry smile. The casualty figures had just been tallied. 14 dead, 9 severely injured, and 31 with minor injuries. Compared to the losses incurred in the past century's campaigns against the next-generation types, this was undoubtedly the least severe. The victory is ours. But the glory belongs to another, Caesar murmured softly. How is it possible that even you have faced setbacks? This is not the Caesar I know. Anger's tone was gentle, and coupled with his brown spectacles, he appeared kind-hearted and approachable. It's not so much a setback as it is a feeling of inadequacy. Caesar shrugged. By the way, doesn't the principal intend to recruit such an outstanding young man into Castle Academy? Unfortunately, we have not established a lasting partnership with the Chinese aristocracy, but I will consider recruiting him. Anger gazed into the distance. It's a pity I won't have the chance to learn alongside him. Cavendish sighed. Have I completed my graduation assessment? Of course. Your score in this assessment will be a perfect one, which is quite rare among graduates each year. I look forward to your performance after joining the executive department. The group walked towards the collapsed structure, where the enormous tombs appeared to have been ruthlessly ravaged, leaving a semicircular gap in the vertical rock wall behind them, spanning several dozen meters in radius. Caesar understood that the principal would not concern himself with the restoration of these ancient buildings. He was a killer, solely focused on the survival of the pureblood dragon clan. We employed the latest life detector developed by the equipment department, within a 5-kilometer radius and 100 meters underground. There are no formidable creatures surviving, and bizarrely, not even any plants. The reconnaissance satellites and the infrared scanners on the periphery yielded no discoveries either. According to Norma's preliminary assessment, the probability of that dragon being dead is 82. Caesar paused and stated, I have a question I wish to pose to the principal. Is it regarding the behavior of that next-generation species? Precisely, Caesar nodded, while Cavendish leaned in, eager to listen. Being taught privately by the principal was a rare opportunity. akin to an ancient wandering swordsman experiencing enlightenment after guidance from a martial arts master, eventually becoming a legendary hero. First, you must understand that dragons are sentient beings. They possess a learning capability that rivals, if not surpasses, that of humans. The academic prowess of many hybrids is closely related to this. You may have heard of instances during previous campaigns against pureblood dragons where dragons swallowed artillery shells whole. This does not indicate low intelligence. Having awakened from centuries of slumber, dragons may find themselves somewhat disoriented in the face of the world's drastic changes. Yet their instinctive responses to danger and remarkable learning abilities allow them to inflict significant damage upon us each time. Do you know why that dragon swallowed the artillery shell? Anger smiled, not keeping them in suspense, because he is a third-generation pureblood dragon from the lineage of the king of earth and mountains. When he ingested the shell, he used a defensive spell to enhance his body, including his internal organs. His stomach's hardness surpassed that of diamond, and then he opened his maw, aiming skyward at the helicopter. Anger did not reveal the outcome, but Caesar and Cavendish could infer it. The energy generated by the explosion would erupt from the dragon's mouth like a beam of light, transforming the helicopter into a flaming fireball. The scene was comical, yet laughter was absent. Anger's voice dropped. On the surface, the awakened dragons are not terrifying. What is truly frightening are those dragons concealed within human society. They have acquired advanced scientific knowledge, even integrating it with alchemy, making them our greatest adversaries. Your mission has concluded. A team will remain stationed in Luxor for monitoring. The Academy has arranged the best treatment plan for you. Enjoy the final moments of this academic year. At Chicago South North Memorial Hospital, the top-floor ward was quiet both inside and in the corridor. A robust man lay in bed, clad in a white hospital gown, curled up slightly, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Craig opened his eyes to see white walls and blue curtains. He would not mistake this for heaven, having encountered such scenes many times before. On average, he entered the hospital after every 3 missions, waking from unconsciousness. In the executive department, he had earned the nickname the Reckless One. No wonder you chose to live in a single apartment at the Academy. You didn't want anyone to see your sleeping posture, did you? A voice tinged with merriment came from beside the bed. Craig felt embarrassed and startled upon seeing the speaker, attempting to sit up, but being halted by the elderly man. The next generation species is deceased. The mission is complete. Anger succinctly stated the result. If you wish to know the specifics, you may inquire with your companions. Although this mission is highly classified as a direct participant, you have the right to know the details. That is good to hear, Craig replied with a relieved smile, then added, it was because of that person named Jiang Zheng. Wasn't he it? Oh, why is that? Anger inquired with interest. Intuition, Craig replied gravely. I can sense his strength. He remained composed in the face of the next generation species. I do not underestimate Caesar and the others, but if anyone could defeat the next generation species, it would be that boy. What Craig refrained from voicing was that after his second blood explosion, his various abilities reached unprecedented heights, viewing the next generation species as equals. Yet feeling an overwhelming threat from the boy, it was as if a monster resided within him. Anger picked an apple from the fruit basket on the bedside table and began to peel it leisurely. Craig was uncertain about the principal's intentions, so he gazed blankly out the window. At the Academy, he was the diligent student who quietly studied, harboring secrets that kept him from mingling with many. How long have you possessed that ability? Anger suddenly asked. Craig's heart raced, pondering whether the principal was referring to the blood explosion incident. During his second blood explosion, Jiang Zheng and that girl had witnessed his transformation, and he could not ascertain whether they would keep his secret. The battle footage has been recorded by Norma, but very few are aware, and I know of no more than 5. About 4 or 5 years. I discovered it during my junior year in the library of the Lionheart Society. Craig abandoned any hopes of luck. Will I be expelled and confined? No. It's merely learning a martial arts manual, and you didn't steal it. Why would you be expelled? Anger jested lightly. Indeed, you were among the first members of the Lionheart Society. How could there be anything in the library that you're unaware of? Craig felt reassured. To what extent have you progressed? This time it was a second blood explosion, but I could only maintain it for a few minutes, nearly losing control. If you wish to survive, refrain from using it further. It's fortunate that you have not transformed into a Deadpool after 5 years, Anger said softly. I heard you have been wanting to transfer to South America. Is it because of a certain girl? Craig nodded. I approve. Anger placed a tissue beneath the peeled apple, patted Craig's shoulder, and gently advised, "Think more of yourself. You are not me. Do not live in hatred." After exiting the ward, Anger did not leave the hospital, but proceeded to a room at the end of the corridor. There lay a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, dressed in a style reminiscent of the last century, suspended from an four drip, occasionally groaning softly. Upon hearing the door creak, the man silently adjusted his bed higher, his lifeless eyes fixated on Anger as he approached. "Have you seen him? Is he suitable?" the man casually inquired. Anger pulled up a chair. His face is hard as steel. His bloodline stability is decent, but the prospects for future advancement are bleak. The second blood explosion is his limit. "That is indeed a pity," the man remarked indifferently, then asked, "What has prompted your sudden interest in finding an heir? Aren't you the man who vowed to send the four great monarchs back to their tombs? Are you afraid of death? Death is merely a release for me, my friend. However, how could I be content without bringing a few monarchs along to die with me?" Anger replied calmly, "My only enemies are the dragons. Yet there are always those who wish to become my adversaries. This latest campaign has made it evident that overcoming pure-blood dragons, or even the Dragon Kings, will not be achieved by an army, but by a singular, formidable individual. Much like Menek, who could rival a Dragon King, one person can constitute an army." The man mumbled incoherently, fumbling under his pillow for a bottle of brandy. With a pop, he uncorked it and poured the liquid down his throat. Was it really necessary to have gone through all that trouble? Anger glanced at the needle on the back of the man's hand. Was it really necessary? Suddenly, the man grew agitated, not even noticing as the needle slipped from his hand. He shouted, "Is this merely a wasted trip?" No, that was Nibelungen. Nibelungen, the realm of the dead. The supreme sanctuary for alchemists. Even the excrement you leave behind there can be transmuted into gold. How could such an event occur without me, the great alchemist? And it was destroyed. Such a waste. A truly egregious waste. Whether excrement could indeed be transformed into gold was beyond Anger's comprehension. But it hardly seemed to be the legendary realm of the dead. He scrutinized the man, who had long secluded himself within the Academy's bell tower. Yet there were few things left in the world that could unhinge him. In Chinese terms, it was referred to as a small world. The man took another swig of the alcohol, grumbling, "Of course, I know it's not the realm of the dead. But even this inferior Nibelungen is an endless treasure for us alchemists. Some say this dragon-slaying venture yielded nothing. How ignorant to behold a treasure mountain without recognition. Wasn't that young man from the Gattuso family performing rather well? Why not consider him?" The man carelessly reinserted the needle into the back of his hand. "Caesar possesses sufficient ability, but his identity is unsuitable. As the heir of the Gattuso family, he could never prioritize dragon slaying." Anger shook his head in disapproval. "I must journey to China. Care to join me?" "China? Why? To recruit that Jiang family's boy into the academy?" The man reclined back onto his bed, inserting the needle into his hand. "But weren't all the Jiang family members perished in Shanghai and Nanjing in 1937? I once met their patriarch. He was merely a young lad in his 20s. Perhaps he is a fortunate descendant who survived," Anger replied. "The elder of the Li family seems to still be alive. Your visit would allow you to discuss alchemy with him. Both of you are accomplished in that field. Surely you would find common ground. Is he still alive?" "By the time I was in my 40s, he was already celebrating his centenary." The man exclaimed, aghast. "No way. I absolutely cannot go. What could I possibly discuss with someone of my grandfather's generation? There's an insurmountable generational gap. Then hurry back to the academy and cease your pointless lamentations. Without you, the regulations cannot hold for long," Anger stated coldly. "Huh, do you underestimate me? Even in my absence, the alchemical matrix I established could easily keep those youngsters in check." The man clutched the bottle of alcohol, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Chapter 39, Andy, Cairo, Egypt. A blue-roof tuk-tuk pulled over to the roadside. This three-wheeled vehicle, with its compact size, adeptly weaved through the congested streets, eliciting both frustration and envy from those caught in traffic. Locals affectionately referred to it as the Little One. "We've arrived, my friend. 75 pounds, the middle-aged driver stated earnestly. The stoic Asian boy placed a 100-pound note, emblazoned with the Sphinx, onto the driver's dashboard. "Oh, I appreciate your generosity. Wishing you a night as lovely as a red rose," the driver cheerfully called after the boy as he walked away. Jiang Zheng entered a half-abandoned factory, his gait somewhat awkward. Frankly, he was on the brink of exhaustion. After several skirmishes, even an Iron Man would be weary. Yet he could not rest until his task was completed. The heavy, acrid scent of blood assaulted Jiang Zheng's senses from the factory entrance, intensifying the further he ventured inside. He was reluctant to proceed deeper. The debt collectors have arrived, Jiang Zheng announced, halting in his tracks. Here already. I just arrived myself. A flippant voice emerged from the factory's workshop, where a man in a blood-stained white muslin robe appeared. Let us not beat around the bush. Pay me first. Jiang Zheng replied impatiently. From a distance, the man tossed a titanium card, stating, $100 million. I didn't count the change. The money was largely thanks to that blonde hybrid. He is quite wealthy, having bought my freedom. The man smacked his lips in contemplation. Regardless, those are worthless trinkets. Keeping them is merely hoarding junk, Jiang Zheng shot back, pocketing the card without a second thought. How can you say that? They were my burial goods, accompanying me for thousands of years. The man retorted, wide-eyed. You were delighted when you saw hundreds of thousands of Egyptian pounds. Now I offer you 100 million. And you can't even muster a decent expression? Money is a curious thing. A little makes one cherish it, while too much merely becomes a number. Jiang Zheng remarked nonchalantly. Quite insightful. I've learned something, the man acknowledged. The stench of blood is becoming overwhelming. Shall we not address it? Jiang Zheng inquired. Glancing into the factory's workshop, where dozens of bodies lay sprawled across the floor, blood pooling and slowly flowing together, the man stomped his foot in frustration. These scoundrels. I once considered them brothers, yet they dared to covet my money. I provided everything, and according to our pact, I should have received 40%. But the leader only granted me a meager 10%. When I sought an explanation, they threatened me. Truly, they were asking for death. The man continued to curse, invoking the ancestors of those he had just dispatched. And what now? I wield the power of water. Oh, so you are a third-generation descendant of the ocean and water king, Jiang Zheng nodded. Incorrect. I am now a second-generation descendant, the man corrected proudly. I present you with two options. First, as you are not a traditional pure-blood dragon, you can become my partner. Second, hand over that weapon resembling the silver moon plate, and we shall part ways as strangers, indifferent to each other's demise. Regardless of your choice, you must adhere to 3 rules. What a bold demand. Do you know how precious that item is? It's called the mirror water moon. Even the alchemy wielded by the 4 great lords struggles to replicate it. If not for my lack of strength to fully utilize it, I would never consider a compromise with you. The man chuckled, continuing. And what are these 3 rules? First, under no circumstances are you to harm those close to me. Second, do not intentionally harm innocents, except for evildoers. Third, you must abide by local laws wherever you go. The importance of these rules is ranked accordingly. Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze upon the man. Why so complicated? The man scratched his head, grumbling. I doubt you adhere strictly to the law either. We have our reasons. Understood. When suitable reasons arise, one may choose to disregard the law. If you fail to adhere to the rules, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you. Such confidence. I am currently in peak condition. The man lifted his blood-soaked shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Jiang Zheng remained silent, retrieving a black box from his backpack. Wait, I was merely jesting. The man leaped, pleading, it was just a joke. I choose the first option, but I require significant freedom. Agreed, Jiang Zheng replied without much thought. He had no desire for the man to accompany him. That would only invite complications. The man suddenly added, in truth, had you blamed me for the deaths of those humans, I would have willingly given you the mirror water moon rather than collaborate with you. Despite being an anomaly among dragons, I adhere to the dragoness code. If you wish to grow and thrive, you must live like a dragon. I have no intention of following a, saintly figure. If they lived normal lives and committed no wrongdoing, I might seek justice for them, but they were involved in illicit dealings. Why should I concern myself with their fate? Jiang Zheng spoke with a casual tone, uttering words steeped in indifference. This had always been his nature. His smiles were reserved for those around him, while he treated enemies and strangers with nothing but cruelty and coldness. Impressive. In my era, you would surely thrive, the man marveled. What should I call you now? Andai? Or perhaps some other nonsensical name? Let it be Andai then. I've used that name for over 20 years. It feels too precious to abandon, he said, gazing skyward. Feigning profundity, Jiang Zheng regarded the theatrically inclined man with an air of exasperation. How could one be so reluctant to relinquish a name used for 2 decades, while so readily discarding previous ones? Andai was a member of the gang that sold counterfeit artifacts when Jiang Zheng first arrived in Cairo. later serving as a guide for both him and Edeline. In retrospect, it seemed that Jiang Zheng's acquisition of alchemical weapon fragments and the impure philosopher's stone from him was a deliberate arrangement. And I had suspected Jiang Zheng's mixed heritage from the outset and had presented these items to test him. Viewed in this light, and I was indeed quite generous, offering up a philosopher's stone. Share your background with me, so I may gain a clearer understanding of you, Jiang Zheng requested. Pulling up a chair and beginning to tend to his wounds in front of his counterpart, the bandages swiftly becoming stained with blood. I didn't realize your injuries were so severe. It seems I've gained the upper hand, the man said, blinking with delight. Jiang Zheng retorted, whether mixed blood or pure blood dragon, I've never encountered anyone as pitiful as you. Let me start with my identity before I awoke. I was quite renowned, and I replied, sitting on the ground, his gaze clear. In that moment, he truly resembled a pharaoh ruling over countless subjects. My title is Thutmose III, the Napoleon of the ancient world? I can hardly believe it, just you? Jiang Zheng scoffed. Indeed, powerful dragons are seldom documented in history. The more one records, the more they expose themselves. Thus, I, a third-generation dragon, became the most famous among them, and I chuckled softly. Chapter 40. The secrets of the Dragon Clan. Dragon society is neither patriarchal nor matriarchal. It is a race that venerates strength. My stepmother, Hatshepsut, dares to claim she is my birth mother. What a wretched woman. It's best not to dwell on her. And I spat out words laced with resentment. In my youth, upon ascending the throne, I began to cleanse her political faction, erasing all traces of her from both dragon and human realms. However, the political landscape was grim. Instability reigned, and the kingdom of Kadesh sought to form an anti-Egyptian alliance. Thus, I commenced warfare, and I recounted the course of the war with pride. He defied the prevailing opinions during military meetings, daringly crossing a gorge to suddenly appear at the enemy stronghold of Megiddo, compelling the kingdom of Kadesh to surrender. After nearly 20 years of relentless campaigns, he established dominion over the West Asian region, yet his conquests severely provoked the mighty Mitanni. Unfortunately for Mitanni, their adversary was none other than the militarily formidable Thutmose III of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. Time and again, Egypt secured overwhelming advantages in battle, including a notable crossing of the Euphrates River in 1472 BC to pursue their foes. Ultimately, Mitanni capitulated, sending shockwaves throughout West Asia. Assyria and Babylon reconciled with Egypt, and Babylon even offered a princess to Thutmose III as a wife. To me, worldly power has little significance. Victories in war come merely as a matter of course. Only that wretched woman would make a mess of things, and I murmured. I began to seek a way to elevate my lineage. Do you think the origin of the dragons is the Black King? It is not. Even the Black Emperor did not reach the ultimate pinnacle of the world. Jiang Zheng felt as if his heart were gripped suddenly. The air thickened, becoming almost palpable, and silence enveloped them like a chill. Cease your little tricks, he growled. Oh, but isn't storytelling more captivating this way? And I waved his hand, dispersing the nearly solidified air, allowing the cool, dry atmosphere to seep back into Jiang Zheng's lungs. The lineage of dragons resembles a pathway to ascendancy. I know not where the Black Emperor stands, but he undoubtedly represents the highest attainable point. Below him are the White Emperor, the elder monarchs of various nations, the four great kings, countless pure-blood dragons, second-generation and third-generation hybrids. The method of lineage evolution is both simple and brutal, devouring one's kin. It's akin to leveling up in a game, Jiang Zheng remarked. Each pure-blood dragon's skeletal structure bears the imprints of the most primal path to bloodline elevation. The Black King stripped away his 5 elemental powers, spirit, earth, fire, wind, and water, giving rise to the White King and the 4 great kings, who, in turn, produced offspring, slightly dividing their powers. If one could perpetually consume them all, would that not result in the emergence of a new Black King? And I exhaled. This was my initial hypothesis, yet I never had the means to put it into practice. And, indeed, upon consuming that second-generation dragoness bones, I acquired certain powers relating to the wind element, from word spirits to alchemy. Jiang Zheng recalled the ability to solidify the air moments ago and inquired, by your account, the Black King divided his powers, diminishing his own strength. Unable to suppress the rebellion of the dragons and the insurrection of humans, ultimately leading to his demise. But why would he choose to relinquish his power? Why did the Dragon Clan not enter a golden age after the Black King's death, but instead experience rapid decline. And I fell silent. Do you think such matters are within my knowledge? What is the path to deification? Jiang Zheng asked abruptly, and I pondered for a moment before responding. The path to deification is also a road to ascendance, akin to that of pure-blood dragons, but it is a path only hybrids may traverse. No one knows when this path emerged. I certainly do not. The term reached my ears shortly after I became pharaoh, conveyed by those sent from the Elder Council to oversee my coronation, instructing me on what should and should not be done, one of which was that the path to deification must not manifest. Any hybrid who treads this path must be slain on sight. Must not manifest? At that time, Craig's dragon blood ratio surged, overshadowing his human lineage, leading to partial draconification. Yet to Jiang Zheng, this state resembled a form of death, as they were nearly devoid of consciousness, perpetually teetering on the brink of losing control. Could this path be the path to deification? Or did I simply take a wrong turn? The prior second generation claimed that Craig had also ventured onto the path to deification. Why did you not slay him? Jiang Zheng questioned. It is now the 21st century. The Elder Council has long become a relic of the past. Why should I heed their directives? And I retorted angrily. It was they who condemned me for employing forbidden techniques and stripped me of my title. What forbidden techniques? Jiang Zheng transformed into a curious child, his mind brimming with inquiries, having yet to exhaust his previous questions, now faced with new ones. That cat-headed scepter contains a sealed soul. According to that soul, he hails from the primordial past, before the emergence of the Black King, possessing knowledge of the early methods of bloodline ascension. And I revealed the secret of the scepter. Though I do not trust him, I managed to extract some useful information from him. My swift ascension through the devouring of dragon bones relies on the methods he provided. Now, thousands of years have passed. During my last awakening, I received no response from him within the scepter and remain oblivious to whether he still lives. Jiang Zheng's expression turned peculiar as he reminded, You sold the scepter, do you not remember? And he thought for a moment and awkwardly said, I suppose so. If it's sold, then so be it. I doubt anything of significance can be extracted from it. Let us not dwell on that for now. Tell me about your experiences since awakening. Jiang Zheng felt that the secrets of the dragon clan were overwhelmingly vast, akin to an iceberg, with only a fraction visible above the surface. That simplifies matters, and he suddenly perked up. When I first awakened, my memories were quite muddled. I stumbled out of the tomb, the one you all entered, which, by the way, is my home. Goodness, the changes outside are monumental. The delicious food, the entertaining activities. I had never encountered such things before. Andy's fluent Mandarin even bore traces of dialect, a stark contrast to the scant vocabulary he possessed just a week prior, prompting Jiang Zheng to marvel at the dragon clan's unique advantages. Initially, I was quite apprehensive, fearing that others might recognize I'm not human. Yet, after roaming the city for half a month without anyone noticing, I loosened up. During that time, I familiarized myself with human society. Whenever I ran short on cash, I would return home to sell some stone artifacts inscribed with symbols, which led me to join a local gang involved in the theft and trafficking of antiquities. I could have continued living like this indefinitely until one day I sensed the presence of Amos, who had not perished but, like me, had entered a dormant state and was on the verge of awakening. Does this have anything to do with the moon goddess sun? Jiang Zheng inquired. Not in the slightest, Andy scoffed. The Moonwater Crescent is a precious relic left by a distinguished being, and there is also a corresponding artifact, the Sun Crown. I first acquired the Moonwater Crescent. It resides in my tomb as it is the vessel of the pharaoh's legacy, though I secretly hoarded it afterward. Subsequently, I discovered Amos's coffin and moved it into my tomb. Thanks to the illusory realm of the Moonwater Crescent, Amos remained oblivious to the fact that he had awakened in the wrong location. And he burst into laughter. The rest was relatively straightforward. Although I am not his equal, I was aware that many hybrids still existed in the world, and the conflict between pure-blood dragons and hybrids remained unchanged. I spread the news of the revival of the third generation, knowing that hybrids would dispatch capable individuals and weapons to eliminate them. They would severely injure Amos, whose powers had not fully returned, but they would not be able to kill him. Then, I, at my peak strength with the aid of the Moonwater Crescent, could easily vanquish him. What a pity, Jiang Zheng teased. The calculations of dragons cannot match those of fate. Now, a freak like you has emerged among the hybrids, employing various cunning methods to engage in close combat with the second-generation beings without faltering. If you had killed me before my evolution, it would have been as easy as eating and drinking. Of course, Amos hasn't even reached half of his peak strength, Andy lamented. To obtain the dragon bone, I had to make compromises and stage a clever escape, lest I be obliterated by the aircraft and missiles outside. One last question. Jiang Zheng rose to leave. Why did Amos suddenly go mad and want to kill me? I cannot say for certain. Andy hesitated before explaining. There may be traces of that distinguished being's essence in your blood. My status is low, and I have never encountered that being, but Amos likely has and recognized it. He suspects that the bloodline of that being has been usurped by hybrids, naturally causing his fury. Understood. I'm leaving. Jiang Zheng glanced at the bright moon in the sky, his silhouette melding into the darkness like ink. Chapter 41. The Internet Affair. Jiang Zheng stretched languidly, lying on a simple blue plaid bed. His desk was neatly arranged with various books, and through the window, the bright moon still shone. When he left Egypt, it was already midnight. After a 10-hour flight, he arrived back in this city close to evening. With his uncle absent, he fell asleep on the pillow, struggling to adjust to the time difference. Time to get online. Jiang Zheng took out his phone to send a message. Darn, I have school tomorrow. After a lengthy pause, the reply came, hurry. The usual place, the machine, is all set up. Jiang Zheng typed back. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Instant noodles and drinks are all prepared for us. Within half a minute, the other person's avatar turned gray. Jiang Zheng hopped out of bed, changing his shoes leisurely. The internet CAF was quite close to their neighborhood. If he chose to cross 2 streets directly, it was merely over 100 meters. 10 minutes later, Lu Mingfei arrived breathlessly at the adjacent machine beside Jiang Zheng, opening a bottle of nutritional drink and gulping down a couple of swigs. I was about to sleep, but seeing your message made me come out. If someone else had asked, I wouldn't have budged. Who else would call you out? Jiang Zheng chuckled. Lu Mingfei choked slightly. That's just me being loyal. Indeed, Jiang Zheng typed away. Lu Mingfei blew dust off the keyboard, catching a glimpse of a fleeting golden-haired beauty in Jiang Zheng's chat window, exclaiming in shock, online romance is perilous, my friend. Beware of being deceived emotionally and financially. Cough. Jiang Zheng replied helplessly. She's real, someone I met during my recent travels. Is she that beautiful? I envy you, bro. Lu Mingfei didn't doubt Jiang Zheng's words. His buddy was handsome, wealthy, and frequently traveled abroad, seemingly devoid of any family background, but perfectly embodying a plethora of admirable qualities. He wouldn't be surprised if someone claimed a daughter of a magnate had become Jiang Zheng's girlfriend one day. What about you? Did you confess? After finishing his message, Jiang Zheng closed the chat window. He was unsure how Line had managed to obtain his contact information. Their conversations were trivial, discussing mundane topics like I'm home. And Dad won't let me go out before school starts. Cry. Lu Mingfei's expression stiffened. Confess what? Focus on studying. All right, let us log in. Don't forget to include Old Tang. At this hour, Old Tang might not be available to play. Jiang Zheng shot him a look that said, are you daft? It's daytime over there in America. Didn't you study geography? Oh right. StarCraft chat channel. Where's my little brother? I've missed you after these few days. Nonsensical chatter flooded the channel. I went to Egypt for a few days, Jiang Zheng typed. Did it go well? Old Tang sent a bewildering message. Not easy. Jiang Zheng replied, in equally perplexing fashion. What language are you all speaking? I can't make heads or tails of it. Lu Mingfei felt like an outsider. We're discussing matters suitable for adults, even though we're still young. When you grow up, we'll let you in on it. Old Tang responded with gravitas. Oh, Old Tang, I'll have to take you down later. Lu Mingfei cracked his knuckles. Despite occasionally feeling like a loser, Lu Mingfei possessed confidence in his prowess, especially in StarCraft, where his skills soared. Though he often lost to Old Tang, it was only because he hadn't exerted his full potential. Having a worthy opponent was a refreshing challenge. As for Jiang Zheng, in the early game, he treated all opponents equally, resulting in a balanced contest. But once the match progressed to the late game and his opponents were fatigued, his seamless maneuvers would carry the day. StarCraft demanded high speed of reflexes and intellect. With games lasting 20 minutes or so, no one desired to toil for half an hour or even an hour only to lose. Consequently, few in the channel were inclined to challenge Jiang Zheng to hone their skills. Jiang Zheng remained unconvinced, and after observing Lu Mingfei's initial maneuvers for a while, he launched into a ranked match. The brisk clicks of his mouse and the rhythmic tapping of his keyboard propelled his actions to nearly 300 per minute, twice that of an average player. If Lu Mingfei were to glance at Jiang Zheng's screen, he would notice that Jiang Zheng's maneuvers mirrored his own to the letter, down to the precise locations of the mouse clicks on the screen. Jiang Zheng's opponent was utterly bewildered by this sequence of actions. While he was still busy mining and upgrading his base, Jiang Zheng had already laid down his fungal carpet, reinforced his workers, and amassed a formidable army, culminating in an overwhelming assault. The game concluded within 10 minutes, setting a new record for Jiang Zheng's shortest match in StarCraft. Meanwhile, the battle next door had also reached its conclusion, as Old Tang faced defeat against Lu Mingfei. The Zerg were currently overpowering, and the Protoss's unit production speed lagged considerably, making them heavily reliant on their tech tree in the late game. Old Tang struggled to explain the reasons behind his loss. Is that all? Perhaps I should play Protoss in the next match and provide you with a lesson in counter strategies, Lu Mingfei replied, brimming with confidence. Forget it. I must get back to work, Old Tang acknowledged. He understood that the balance among the factions in StarCraft was relatively sound. While the three races countered each other, overall, there remained a sense of equality among them, which was part of the game's allure. All right, next time then, Lu Mingfei responded. Stay safe, Jiang Zheng typed. Received. Stay safe? Lu Mingfei questioned, pondering whether Old Tang's job was particularly perilous. Jiang Zheng earnestly explained, haven't there been recent shooting incidents in America? It's always wise to be cautious. Indeed. Lu Mingfei nodded. Shall we play a game? Let us go? At O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, the world's only dual-hub airport and the headquarters of United Airlines. The largest and busiest airport in the United States, a tall man in a sleek black suit stood quietly at the gate, exuding an air of exclusion. His peculiar iron wire mask and cold demeanor deterred anyone from approaching within a 10-meter radius. In stark contrast, not far away stood an elderly man, upright and dignified. His silver hair was impeccably groomed, and his deep gray eyes were captivating, despite the ravages of time etched in wrinkles upon his skin. The contours of his face remained firm, a white rose nestled in the breast pocket of his black suit. Flanking him were two elegantly poised ladies, exchanging soft laughter, while a young girl trailed behind one of them, occasionally stealing glances at the charming old gentleman, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The man and the elder boarded first class, their seats adjacent, separated only by an aisle. The ladies bid a reluctant farewell, and the elder waved with a smile. Who would have thought that Principal Anger would one day take a commercial flight? Onlookers might assume the Academy's funds were mismanaged. Leading to a point where they could not afford a private jet, the middle-aged man remarked suddenly. Ah, Professor Schneider, I must defend the Board of Trustees. To them, the Academy is their private domain. Why would they withhold funds from their own? Anger smiled, acknowledging the necessity of this journey, noting that traveling on the Sleipnir was less convenient given the multitude of destinations. What brings you here, Professor Schneider? You haven't even brought an oxygen tank. If the executive department were to lose you, I would struggle to find a suitable replacement in the short term. Schneider replied nonchalantly, as for safety, Principal, you needn't worry. I recently underwent surgery to replace my plastic lung tube, and I can manage without an oxygen tank for a short while. As the Boeing 747 soared through the sky, breaking free from the dense clouds, the azure heavens appeared exceptionally clear, revealing glimpses of Lake Michigan below, dotted with boats like sparkling gems. Life inevitably brings challenges. Akin to a comet soaring through the cosmos, Anger mused softly. Chapter 42. Invitation, Combined, Lu Mingfei. Stand up. You just got to class and you're already asleep. Why not sleep enough at home before coming to school? Lu Mingfei groggily rose to his feet, nodding like a chick pecking at grain, casting a glance at the empty seat beside him with a look of helplessness. After he and Jiang Zheng exited the internet CAF that morning, he had planned to head directly to school, only to find that Jiang Zheng, that scoundrel, had returned home to sleep instead. Although Jiang Zheng had initially taken only a 4-day leave, the time had long since passed, and the school's regulations held no sway over him. For him, it was merely a matter of returning to school and submitting a leave form to follow protocol. Lu Mingfei, step outside. The teacher barked, glaring at Lu Mingfei, who was still nodding off. With an attitude like yours, how do you expect to get into college? Sighing, Lu Mingfei took his book and stepped into the hallway, peering through the classroom window at a girl dressed in a white cotton dress. The girl seemed to notice his gaze, turning slightly to offer a comforting smile. At that moment, Lu Mingfei felt that being punished to stand in the hallway wasn't so bad after all. He could gaze at Shin Wenwen in class. and the fatigue from his late night vanished in an instant. In the presence of someone you admire, even the most casual smile can spark a flood of emotions. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. After a long while, the knocking resumed. Jiang Zheng, roused from his slumber, listened to the persistent knocking with growing irritation. The person at the door exhibited remarkable patience, seemingly prepared to continue knocking indefinitely unless answered, and their knocking etiquette was commendable. Typically, no one visited Jiang Zheng's home. Those who came to collect utilities would knock loudly and forcefully, fearing that the residents might not hear. Creak. Jiang Zheng opened the door to find a tall, dignified elder with a kind face. This old man is somewhat handsome, Jiang Zheng thought to himself. From his attire, the elder appeared to be British, exuding a gentlemanly elegance in every movement. Hello, who are you looking for? Jiang Zheng inquired. I'm looking for you, Jiang Zheng. And of course, for Li Rongquan, one of the third generation of the Li family. The elder smiled. By the way, I am Hilbert, here to see Anger. Ah, so it's Principal Anger. Jiang Zheng's pupils dilated slightly in surprise. My uncle is not at home at the moment, and I'm unsure when he will return. If you don't mind, Principal Anger, please come in and have a seat. Although Jiang Zheng had long been aware of Hilbert's esteemed reputation and was familiar with most of his accomplishments, facing him in person was still overwhelming, evoking a sense of admiration. After all, according to the records, Anger was over 130 years old, and it was hard to fathom that such an elder still possessed the vigor of a lion, capable of drawing a sword and slaying dragons. Previously, when he was in Egypt, he needed to return to Cairo to find Andy, and thus he had missed an opportunity to meet the renowned dragon slayer in Luxor. Now, the man had come to seek him out. He was a man who had returned from the depths of hell, unafraid of death. Do not oppose Anger was a phrase that resonated globally, and it left a lasting impression on Jiang Zheng when his uncle introduced Anger to him. Jiang Zheng retrieved his uncle's treasured tea leaves, adeptly preparing the tea in the living room's tea set. He wasn't fond of tea, but having observed his uncle's process, he had picked up the basics. Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao? Anger inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea in the air, exclaiming, I've heard that the Mother Tree de Hong Pao from Julong has been banned from harvesting. Nowadays, the authentic de Hong Pao on the market is produced from the offspring of just a few mother trees. The fundamental principle of tea production is that southern regions yield high-quality black tea, while northern areas are more suited for green tea. The international tea prices have historically shown green tea to be priced higher than black tea. However, this does not seem to apply to this exceptional black tea. Admittedly, I am not well versed in the intricacies of tea. Jiang Zheng lifted the teacup and placed it before Anger, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Is there something the principal wishes to discuss with me? Have you not already deduced it? Anger swirled the tea in his mouth for a few seconds before swallowing, the fragrance lingering between his lips and teeth. I hope you will consider joining Castle Academy. I suspected as much. Jiang Zheng nodded, but surely, it is unnecessary for the principal to personally recruit a single student. Ordinary students do not require such attention. Even those of exceptional lineage would typically warrant only a delegation of professors to express the academy's interest. However, your status is unique. Anger toyed with the Zisha cup in his hands. As the head of the Jiang family, your position is akin to that of a family leader within the secret society, a member of the board of trustees. Such a status naturally merits my personal visit. Where is the Jiang family now? Can a single individual truly be called a family? Jiang Zheng retorted. One individual can indeed embody a family, Anger asserted firmly, if you can validate your lineage through the Jiang bloodline and gain recognition from the family insignia. And if you can endure the trials of the Jiang family, then you shall be considered the head of the Jiang family. Moreover, I am curious. What level did you attain in the trials? I suppose it would be the heavenly rank. However, I have no aspirations to elevate the Jiang family's status. Jiang Zheng scratched his disheveled hair. As for joining Castle Academy, that depends on my uncle's approval. Anger fell silent for a moment. The heavenly rank. Passing the trials signifies a level of strength equivalent to that rank, and the subsequent evaluation of potential is a further testament to your abilities. Anger recalled having heard from a Chinese acquaintance about the extraordinary difficulty of the Jiang family trials. At that time, he and his companions, despite their youthful arrogance, doubted their ability to pass even the heavenly rank trials, often lamenting how such a challenging ordeal could possibly be surmounted. I assumed it would be the mysterious or earthly rank, Anger mused softly. You would be surprised by many things. A languid voice resonated from behind Jiang Zheng. And prior to that moment, neither Anger nor Jiang Zheng had sensed the presence of a third individual. At Shirlan Middle School, Chu Zihong sat at the center of the classroom, arms crossed atop the desk, his gaze following the movement of the chalk in the teacher's hand, nodding occasionally in response to the instructor's words, which earned him a few approving smiles. Buzzing, Chu Zihong felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. The notification consisting of just 2 vibrations, a text message. The school did not prohibit students from bringing phones, but using them in class or allowing them to make noise would still draw criticism. Without hesitation, he discreetly retrieved his phone and lowered his head to check the message. I am at the Nanshan CAF on Renmin Road. Professor Schneider. A look of excitement and joy swept across Chu Zihong's composed face as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. As a prominent figure at Shirlan Middle School, he was unaware of the extent to which his actions drew the attention of his classmates. No one would dare to report him for using his phone in class. If someone did, they would be unlikely to survive until the end of the day. The girls, in particular, were curious about what could possibly warrant Chu Zihong checking his phone during class. Chu Zihong raised his right hand at a 90-degree angle. Zihong, what is it? Do you need something? The relatively young female teacher asked, putting down the chalk with a smile. Chu Zihong approached the podium, leaning slightly to speak softly to the teacher. I have an urgent matter to attend to. The teacher, gazing into his gentle, dark eyes, replied instinctively, all right, you may go. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Thank you. Teacher, Chu Zihong expressed his gratitude before swiftly exiting the classroom. The students began to whisper amongst themselves, some linking Chu Zihong's phone use to his departure. Some speculated that it was related to an award from a recent competition he participated in. Others maliciously guessed that something had gone awry in Chu Zihong's family, while some, considering the imminent college entrance exams, wondered if a renowned domestic university had come for early recruitment. Chu Zihong arrived at the homeroom teacher's office to request leave. He could have easily scaled the wall to leave, but he preferred to avoid the subsequent nagging from the teachers, which would only complicate matters if it reached his father's ears. All right, I trust you, the homeroom teacher said, stamping the leave form and handing it to Chu Zihong. May I inquire what the matter is? After a brief moment of silence, Chu Zihong replied, it is an interview for admission to a foreign university. They have sent a professor to meet with me. After that day's phone call, he had gradually received more information regarding Castle Academy, including the Academy's history, departmental categories, academic directions, and a website called the Night Watchman Forum. The name Castle Academy was not a taboo that could not be spoken of. As long as it did not involve any sensitive matters, sharing information was permissible. Really, the homeroom teacher exclaimed with delight, repeating good several times. Then you should hurry along. The fact that a foreign professor was willing to come personally for recruitment was an undeniable mark of sincerity, and he believed that with Chu Zihong's abilities, he would certainly succeed in the interview. If even Chu Zihong could not pass, it would be hard to believe that anyone else could. The homeroom teacher did not ask whether someone was coming to pick him up. In her eyes, such arrangements were surely made in advance with his family. However, Chu Zihong had yet to inform his parents about this development. Li Rongkuan settled onto the sofa, downing a cup of tea in one gulp and sighing. Ah, my fine tea, which I usually reserve for special occasions. At this moment, he was clad in a new outfit, a black knitted cardigan paired with a black shirt, polished leather shoes gleaming beneath him. His face was clean-shaven, his hair meticulously styled, with deep, expressive eyes and chiseled features that spoke of striking handsomeness. Fine tea deserves to be savored by those who appreciate it. If it remains hidden in a cabinet, how can its true value be revealed? Anger clasped his hands together, seemingly hinting at something. Li Rongkuan replied nonchalantly, when friends come, there's fine wine to share. When wolves arrive, there's a shotgun at hand. The Li family has always adhered to this principle. Uncle, do you think I can attend Castle? Jiang Zheng was taken aback. He believed his uncle to be the least likely to allow him to study abroad. Thus his previous conversation with Anger had been subtly dismissive. Xiao Zheng may attend Castle Academy. However, he will not remain in your executive division after graduation, Li Rongkuan stated, fixing his gaze on Anger. Of course, Castle Academy is fundamentally an educational institution. It is merely due to the nature of the curriculum that we must provide them with employment opportunities. As they say in China, job placement. Anger smiled, then proposed his own condition. However, I believe Jiang Zheng should be allowed to enroll directly, as his high school grades warrant that he can skip the final year and proceed to university. Weren't you already planning to have him enrolled this year? Otherwise, You wouldn't have come at this time. Li Rongquan reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs. Don't forget, the old man's 188th birthday is next month. One may not attend, but gifts must be sent. Jiang Zheng sat quietly beside them, scrolling through messages on his phone. He had little say in family matters. Although his uncle was typically taciturn, once a decision was made, it was beyond his power to refuse. He refrained from opposing his uncle's decisions, for he understood that they were genuinely made with his best interests in mind. Castle Academy? He then thought of Caesar, the bespectacled Cavendish, the bloodthirsty Craig, and the soon-to-enroll Adeline. He imagined they would not be lacking in excitement. He could discern his uncle's intentions. In the realm of mixed-blood aristocratic families within the country, each operates autonomously, with familial visits only occurring during festive seasons when direct or collateral descendants are sent to pay respects. Beyond that, various secrets of the dragon clans, including alchemical techniques and dragon-slaying weaponry, are fiercely guarded from other families. Although the Li family treats him well, offering assistance and care, the elder of the Li family has yet to formally adopt him as a successor. While he can passively accept the kindness bestowed upon him, he cannot actively seek it. The European families comprising the secret alliance also harbor core secrets integral to their lineage, yet they benefit from the existence of Castle Academy, a vast consortium that cultivates exceptional mixed-blood talents, gathers and researches all information regarding dragon clans, and develops innovative weaponry. His uncle once informed him that the secret alliance is akin to a middle-aged individual nearing old age, while the executive department of Castle Academy serves as the alliance's hunting dogs. Due to the implications surrounding anger, these hunting dogs may not always follow the alliance's directives. Yet the alliance must continuously provide for them, as their old age necessitates reliance on these hounds to secure prey. The alliance craves someone to rejuvenate its spirit, akin to an adrenaline injection into a middle-aged body, restoring the vigor of youth. As for anger, it seems he may require assistance in slaying dragons. Jiang Zheng does not perceive himself as the one to invigorate the alliance, at most serving as a catalyst to help unearth such a person, much like the catfish effect. Anger and Li Rongquan continue to discuss various matters, both achieving their respective objectives, resulting in a pleasant gathering. Next generation species. $50 million. Li Rongquan exclaimed, turning to Jiang Zheng in shock, his heart aching. Why haven't you informed me of your wealth? And when did next generation species become worth 50 million? I've never seen the stock market crash this severely. You just returned. What should I say? Jiang Zheng rolled his eyes, clarifying that he had merely killed a single next-generation species, and Castle Academy had gained nothing substantial. When did next-generation species become as common as cabbages? Just merely? Is this what young people's literary flair has come to? Li Rongquan extended his hand, gazing at Jiang Zheng with an odd expression. Jiang Zheng scoffed lightly, retrieving a platinum card from his pocket and tossing it over. What does a child need with so much money? I'll keep it for you until you need it for a bride. Li Rongquan seemed unsure whether he was explaining to Jiang Zheng or to Anger. After Anger departed, Li Rongquan removed his coat and shoes, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, disregarding his appearance. I'll be returning to the village soon and won't be staying here for quite a while. There will be no shortage of family matters in the coming years, and I doubt anyone will be able to look after you, though I haven't been much of a caretaker myself. Perhaps it would be better to send you abroad for university. Zihong is going too, and with him helping you manage some messes, I would feel more at ease. When have I ever needed my senior brother to clean up my mess? Jiang Zheng retorted. Oh, you've become quite the sassy one, Li Rongquan sighed. Don't forget to attend the old man's birthday next month. He specifically instructed me to remind you. If you wish to visit school during this time, feel free to do so, and if not, that's fine too. Just make sure to treat your classmates to a meal. You've been getting along well with that boy from the adjacent building, haven't you? Perhaps bring him a gift before you leave. Li Rongquan continued to speak about Jiang Zheng's upcoming arrangements or suggestions with his eyes closed. While somewhat nagging, Jiang Zheng listened attentively. Few things could elicit such concern from a man, and a child's future was undoubtedly one of them. Li Rongquan was aware that he could not fulfill a father's responsibilities, hence why Jiang Zheng called him uncle, yet he always wished to offer this boy, whom he had adopted from an orphanage, more care and affection. Chapter 43. The Unadorned Admissions Process, Part 1, Nanshan CAF. The time was 11:20 a.m., the hour when the CAF saw the fewest patrons, with only a handful scattered throughout, engrossed in their phones or attending to work documents. Among them, One foreign man drew attention. Clad in a wire mask, he entered and ordered a cup of coffee in husky yet fluent Chinese, ignoring the server's guidance to choose a seat at the back of the CAF. For nearly half an hour, he neither glanced at his phone nor his computer, occasionally stirring his cup with a spoon, untouched coffee before him. Well, he hadn't even removed the mask from his face. The young female server, though intrigued, refrained from approaching him, understanding that some patrons seek merely a tranquil environment, with coffee being secondary. Ding ding ding. The wind chime at the entrance chimed sweetly with the breeze from the door opening. A boy in high school uniform walked in, briefly surveying the occupied areas before moving on. The server recognized the uniform from Shirlon High School, the most prestigious private high school in the area, making it hard not to identify. Having graduated from high school just a few years prior, she had only found a job early due to her poor academic performance. The boy was tall, with sharp facial features, a broad forehead, and a straight nose, resembling a lead character from a youthful drama. The server momentarily found herself captivated, forgetting to approach him, thus failing to notice that he had been fixated on the suited man at the end of the CF. When the server finally regained her senses and intended to approach, she felt as though the boy had transformed into a different person. The same features and expressions now emanated a chilling aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The girl instinctively took a step back, dropping her notepad onto the wooden floor with a muted thud. However, the sound did not catch the boy's attention. His gaze was solitary and fierce, as if a golden beast were attempting to burst forth from his dark, painted eyes. Time seemed to freeze. The encounter between the suited man and the boy resembled two solitary wolves meeting on the prairie, cautiously sniffing each other's scent while circling within a vast perimeter. Ultimately, the suited man gestured for the boy to approach. The boy advanced at a measured pace, picking up the fallen notepad and gently handing it to the server along the way. Schneider's iron-gray gaze met the boy's as he spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Professor Feng Schneider, one of the instructors at Castle Academy, responsible for the practical courses for first-year students and fourth-year graduating students. You may refer to me as Professor Schneider. My name is Chu Zihong." The boy responded after a moment of silence, only to be interrupted by Schneider raising his hand. "I understand you have many questions, and they will be addressed, but let us first wait for another individual to arrive." "You?" Chu Zihong paused, surprised to learn there was another like him in this city. "Oh, you've come early, senior brother." A boy with a mischievous grin approached and unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa. "Jiang Zheng." Chu Zihong regarded him with confusion. He was aware of Jiang Zheng's identity, having learned about Castle Academy from him. Over the past few years, Jiang Zheng had occasionally shared secrets with him. However, he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Zheng would also be attending Castle Academy. "My uncle doesn't want me anymore. He is returning to the village to marry, and since he lacks the funds, he is selling me to Castle Academy for a bride price." Jiang Zheng jested, mercilessly tarnishing the reputation of his uncle, who was busy packing at home. Chu Zihong remained silent, recognizing the humor in Jiang Zheng's words. Although his master had an eccentric personality, he wouldn't resort to such measures. "We can reminisce later. For now, let us proceed with the enrollment formalities." Schneider extracted a mobile phone and a stack of documents from his briefcase, the pages densely inscribed with text in English, Arabic, or Latin. He spoke directly into the phone, declaring, "I accept," and then affixed his signature at the bottom of the documents, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. Had there been other professors from the Castle Academy present, they would undoubtedly have vociferously condemned Schneider's irresponsibility. They often invested countless words and efforts to elicit those 3 words from their exceptional students, a task that appeared remarkably effortless for Schneider. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this aligns perfectly with the modus operandi of the Executive Division, the most formidable enforcement agency of the Castle Academy, which took pride in its reputation. The term enforcement agency was a commendation and endorsement of their identity, and Schneider, indeed, was the ruthless leader of this agency. Chu Zihong, unusually hesitant, bowed his head in contemplation. This was the object he had sought for years, now tantalizingly close, yet suddenly overwhelming. It represented a divergent path, one that contradicted the trajectory of human society but led to the realm of truth. Choosing this path would irrevocably separate him from his peers, mentors, and even his mother, potentially bidding them a final farewell. Schneider coolly remarked, "Consider your choice carefully. This is a crossroads in your life. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back." Jiang Zheng, evidently free from such doubts, had been traversing this path all along. He took the phone and stated, "I accept." The voice verification passed, and the options were unlocked. Jiang Zheng, born June 8, 1991, male, ID 060831, enrolled at Castle Academy. Database access granted, account activated. A gentle voice emanated from the phone's speaker. "I am Norma, the secretary of Castle Academy. It is my pleasure to assist you. Your passport and visa will be delivered within 3 weeks. Based on your circumstances, your flight ticket will be sent before the start of the next semester. Welcome to Castle Academy." At that moment, the vast Pacific Ocean separated North America from this city, and all privileges within Castle Academy were now accessible to Jiang Zheng. He gained access to the library's entire collection, borrowing rights to documents and archives, the ability to create clubs, passage rights to the ice house, and permissions to utilize hazardous alchemical materials. In certain respects, Castle Academy indeed functioned as an elitist institution, granting privileged access to its database and computational resources to higher-tier students. Conversely, those of significantly lower status might find their permissions limited to merely ordering meals or checking their credits. Simultaneously, every board member of the academy received a text message. Jiang Zheng, the heir of the mixed-blood Jiang family, enrolled at Castle Academy on May 2, 2008. Bloodline status. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zheng, his admission to Castle Academy also signified an alliance between the mixed-blood Jiang family and the European secret society. Anger had not only reached out to Li Rongquan and Jiang Zheng. Families such as the Chun and Su clans had also agreed to ally with Castle Academy. 3 of the 5 prominent mixed-blood families consented, rendering the agreement of the relatively weaker Zheng and Wang families inconsequential. In Portofino, Italy, a renowned coastal tourist town on the eastern side of the Ligurian coast, it drew many prominent political figures, financial magnates, and celebrities from around the globe. It was a charming city where all the houses were artfully arranged, each boasting at least one window facing the Azure Bay. The public facilities constructed by the government were imbued with personality and character, adorned with vibrant hues that expressed their love for life. At a mountaintop hotel accessed by a winding road, a man with cerulean eyes and radiant golden hair reclined on a soft cashmere bed, the morning light illuminating his bare chest. As the hours passed, ancient parchment manuscripts gradually emerged under the sunlight, their gilded lettering glimmering. In the Middle Ages, such a parchment could be exchanged for an estate, and a wealthy individual's fortune was often gauged by the number of these manuscripts in their collection. Now, however, these parchments piled beside the man formed a small mound, with some carelessly strewn across the wooden floor. Caesar, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, struggled to decipher the text, which encompassed Latin, ancient Egyptian, and even some languages he had never encountered. He had spent the entire night poring over such arcane writings, and typically, he would not rise until the sun had warmed his backside. His impatience regarding his own growth, or perhaps his uncertainty about the future, fueled his anxiety. The heir of the Gattuso family felt lost, and such a revelation, if revealed, would likely be dismissed as a jest. However, this was indeed the reality. After the conclusion of his warfare practical course, he did not return to the academy, but instead took leave to return to Portofino. The Gattuso family possessed a considerable collection of parchments, most of which chronicled the history of dragonkind. Caesar recalled seeing a term written in Latin on one of the manuscripts during his childhood, a word that meant bloodline. Latin was a mandatory language for the heirs of the Gattuso family, who believed it to be the most beautiful language in existence. When he first attended class, he found the language tedious and incomprehensible, prompting him to skip class and retreat to the family's underground wine cellar. However, it was not long before the Latin teacher and the steward arrived in search of him. To avoid being found, Caesar fled deeper into the cellar, inadvertently entering one of the family's forbidden areas, a repository of dragon history and secrets. Yet, within those various tomes, he found only words he could not comprehend. A cursory glance was all it took for him to abandon the pursuit, save for one word that lingered in his mind: bloodline. This was the first Latin word he had ever learned. Eureka! Caesar's spirits lifted. Although few entered the family library, among those permitted, there were always 1 or 2 who disorganized the collection, making it difficult to return items to their rightful places, which contributed to Caesar's toil that night. Baptism. The first line of the manuscript was inscribed in the blood of some animal, and upon seeing it, Caesar felt as though his eyes had been stung by a bee. The intricate characters concealed secrets that eluded verbal expression, necessitating this method of record-keeping. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle male voice called from outside. Young master, there is a message from the family head for you. Caesar set down the parchment, his expression souring as he coldly inquired, "What is it?" The Gattuso family currently had two heads. The legitimate head, Caesar's father, Gattuso Pompey, an unabashed playboy and family stallion, and the acting head, Caesar's uncle, Gattuso Frost. Regardless of which man it was, Caesar was disinclined to offer either a warm reception. The family head mentioned that the boy named Jiang Zheng has joined Castle Academy. It seems he has a good relationship with my dear son, so please relay this to Caesar. The man softly conveyed. These were the family head's exact words. Caesar paused, surprised that it was indeed that foolish stallion of a father. Understood, he replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he resumed unfolding the parchment titled Baptism. To be baptized in dragon's blood. After a cursory review, Caesar could distill this singular phrase, while most of the content remained enigmatic, which was not unexpected. Much like the text in the Jade Record, which stated, "As above, so below." Thus, the miracle of the one is accomplished, ascending from the earth to the heavens, and descending from the heavens to the earth, acquiring the powers of both realms. Various interpretations of this passage had proliferated into hundreds of versions over time. Baptized in dragon's blood, Caesar was aware of such a method. In Norse mythology, Siegfried, also known as Sigurd, bathed in the blood of the dragon he had slain and consumed its heart, thereby acquiring an invulnerable physique. The only part of his body untouched by the dragon's blood was a small area on his shoulder, concealed by the leaves of a linden tree, which ultimately became his fatal weakness, leading to his demise. The records of the Gattuso family also mention hybrid beings who have bathed in dragon's blood. Some were instantly transformed into deathly specters due to the toxicity of the blood, while others gained immense power but struggled to control it. Perhaps there exists another lineage. The Beowulf family. Never mind. Caesar rubbed the corners of his eyes. He had no desire to engage with lunatics. The man lay on his bed, his azure eyes shimmering with tenderness and longing. "Mother, will you support me?" Norma, the secretary of the academy, though an artificial intelligence, could be regarded as a real person. Schneider introduced. Chu Zihong's gaze grew more resolute as he took a deep breath. "I accept." Norma's voice resonated once more. Voice print verification successful. Options available. Chu Zihong. Date of birth June 1st, 1990. Male. ID number 060174. Registered in the Castle Academy directory. Database access granted. Account activated. I am Norma, the secretary of Castle Academy. It is my pleasure to assist you. Your passport and visa will be delivered within 3 weeks, and considering your circumstances, your flight tickets will arrive before the commencement of the next semester. Welcome to Castle Academy. What do the numbers following the ID represent? Chu Zihong keenly noticed the discrepancies in the two statements, particularly the ID number. The letters on the signature page read, indicating the Abrahamic lineage covenant. The numbers following the ID are derived from the birth date, combined with 2 additional figures. They represent the estimated rank of your lineage. Classified from level S to level D, Schneider explained. After enrollment, all freshmen will undergo a lineage assessment exam, abbreviated as the 3 exam. Following the exam, your lineage rank will be determined based on your performance, which will accompany you throughout your 4 years at the academy. If you do not pass the final exam, your rank will be downgraded, but it cannot be upgraded. Chu Zihong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He was already aware of the lineage ranking. He recalled discussions on the Night Watchman forum, where someone had mentioned a lineage rank destined to plummet to an unprecedented level. Schneider retrieved the signed document and stood up, stating, "Norma will arrange for your academic records to be transferred through proper channels. Until then, you may continue attending high school. Experiencing the college entrance exam is also permissible. You can report to the academy after the summer break, and as newcomers, you may enter a few days early to avoid time constraints." Lastly, he added, "The academy implements a mentorship system. Both of you will have me as your mentor. Should any issues arise within the academy, feel free to seek my assistance, as I will usually be in the central control room of the library." On May 2nd, 2008, Jiang Zheng and Chu Zihong joined Castle Academy in a coastal city in southeast China. Chapter 44, A Fortuitous Encounter. Class dismissed. Students, make haste to the cafeteria. The elderly geography teacher said with a kind expression. Su Yanyan and Su Miao Miao were the first to rush out. while the other students hurried towards the dining hall. Some jogging, others walking briskly. Lu Mingfei pondered for a moment and, as he approached Chen Wenwen, inquired, "Chen Wenwen, would you like me to save you a spot?" "No need," she replied softly, organizing her books without rising from her seat. "You should go eat." "All right, then I'll head over first," Lu Mingfei said, scratching his nose before striding toward the cafeteria. Zhao Menghua, observing Lu Mingfei's exuberant demeanor, smirked disdainfully and approached the girl, saying, "Wenwen, I reserved a spot ahead of time during the break this morning. We can order right away, so it won't delay our afternoon classes. Okay, let's go." "Have you not mentioned this to Andy yet?" Jiang Zheng and Chu Zihong walked side by side on their way back to Shilon High School, occasionally catching the curious gazes of girls along the street. However, due to the frosty demeanor of the two, none approached for contact information. "No," Chu Zihong replied candidly. "But my father mentioned I could apply to study abroad. I took the TOEFL last semester, so it should be easier to discuss this with them now." "True. Though Castle Academy isn't particularly well known, we can introduce them to the faculty later." Jiang Zheng suddenly paused. Following his gaze, Chu Zihong spotted a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman entering a Western restaurant in the distance. Chen Wenwen and Zhao Menghua. Chu Zihong identified them, surprised. "They are your classmates. Should we greet them?" "Not familiar." "No need." Jiang Zheng shook his head repeatedly. "At this rate, we might miss our meal at school. Let's eat here instead." With that, Jiang Zheng entered the restaurant without noting its name, assuming it was not a renowned establishment. In this day and age, Western cuisine was quite popular, with numerous restaurants claiming authenticity, serving everything from hamburgers and fries to steak and wine. Regardless of authenticity, the prices were steep. A casual order could easily cost several hundred to 1,000 yuan, beyond the means of an average family. Zhao Menghua came from a well-off family, receiving at least 10,000 yuan in pocket money each month, with occasional red envelopes from relatives, making such a restaurant feel more like a cafeteria to him. He snapped his fingers to summon a waiter clad in a white shirt and black vest, striving to adopt a mature demeanor akin to his elders. "Excuse me. Table number 8, reservation. Mr. Zhao Menghua. This way, please." The waiter confirmed the reservation and led them to their seats. "Wenwen, what would you like to eat?" Zhao Menghua offered the menu, inquiring with consideration. Chen Wenwen did not take it, adjusting her soft hair. "I'll just have something simple. As per my usual order, double portions. And swap the red wine for orange juice." Zhao Menghua did not insist, closing the menu and handing it to the waiter, who bowed slightly and departed. "On the way here, I heard that Senior Chu Zihong seems to be heading abroad for university." Zhao Menghua initiated a conversation. "I've heard that too," Chen Wenwen nodded, displaying interest. "It was passed down from our senior year teacher, and a university professor even came for an interview." Senior Chu is indeed impressive. Professors personally interviewing students is a sign of assurance, or perhaps they are vying for students, possibly promising some enrollment privileges, Zhao Menghua praised. At Shilon High School, Zhao Menghua was regarded as a potential second Chu Zihong. He despised this title not for the comparison itself, but for the implication of being potential. Even as a male student, Zhao Menghua could not deny Chu Zihong's remarkable talents and looks. Regrettably, he did not know Chu Zihong personally, rendering him unable to inherit that title from such an extraordinary figure. Suddenly, Zhao Menghua furrowed his brow, recalling another individual in their class who was well acquainted with Chu Zihong, Jiang Zheng, a man who overshadowed him in nearly every aspect, from appearance and grades to physical prowess, even surpassing Chu Zihong during his time. Moreover, Jiang Zheng's temperament was abrasive, often wearing an expression that screamed, "I am the greatest in the world. It is not that I look down on you, but rather you are not worthy of my glance," which was quite infuriating. Yet Zhao Menghua could not contend with him. He was the type who could not even be beaten by hired help. The number one on the Shilon High School's list of extraordinary individuals. A video from their first year showed him single-handedly defeating the entire high school football team, and to this day, the views of that video on the school's forum remained unparalleled, although the footage was of poor quality due to distance and low resolution. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal, and his attitude afterward was exceedingly contemptuous. Despite this, he continued to thrive within the school. In addition, an irksome aspect of Jiang Zheng is that his only friend in class is Lu Mingfei, a mere weed that anyone could trample upon. Lu Mingfei, academically at the bottom, possesses an appearance that can hardly be described as anything but ordinary, managing only to scrape by in the middle ranks of Shilon High School. While one might understand Jiang Zheng's camaraderie with Chu Zihong, His friendship with Lu Mingfei is utterly perplexing. How utterly base. Yet perhaps it is precisely because of Lu Mingfei's meek and timid nature that he can tolerate Jiang Zheng. Due to Jiang Zheng, Zhao Menghua finds himself unable to act on certain matters. The fellow at the entrance bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Zheng, Zhao Menghua's gaze sharpening. Damn, it is indeed that guy. What's wrong? Chen Wenwen notices a change in Zhao Menghua's demeanor. Jiang Zheng. Zhao Menghua nods toward the entrance. Chu Shixiang is here as well. Let us go greet him, suggests Chen Wenwen. There's no need. We can greet them if they pass by, replies Zhao Menghua, who always feels inexplicably guilty when facing Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng ambles ahead, not sparing the two a glance, while Chu Zihong acknowledges them with a nod as he passes. Seeing that the two are seated at a distance, Zhao Menghua feels somewhat relieved. Having known Jiang Zheng for years, Chu Zihong is well aware of his temperament and finds nothing unusual about it. In truth, Jiang Zheng is an extreme egoist. As a child, he would flatter the breakfast shop owner insincerely to secure a larger portion of food. At the orphanage, he endeavored to win the director's favor for a slightly better life. His reluctance to greet Zhao Menghua and his companion stems primarily from their lack of utility to him, and secondly, from his dislike of them. And Lu Mingfei? Is it not enough that he aligns with Jiang Zheng's character and brings him amusement? As Chapter 45, Odin unfolds, upon finishing his meal order, Chu Zihong ponders for a moment before stating, I heard Lu Mingfei has feelings for Chen Wenwen. Jiang Zheng, flipping through the menu, feels a pang of regret for the over 400 yuan just spent. It's merely a crush, without hope. Even you know about Lu Mingfei, he replies. I met him a few times when I came to find my master. Chu Zihong speaks plainly. Are you not going to help him? Help him how? Can I make Chen Wenwen like him? Don't jest, Shi Xiao. Who hasn't he had a crush on a few beautiful girls? Jiang Zheng leans his chin on his hand. Chu Zihong falls silent. He has never had a crush, and inquires, have you had feelings for someone else? I suppose you could say that, Jiang Zheng admits, surprised to discover a curious side beneath Chu Zihong's stoic facade, noting a flicker of interest in his eyes. However, Jiang Zheng's subsequent words cause a slight stiffness to appear on Chu Zihong's expectant face. I like those who are good-looking and have good figures. In simpler terms, I'm a bit superficial. Your class holds 3 of Shirlan High Schools for campus beauties, Chu Zihong observes, his implication clear. You're aware of the 4 campus beauties? Jiang Zheng teases, adding, they are indeed beautiful. I do find them appealing, but that doesn't mean I wish to get closer or strike up a conversation. Perhaps my personality doesn't mesh well with theirs, or we simply belong to different worlds, making it difficult to connect or desire to connect. Chu Zihong picks up on the sensitive phrase, different worlds? It manifests in various aspects, but for us. Jiang Zheng pauses, accepting the dishes from the waiter, who departs before he continues. The disparity in bloodlines serves as a barrier between these two worlds. If you were to date an ordinary person, even if you wish to hide your identity and become an ordinary person, can you guarantee that matters related to the dragon lineage would never find you? Would they not affect her? I understand. Chu Zihong nods, reflecting on his father who perhaps did just that, concealing his identity and abilities to become a mere driver in this city, evading certain matters, even abandoning his family, yet still failing to escape. No, it doesn't necessarily mean one must avoid something. Chu Zihong seems to awaken suddenly. The divine power of Odin is indeed formidable, but that does not equate to the necessity of evading him. What brought Odin to their door in the first place? The box. The box in the trunk bearing the half-decayed world tree emblem. It was that emblem and his father's warning against applying to Castle Academy that had driven him to seek the institution's whereabouts. Thus, his father's presence in this city may also have been to obtain something. Perhaps it was that very box, but what lies within? Do you know Odin? Chu Zihong softly inquires. Odin, the one-eyed horse rider from Norse mythology? Jiang Zheng responds. Yes, Chu Zihong replies, his voice low. My lineage comes from my father. His name is Chu Tianjiao. What? Did you encounter Odin on the overpass? Jiang Zheng exclaims incredulously, his eyes widening as if Chu Zihong had just claimed the existence of figures like Sun Wukong or the 3 Pure Ones. Do you not believe me? Chu Zihong's expression reflects regret. It's not that. Shixiang doesn't seem like one to lie about such matters. Jiang Zheng shakes his head, realizing that his Shixiang and father must have stumbled into or been intentionally led into a small world. Is it Nibelungen? You know about Nibelungen? Jiang Zheng is taken aback. Their essay Night Watchman Forum at Castle Academy. Recently, a post about Nibelungen was published, detailing it extensively. Chu Zihong informs him. Is that so? In that case, it simplifies things, Jiang Zheng states. The small world is created by pure-blooded dragons using mental power and highly advanced alchemy. Many pure-blood dragons throughout history have held their own identities, from emperors and ministers in dynasties to deities in myth. The chief deity of Norse mythology, Odin, is indeed one such dragon. However what? Chu Zihong's tone grows anxious. To hold the identity of the divine Odin, that dragon must hold an exceedingly noble status within the dragon lineage. Odin is the supreme god of the Aesir in Norse mythology, the king of the gods, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir until he is devoured by the giant wolf Fenrir during Ragnarok. In terms of rank, the foremost god Odin is not inferior to Nidhogg, and Nidhogg is the supreme emperor of the dragons. The thought of a dragon, akin to a deity, lurking in some corner of this city sends a chill down Jiang Zheng's spine, leaving him on edge. Beneath their feet lies a Nibelungen that nearly engulfs the entire city. It is indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Zheng's expression grows somber. Yet, for all these years, that dragon has made no significant moves. Perhaps there will be no activity for a while yet. Odin is powerful, isn't he? Chu Zihong asks. Jiang Zheng tears off a large chunk of beef from his plate, remarking, "You mentioned that everything around you seemed to slow down?" According to the descriptions on the Night Watchman Forum, his father's word spirit should be times 0. During this period, he has almost perused all posts on that forum, nearly compiling them into a book titled Castle Academy Information Guide and another titled Castle Academy Gossip Compendium. A word spirit akin to the principal, Jiang Zheng marvels if that's the case. Odin would at least be a first-generation type of ancient dragon. Times 0, a naturally born assassin type, speed-oriented word spirit, was once a loophole in the word spirit sequence, only to be listed as number 84 in the 1972 edition of the word spirit periodic table. Even if Chu Zihong's father's abilities and word spirit proficiency are not up to par with Principal Angeli, the peculiarity and power of Time 0 would certainly not be something a typical second-generation type could achieve. First-generation type, Chu Zihong reflects. Do not disclose this to the Academy just yet. Nibelungen will leave a mark on those who have entered it. Those bearing the mark can re-enter Nibelungen. The Academy is backed by secret factions, a group of war profiteers driven solely by self-interest, unworthy of trust, Jiang Zheng advises earnestly. Chu Zihong nods in understanding. At the table, most of the food has already vanished into Jiang Zheng's stomach. Chu Zihong, lacking appetite, sets down his knife and fork after consuming a portion of steak. Zhao Menghua and Chun Wanwan had long departed, and the midday hours were fleeting. Not everyone possessed the privilege that Jiang Zheng and Chu Zihong enjoyed. Shall we return to school together? Chu Zihong suggested. Never mind. I need to head back and contemplate matters concerning Odin, Jiang Zheng replied, fabricating an excuse to return home. Oh, by the way, my uncle won't be home anymore, but he can come by on Sundays for some swordsmanship practice. All right, thank you. After watching Chu Zihong leave, Jiang Zheng made his way to a secluded alley and retrieved his phone to dial a number. Hello, Andy, didn't you say you would come to China? When will you arrive? Yes, I'm heading to North America for university in August. If you come during this time, I can assist you. It's a deal. Chapter 46. Words of Reality. Jiang Zheng sat atop the rooftop of his residential complex, the air conditioning unit humming incessantly. The temperature had escalated rather quickly in recent days, prompting him to don short sleeves and shorts. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the clouds, casting myriad golden rays that painted the sky in shades of crimson and illuminated the earth in a resplendent gold. The languid sun was partially obscured by the towering edifice of the Black Prince Group in the city center, its golden red glow both beautiful and comforting. Pedestrians strolled along the streets bathed in shimmering light, yet Jiang Zheng felt an acute sense of desolation amidst the beauty. He had refrained from divulging the Odin matter to anyone, as it seemed futile. Could a coalition of mixed-blood families truly storm Nibelungen and slay Odin? Such an act would be tantamount to seeking the destruction of the city itself. Surely, Odin had no idle interest in troubling ordinary folks. So Jiang Zheng was indifferent to the fates of these strangers. His anxiety stemmed solely from the possibility of encountering a being of Dragon King caliber in his vicinity, which could likely spell doom for him. He hoped his uncle would not become that unfortunate soul, a familiar figure, weary and disheartened. appeared on the rooftop of the adjacent building, leaning against the wall and seated on the ground. Jiang Zheng crossed the narrow gap between the two buildings and joined him. This narrow fissure, known as Tianzhan Sha or Tianqian Sha in feng shui, was formed by the close proximity of the two structures, creating a constricted space that appeared as though cleaved by a divine axe. Lost in thought, Jiang Zheng gently patted Lu Mingfei's shoulder. Lu Mingfei, too lethargic to lift his head, recognized that only his friend would seek him out here and responded with a soft grunt. The two sat in silence, gazing at the clouds, the sunset, the ceaseless flow of cars, or anything else, neither feeling compelled to speak, yet comfortable in the stillness. Today, Lu Mingfei had listened to his language teacher discuss essays, one line striking him: an era is destined to have heroes, and inevitably, a few tragic figures. He believed Jiang Zheng to be the hero, while he, Lu Mingfei, was the pitiable tragic figure. Had the teacher heard his inner monologue, she would likely have patiently explained that even tragic figures could leave their mark on history, whereas Lu Mingfei was merely a passerby in the torrent of time. Yet, it suddenly occurred to him that even heroic figures could be found idly contemplating on a rooftop, allowing time to slip away, which he found rather amusing. The homeroom teacher and other classmates often mocked him privately, suggesting that while Jiang Zheng might be friendly now, what would the future hold in 10 years? Jiang Zheng hailed from wealth and influence, possessing capabilities that would allow him to pursue any ambition he desired. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei was left to languish, waiting for a breath of fresh air. At that moment, Lu Mingfei felt particularly unable to retort, resorting instead to a half-hearted gaze. When the teacher inquired about his return to school, Lu Mingfei recalled being retained after class to relay a message from Jiang Zheng. "I don't know. I don't want to go. I would just sleep there," Jiang Zheng replied wearily. How he longed to voice similar sentiments and act upon them, Lu Mingfei mused. "Chu Zihong is going abroad for university?" he inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand," Jiang Zheng confirmed. "That's impressive," Lu Mingfei remarked. Though he was not well acquainted with Chu Zihong, having only met a few times, he felt a connection through Jiang Zheng's friendship. Yet, he couldn't help but scorn himself inwardly for harboring such thoughts. "The school sports meet is approaching, and I'm contemplating whether to sign up," Lu Mingfei stated. Jiang Zheng scoffed. "Has Chen Wenwen registered? For long-distance running, I presume?" Lu Mingfei chuckled and nodded. Jiang Zheng remained silent, aware that Lu Mingfei was a sentimental person, particularly when it came to love. Why had he not noticed this flaw in him during their primary and middle school years? Jiang Zheng felt a headache coming on. He pulled out his phone and opened a chat window, the timestamps indicating the conversation had occurred that very afternoon. "May I ask, have you begun dating Zhao Minghua?" "Not yet. Are you aware that Lu Mingfei has feelings for you?" "I know a little." "Then why not provide Lu Mingfei with a response? Even if it's a rejection? I hope you won't be too harsh, considering all he has done for you. After all, that unfortunate fellow is already quite unfortunate. Firstly, aside from normal work matters, I have not asked Lu Mingfei to do anything. Secondly, why should I bear the burden of his unrequited feelings and play the villain? Lastly, if a person's initial contributions are rooted in a desire for gain, then ultimately, they are merely serving their own interests." Jiang Zheng, not particularly literary, was perhaps only marginally better than Chu Zihong, who could only quote famous sayings. He had no desire to engage in such discussions, and upon reflection, Chen Wenwen's arguments seemed somewhat reasonable, leading him to hastily conclude the conversation. "You think that by inquiring about your goddess's well-being daily, she will be moved. But in reality, it only burdens her and may even annoy her. Yet, this was a relationship, not a transaction. It required mutual investment and reciprocity. Unfortunately, unilateral efforts often yielded neither the expected response nor respect." Just as Lu Mingfei believed his friend was unwilling to offer any advice, Jiang Zheng spoke up. "I saw Chen Wenwen dining with Zhao Minghua at a Western restaurant during lunch." Lu Mingfei was taken aback, swallowing hard. Feeling as though something within him was about to take flight, the connection between them stretching tighter and tighter. "It's merely a meal. It doesn't signify anything." "Haven tea, I also spent time alone with Chen Wenwen," he reasoned, but Jiang Zheng's words pierced through his heart. Would ordinary friends hold hands continuously? Why opt for a Western restaurant over the cafeteria? Chen Wenwen's family is well off. Does she truly lack for that meal? The connection severed. The once refreshing breeze turned suddenly frigid, and Lu Mingfei curled up, hugging his legs, as if that were the only way to retain his body heat. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling a galaxy crafted from fine grains of sand, sprawled across the azure heavens. The streets of the complex were eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by distant dog barks. Did he harbor feelings for Chen Wenwen? The answer was unequivocally yes. Upon entering high school, Lu Mingfei had once believed the greatest happiness in life would be to be loved by Chen Wenwen and to marry her. There was even a time when he felt willing to do anything for her. He had pondered whether Chen Wenwen might not reciprocate his feelings. But every time he contemplated giving up, a glimmer of hope would emerge, urging him to persist. Yet now, reflecting on it, he realized she had never made any promises to him. It had all been his unrequited affection. Given that, why should he continue to nurture false hopes? He is a loquacious, indolent, and aimless scoundrel. Zhao Menghua, on the other hand, consistently ranks second academically, possesses a commendable appearance among his male peers, and hails from an affluent family, embodying the archetype of a golden boy. Comparatively, the latter is infinitely superior to the former. Even a fool would discern the better choice. Ironically, Lu Mingfei naively believed he could compete with Zhao Menghua. Grasping his throat, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as bizarre images flickered through his mind. Immense, boundless bronze walls adorned with serpentine patterns of shapes and letters. Countless tiny figures surrounded him, chattering incessantly like the little demons of the underworld, while the fearsome ox-head and horse-face howled in his ears, casting him as the sacrificial beast in a moment of grotesque revelry. Their cacophony whispered like demons in his ears. Enough. Silence. Lu Mingfei bellowed, clutching his head. When the visions faded and he opened his eyes, he found Jiang Zheng staring intently at him, leaving him flustered. I wasn't talking about you. I meant the little voices in my head. I was yelling at them. Lu Mingfei felt utterly pathetic, yet powerless to change his circumstances, muttering, "It doesn't matter whom I like. What matters is who likes me." Why would he like Chen Wenwen? Not due to her exceptional qualities. It was simply because she was the only one among the girls who showed him any kindness, even if that kindness paled in comparison to how she treated others. What I wish to convey is that merely sitting idly and daydreaming about unattainable desires serves no purpose. Jiang Zheng shook his head, lightly patting Lu Mingfei's shoulder, and gently said, "I must take my leave." "All right, it is indeed getting late." Lu Mingfei felt relieved upon noticing Jiang Zheng's lack of anger. "I am heading to the United States, to Castle College, the very university that Chu Zihong attends. This morning, their president personally visited my home to persuade me, and my uncle has agreed," Jiang Zheng informed him. Lu Mingfei felt parched, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and finally managed to utter, "But aren't you still in your second year of high school? Does it make a difference to me whether I'm in my second or third year?" Jiang Zheng chuckled. True. Lu Mingfei licked his chapped lips, pondering whether such a stellar academic record could truly be diminished by a single year. "That is fantastic." Lu Mingfei congratulated dryly. "You're even more impressive than Chu Zihong. The president himself came to recruit you. I'm off now. I'll return to school in a few days." Jiang Zheng crossed over to his own apartment building. Lu Mingfei remained seated for a while longer, ultimately collapsing onto the ground like a deflated balloon. Staring vacantly at the sky, his eyes dull and lifeless. In Shilin High School's mythos, Chu Shunren is a figure of intrigue. Every student has something to say about him. For the girls, he is the quintessential Prince Charming. For the boys, he is undeniably the top contender on the list of admiration. He is reticent yet politely distant. No one dares claim to truly know Chu Zihong. Perhaps a few genuinely do, but they choose silence. His father owns numerous companies, and that sporadic appearance of a Mercedes-Benz at school is a testament to his wealth. His mother, elegant and stunning, outshone everyone at a recent parent-teacher meeting, rendering even the ethereal Lu Miaomiao youthful in comparison, and certainly overshadowing the likes of Chen Wenwen. It is well known how Chu Zihong's strikingly handsome features came to be. Achievements in Olympiads and English competitions are hardly worth mentioning. What others praise as remarkable is merely commonplace to him. Logically, such a person could engage in the most outrageous behavior without raising eyebrows. However, recently, a remarkable event occurred. Castle College, a prestigious private institution abroad, actively sought him out and successfully conducted an interview. Many at Shilin High School, well-versed in worldly matters, pieced together information about Castle College. It is affiliated with the University of Chicago and enjoys extensive academic exchanges with esteemed institutions such as Harvard, Yale, Cambridge, and Oxford. Each year, Numerous tenured professors aspire to transfer there, yet the available slots are exceedingly limited, and acceptance does not guarantee permanence. Even tenured professors from Harvard become mere assistant professors upon entering Castle College, only attaining the title of full professor after successfully mentoring an outstanding student. Oh, and it follows a mentorship system, adhering to an elite path and implementing a completely autonomous admissions process. In other words, no matter how exceptional your academic record or accolades, you cannot gain admission without passing the exams and interviews set by the school. Furthermore, this institution does not charge exorbitant tuition like other foreign universities. Instead, it offers scholarships exceeding tens of thousands of dollars to Jiang Zheng. Given his family's financial stability, this aspect was deemed of secondary importance. In the realm of Shilin High School's legends, Jiang Zheng is a figure shrouded in mystery, yet he possesses an even more legendary aura than Chu Zheng. Upon entering school, he single-handedly subdued the entire high school football team with sheer force, leaving incredulity in the wake of a middle schooler besting larger boys. Those who witnessed the event remain astonished by the boy's formidable prowess and agility. Such an incident, were it to occur today, would undoubtedly have gone viral. But at the time, a lack of widespread internet and the influence of those behind the boy allowed it to fade into obscurity. Subsequent investigations by the school revealed that the boy was, in fact, in the right, resulting in a mere reprimand. Despite Jiang Zheng consistently ranking at the top academically, he could not match Chu Zheng in terms of competition awards. However, his resume remains impressive even without those accolades. He has not taken leave, yet has not attended school for 2 consecutive months. He has never attended class, yet seems to know everything. Exceptionally handsome, yet without a girlfriend. The latest entry in the multitude of information, Jiang Zheng, at the end of his second year, gained admission to Castle College without examinations and received a scholarship of 36,000. Chapter 47. De Liz Huang. In the early morning, the air was thick with a light mist, and the golden sunlight bathed the coastal city, reflecting resplendent hues. While a few scattered remnants of stars lingered in the pale blue sky, Jiang Zheng, towel in hand, dried his hair, gently adjusting his tousled bangs in front of the mirror before switching off the half-screaming humanoid alarm clock. The clock, a birthday gift from Looming Fei, was styled after Nami from One Piece. As for its sound, Jiang Zheng had never allowed it to complete a single syllable. Donning a new black short-sleeved shirt and pants, he stepped into the morning light. At this moment, he and Chu Zheng had ceased attending school. Initially, he thought his senior would at least experience the college entrance examination, only for Chu Zheng to nonchalantly declare it a waste of time before immersing himself in sword practice and exploring the Night Watchman Forum. Truly, a model for our generation. At the bus station, Jiang Zheng found the familiar blue long-distance bus from his memories, carrying the steamed buns he had purchased. With the kind gaze of the bus driver, he took a seat in the front row. As a child, his uncle had taken him on this bus to visit relatives, departing at dawn and arriving by noon just in time for lunch. "Have you eaten, uncle? Would you like to share a meal?" Jiang Zheng offered the plastic bag containing his buns. "No, thank you. I've already eaten." It was from this very place. The driver smiled, waving his hand. "We'll be leaving in 2 minutes." "All right." Jiang Zheng rolled down the window and began to eat the buns heartily. The elder of the Li family was celebrating a birthday, necessitating a trip back to the Central Plains. Certainly, celebrating a birthday is not of paramount importance. The elder of the Li family is not one to concern himself with such trivialities. Approaching 2 centuries of life, he has celebrated many birthdays, perhaps 80 or even 100 of them. Traditionally, after attending to family matters, the younger generations gather to share a cake and partake in longevity noodles, creating a more relaxed atmosphere despite the usual tension. However, it is rumored that this occasion marks a transition in the power dynamics of the Li family, and one wonders if the proceedings will unfold smoothly. At 11 in the morning, Jiang Zheng disembarked at the Zhongyuan bus station and sought out an older gentleman among a row of tricycles parked nearby. "Are you heading to De Liz Huang?" Jiang Zheng asked, squinting against the midday sun. The elderly man, speaking with a thick Zhongyuan accent, regarded Jiang Zheng with a peculiar expression before nodding. "Yes. But it's quite a distance, at least 25 yuan. "Then 25 it is," Jiang Zheng replied, hopping onto the tricycle and donning a straw hat woven from wheat stalks. The tricycle sped down the main road, the wind brushing against Jiang Zheng's skin, cooling him off. On either side lay vast fields of golden wheat, the waves of grain swaying in the breeze, creating a sense of comfort and ease. "What brings you to Deliz Huang, young man?" the old man inquired loudly from the front. "I'm visiting a relative for his birthday," Jiang Zheng answered. The old man nodded knowingly. "Ah, I see. It's essential to check on him. Life in Deliz Huang is no easy feat." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jiang Zheng's mouth. Aware that the old man had misunderstood his intentions, but he chose not to correct him. Deliz Huang had no external residence, primarily housing members of the Li clan. The only notable establishment was the Deliz Huang Mental Hospital, renowned across several surrounding counties. Whenever Deliz Huang was mentioned, outsiders invariably thought of the mental institution, with little else coming to mind. "Once we pass this stone bridge, you'll be in Deliz Huang," the old man announced, halting the tricycle outside the bridge. A blue sign on the roadside bore the name Deliz Huang. "All right then," Jiang Zheng nodded, retrieving the prepared 25 yuan from his pocket and handing it over. "Thank you, sir. Please drive safely." "No trouble at all," the old man replied, taking a sip from a plastic water bottle before driving back toward the county town. Jiang Zheng surveyed his surroundings, spotting dozens of luxury cars, typically unseen in this area, in a grove across the road: Maybachs, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces, most being comfortable sedans or business vehicles, suggesting their owners were middle-aged entrepreneurs. However, one red Lamborghini stood out among the array, appearing distinctly out of place. The stone bridge spanned over 20 meters in length, but barely 2 meters in width. The tricycle could manage to cross, but the luxury cars could not. As Jiang Zheng strolled across the bridge, the soothing sounds of flowing water and croaking frogs filled the air. The sides of the road were lined with poplar, willow, and camphor trees, their lush leaves providing shade from the intense sunlight, casting a dappled pattern on the ground. Upon crossing the stone bridge, a massive gateway came into view. One side adorned with a rusted aluminum plaque boldly announcing Deliz Huang Mental Hospital. Indeed, it was not surprising that the mention of Deliz Huang evoked thoughts of the mental institution, as the village was essentially enveloped by it. The mental hospital encompassed a vast expanse of farmland, modest bungalows, and 2- or 3-story buildings, alongside traditional wooden structures. The elder of the Li family, although not the head of the clan, served as both the village chief of Deliz Huang and the director of the mental hospital. The patients within the institution were not necessarily mentally ill, but rather members of the Li clan whose lineage was deemed unstable. The entire area of Deliz Huang, spanning over 30 square kilometers, was enclosed by a simple barbed wire fence, with various structures situated at the center, surrounded by farmland. Anyone walking through the fields would be readily visible, leaving no hiding places. It truly resembled a prison. The village had yet to see the construction of paved roads. The winding paths were embedded with bricks and gravel, raising clouds of yellow dust with each step. Jiang Zheng regretted wearing new shoes. "Xiao Zheng, why are you so late?" A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat waved from a makeshift shelter by the roadside, where a simple wooden bed and a pile of vibrant green watermelons rested. "Uncle Ba, where's my uncle?" Jiang Zheng inquired with a smile. "That lazy boy? He comes home and just collapses on the bed, sleeping until noon," the middle-aged man scolded. But after calming down, he added, "Would you like some watermelon? It's from your third uncle's farm. Incredibly sweet. In a month or so, when there's more, I'll bring a bag for your family." This Uncle Ba was the father of Jiang Zheng's uncle, Li Ronquan. Such reprimands were common among families, and Jiang Zheng could hardly object, especially since the man spoke the truth. "I'll pass on the watermelon for now," Jiang Zheng replied. "Uncle Ba, why hasn't the wheat been harvested yet? If it's not done soon, the grains will fall, resulting in a significant loss per acre." "That lazy Kunzi won't come when called," Uncle Ba lamented, appearing both frustrated and sorrowful. Jiang Zheng sighed. "Let us wait until evening. I'll help you harvest the wheat then. It's too dry now, and harvesting could cause it to shatter." "You're a good lad, Xiao Zheng," Uncle Ba exclaimed, beaming with delight and giving a thumbs up. "I invited the kids from the other families this morning, but no one showed up. I'll head into the village now," Jiang Zheng said, bidding farewell before departing. "All right, off you go. Your uncles are all around." Uncle Ba waved him off. In truth, Uncle Ba was rather indolent himself, lacking enthusiasm for farming and irrigation. This penchant for laziness seemed to run in the family, having been passed down from his father. Chapter 48, Noa Nua. The secret party. As Jiang Zheng entered the village, he noted the streets were impeccably clean, with only a few fallen leaves scattered about. Several elderly men gathered in the shade of trees, chatting, smoking, or playing chess together. Jiang Zheng recognized few of them. De Liz Huang was home to thousands, and his visits had been infrequent, making it difficult to recall many names. At the village's center stood an elegantly designed courtyard, the residence of his second grandfather, now the head of the Li family. "Second uncle, why are you squatting here?" Jiang Zheng asked, noticing a man in a suit smoking next to a stone lion at the entrance. "Is my uncle inside?" The man awkwardly stood up, crushed his cigarette but beneath his expensive shoe, and sheepishly replied, "Just taking a smoke outside. Old Ba is inside." As Jiang Zheng peeked into the doorway, a yellow dog suddenly bounded out, circling him with energy, its tail wagging excitedly. "Fa Kai?" Jiang Zheng bent down to pet the dog, running his fingers through its fur, which had taken on a reddish hue. "I named this dog, and now it doesn't even recognize me," the second uncle remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Fa Kai? You naughty dog. Don't run away." A tall girl emerged, clutching a bag of premium dog treats. Dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, with white sneakers adorning her feet, she radiated youthful vitality. Her bold features were unusual for a woman from Zhongyuan, and her natural dark red hair flowed freely. "After eating all my treats, you think you can escape?" She scolded the dog with hands on her hips. "This is Nua," the second uncle introduced, nodding toward the girl. "This is Chun's eldest daughter, Chun Mado. He is Jiang Zheng, the child adopted by my eighth brother." Uncle Air's face was rigid, his eyes devoid of life, merely performing his duties in a bureaucratic manner, lacking the warmth typically associated with familial connections. Nua raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Zheng. "You may call me Nua, but before that, hand over the dog behind you. What happened to it?" Jiang Zheng's gaze lingered for a moment on Nua's flowing red hair. "We had a deal. I would feed it, and it would help me catch rabbits." Nua cast a fierce glare at Fa Kai, who, with its tail tucked between its legs, appeared guilty as charged. After finishing its share of food, it had simply bolted. Fa Kai was quite clever, almost comprehending human commands, and this was not the first time it had acted this way. It just hadn't encountered someone who would hold it accountable before, and now it had met its match. Jiang Zheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation, saying, "All right. But the rabbits behind the village belong to Uncle Da. They are not wild, so it's best not to kill them for food." "Humph, don't worry," Nua said, extending her fair arm to grasp Fa Kai by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. The poor creature let out a pitiful whimper, begging for mercy. "Too late. You are the first to dare take advantage of me." Nua dragged Fa Kai into the courtyard, presumably to find a leash or something similar. "This young lady from the Qin family has quite a lively personality," Jiang Zheng commented. "Do you like her? If you do, my old man can help you propose." A venerable voice sounded behind Jiang Zheng, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Old man? Ancestor?" Jiang Zheng turned in surprise, while Uncle Air bowed deeply. The elder had dark skin, a deep bronze hue from long exposure to the sun, a frail frame, and a slightly hunched posture. His weathered face was etched with deep wrinkles, sparse eyebrows, yet his eyes shone brightly like twinkling stars. Compared to anger, the appearance of elderly resonated more with that of a traditional elder. After all, at over 180 years old, he was not merely aging. He was becoming otherworldly. Elders should embody the essence of age. "What is the point of being so lifeless all day?" Elderly reproached Uncle Air. "Mainly, I lack the experience to manage family affairs after being away for so many years. I cannot inherit my father's position," Uncle Air stammered in explanation. "Then you shall oversee the family's peripheral industries," the elder stated calmly. Certainly." Uncle Air was taken aback, then immediately straightened his chest, confidently proclaiming, "Rest assured, ancestor. Regardless of which brother becomes the head of the family, I will certainly assist diligently. Get lost, you troublesome fellow." Elderly dismissed the excited Uncle Air, shaking his head. Nowadays, no one wants to remain in the village, and they shun power as if it were a plague. Times are changing. Though one may hold power in the village, rarely do they venture beyond its borders, thus losing the opportunity to experience the wonders of the outside world, Jiang Zheng murmured. "Let us not dwell on that. I've long ceased to involve myself in such matters," the elder chuckled. "What do you think of that girl from earlier?" This was the first time Jiang Zheng had heard the elder pose such a question. After a moment of thought, he replied, "She may not be quite suitable. I prefer someone more demure." "Yes, a quieter demeanor can be beneficial. If you find someone you like, seize the opportunity. Don't end up like your uncles. Still single at such an advanced age," the elder advised earnestly. "Rest assured, ancestor, if I find someone I like, I will not let go," Jiang Zheng promised. He suddenly recalled Lu Mingfei, who had indeed been dispirited for several days following that incident. However, it seemed that after Jiang Zheng had encouraged him to stay up all night, he had improved considerably, as evidenced by his increased appetite, suggesting he was slowly recovering from this premature heartbreak. Anger visited me last month. I am quite in favor of you training with the secret society. The elder led Jiang Zheng toward a pond. As they were about to step onto the water's surface, their forms vanished like ripples, and Jiang Zheng followed suit. Remaining unnoticed by passers-by, the scene before them shimmered and transformed as they entered a wooden building, settling into chairs in a small courtyard. I have heard about the Next Generation project. Fortunately, it ended without incident. Yet, we must remain vigilant, as fortune can be fickle. You need not worry about any trouble in North America. Having the secret society as a backing is quite reliable. What kind of trouble? Jiang Zheng shifted in his seat, adopting a more comfortable posture. Isn't the secret society the one pulling the strings over there? The elder shook his head. Do you think that's why the secret society is called the European Secret Society? In Europe, they indeed have far-reaching influence, easily swaying royal decrees. But it is not the same in North America. The secret society initially did not regard North America highly until the events of the Summer of Mourning in the 20th century prompted the establishment of Castle Academy. However, the academy faced significant challenges, especially during the recruitment phase, as it was met with collective resistance from the mixed blood families in North America, who sought to suppress and block the society. The journey of Castle Academy was arduous, and its current standing is closely tied to one individual. Anger, Jiang Zheng uttered softly. Indeed, Anger is the spokesperson for the secret society. He possesses unparalleled martial prowess, instigating numerous conflicts, both overt and covert, resulting in many casualties. Elderly recounted the bloody history with a calm demeanor. The victor was evident. Today, the mixed blood families of North America could only resort to business tactics, daring not to confront the secret society directly, allowing the society to swiftly dominate half of North America over the past century. The secret society's exploration of dragon civilization surpasses ours. Xiaozheng, you must remain steadfast in your studies, cultivating a tranquil mind and aiming for distant goals. Chapter 49. The Li Clan Assembly Brother. Accomplishing all of this is no trouble at all for you. But for me, it is exceedingly difficult, Jiang Zheng thought to himself. The elder continued, apart from you, there will also be offspring from the Chun and Su families attending Castle Academy. The Chun family's representative is the young lady you just met. Although the Su family is sending a side branch, their bloodline is quite exceptional. Initially, other minor families wished to send additional eligible youths as exchange students, but I vetoed that. Is something significant about to happen? Jiang Zheng whispered. Sigh. The elder scratched his sparse white hair, chuckling. Have I said too much? Did you catch on? Yet, this matter is of no concern to you. Just take care of yourselves. Do you have the family head's token with you? I do, Jiang Zheng replied, pulling out a quadrilateral, flat, rhomboidal object from his pocket. Its surface a cool gray hue, faintly emanating a chill. Indeed, it is the reverse scale of the progenitor species, inscribed with a rudimentary alchemical matrix. The elder took it, flipping it over to reveal a character etched upon it. Not Jiang, but a neatly inscribed Zheng. No wonder it's from the Jiang family. Their foundation is truly substantial. Other families would treasure such a piece, yet for them, each family head's token is unique. The progenitor species has rarely appeared throughout history. How could there be so many reverse scales left? Jiang Zheng expressed skepticism regarding the origin of the artifact. Well, it shouldn't be called the progenitor species. This is a direct lineage of the Black King, but apart from that lineage, there are many ancient dragons within the dragon race, all bearing royal titles and possessing power rivaling that of the four sovereigns. This marks the 9th appearance of the progenitor species reverse scale in the Jiang family. 9 is the number of the heavens, the utmost yang. When the 9th appears, the dragon must repent. It is said that the tokens of the Jiang family are varied and peculiar. Some are merely scales of the next generation, while others are massive dragon skulls, claws, and heart cages. The most bizarre token in history was something that seemed to mock the then Jiang family head for marrying 18 wives. The elder let out a hearty laugh, recounting how the Jiang family head's face turned green with rage, ultimately returning home to chop that object into pieces and feed it to the dogs. The Jiang family was that formidable in the past? How many dragons did they have to slay? Jiang Zheng exclaimed in shock. Such a powerful mixed-blood family surely could not have remained obscure throughout history. Elder Li's laughter subsided, his expression turning somber. How can you be certain that the ancestors of the Jiang family were not pure-blood dragons? In the Li family patriarch's grand courtyard, within the tranquil, cold Serenity Hall, an ambience steeped in antiquity enveloped the space. Surrounding the hall, silk screens woven with intricate designs depicted scenes of misty forests and cold trees, boats returning on snowy nights, secluded temples in deep mountains, and serene summer fishing villages, all exuding an air of tranquility amidst the chill. Rong Kuan had arrived. The middle-aged man seated at the head spoke, inviting any questions before commencing the meeting. In the inner chamber, fewer than 30 individuals were gathered, all men of various attire, from polished leather shoes and ties with dark suits to straw hats and short-sleeved shorts. Li Rongkuan took his place in the 8th seat to the left of the man, noting that the men on this side appeared relatively younger, their average age hovering around 30, despite some mixed-blood individuals aging more slowly. Conversely, those seated across appeared to be a generation older. Jiang Zheng, whom Li Rongkuan had encountered at the door, was the first to raise his hand and declare, "I shall begin. I intend to steadily develop the family's peripheral industries, contributing to our family's growth. As for internal family matters and village affairs, I entrust them to my brothers and uncles. You know I'm not targeting you, Xiao Yuan, but your business acumen pales in comparison to mine. Should we let the uncles evaluate who is more suited to manage the family enterprises?" Spoke the fourth young man on the left. "Such words are misguided, fourth brother. It is precisely because my capabilities are limited that I should manage the relatively less critical peripheral industries, and besides, my younger sister can assist with the oversight." Li Yuan responded cheerfully. "Our ancestor expressly permitted me to manage the periphery." Their titles seemed a bit chaotic. The second-born Li Rong Yuan referred to the fourth as fourth brother, which related to the traditions of the Li family. The Li family's direct descendants numbered 13, with no regard for rank or status, solely distinguished by their numerical order. For instance, the current family head is Li Rui Hong, the second family among the 13, meaning his son would invariably be the second-born among his peers, regardless of his birth order. Li Rongkuan's father belongs to the 8th family. Thus, he is the 8th-born. The family leadership is confined to 3 generations. Other noble houses humorously refer to these 3 generations as the master, the elder, and the young master. The master generation oversees internal village affairs and has largely receded from the power center, yet retains voting rights in significant family matters. The elder generation are the current family heads, tasked with managing not only village affairs, but also the family's extensive business operations, scientific research, charitable endeavors, and resource extraction worldwide. They are responsible for decision-making on a myriad of issues, from the revival of pure-blood dragon clans to social visits among families during the new year. The young master generation, which includes Li Rongkuan, is responsible for expanding the family's influence and pursuing personal ambitions, stepping in to assist with minor tasks when family matters arise. The third generation below is expected to develop quietly, while those above, if still alive, can either remain in the village or enjoy a leisurely life with their descendants. This distribution of power has resulted in the current third-generation members, including Li Rongkuan, showing little inclination towards the intricate family affairs. Should any of the 13 families fail to produce heirs, for instance, if Li Rongkuan were to sever the lineage of the 8th family, a branch with the best performance in recent years would be selected to become the new 8th family. The members of the first 7 families whispered among themselves, acknowledging the ancestor as a transcendent figure beyond the 3 generations, the stabilizing force of the Li family. Though he does not partake in family politics, his opinions carry near absolute authority. The reason the Li family maintains preeminence among mixed-blood noble families in China is largely attributed to this current master alchemist. Typically, the villagers rarely encounter this esteemed ancestor, who appears sporadically, with occasional reports of brief encounters shared among the village elders. The 9th through 13th families remain silent. These 5 families wield the family's military power, obeying orders and engaging in combat, thus rarely experiencing significant shifts in power. Seated face to face, Li Rongkuan and his father exchanged intense gazes. "Since our ancestor has decreed it, the family enterprises may be entrusted to you," Li Rui Hong sighed, peering at his overweight son. "According to tradition, fourth brother will guide you for a few years, and Xiao Yuan should learn well from your fourth uncle." "Sure thing." Li Yuan beamed, shedding his previous reticence. Does anyone else wish to speak? Li Rui Hong inquired, adhering to protocol. I have something to share. Li Rongkuen, disregarding his father's incessant signaling, stated coolly. I have located the burial site of the mixed-blood Jiang clan and the site for the inheritance trial. A hush fell over the hall. No one had anticipated such an explosive revelation from Li Rongkuen, which could only be described as astonishing. Although the Jiang clan had declined in recent times, this was merely due to the absence of any member passing the family trial. Should someone succeed, the Jiang clan would rapidly regain strength, a principle that had governed their rise and fall for millennia. The remarkable young clan leader of the recent past had potential, yet regrettably lacked the opportunity to enter the trial site. The ancient Jiang clan had concealed innumerable treasures within the trial site, and it was surmised that even a small fraction could forge a formidable mixed-blood family. If the Jiang clan ruins could be fully excavated, the power to be gained would be immeasurable. The buried history of the Dragon Clan, the forbidden arts of life and death, the alchemical weapons that grant dominion over life and death, as well as the engineering and construction knowledge of the dragons, including the methods to unlock or even create the Nibelungen, were all at stake. In this modern age, the rapid advancements of science afforded mixed bloods weapons capable of countering the Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, no one would underestimate alchemy, a transcendent technology that encapsulated the immortal treasures of a civilization. Rongkuen truly astonishes. Li Rui Hong's calm voice pierced the silence, as he surveyed the fervent eyes of the assembly with an inward smirk. The third-generation members of the Li family exhibited little interest in power, yet this did not imply an indifference to strength. Strength is revered. This is the spirit inscribed upon the bones of the mixed bloods and dragons alike. Just as the bloodline refining technique of Castle Academy, the use of blood explosion bears irreversible consequences, leading one to become a mere death servant. Yet, the allure of power compels repeated use, driven not only by the helplessness against formidable foes, but also by an insatiable thirst for strength. Eighth brother, what comes next? The impatient youth from the 12th family inquired eagerly. What comes next? Li Rongkuen retorted, palms raised in a gesture of ambiguity. That's it. I've shared all that needs to be said. Shouldn't you elaborate further? How did you discover it, and what transpired inside? Li Yuan couldn't help but interject. Do you think this is a tale? What need is there for context, process, and conclusion? Li Rongkuen replied coldly. Rongkuen, temper your anger. An elder from the second generation advised. This is indeed a matter of significance. You may not have been involved in family affairs much, but news of the Jiang clan burial site and trial holds importance among the mixed-blood families, comparable to the four great sovereigns. To their surprise, the two generations present felt an undercurrent of tension during what was supposed to be a routine family meeting concerning power transition. At that moment, Li Rongkuen elevated the front legs of his chair while maintaining his balance, exuding calmness as he remarked, "It wouldn't serve you well to hear this. The burial site is inaccessible without the Jiang bloodline's acknowledgement, and you would perish attempting to enter the trial site with your current capabilities. So tell me, what benefit is there in sharing this with you?" Among them were those capable of discerning the truth, understanding that Li Rongkuen's words bore sincerity. He genuinely believed that for them, entry would lead to certain death. Is it true that Rongkuen has ventured there? Were there any unique discoveries? Li Rui Hong inquired with composure. Li Rongkuen glanced at his father and replied, "The trial site is situated within a small world. Upon obtaining the current Jiang clan leader's token, anyone may enter. However, those without Jiang bloodline cannot pass the trial, and failure results in death. Those who succeed will receive rewards from the living spirit." Did the child pass the trial? Li Rui Hong inquired with a question that left everyone somewhat perplexed. He was aware that Li Rongkuen had adopted a child from the Jiang family, raising the orphan personally. Others knew a little about it, having seen the child a few times but not paying much heed. "Of course, he passed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here," Li Rongkuen replied, a hint of a comforting smile gracing his lips. "Is that child truly an orphan of the Jiang family?" Someone recalled the small child who had been by Li Rongkuen's side during his visits back to the village over the years. The memory of the child, who was quiet and reserved at the dining table, lingered in the minds of those present, particularly among the mixed-blood individuals, who were known for their sharp memories. They had heard about Jiang Zheng and the secret party's campaign against the next-generation species in Egypt, although the details of the war were not disclosed to them. While they were shocked by the sudden fall of the next-generation species, They had considered Jiang Zheng as a dispensable element. It now appeared they had underestimated that Jiang orphan. Chapter 50. Shadow Old Man. Have you been drinking fake wine? Jiang Zheng asked, half in disbelief. Even with his commendable mental fortitude, he was taken aback by the serious demeanor of the elderly gentleman, which led him to wonder if perhaps his ancestors truly had ties to the pure-blood dragon lineage. I'm not exaggerating to frighten you. This is a well-founded hypothesis. Think about what makes you special. The old man resumed his cheerful demeanor. Special? Aside from having a strong older brother, the main distinction between me and other mixed bloods is my ability to understand the dragon language, Jiang Zheng replied. Every member of the Jiang family is innately familiar with dragon script and proficient in dragon speech, the old man remarked. Of course, the first patriarch of the Jiang family was not a pure-blood dragon. Perhaps several generations back, it could be different. However, there is no need to ponder too deeply. Those are ancient matters. Jiang Zheng nodded silently, yet his mind was filled with contemplation. Regardless of the era of the Black King, or even after his death, the powerful mixed-blood clans could never rival the pure-blood dragons, only gradually growing stronger following the decline of the dragon race. The fact that the Jiang family had retained such an astonishing number of alchemical items and weapons was indeed remarkable. From the historical perspective of mixed bloods, humans had employed dark and repulsive methods to steal bloodlines from the dragons. Although most dragons were enraged by this audacious act of the enslaved humans, some believed that empowered human slaves could better wage wars on their behalf. Historically, mixed bloods had collaborated with the four great monarchs of the dragon race to overthrow the Black King's rule. What role had mixed bloods played in that? Were they partners with the pure-blood dragons, or mere cannon fodder? If they were partners, it implied that mixed bloods possessed considerable power even then, lending credence to the old man's words. After a moment of silence, Jiang Zheng asked, "Is there no reproductive isolation?" The old man had not anticipated this question from Jiang Zheng. After careful thought, he replied, "There should not be. High-ranking pure-blood dragons possess a human form, as you know. Let's not discuss this anymore. What did the living spirit at the Jiang trial bestow upon you?" "Nothing," Jiang Zheng replied. "Nothing? How is that possible?" The old man shook his head, his expression suggesting he found it hard to believe. "I truly received nothing. However, my uncle, upon passing, acquired a lavishly decorated sword, somewhat resembling the legendary Pure June, though I'm unsure if it's a replica." "I see. It probably isn't a replica." The old man nodded. If the Jiang trial's location were empty, he couldn't believe it. It appeared that the living spirit had its own intentions for not bestowing items. Ronquin possesses considerable talent. Though he lacks a certain temperament, he can still shoulder great responsibilities. Since the Jiang family has provided us with valuable items, according to the Li family's principles, you may select one item of equal value to take with you. By the way, Jiang Zheng pulled out a collection of assorted items from his bag, saying, "I gathered quite a few treasures during my trip to Egypt. Old man, see if there is anything you desire. You truly are not modest." "Coming to fleece an old man," the old man remarked, bemused, as he looked at the pile on the ground. He picked up a stone, and his expression changed slightly. "Is this an unrefined philosopher's stone? What do you think? I purchased it at a high price at the auction. Sister Tong is not deceiving. It's absolutely worth it," Jiang Zheng declared confidently. The old man retorted, "What you spend on it has nothing to do with me. Why would I lower the price for you? With the effort it takes to haggle over your trifles, I could write several talismans. This philosopher's stone is substantial, but its spiritual elements are complex, and purifying it will be challenging. Isn't this already haggling?" Jiang Zheng murmured quietly. The old man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "I am merely stating facts." "Never mind. I want to quibble with you. You can have 4 talismans. You owe me 1 from before, so you can collect the other 3 later. This iron piece has minimal practical value, but it allows for an in-depth study of the crafting techniques and background, so that counts as 1.5. Jiang Zheng secretly noted the old man's stinginess in his mind. This staff is quite a valuable item," the old man exclaimed, displaying a rare gleam of interest. "How about it? Could it be worth 100 talismans?" Jiang Zheng asked eagerly. "You must be dreaming," the old man scolded. "In the past, a single talisman could easily fetch several hundred taels of gold. Just the materials for crafting, dragon bones, and dragon blood are priceless. When anger came to discuss the establishment of an alliance, I only gifted him 2 talismans as a token of goodwill. Is it really that expensive?" "Oh no. I've made a terrible loss." Jiang Zheng's face fell in despair. Let's call the staff 10 talismans, plus 1 soul talisman. Once I conduct my research, I will inform you of the findings. The old man set the staff aside and produced a calculator from seemingly nowhere, with a mechanical voice announcing the final calculation. The total is 19.5. I'll give you half of one more, totaling 20 talismans, plus 1 soul talisman. The old man waved his hand, and the pile of items vanished in an instant. Old man, I celebrated my birthday a couple of days ago. Could you possibly grant me another soul talisman? Jiang Zheng grinned. Today is still the old man's birthday. Why haven't you given me anything? The old man gestured into the room, and a jade box adorned with dragon patterns flew out, landing in front of him. Soul talismans differ significantly from standard talismans, beyond the usual materials and crafting steps. They require a living high-ranking mixed blood. Once all preparations are complete, combined with the pinnacle of mixed blood alchemical techniques, there is less than a third probability of successfully crafting such a soul talisman. The soul talisman bears the spoken essence of that high-ranking mixed blood from their lifetime. For instance, when Jiang Zheng interrupted the binding effects of a talisman used against the next-generation species, it meant that a mixed blood who had become a vessel for the binding had ended their life. Whether the crafting of that talisman was a voluntary choice or a forced act remains unknown to Jiang Zheng, but it is unlikely that any mixed blood would willingly choose such a tragic demise. Considering that you will be away from home for the next few years, I will give you 2, the old man said, moving towards a small room behind the courtyard. Come along, and choose a sword while you're at it. Jiang Zheng immediately followed, feeling that one could not pass up an opportunity to gain from a man who had lived for over 180 years and was likely the wealthiest mixed blood. Upon entering the modest room, the first thing that caught their eye was a painting of an unknown deity, with a small incense burner and fruits placed as offerings on the table below. A pale blue screen divided the already small living area into 2 parts, and through the screen, several rows of weapon racks could be seen, displaying an array of swords, spears, and halberds, with a chilling aura steeped in ancient mystique seeping into the bodies of both individuals. Now, there remain 8 swords, 5 knives, 2 guns, and 2 halberds. Choose whichever you prefer. The elder gestured for Jiang Zheng to select for himself, while he reverently took a few incense sticks from the fragrant paper box on the table and bowed respectfully towards the portrait. Jiang Zheng did not inquire about whom the elder was paying homage to, as this individual had never been among the objects of worship within the Li family during their sacrificial days. Evidently, this was a personal secret of the elder. The weapons behind the screen were all products of alchemy, acquired by the elder during his years of travels and explorations within dragon tombs. This time, there was 1 less sword and 1 less gun than when he last visited. It was unclear who had taken them. The remaining 2 guns were the Shua Han Tian Gang gun and the Shun Wei Lai Shui gun, both historically renowned for their formidable reputation. Unfortunately, Jiang Zheng had been studying sword techniques with his uncle, thus could only choose a sword. Recently, he had often sparred with Chu Zihong. Although he could perfectly replicate the knife techniques, he could not grasp their essence. Alchemical weapons undoubtedly vary in quality, determined by whether they possess alchemical properties and whether they can manifest within the realm of alchemy. For instance, the weapon used by Caesar, the Dic Tue Duo, and that of Paxi, the Ben Augustus, both exhibit alchemical domains, which Jiang Zheng speculated were likely related to wind and thunder. Jiang Zheng extended his finger and lightly traced the blade of the first sword, gazing down at its surface, as if standing atop a mountain and peering into an abyss. Ethereal and profound, reminiscent of a great dragon coiling. The 7 Stars Long Yuan sword was forged in collaboration by the 2 master swordsmiths, Oyezi and Ganjiang. To craft this sword, they excavated Mount Qi, channeling the stream from the mountain into 7 pools arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper beside the sword-forging furnace. Hence its name, the 7 Stars. There are not many historical stories surrounding the 7 Stars Long Yuan. Only the tale of Wu Zishu and the fisherman has gained notoriety, earning it the title of the Sword of Integrity and Purity. In truth, this sword has historically been wielded mostly by emperors as a ceremonial weapon, with few mixed bloods or dragons slain by it, yet its fame is considerable. Jiang Zheng softly recited the names of the swords in succession: Zhaoan Yuanxi, Yijiao, and Pashan. These swords, lacking scabbards, lay exposed on the simple weapon rack, free of dust, until he reached the final sword, which was concealed within a wooden scabbard. He casually drew it out, and a dim shadow flickered past, Though he distinctly held a bronze hilt, its appearance remained elusive to him. This sensitivity to shadows was exceptional. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to discern its form. The unseen sword of Chengying? Jiang Zheng whispered, gazing at the shadow of the sword on the ground. The Chengying sword, along with the Hongguang and Xiaolian, were all swords of the Shang dynasty emperors. The Hongguang is of superior quality, the Chengying of moderate quality, and the Xiaolian of inferior quality. The Hongguang sword is imperceptible, one cannot feel its presence. The Chengying, when observed in the morning or in dim light while facing north, seems to faintly exist, yet its shape remains indiscernible, passing through one's body without pain. The Xiaolian can be seen during the day as a shadow, yet its brilliance is visible at night. Though its shape is unseen, it briefly touches the body, causing pain, yet the blade remains bloodless. However, these three so-called treasured swords merely represent three states of being. They are abstract, symbolizing different forces and denoting three distinct symbols. To Jiang Zheng's astonishment, a true alchemical master had indeed crafted one of these swords, Chengying, through alchemical means. Have you made your choice? The elderly approached after finishing his incense offering. Elder, this is the Chengying sword, isn't it? Jiang Zheng casually formed a subtle black sword flower with it. Indeed, elderly nodded, saying, though the inscriptions cannot be seen to prove its authenticity, its unique characteristics cannot be faked. I have noticed that you have a particular affinity for alchemical items associated with darkness. Over half of the talismans you previously requested were shadow-concealing talismans. Is it related to your linguistic abilities? It has no relation. Jiang Zheng quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. But such items are certainly advantageous for nighttime activities. Suit yourself. Elderly refrained from pressing further, recognizing that even among mixed bloods, everyone harbors secrets. However, there are not many linguistic abilities related to darkness, ghosts, dark illumination. The Vajra realm, the prison of black flames, and the black sun. The prison of black flames and the black sun merely exhibit external manifestations of darkness. In truth, they predominantly consist of fire elements. Elder Li and Li Ronquan can each be considered half a teacher to Jiang Zheng. They are largely aware of the tasks Jiang Zheng undertakes on the Hunter website, including some incredulous matters that exceed their expectations. However, such awareness is often thrust upon them. For instance, there was an incident where Jiang Zheng inadvertently caused a building's destruction, leading to significant trouble. Such exaggerated power easily raises suspicions that his linguistic abilities are dangerous or even highly perilous. Yet, the power emitted by such a level of linguistic ability is frequently difficult to control. If a building were to be destroyed, the highly ranked Black Sun could accomplish it effortlessly, but the force it releases would wreak havoc on surrounding streets. Conversely, Jiang Zheng crafted a flawless crime scene. The building vanished mysteriously, and the surrounding lawn remained entirely unscathed. Elderly presented a delicate little jade box, saying, 15 shadow-concealing talismans, 3 array-breaking talismans, 2 celestial hexagrams, and the soul talismans are bloodline binding and hypnosis. I initially intended to provide you with a key, but considering your bloodline is sufficient to unlock the majority of doors in the world, carrying a key would be somewhat superfluous. Thus, I have replaced it with hypnosis. Jiang Zheng gingerly accepted the jade box, placing it carefully into a compartment of his backpack, then inserting the Chengying sword at an angle, with its hilt protruding. The Chengying sword measures less than 2 feet in length, classifying it as a short sword. Its blade is slightly broad, its spine somewhat thin, designed for both thrusting and slicing, adorned with bronze fittings. Are you aware of the Chengying sword's inability to kill? Inability to kill? Jiang Zheng, upon hearing this, drew the Chengying sword once more, resting the blade lightly in his hand. Legend has it that the 3 Hongguang swords cannot kill. Is it because their blade is not swift enough? They are as swift as light, shadow, and wind. Light is imperceptible because time flows quickly, far swifter than lightning, instantly traversing heaven and earth without notice. Shadow exists only in form, as qi moves randomly, appearing and vanishing. Wind lingers, with cold and hot winds entering the body and merging with it, each presenting symptoms. Time, qi, and wind are all related to humanity, each having its own constraints. They do not claim lives, yet they can be life-threatening at any moment, merely acting in accordance with the essence of life itself. Jiang Zheng suddenly stepped back, raising the sword, piercing forward, and returning it to its sheath. This strike was akin to lightning racing forth without a thunderous roar. The unseen sword shadow barely a fraction away from the elder, yet the elder's expression remained composed, showing no surprise. Indeed, elderly nodded in approval. Your comprehension is remarkably swift. It would be a shame not to learn alchemy from an old man like me. Is there no sentient spirit within the sword? Must one bear the consequences of killing oneself? Jiang Zheng secured the sword within his backpack. The matter of life and death is of great consequence in this world. The three Qingying swords are detached from causality and not bound by it. Yet all consequences of killing will be borne by their wielder, unrelated to the sword itself. Causality is a term derived from Buddhist language, claiming that aside from the principle of non-action, all things are governed by the law of cause and effect. It may seem ethereal, yet it exists in a hidden manner. It is best to use it sparingly. I understand. As for alchemy, perhaps I should pass. I have already learned too much. Jiang Zheng implored, seeking mercy. Is it all settled then? You may hurry along. Elderly glared, his expression impatient as he began to usher him away. Chapter 51. The Madman in the Fields of Dili Village. The fragrant wildflowers along the dirt path wafted in the air. It was once again the season of golden wheat, with waves of golden grains seemingly conveying messages of prosperity. Rolling forth in waves, accompanied by the June breeze, creating a heady aroma in the air. Prosperity, good dog. A red-haired girl excitedly received the plump rabbit held in the mouth of Fa Kai, who, as a tool dog, appeared listless. Humph. Let us see if you dare to play tricks again. Nua gleefully tugged at Fa Kai's dog face, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. Let us head back for now. I'll spare you this time. Oh, whoa. No, with a rabbit in her left hand and a leash attached to her dog Fortune in her right, returned to her makeshift camp, only to find that an unexpected visitor had arrived. Good brother. I'm sorry. I'm dying. But I don't want to die yet. Help me. Help me. The panicked, sobbing voice came from behind the wooden cabin in the camp. Instantly alert, Nono squinted her eyes, gently dropped the rabbit at her feet, and silently picked up a thick branch, signaling Fortune. The dog's face was etched with refusal, its nose wrinkled in a snarl, ears flattened like those of an aircraft. Its yellow fur bristling, pupils narrowing as it stared wide-eyed in terror at the cabin, emitting a low, mournful growl. Good brother. I bow to you. I bow to you. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impacts reached Nono's ears, unmistakably the sound of a forehead colliding with the ground. Since you're not speaking, I'll take that as agreement. I'm going to eat you. The savage sounds of tearing flesh, the ripping away of bone, and the slurping of blood filled the air. With no time to contemplate, Nono gripped the stick and took a step toward the back of the camp. Unaware of why the Li clan had suddenly experienced an uncontrollable surge of hybrids, calling for help in the village was out of the question. However, just as she took a step forward, a powerful arm seized her shoulder, the force like steel and concrete, immobilizing her. This is a matter for the Li family. You need not concern yourself. A calm voice came from behind her. Nono turned her head to glance at the red marks left on her arm, pouting in dissatisfaction before shooting a fierce glare at the boy. He ignored her and strode toward the back of the cabin, curiosity propelling Nono to follow. Yet, the scene that unfolded before her made her eyes well with tears. My rabbit. A middle-aged man in a blue and white striped hospital gown was ravenously tearing into the rabbit he had snatched from its cage, his chest stained crimson. In his left hand, he held a rabbit leg, while his right hand brought the creature to his mouth, bones crunching audibly as blood dripped profusely. The rabbit's hind legs struggled a few times before going limp, leaving only half its body behind. The stark contrast of the rabbit's snowy fur against its blood painted a vivid picture of the man's loss of sanity. Don't come any closer. Upon seeing Jiang Zheng, the man shouted, his mouth filled with flesh and shattered bones rendering his words unclear. I didn't kill them. Really, please believe me. The boy remained silent, swiftly maneuvering behind the man and delivering a sharp strike to his neck. The immense pressure on the carotid artery deprived the man's brain of blood and oxygen, causing him to collapse unconscious. Why not take him back? The boy asked, gazing at the apricot tree by the roadside. Subject 79 is still within controllable limits. A figure revealed itself in the tree. Controllable? The boy flipped his left hand, and a silver medallion appeared as if by magic. The back of the medallion was engraved with a depiction of a thriving rural scene, while the front bore a character signifying law. Take him back. Then go and accept your punishment. Understood. The figure in the tree offered no further argument, descending to carry the man away swiftly. In the Li family South Main estate. Within the night rain hall, A dozen middle-aged men in formal attire sat in 2 rows of opposing wooden chairs, while the younger generation stood straight behind their elders. They were perhaps the most distinguished youths of their families, celebrated in their circles, yet here they were denied a seat of their own. At the forefront sat a strikingly beautiful woman in a sky-blue qipao, the slit reaching her calves, her legs elegantly crossed. With a gentle expression and fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she exuded the charm of a mature woman, holding a green silk fan, refraining from engaging in conversation with the others in the hall. These individuals hailed from prominent hybrid families across China, with representatives from the Chun, Su, Wang, and Zheng clans in attendance, some even accompanied by their family heads. All were keenly interested in the next leader of the Li family, eager for first-hand information. While the Li family was more than willing to share such news, leading to a regular convergence of various clans. In the center of the hall lay a model resembling a sand table, displaying the positions of power within the Li family. The names of the previous family head and faction leaders had been erased, reduced to dust scattered by an unseen wind around the sand pile. The alchemical apparatus. The sands of authority possessed a simple function but was a technique unattainable by the other families. Presently, only the name Li Yuan was associated with it. Li Yuan was the son of the former head of the Li family, and given the family's principles of voluntary selection and meritocracy, there existed a significant possibility of a father-to-son succession. Numerous external management affairs existed, and while overseeing financial power, one could not rival the weight of a family head's words. Typically, commercial projects were assigned to less significant members, leaving the men in the hall to speculate on Li Yuan's thoughts. At that moment, a boy and a girl entered the hall, with the golden dog remaining outside, choosing a sunlit spot to nap. No, the first middle-aged man on the right spoke, his expression tinged with discontent. No nonchalantly approached and sat down beside him, unperturbed by the anger evident in his gaze, confident that he would not admonish her in such a public setting, as it would only disgrace the Chen family. The young members of other families observed the girl's unrefined demeanor with interest, while those already familiar with the Chun family's daughter fixed their attention on the boy lingering at the entrance. Chapter 52. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zheng, found the crowded hall quite vexing. He had never been fond of interacting with strangers, especially those approaching him with ulterior motives. Little Zheng, sit over here. They will be conversing for quite some time, the woman at the forefront gently gestured, signaling a maid to place an additional chair beside her. Thank you, Aunt. Jiang Zheng did not refuse, but sat down obediently beside the woman, giving off the impression of a diligent student who listens attentively in class. Shu Jin, the head of the family, held a status in ancient times equivalent to that of a princess in a royal palace. Her demeanor was naturally poised and graceful, and she conducted herself with meticulous attention to detail. Although Jiang Zheng only occasionally accompanied his uncle to partake in festive meals, he always received red envelopes and lucky money from her during these visits. Not everyone was aware of the old master Li's regard for Jiang Zheng. Perhaps only his uncle, Li Rongkuan, and the head of the Li family were privy to this information. Is this young friend the last scion of the Jiang family? A middle-aged man, who had earlier called out to Nua, inquired while looking at Jiang Zheng. The last scion of the Jiang family? In unison, the gazes of those present turned towards Jiang Zheng. The Jiang family had vanished from the ranks of mixed-blood aristocracy for nearly a century, although various mixed-blood families had inquired about the survival of any Jiang descendants, even taking in several children with questionable lineage in hopes of rekindling the Jiang family's legacy of rising from obscurity. Their efforts had ultimately been in vain. Over time, this pursuit was abandoned, and people opted to search for the relics and trials left behind by the Jiang family. The young individuals present had never witnessed the formidable strength of the Jiang family in its heyday. They only knew of its gradual decline in recent times, nearing extinction. Possible, yet there was no evidence to substantiate such claims. Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. I have never seen my parents. What does an orphan know? No witnesses were necessary. The best proof lay in the bloodline verification through the Jiang family's ruins. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. Jiang Zheng could not help but scrutinize the man a bit longer. He appeared mature and composed, yet his words lacked eloquence. What was this man's intention? Was it merely to confirm his identity or to forge an alliance? It was evident to any discerning observer that the Li family had a close relationship with him, and if he sought to reap the benefits without effort, the Li family would surely not acquiesce. Only the old master and his uncle were aware of matters related to the ruins and trials. Some information had likely leaked from the secret party, possibly through an affiliated family. Oh, indeed, Jiang Zheng nodded perfunctorily. The middle-aged man's face darkened upon hearing this sarcastic response, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, while Nuanua stifled a laugh behind her hand. The 8th house remains unchanged, an elder remarked, glancing at the names on the sand table that had shifted. Li Rongquan has spent little time with the Li family, traveling extensively since childhood, and his relationship with his brothers is not particularly close. Overseeing the family's legal affairs suits him well. Xiao family head, your invitation today is a gesture from our ancestors, rooted in family traditions. Be cautious with your words, lest you invite calamity, Shu Jin said, gently fanning herself. It is I who have spoken rashly, the Xiao family head quickly admitted. The 7th house of the Li family managed internal affairs, while the 1st house oversaw rituals and interactions with other families. The 3rd house was under the stewardship of Li Yuru, the current head of the Li family. Li Yuru? No recollection of him, Jiang Zheng mused, scratching his brow. This individual seemed to be the least notable among the dozens of brothers in this 3rd generation. Were his uncles conspiring to bully the innocent? The others in the hall exchanged glances, the outcome diverging significantly from their expectations. Logically, the 4th house's Li Jirue and the 8th house's Li Rongquan were the most likely candidates to inherit the family headship. The former had rapidly transformed his assets into a formidable entity capable of rivaling established families, while the latter had dominated through sheer force. His name resonating within the global mixed-blood community. Who was this Li Yuru? Was he yet another Li Ruihong? They had not gathered much information on him. Exiner, please bring Yunine from the 3rd house. She will be the future matriarch, and it is best for her to meet everyone, Shu Jin instructed a nearby maid. Before long, a young woman entered through the side door, leading a 3- or 4-year-old girl, and approached Shu Jin to greet her. The woman possessed striking features, her complexion porcelain-like, lips thin yet glossy, and a refined nose. She exuded an elegant aura, her figure curvaceous, and her hair styled in a vintage topknot. The little girl, with an oval face and captivating eyes, peered shyly from behind her mother, waving quietly at Jiang Zheng upon noticing him. There is no need for excessive formality, Yunine. With Yuru as the head of the Li family, you will become the matriarch. Allow me to introduce you to those present, so you do not lose sight of the Li family's essence, Shu Jin said. The young woman's mouth parted slightly, seemingly incredulous at Shu Jin's words. But she followed suit, greeting others and serving tea. Those who received her greetings bowed respectfully, showing no sign of arrogance. Brother Zheng, what is happening? The little girl timidly inquired as she approached Jiang Zheng. Your father is to become the family head. Are you happy? Jiang Zheng said, gently ruffling the girl's cheek. He remembered her nickname was Moer, one of the few younger children within the Li family lineage. The little girl giggled at a thought that crossed her mind. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and then leaned closer to Jiang Zheng's ear, whispering, Daddy used to say only fools want to be family heads. So now he must be a big fool. The Li family factions operated with considerable autonomy, and with the current elder still alive, the power associated with the headship was significantly diminished compared to the past. The current secret party alliance and the resurgence of pure-blood dragons, such as Nibelungen and Odin, were not matters Jiang Zheng wished to dwell upon. He preferred to focus on his own path for now. Brother Zheng, are you not happy? Moer asked, resting her little arms on Jiang Zheng's lap, trying to touch his slightly furrowed brow. I'm fine, Jiang Zheng replied, but then suddenly stood up, placing Moer on the chair as he turned his gaze towards the door. Tap, tap. The room fell silent as the guests paused their polite exchanges. Noah, who had been playing on her phone, inadvertently dropped her new device with a clatter. An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, shuffled into the room. The sound of his cane echoing against the stone floor, resonating in a manner that struck the hearts of those present. This presence seemed to exert pressure on them. Jiang Zheng, Moer, and Shu Jin felt little, while many of the younger attendees turned pale, their breathing becoming erratic. Grandfather, Shu Jin exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him. The old man did not refuse, slowly entering the room with his head bowed, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Two middle-aged men from the Chun family exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The elder of the Li family was still alive. After years without news of him, everyone had assumed he had passed, or was secretly prolonging his life. Utilizing a coffin was hardly different from being dead, It would provide no further assistance to the Li family and required significant resources. In a hoarse voice, the elder stated, "You do not need to know who I am. I am simply here to convey one message. From today onward, the Jiang family re-enters the ranks of the Chinese aristocracy, and Jiang Zheng is to be the head of the Jiang family. If you have matters to discuss, do not speak to me. Direct your inquiries to the current head of the Li family." Chapter 53. Each to their own path. Without further ado, the elder concluded his words and departed, leaving Shu Jin and Yunin to see him off, while a few maids remained to serve tea and water to the guests. "It's over, Brother Zheng. You are going to become a fool too. Please don't," Imoer exclaimed, her small face animated, tugging at Jiang Zheng's clothing. "Why are you so excited about me becoming a fool?" Jiang Zheng responded, bemused. What was the old man trying to achieve? Did he wish to elevate his status? It seemed unnecessary. He was about to study abroad and would have little time to return home. Moreover, strength was what truly commanded respect in the mixed-blood world, followed by influence and wealth. "Xiao Zheng, it's time to go home." Li Rongquan unexpectedly appeared beside Jiang Zheng, patting his shoulder. While Uncle Ba had already been waiting at the entrance of the family courtyard, Jiang Zheng observed a large group of people gradually arriving in the courtyard, with some scions and their elders eagerly engaging in conversation, as if they had stepped into a familiar social gathering, albeit in a somewhat harsh environment. Nua sat alone in her place, doing nothing, and couldn't help but grimace at the sight of the scruffy dog, Fa Kai, eagerly following Jiang Zheng. Uncle Ba resided in a modest single-story house to the east of the village, adjacent to farmland, constructed hastily from red bricks and cement, lacking even a coat of paint on the walls. "Uncle, why didn't you become the family head? Weren't you the one claiming to be the strongest?" "Anyone who disagrees should be knocked down," Jiang Zheng inquired with feigned ignorance. "It's all my father's fault. He hasn't accomplished anything in decades and couldn't lay the foundation for my vast empire," Li Rongquan lamented. "I have been toiling away for you, wandering far and wide, so you must put in the effort." "The old man publicly acknowledged me as the head of the Jiang family," Jiang Zheng stated. "I know." Li Rongquan sighed. "At that time, the clan meeting wasn't even over. I truly don't understand what makes you so special in the eyes of the ancestor to warrant such attention. Am I not talented enough?" "Enough of that." Uncle Boss scolded from ahead. "What old man? You're mixing generations. The ancestor has his reasons for doing things. Just focus on your tasks and help Xiao Zheng with the wheat harvest. We can collect it tomorrow without any delays." Li Rongquan declined, but Uncle Ba glared, exclaiming, "You old rascal, you said the same thing last week." Upon entering the house, the disarray in the living room was quite appalling. With clothes strewn about and unwashed dishes piled high, the wooden table stained with grease. Each person found a barely suitable spot to sit. "I heard from my father that we are currently in a peak period for the revival of the ancient dragon lineage, where third-generation and even first-generation breeds may re-emerge. The alliance between secret societies and noble families is likely due to this," Uncle Ba began slowly. "The current family head may face great peril. I dissuaded Rongquan from competing. The second ancestor once divined for that boy Yuru, predicting he would live a peaceful life, so I cast my vote for him. Father, danger and opportunity coexist. The second ancestor's divination is indeed impressive, but it hasn't reached a level of mastery," Li Rongquan replied calmly. "If we truly killed a first-generation breed and made a soup from its dragon bones, the three of us could share it, saving ourselves from the chaos of those mixed breeds fighting over it later." "Uncle, can you defeat a first-generation breed?" Jiang Zheng interjected. "Hey, you brat." Li Rongquan ruffled Jiang Zheng's hair. "Why do you care if I can win? Can't I just boast a little?" "All right." Uncle Ba, perplexed by the state of the world, lamented how the principles of kindness and filial piety had devolved into this. "Xiao Zheng, after you go to that academy, study hard and find a few girlfriends. It doesn't look good for the Jiang family to have only you as a single heir. Or you might as well wait for other noble families to present you with a bride." Before Jiang Zheng could respond, Uncle Ba continued speaking to his son. "There aren't many matters in the family. Minor issues are handled by the punishment hall, and I'll oversee the major ones. If something arises, don't just rush in. What use is a word spell if it has no power? Also, if you find someone suitable, don't hesitate to marry. Back then, you all clamored for freedom in marriage. Yet how many of you have actually married? The third family's child was still arranged by his father. Just look at that girl, how charming she is." Li Rongquan, with a serious demeanor, said, "Father, I've actually found many girls outside. But I'm afraid they might fight if they meet, so I didn't dare bring them back. Get lost. Do you believe I won't slap you? At Sherlon Middle School, the clear and melodious school bell echoed through the campus. Groups of boys and girls in cool uniforms chatted animatedly as they left the classroom. Making their way home, a group of boys swaggered through the corridor, surrounding Zhao Minghua like stars around the moon. Boss, are you participating in this year's college entrance exam? One of Zhao Minghua's subordinates exclaimed in surprise. I'm just giving it a try, to experience the atmosphere of the exam, Zhao Minghua replied with a smile. Then when you get into a good school, you won't forget us, right? Another subordinate complained. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsinghua and Peking University are merely stepping stones for the boss. What mere university could possibly be worthy of him? A third chimed in. Hey, universities provide us with a good platform. Even if the rankings aren't high, it doesn't mean one can't succeed in society, Zhao Minghua humbly asserted. Though the smile on his face betrayed his enjoyment of the conversation. Someone discreetly pointed at Lu Mingfei, who was leaning against the railing. And Zhao Minghua glanced at him without any intention of intervening. Chen Wenwen, I have something to ask you. Lu Mingfei turned around and softly addressed the approaching girl. Zhao Minghua frowned, clearly displeased. Lu Mingfei, what trouble are you stirring up now? Lu Mingfei lowered his head, his unkempt hair obscuring his eyes. He didn't look at Zhao Minghua and replied flatly, It's none of your business. Zhao Minghua's face flushed with anger. He had never been rebuffed like this by Lu Mingfei before. In previous conversations, Lu Mingfei had always smiled and explained himself. Is it about the literary society? Chen Wenwen proactively inquired, glancing at Zhao Minghua. After Zhao Minghua calmed down, he ignored Lu Mingfei and continued chatting with his group of subordinates, suddenly bursting into laughter over something. Have you ever liked me? Lu Mingfei raised his head, looking directly at Chen Wenwen's delicate face, and asked softly, Huh? Chen Wenwen was taken aback by the question, hesitating as she replied, Haven't we always been classmates? Yes. Lu Mingfei nodded, adjusting his slightly loose backpack. I understand now. Thank you, it's nothing. With that, Lu Mingfei straightened his frail figure and slowly walked towards the school gate, his expression as calm as still water, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had merely asked a simple question about whether she had eaten today. I cannot grasp the beauty of this world. I can only feign a facade of smooth sailing. Lu Mingfei recalled the first chapter of the supply and demand relationship taught in his freshman political class. When supply exceeds demand, the market price tends to decline. When one loves someone too deeply, it becomes difficult to cherish that love. A row of cars waiting to take students home was parked at the school entrance. One black Jeep Grand Cherokee stopped, and a man in a suit stepped out. Eagerly taking Lu Mingfei's backpack and wrapping an arm around his shoulder with a smile, Don't worry, Mingfei, you won't regret coming with us. I will make your talent astonish everyone. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lu Mingfei quietly said, Yes, I've spoken to my family. I've packed my things and just need to go home to get my luggage. As he gazed out at the stream of students on the roadside, he felt as though he had never truly belonged, like an animal from a vast forest that had mistakenly wandered into the human world. Though he had learned the language of humans, his habits remained starkly different. Through the window, Lu Mingfei suddenly caught sight of a young boy's face in the crowd, neither his own nor anyone he knew, yet it struck him as familiar, as if it belonged to someone once dearly close to him. The boy glanced over, meeting Lu Mingfei's gaze through the car window. His eyes reminiscent of the setting sun in the west, a colorful firework cascading down to earth. Chapter 54, The Psychologist. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and a young woman dressed in a white silk nightgown opened the door, her graceful, elongated legs bare as she wandered around the room. Each time she bent down to pick up clothes from the laundry basket to hang on the balcony. Her bosom revealed a generous expanse of porcelain skin and a deep valley that was utterly intoxicating, showing no modesty in front of the boy who had rung the bell. Dr. Yang, the boy nodded. Finally decided to come? Please have a seat while I hang the freshly washed clothes on the balcony. The boy settled onto the sofa in the living room, occasionally stealing glances at the woman, yet more often lost in thought, gazing at the chandelier above. Do you need me to change my clothes? Dr. Yang asked as she finished hanging the clothes and stepped back inside. Whatever, she replied. Shortly thereafter, she re-entered the living room, now adorned with a white lab coat over her nightgown, her long hair elegantly pinned to one side, and a touch of subtle makeup enhancing her already striking features. All right, Jiang Zheng, I hear you recently turned 17. Although it may be a bit late, I still wish you a happy birthday. Dr. Yang placed a medical file on the table. Let's begin our QA session. Given that you haven't attended psychological counseling for 4 months, I may have quite a few questions. Have you experienced thoughts of wanting to harm living beings? Occasionally. Are the symptoms pronounced? Not pronounced. Have you started dating? No. Do you still harbor a strong desire for the opposite sex? Yes. Have you had any similar outlets for your emotions, such as with your hands? No. Can you perfectly restrain yourself? Have you ever envisioned or thought about overpowering someone? Yes. No. Dr. Yang jotted down notes after each response, her actions seeming more artistic than merely writing. Do you frequently chat with your brother? Not frequently, only twice recently. Has your perspective on the value of money changed? No. Have you made any friends? I've met a few more people. Very well. Dr. Yang capped her pen and organized her papers. Instinct and desire are innate to humanity. Ideals and values are constructed through experience. Thus, the desires for violence and the pursuit of romantic pleasure can coexist to a certain extent. Initially, when I took you on as a patient, I assumed you might be exhibiting common fantasies or perhaps a dual personality, as there were no outward signs of any issues based on your appearance or behavior. Jiang Zheng remained silent, akin to a child enduring a lecture from parents or teachers, unable to escape but forced to listen. I hear you're going abroad for university soon and won't be back for a few years, so let us summarize your situation this time. I am aware of certain matters concerning individuals like you. My father may belong to your kind, or else your uncle wouldn't have brought you to me. Initially, I thought you might have symptoms akin to Williams syndrome, where genetic anomalies bestow certain individuals with exceptional musical and mathematical talents, while others may suffer from schizophrenia or other mental disorders. Jiang Zheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the woman's keen intelligence in discerning the characteristics of mixed heritage from mere snippets of information. Despite the belief in mixed heritage that strength comes from bloodlines and the marrow that continuously generates life, what is often referred to as blood and bones, who can truly ascertain the correlation with genetics? Dr. Yang continued, therefore, I have never doubted that you fabricated a false brother intentionally. Although you still occasionally gaze at my thighs and chest unconsciously, the frequency and duration have significantly diminished compared to your initial visits. This is not a matter of conscious control or a change in interest. Including your initial aversion to doctors and the contrasting extremes of your fear and fascination with blood. Dr. Yang took a deep breath, her cool gaze settling on Jiang Zheng. Everything about you now, from your intelligence to your physical attributes and emotional responses, as well as your resilience, is developing at an astonishing rate, far exceeding that of ordinary humans. She pulled out a sheet of paper depicting a simple sketch resembling Jiang Zheng, with another figure outlined behind him, rendered with a few swift strokes. This phenomenon arises not only from your physical development and natural aging, but also signifies that you and your brother may be gradually merging into one. Jiang Zheng suddenly lifted his head, staring at the woman, his eyes betraying no emotion. Your preferences, strengths, and weaknesses are melding with your inherent characteristics to create a new version of yourself. Exiting Dr. Yang's residential complex, Jiang Zheng appeared somewhat distracted compared to his earlier composure. Su Miao Miao, do you have a moment? I need your assistance with something. Jiang Zheng pulled out his phone, and the call connected within 2 seconds. Jiang Zheng. Su Miao Miao's voice held a note of surprise, adopting a slightly subservient tone. Hey, what's up? I'll do whatever I can. I'm planning to treat my classmates to a meal. Do you know of any suitable restaurants? Price isn't an issue, Jiang Zheng stated. A meal? Su Miao Miao paused, her brain rebooting before she quickly replied. If there are dozens of us, for something more casual, a pizza or burger place would be good. If you want it to be more formal, we could go to Huanglong Restaurant or Guobin Building, though the former is a bit pricey and the latter requires some connections. There's also a new Red Romance mall on the outer ring, where the owner reportedly bought an entire street. They just renovated the Red Rose restaurant, and I've heard the food is amazing. Red Romance. Red Rose. Jiang Zheng's lips twitched, not due to the names resembling those of bathing centers, but because this street was part of the ventures initiated by Andy after arriving in China. It must be said that Andy acted swiftly. Upon receiving his call, he immediately booked a flight to China, branding it as foreign investment, and apparently received a warm welcome from high officials. As Jiang Zheng passed by Guobin Building, he said, I'll book it at Guobin Building for Sunday noon. Please inform the classmates, and I'll speak to Lu Mingfei myself. All right, since Lu Mingfei isn't in class, it would be troublesome to notify him. Su Miao Miao agreed readily. Lu Mingfei isn't in class. Where did he go? That. Su Miao Miao hesitated, her words trailing off. Just say it. Jiang Zheng frowned, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Wasn't Lu Mingfei expelled the other day? I thought you must have known, Jiang Zheng, Su Miao Miao said, her voice tinged with guilt. To be honest, not just Su Miao Miao, but several others, including Chun Wenwen, had been somewhat distracted during classes these past few days. Who could have predicted that Lu Mingfei would drop out so abruptly? Chun Wenwen felt a significant connection to the incident, often reflecting on whether her actions were inappropriate. Meanwhile, Zhao Menghua's distraction stemmed not from guilt towards Lu Mingfei, but rather a wish for him to vanish completely. He was merely concerned that Jiang Zheng might seize an opportunity to confront him, especially given the latter's influential background and impending departure abroad, making him seemingly unafraid of any consequences. As a result, Zhao Menghua had been requesting his family to drive him home after school, avoiding any secluded paths. So, are we still having that meal? Su Miao Miao asked hesitantly after a prolonged silence. Yes, I'll reserve the room and send you the details shortly. Jiang Zheng ended the call, murmuring to himself, dropped out? What made him suddenly resolve to do that? Chapter 00. A prelude to the words of power. This chapter was mistakenly sent out earlier, however, to avoid waste. I will list the current words of power from the Dragon Clan for everyone. Source of information: revised edition of the physical book, original version, Jiangnan public account, online novel. Comic and conjectures from online readers. If there are any inaccuracies, let us simply smile and move on. Please, I ask everyone to be gentle with their keystrokes for the sake of survival. The 118 forms of linguistic spirits are arranged in a manner reminiscent of the periodic table and were ultimately completed in 1972. The name Rhine was also established in 1972. Linguistic spirits numbered beyond 113, although previously observed, will not have their data disclosed due to their incalculable danger. However, humanity remains largely ignorant of the highest-tier linguistic spirits. The linguistic spirit periodic table is a construct based on human understanding, and it is certain that some linguistic spirits exist beyond this table, with others numbered above 118. The highest known sequence number currently belongs to the 121st linguistic spirit, the Oracle, which is exclusively associated with the White King. Notably, there is yet to be a designated linguistic spirit for the Black King within the periodic table. Linguistic Spirit Emperor Sequence Number 01 Bloodline Source. Black Dragon Nidhogg Winter Sequence Number 1 Effect. Diminishes bodily functions, reducing respiration and blood flow to the bare minimum required for survival, potentially leading to paralysis of certain limbs. Linguistic Spirit Bloodline, not Sequence Number 02 Bloodline Source. Black Dragon Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Ghost Victory Sequence Number 09 Bloodline Source. White King Hypnosis Sequence Number 14 Effect. Induces deep hypnosis in others, controlling their consciousness and causing them to slumber, even enabling the alteration of memories. However, if the target possesses strong willpower or mental fortitude, the effect may diminish or become ineffective. Linguistic Spirit Shadow Thunder Sequence Number 17 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Key Sequence Number 22 Effect. Unlocks all doors or similar openings. Linguistic Spirit Blazing Sun Sequence Number 28 Bloodline Source. King of Bronze and Fire Linguistic Spirit Chosen of the King Sequence Number 29 Bloodline Source. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Vacuum Serpent Sequence Number 37 Linguistic Spirit Shadow Flow Sequence Number 41 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Deep Blood Sequence Number 47 Bloodline Source. Unknown Linguistic Spirit Scythe Weasel Sequence Number 59 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind. Blood-Sucking Scythe True Blood Scythe Sequence Number 71 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Dustless Land. Renamed in the revised edition to Pure Land. Sequence Number 66 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Netherlight Sequence Number 69 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Moment Sequence Number 72 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Eye of the Wind King. Renamed in the revised edition to Stormhorn. Sequence Number 74 Bloodline Source. King of Sky and Wind Linguistic Spirit Blaze Sequence Number 77 Bloodline Source. Unknown Diamond Realm Sequence Number 81 Effect. An upgrade of the Linguistic Spirit Netherlight. Capable of establishing a protective barrier. Linguistic Spirit Sword Control Sequence Number 82 Bloodline Source. King of Bronze and Fire Linguistic Spirit Time 0, also known as Eternal Time 0, Sequence Number 84 Bloodline Source. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Bronze Throne Sequence Number 87 Bloodline Source. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Monarch Flame Sequence Number 89 Bloodline Source. King of Bronze and Fire Linguistic Spirit Dream Taper Sequence Number 91 Bloodline Source. White King Linguistic Spirit Royal Authority Sequence Number 92 Bloodline Source. White King Linguistic Spirit Heaven and Earth as Furnace Sequence Number 96 Bloodline Source. King of Bronze and Fire Linguistic Spirit Precept Sequence Number 106 Bloodline Source. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Black Sun Sequence Number 110 Bloodline Source. White King Linguistic Spirit Judgment, renamed in the revised edition to Condemnation, Sequence Number 111 Bloodline Source. White King Linguistic Spirit Rhine Sequence Number 112. Bloodline Source. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Candle Dragon Sequence Number 114 Bloodline Source. King of Bronze and Fire Linguistic Spirit Return to the Void Sequence Number 115 Bloodline Source. King of Ocean and Water Divine Silence Sequence Number 116 User. Black King Nidhogg Linguistic Spirit Shiva's Dance Sequence Number 117 Bloodline Source. King of Earth and Mountain Linguistic Spirit Oracle Sequence Number 121 Bloodline Source. White King Linguistic Spirits without explicitly assigned sequence numbers have the subsequent numbers as conjectures. Immortal Effect enhances one's physical form, potentially augmenting it to the level of titanium, enabling a single punch to penetrate ballistic steel. Seer Effect foresees future events, with the limitations of time and the types of events yet to be clarified. Evolution Suspected 33 Effect amplifies the brain's cognitive capabilities, swiftly constructing vast models in the mind and processing hundreds or thousands of numbers or other information at high speed. Mirror Eye 55 Effect rapidly deconstructs the structures of machines or alchemical devices, enabling quick acquisition of assembly and usage methods. Currently, there are speculations regarding its ability to replicate another's knowledge or linguistic spirit. Thunderpool 92 Effect controls all charges within the environment, generally requiring initial attraction of charges from nearby electrified objects for charging. It can instantaneously release charges to form ionized pathways, akin to releasing lightning, and can also create static barriers that prevent sound leakage from within. High-risk linguistic spirit Holy Judgment 93 Effect uncertain. The principal claims it is nearly impossible to evade this linguistic spirit, suspected to possess a guaranteed hit property. Vortex 97 Effect manipulates water flow, forming a spherical vortex wall enveloping oneself. Upon explosion, it possesses destructive power comparable to high-grade explosives, with the ejected water exhibiting significant penetrative capacity. Bloodline Attraction 107 Azure Thunder Domination 108 Black Flame Prison 109 Yamada no Orochi Effect forcefully enhances bloodline to attain a perfect form akin to the eight-headed serpent, manipulating the bloodline to achieve near-immortal physicality and inexhaustible regenerative abilities. This mythical linguistic spirit's power even surpasses that of Judgment. Shinra Effect, a rare linguistic spirit accessible solely to the bloodline of the White King. It enables control over the opponent's psyche through the eyes, inscribing the caster's thoughts into the opponent's mind. The caster can induce or compel the target to perceive any vision, be it the blazing inferno of hell or deceased loved ones, an all-encompassing experience. Linguistic Spirit Indra Effect. The name derives from the second deity among the 20 devas in Buddhism. Upon activation, the caster's pupils shift from golden to a blinding white, blue-white, charged with electric energy. The caster becomes enveloped in glaring lightning, with the surrounding space becoming highly ionized. The dust in the air sparkles due to ionization, and slender arcs of electricity occasionally pierce the air, connecting the caster to nearby objects, allowing for control over these electric assaults. Linguistic Spirit Wind Dance, original from the comic, sequence number, unknown effect, constructs a pair of pale blue wings on the back for flight, akin to dancing in the wind, while also controlling the flow of air, similar to shadow flow. Linguistic Spirit Gelation Effect condenses the air within the domain into a state resembling plastic. Linguistic Spirit 9 Infants Sequence Number, unknown effect, consolidates the consciousness of the 9 infants, utilizing surrounding water elements to form the 9 heads of the 9 infants. ultimately inflicting significant damage upon enemies. Newly introduced in this book, linguistic spirit deception effect deceives individuals or objects, achieving a semblance of reality to a certain extent. Linguistic spirit tempter effect plants emotions such as fear, anger, tranquility, and joy within the surrounding environment. Linguistic spirit rebirth sequence number 58. Although it is one rank lower than Scythe Weasel, this does not imply that its capabilities are inferior. If the Scythe Weasel epitomizes the pinnacle of auditory perception, then the luminous bird embodies the zenith of visual acuity. The name of the word spirit is derived from the ancient Chinese mythical legend of the luminous bird, resembling a chicken yet singing like a phoenix. With dual eyes that can lock onto and pursue fierce beasts, dispelling malevolent forces. The luminous bird possesses the farthest sight among all creatures, making those ensnared by its gaze utterly unable to escape. The puppet performance of the word spirit is designated with the serial number 63. Unlike the body enhancement of the king's attendant, the puppet performance entails the manipulation and enhancement of corpses. Since they are corpses, the enhancement does not need to consider the limits of the bearer, and the puppets obey commands completely, manifesting as true word spirits on the battlefield. However, a significant drawback is that the corpses utilized must be those killed by oneself or one's puppets, and the puppets cannot be repaired, allowing only a single use. Chapter 55, Departure, Dream. At the Pudong International Airport in Shanghai, a beautiful woman embraces the boy before her, showering him with kisses on his cheeks. Eventually, the boy, unable to withstand the peculiar gazes of passers-by, extricates himself. Zheng, you must take good care of yourself in America, and remember to email me every day. The beautiful woman admonishes. The expenses in America are considerable. Should you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to inform me, adds a man in a suit. Adjusting his glasses, Zheng nods, indicating he has absorbed both their words. I must take my leave now, my friend is waiting for me. Goodbye, Mom, and farewell, Dad. Subsequently, the two young men, laden with bags and dragging suitcases, approach the check-in counter at the airport. Despite their stoic expressions, their striking features continue to attract the attention of passers-by. Senior brother, must we really leave this early? School doesn't commence for another half a month, Jiang Zheng remarks, having completed the check-in process and shouldering an additional bag. Currently, it is the college's mini-semester. Students who failed courses last term are returning to campus, and professors are present, albeit not conducting classes, Zheng explains. All right, I've grown weary of staying home. That fellow, Luo Mingfei, has quietly gone off to play esports. I hear he has joined quite a reputable club. They say you set up a banquet for Zhao Minghua. Pure fabrication. Does that fellow merit such elaborate schemes? Jiang Zheng scoffs. Zheng nods, choosing not to elaborate further. Nonetheless, the incident has generated considerable buzz at the school, with the Guobin building having been entirely reserved by Jiang Zheng for a grand farewell banquet. It is rumored that Zhao Minghua presented a Longines watch as a parting gift, coincidentally replacing the watch Jiang Zheng had lost in Egypt. In a similar vein, just before the summer vacation commenced, Zheng's father hosted a teacher appreciation banquet at the Huanglong Hotel, inviting the principal of Shirlan Middle School and many of Zheng's teachers. These two gatherings have been the talk of the school. The pair finds their seats in the economy class. The tickets were booked by Norma, who invariably opts for the most optimal choices, particularly in terms of expenses. Zheng gazes out the window for one last look at the city, knowing that in 12 hours he will be far removed from this land, arriving in a distant, unfamiliar city where he will encounter many individuals akin to himself and uncover more truths about this world. The plane tickets are exorbitantly priced. Thankfully, Norma handled the booking. I wonder if the school will reimburse us for tickets we purchase ourselves, Jiang Zheng mutters, adjusting himself in the cramped seat. I expected you to complain about the discomfort of economy class, Zheng replies. What makes you think that? My residence is merely in an ordinary neighborhood. Jiang Zheng casually flips through a magazine beside him. Why might I think so? Zheng ponders silently. Perhaps due to Jiang Zheng's penchant for high-end brands and his apparent superficial concern for wealth, which belies a deeper indifference. You probably don't know about my childhood. Jiang Zheng softly closes the magazine and reveals, in fact, my lineage should have awakened when I was very young. My earliest memory dates back to around the age of 3, when I was running around an unfamiliar small town in rural areas, clad in clothes I had either scavenged or stolen. Whenever hunger struck, I would pilfer vegetables and fruits from others' fields, and at times, I would sneak into chicken coops at night to snatch eggs. In my most desperate moments, I would even catch a chicken or a lamb. I possessed great strength, easily grasping them and snapping their necks, yet I lacked the ability to cook, resorting instead to raw consumption, often leaving myself covered in blood. Jiang Zheng shudders, his mind conjuring a vivid image that sends chills down his spine as he gazes at Jiang Zheng in astonishment. Do you have any recollection of your lineage awakening? No. Jiang Zheng shakes his head, continuing, but at that time, my lineage granted me formidable vitality. Simply put, I lived like a beast. I traversed several villages, and no one questioned the actions of a mere 3-year-old child. To them, I was merely a dirty child neglected by some irresponsible adult. Until one day, I overheard a man telling a woman that there were orphanages in the city, places where food and shelter were guaranteed, and that children could be left at the gates of orphanages. That night, I followed them into the city and spent 2 years in an orphanage. I was quite cunning in the orphanage. Jiang Zheng chuckles self-deprecatingly, his clear eyes concealing a vortex of intensity. I didn't enjoy playing with the other children, but I was obedient to the director and the adults in the neighborhood because the more I exhibited good behavior, the greater my chances of receiving rewards. People told me I had already endured a great deal of suffering and advised me not to prolong my misery, and I too wished to avoid further suffering. So I never engaged in activities I disliked. Fortunately, my uncle rarely meddled in my life, aside from temporarily holding on to my task commissions. Congratulations, Jiang Zheng dryly remarks. It sounds as if your background is shrouded in mystery. It matters not. We must live in the present, Jiang Zheng smiles. Jiang Zheng discreetly surveys his surroundings. Most passengers are resting with their eyes closed, their voices barely audible, and no one pays them any heed. Let us sleep. Upon awakening, it will be daytime in Chicago, and we won't need to adjust to the time difference, Jiang Zheng says, donning an eye mask with care. Jiang Zheng closes his eyes, his thoughts a whirlwind. Unable to empty his mind, he opens his eyes to gaze out the window, noticing that the sky has darkened unexpectedly. Their flight has only just taken off. There will be no night for some time. The airplane is flying in the stratosphere, where moisture is virtually non-existent. Thus clouds are rare. How could the sky have suddenly turned dark? In 1942, in the northern reaches of the world, the Red Giant, the Soviet Union, the chimneys of Moscow emitted a mournful roar, while the biting cold wind whipped violently, howling mournfully as snowflakes swirled rapidly, dodging left and right. The gray clouds loomed low over the ground, merging with the dark sky into a chaotic blend that unsettled the entire city. This was the first snowfall of the winter. Arriving earlier than in years past, the door of a house swung open, and the frenzied wind and snow rushed in. A handsome young man stood at the threshold, with a straight nose, deep-set eyes that exuded resolve and stubbornness, a chiseled face, and sparkling green eyes akin to precious gems. He wore thick gloves and a leather cap, with his old leather boots polished to a remarkable shine. A hoarse, urgent voice echoed from within the house, accompanied by the sound of a cane striking the ground. No, don't go. My dear Oleg, you promised me you would live well in this world. The elderly woman cried, do not come out. The wind is fierce. The young man quickly closed the door, rushing to support the elderly woman. My dear child. Tears glistened in the grandmother's eyes as she gently brushed the snowflakes from the young man's face with her wrinkled, thin hand. Do not go. Live well. This country needs me. The young man grasped the elderly woman's hand with a grave and solemn expression. No, it is not worth your concern, she exclaimed. Her emotions heightened and her face flushed. The young man assisted her to a seat by the hearth, kneeling before her with earnestness. Grandma Minnie, our nation is under siege. The flames of war have engulfed countless cities within our homeland. If we cannot thwart them, Moscow will be next. The anguish and pleading in the old woman's eyes spoke volumes. She remained silent, her grip on his hand tightening to the point where her fingers turned crimson from the strain. I will be with Peter. His sister will come to care for you every day. Slowly, he pried his hand from hers and retrieved a radio from the table. Placing it in her palm, this was the family's most treasured possession. It will bring you news of victory, he said, flashing a radiant smile. I will surely return. Chapter 56. Stalingrad. The young man stepped outside, where a robust figure awaited under a nearby eave. It was his friend, Peter. Hey, Oleg, are you ready? Peter's demeanor was somewhat exuberant. Hello, Peter. Oleg managed a faint smile. Let us be off. Rest assured, my sister will look after your grandmother. She even asked me to discreetly inquire if you would consider marrying her, Peter chuckled. Oleg glanced back at the house, through the dim glass. He could faintly see a girl peering in their direction. He murmured, if I return safely, perhaps. Haha, that would surely delight her. Peter laughed heartily. Upon arriving at the large camp behind the conscription office, Oleg and Peter had already met the recruitment criteria. It was the second month following the military mobilization decree, and millions of reservists were being summoned, swiftly integrated into frontline units through the tradition of seasoned veterans mentoring newcomers. Several men in military uniforms approached Oleg and the others, saluting. Their dusty boots and hardened, war-worn faces bore witness to the ravages of conflict. I am Sergeant Marko Medvedev Ivanov, Sergeant Georgi, they announced. And Oleg and his companions stood tall to return the salute. The officers called out numerous names, and one voice, deep and resonant, proclaimed, those whose names are called will be assigned to their respective commanders. Now, board the vehicle and follow orders. Oleg cast a worried glance at Peter, who mirrored his concern. They had been assigned to different officers. While such separations were common in the military, they had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Neither voiced objections, for obedience to orders was the soldier's paramount duty. Sergeant Marko, Oleg's commanding officer, ushered him and a dozen other young men into a truck, patting each on the shoulder. Listen, lads, there is no time for leisurely training in the rear. You are reservists, and your first battle awaits you at the front lines. Where are we headed? Inquired a slender, boyish figure. Marko paused, then gravely replied, Stalingrad. Stalingrad? Oleg pressed his lips together. Having attended university, he understood the strategic significance of Stalingrad in Soviet geography. It served as a vital transportation hub linking the central regions of the Soviet Union to the southern economic zones. Should the German forces capture Stalingrad and the Caucasus, they could advance towards Moscow from the north and the Persian Gulf from the south. To the west and south of Stalingrad lay the Soviet Union's primary agricultural, coal, and oil-producing regions. If the Germans seized this territory, they would become a rampaging stallion, galloping freely across vast lands, while the Soviet Union would lose critical resources essential for the war, akin to meat laid bare on a butcher's block. The Germans would not relinquish their pursuit of Stalingrad, and the Red Army would fight fiercely to defend it. It would become a veritable meat grinder of warfare. For the first time, Oleg felt the chilling possibility that he might not return to see his grandmother, or the girl next door who secretly harbored feelings for him but had never confessed. Hey, kid, did you attend university? Marko had noticed Oleg's serious demeanor long before, not due to his looks, but because he was the best dressed and cleanest among them. The 7-year compulsory education in the Soviet Union had not been widespread for long. Only families of modest means could afford to send their children for further education. Reporting, sir. I am Oleg Yevgeny Belkov, a graduate of Moscow State University. Oleg rose to answer. Ooh. A chorus of admiration erupted in the truck. The institution, nearly 2 centuries old, was the pinnacle of Soviet academia, a dream for countless students. Even hunters in distant Siberia were aware of its renown. Oleg, I like your name. I hope your presence can salvage this war, Marko jested, proceeding to quiz Oleg on battlefield knowledge, to which Oleg responded adeptly. Do you speak German? I speak English, German, and Italian. Marko pondered for a moment and declared, if I happen to fall in battle during our mission, Oleg will take command of the squad and be responsible for completing the task. After hours of travel, several green trucks arrived in another city, now largely devoid of inhabitants, a sight Oleg had witnessed along the way. Migrating crowds formed long lines along the road, trudging through the snow towards Moscow. The muddy winter fields bore wounds resembling trenches. Following Marko, Oleg and his compatriots collected their weapons from an armory, overseen by a rugged, boisterous man with a long scar across his face. As he handed out weapons to the recruits, he bellowed, hold tight to your gear from now on. Cherish it as you would your very life. Never let go, even in death. Consider yourselves fortunate. You arrived early enough to each receive a weapon, soon. You may only be armed with shovels on the battlefield. Each recruit was issued a Mosin Nagant rifle, while Marko collected 4 PPSH submachine guns, 7 Tokarev pistols, and 100 grenades for their squad. The Soviet Red Army now operated under a system of seasoned veterans mentoring newcomers, no longer adhering to traditional troop numbers. Their squad had nearly 3 times the personnel of a standard unit. German prisoners of war were led into the city, heads bowed and eyes vacant, being roughly prodded along by Soviet soldiers. Suddenly, A piercing alarm rang through the camp, and dozens of black dots appeared in the sky. The German planes were coming. New recruits. Take cover in the air raid shelter. Oleg stood frozen in place, lost in thought, when a strong arm yanked him towards the shelter. Once inside the dimly lit expanse, he had the chance to observe his rescuer. This young man, unremarkable in appearance and lacking in stature, possessed lively, expressive eyes that belied the strength hidden beneath his heavy clothing. "Thank you," Oleg said softly, embracing the young man in gratitude. "No problem." The young man settled into a corner and grinned. "My name is Alexei. I was on the truck behind yours when we arrived." As Oleg listened to the cacophony of gunfire and explosions outside, more people began to crowd into the shelter. Wounded soldiers were carried in, some with mere bullet grazes, while others bore severed limbs, at risk of exsanguination. The air was filled with groans and anguished cries. "How is it? Still adjusting to this environment?" Noticing Oleg's discomfort, Alexei initiated conversation. "What brings you to the battlefield? I heard that there is no compulsory conscription in Moscow just yet." Oleg whispered softly, "I have family in Moscow. We cannot afford to lose Stalingrad." Alexei, perhaps unable to comprehend the causal relationship between the two, chuckled awkwardly. "I heard that those returning from the battlefield can receive subsidies for farming. I plan to cultivate more land so that I can reap a greater share of the grain." A man bearing the rank of second lieutenant stormed into the air raid shelter, bellowing, "All able-bodied men, grab your weapons and return to the fight. Now, this is a matter of life and death." Chapter 57. Alexei, Captain Oleg, your gallant performance in the last battle has earned you the commendation of the general. Upon your return to Moscow, the general himself will bestow upon you your honor. A major smiled as he patted the young man's arm. Oleg glanced down at the spot that had been touched, stood at attention, saluted, and silently departed. It was the 19th day since Oleg had arrived in Stalingrad, and in a bewilderingly swift descent, he had been promoted from soldier to captain. Yet here, this elevation stirred no ripples. It was merely a verbal acknowledgement from a superior, later followed by an official document. "Congratulations. You'll be receiving a medal upon your return." A figure approached Oleg. It was Alexei, the one who had initially invited him into the shelter. It seemed that of the new recruits who had arrived together, only the two of them remained alive. Alexei's face bore a numb rigidity, and the smile that had just graced his lips seemed merely a twitch of his muscles, fatigue subtly seeping into his voice. Winter had fully enveloped Stalingrad. Here, even the most fervent blood could not boil nor ignite. Soldiers, some cradling their rifles, others slinging them over their shoulders, moved about the makeshift camp within the buildings. Numerous wounded lay bandaged like mummies. Some could not suppress their tears. They were fortunate, for they still had the capacity to weep, to vent their anguish aloud. Outside the city, cargo trains belching thick black smoke arrived and departed under the cover of night, bringing in ever more youthful recruits and weaponry while taking away the maimed veterans. The two men walked slowly and silently down the corridor. Oleg broke the stillness, asking, "What are you thinking about? You've also been promoted to lieutenant. When you return, you can cultivate as much land as you wish." Alexei lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then offered it to the wounded soldier at his feet, pondering, "I'm not thinking of much. Thinking too much drives one mad. So I choose to think of nothing." Oleg peered out of the building into the night, where a semblance of calm reigned only when both sides paused their firing. Yet they remained vigilant against enemy ambushes. Gunfire could erupt at any moment, and slumbering soldiers would swiftly grasp their weapons, extinguishing the candles beside them to rejoin the fray. The city lay in ruins, streets littered with the remnants of buildings reduced to mere skeletons. Doors and windows had long since succumbed to the flames of war. Advancing less than 200 meters further would bring them to the front lines, where fierce urban combat raged around the factory buildings. In such a tense atmosphere, it was not uncommon to accidentally shoot a comrade. Amidst the proximity of artillery and bullets, distinction between friend and foe blurred. The command to surrender was utterly meaningless. In this realm, both military protocol and moral law held no sway. "Damn, the food today tastes terrible. Once it cools, it's akin to horse manure." A soldier, roused in the dead of night by hunger, leaned against the wall, consuming a porridge made from an assortment of grains. Oleg refrained from reprimanding him. Just 2 days prior, as a lieutenant, he had commanded over 100 men, and now only a dozen remained. Surviving was their greatest luxury. Furthermore, he too found the food's flavor strikingly reminiscent of horse manure. Oleg and Alexei arrived at the factory, steadfast at the front lines. The opposing buildings housed German troops. Mere streets away, flames ignited by shelling flickered in solitude. The ground was pockmarked with craters, corpses lay strewn about, and the stench of blood assailed the senses. Here, every inch of ground claimed the lives of dozens, if not hundreds. Can we endure this winter? A soldier, spotting Oleg's insignia, asked weakly. You should be asking whether those Germans can endure this winter. Oleg chuckled, noticing more soldiers turning their gazes towards him. He proclaimed loudly, behind us lies Moscow. Our homeland will provide us with the utmost weaponry, provisions, and reinforcements. But what about those Germans? Convincing them to send reinforcements is harder than forcing them to eat excrement. We are the guardians of peace. They are the selfish and detestable invaders. We shall emerge victorious. Oleg's words infused the weary soldiers with a modicum of hope and joy, suggesting that tomorrow they might reclaim 1 or 2 strongholds. Alexei pursed his lips, replying, that would be splendid. Oleg, like the soldiers, sat on the ground, curling his body and closing his eyes to rest. The ravages of war and winter relentlessly battered everyone present. Unbeknownst to him, Oleg drifted into a deep slumber. Perhaps for the first time since arriving at the battlefield in Stalingrad, each cell in his body rejoicing in a rare moment of relaxation. He dreamed of leading his comrades to victory, of the people of Moscow lining the streets to welcome the returning soldiers, and of the marshal personally bestowing honors upon him. Yet, why was there the sound of weeping? In the crowd beneath the Moscow Red Square, Oleg saw his grandmother, isolated from the throng. Why was this so? Should she not be reveling in the glory beside him? His grandmother, frail and aged, crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her feet resting beside a lifeless body soaked in blood. Oleg dashed into the crowd towards his grandmother, but upon seeing the corpse, he froze. It was his own. Oleg jolted awake, the familiar sounds of comrade snores and groans replaced by the chilling echoes of steel-piercing flesh, the grinding of boots against the dust of the ground. The low growl of death. Enemy attack. Oleg seized the nearby PPSH submachine gun, leaping into the adjoining room, firing into the air as flames erupted from the barrel. Yet the thunderous gunfire failed to rouse the slumbering Soviet soldiers. They were mercilessly slaughtered in their dreams by the enemy's cold steel. Oleg's actions did not garner any particular attention from the enemy, who seemed unconcerned that the soldiers might awaken. Cautiously, he peered through the doorway, and the so-called enemy was but a single man, clad in German military garb. He wielded a slender sword, its hilt thick and adorned with silver engravings. It was a double-edged Western sword, though its purpose was not for battle. It was primarily for self-defense and dueling. The man stood sideways to Oleg, effortlessly plunging his sword into the throat of the last soldier, withdrawing the blade with ease as it claimed yet another life. Why had the sentinels not raised the alarm? Why had everyone succumbed to slumber? What had transpired in this world? Oleg took deep breaths to steady himself. Perhaps the Germans had deployed some chemical agent, and the soldiers had succumbed to silent poisoning. He attempted to deduce the enemy's methods of assault and formulate a countermeasure, until the man turned to face him, their eyes locking in a confrontation of golden irises. Oleg's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground, his trembling hands causing his submachine gun to rattle against the wall. In the presence of this enemy, he found himself powerless even to lift his weapon. Someone has awakened, the man muttered to himself, then began to approach Oleg, his golden gaze devoid of any human emotion, not an ounce of compassion. It was as if a deity looked down upon an ant scurrying on the ground. Is this a god? Oleg, once firmly rooted in materialism, felt his beliefs begin to waver, crumbling before his eyes. As a man prepared to drive a blade into his throat, a shadow abruptly emerged from behind. Alexei, brandishing a submachine gun, unleashed a torrent of bullets into the man's heart until the magazine was depleted. The once divine figure's golden irises dulled, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. Oleg gazed incredulously at the gun-wielding figure, murmuring Alexei? Yet this individual bore little resemblance to the Alexei he knew. He seemed transformed, akin to the man who had just fallen, including those eerie golden eyes. Ah, it's me, Alexei replied nonchalantly, reloading his weapon. I understand you may have many questions, but regrettably, there is no time for lengthy explanations. If you can still move, arm yourself. The true war may only just be commencing. Chapter 58, Judgment Outside Stalingrad. 2 figures stood atop a snow-covered mound, their expansive black cloaks enveloping their forms, a circular cape fixed at their shoulders. seemingly impervious to the chilling cold that could easily spell doom for others. Matthew's life signs have vanished. How could this be? You remain caught in the past, unaware that the world has undergone a seismic transformation. The hybrids are no longer superior to mere mortals. A bullet to a vital spot could just as easily end their lives. We threw all the test subjects into the fray, but the test subjects are unstable. We have no means to control them. Why control them? For others, this place is hell. For them, it is paradise. The man erupted into laughter, turning away as his mirth was soon whisked away by the biting winds and snow. What has happened to these bodies? Oleg gasped in horror at the gruesome sight before him, with only a metal plaque to identify the identity of the fallen sentinel. It seems we have encountered formidable adversaries. At that moment, Alexei appeared far more anxious than Oleg, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, crystallizing into glimmering ice before they could touch the ground. You must leave the factory. Return to the base through the drainage system. Find Colonel Victor and inform him. The kingdom of heaven has opened. Before Oleg could nod in agreement, a grotesque figure appeared at the factory workshop's entrance. It was no longer human. Its massive, bloated form nearly blocked the 2-meter-high doorway. Its features were contorted, skin covered in scale-like armor, fingers thin and gnarled, dripping with blood, and pale golden eyes glinted with madness, akin to a venomous serpent. Upon seeing the two, its mouth twisted into a ghastly grin, emitting a shrill, cawing laughter that echoed throughout the factory. Soon, similar laughter erupted from other corners of the factory, the sound reverberating through the city. They were monstrous predators, and Oleg and Alexei were merely their prey. It's a deathbringer. Alexei seized Oleg by the collar and sprinted toward the drainage, firing back at the frenzied creature, a mere grazing blow that momentarily staggered its relentless pursuit. The network of drainage systems concealed beneath the city was as vital as the roads above. They navigated through the twisting, low passageways until they reached a large main conduit. The sewage rising past their calves, the dampness and acrid stench gnawing at their resolve. What on earth are they? Oleg gasped, his heart racing, haunted by the roaring behind them. The golden eyes evoked a primal fear, akin to facing a bloodthirsty beast unarmed. After a moment of contemplation, Alexei stated coolly, "They are deathbringers, formidable killers. Are they weapons created by the Germans in the biochemical factory?" Oleg speculated, unaware that these monsters had already decimated the remnants of the German forces before advancing on the factory. A biochemical factory? Perhaps, Alexei replied with a knowing smile. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed above them, halting abruptly. Oleg and Alexei exchanged glances, holding their breath as droplets of water fell into the murky depths below, creating a symphony of soft splashes. After several tense moments, the footsteps receded, but the Deathbringers continued their relentless search, crashing through the walls and plunging into the main conduit. Damn it! Alexei charged toward the Deathbringer, the water barely hindering his speed. In an instant, he reached the fallen creature, brutally stomping on its head while shoving the submachine gun's barrel into its mouth and pulling the trigger. The brass bullets tore through the flesh, showering sparks as the Deathbringer's final thrashes were effortlessly dodged by Alexei, his movements swift as a shadow. Oleg stood frozen, uncertain of his next move, compelled to continue toward the tunnels and to fulfill Alexei's command. He vaguely heard the sound of a serpent hissing. Are there snakes in the sewer? His mind was a blank slate, oblivious to the answer. With a flashlight clenched between his teeth and a gun in each hand, he waded through the murky waters. Each step laborious, each movement sluggish. He had to relay the message to the rear base. Otherwise, this war, this city, and perhaps the nation itself could face annihilation. Suddenly, a massive figure lunged at Oleg, knocking him down into the water, his flashlight sinking and leaving behind a solitary beam of light. It's above, Oleg realized. This was not his fault. The main sewer was 3 meters high, with an arched ceiling, and no one would expect an enemy to lurk above. Yet, his foes were no longer human. A searing pain pierced Oleg's left shoulder as the creature effortlessly penetrated his thick winter coat and skin in its grip. Human bones were as fragile as dried leaves. Oleg endured the agony, his right hand pressing the gun against the creature's grotesque maw, the steel crunching beneath its bite, while his left hand twisted to pull the trigger. He required no aim. The enemy was upon him, the golden eyes illuminating the darkness like beacons. For reasons unknown, he found that he was no longer as fearful of those golden pupils. A barrage of bullets erupted from his weapon, illuminating the creature's grotesque visage as the claws that pierced his shoulder were not blades, but a monstrous appendage, dragging behind it a long tail that undulated like a serpent. The creature emitted a shrill cry as it succumbed to the onslaught, its golden eyes obliterated by the relentless barrage, black blood splattering across Oleg's face. Both guns emptied their magazines into the creature until it lay lifeless. Oleg discarded his spent weapon into the water, retrieved his flashlight, and pressed onward, his mind clouded. Instinctively compelled to obey Alexei's command. Yet in the next moment, the ceiling of the tunnel above them collapsed. A deluge of water surged forth, accompanied by a swarm of monstrous beings. The once spacious passage became a chaotic throng, countless golden eyes flickering in the darkness, crouching low upon the surface, then surging forth with cries like a tidal wave. This is the end. The rest of the city has likely already descended into a hell's cape, Oleg thought. A sudden wave of resignation washing over him. Or perhaps it transformed into a purgatory the moment the war began, he mused bitterly. Suddenly, a hand grasped Oleg's shoulder and violently hurled him backward. Before he could rise from the water, a square black object was thrust into his embrace. Alexei. It was him again. Oleg racked his brain, unable to fathom why Alexei repeatedly came to his rescue. Once or twice could be dismissed as happenstance. But risking his life multiple times, what could be the reason? If it were merely to deliver a message, Alexei could have escaped unscathed on his own. At that moment, Alexei's golden eyes blazed like torches, while the dark blood smeared across his face resembled the markings of a sacrificial rite, ominous and enigmatic. The horde of reapers momentarily halted their advance, circling around him, their towering presence reminiscent of the deity worshipped in European Christianity. This is a recorder. Find a secluded spot to activate it, and therein lies the answers you seek. Alexei spoke with an uncanny insight into Oleg's thoughts. He wielded a battered Red Army standard dagger, evidence of his recent skirmish with another group of reapers. Oleg opened his mouth, unsure of what to articulate. Should he express gratitude or inquire why? With a low growl, he clumsily rose and staggered away. I hope you truly live up to our expectations, Alexei murmured, observing the man's retreating figure, which resembled a frightened stray dog. The relentless horde of reapers violently breached several pathways, encircling Alexei with hundreds of their numbers. The previously restrained tide of reapers could no longer contain their bloodlust, and with a sudden pounce from one of their own, they unleashed a wave of assault. Ancient and resonant incantations flowed from Alexei's lips, conjuring a fiery crimson ring around him. The searing flames engulfed the entire tunnel as if a napalm bomb had been detonated, incinerating the foremost reapers into charred remnants. Explosions reverberated through the throng of reapers, igniting vast infernos. Yet more of them surged toward Alexei, overwhelming him and crashing him to the ground. Oleg returned to a small room within the factory, having encountered no living souls along the way. Even if he had crossed paths with the Germans, he would have greeted them with enthusiasm. The lifeless soldiers lay sprawled across the floor, their blood pooling and later frozen by the biting cold. Some remained whole, while others were mere fragments. Scattered organs crushed into a bloody pulp. Crouching in a corner, Oleg retrieved the recorder, realizing it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one at his home. What could it possibly contain? News of the war's conclusion? Or an account of the Germans' forced surrender? He pressed his lips together and then firmly activated the switch. A hoarse yet gentle voice emerged, and Oleg instantly recognized it as his grandmother's. Child, you are our only hope. I apologize for keeping this from you for so long. I left a letter at home detailing everything about you. Live well, this is what you promised us. The voice of Granny Minnie abruptly ceased, replaced by that of a youthful man. Welcome to the real world. It's utterly dreadful. But I believe you will come to love it. Oleg was bewildered by the cryptic messages, but suddenly, the recorder cracked open, its components bursting apart. A grand, resounding noise echoed through the air, akin to thunder rolling. It was the sacred word emanating from the heavens, a divine gift. It permeated the realm, omnipresent yet ethereal. A language not of this earth. In the northern sky, thousands of brilliant auroras danced, as the goddess of fate cast her light upon the starry night, illuminating the darkness as bright as day. Oleg lowered his head, his expression frozen in disbelief, as tears streamed down his cheeks. Memories once sealed within him surged forth, filling his mind with anguish and resentment. His frail body began to awaken, an endless reservoir of strength coursing through him. He opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering like molten gold, and lifted his head to behold the heavens, the radiant gold illuminating the remaining half of the sky. He rose, his wounds miraculously healed, as the ancient incantations dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled majesty. The city, this battlefield, stood in profound silence. Even the flames and the air seemed to hold their breath in reverence. He walked forward, the waters parting before him, and the once fearsome reapers knelt submissively. As docile as kittens, where Alexei had previously stood against the horde, now lay a fallen, lifeless body, devoid of breath or heartbeat, surrounded by the corpses of numerous reapers. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly opened a pathway from the ground to the heavens, seizing Alexei's body. He descended like a deity upon the world, issuing a decree from the celestial heights. Death. The symphony of annihilation resonated throughout the city, claiming lives indiscriminately, whether reapers, surviving soldiers, or even the plants standing in the cold winter, as the scythe of death mercilessly harvested lives, transforming them into wisps of fog that merged with the snow and wind. Chapter 59. Herzog, April 30th, 1945, Berlin, Germany. The iron tide of the Soviet Red Army clashed once more with the German forces in a brutal urban warfare. Reminiscent of the battles fought 3 years prior, as they surged from street to street, from one building to another, the battlefield having shifted from Stalingrad to Berlin. Today, it was nearly impossible to find an intact building in the city. Since 1943, the Allied forces had conducted hundreds of air raids on Berlin, with bombers frequently gracing the skies over Germany. During the current battle for Berlin, the frequency and intensity of the air raids had peaked. Amidst the savage bombings, Berlin had truly become a hell on earth. The asphalt roads and tram glass had been scorched and melted by the furious flames, while panicked refugees suffocated in basements filled with toxic gas, only to be burned to ashes, some buried alive under the rubble, the city reeking of charred corpses. At first glance, I could scarcely believe this was Berlin. A tall young officer strolled leisurely into the city, cars whizzing past him, the distant sound of gunfire echoing from deeper within the city, where the fighting still raged. I recalled my only visit to Berlin as a child, when there stood a particularly enormous oak tree, said to have been planted by my grandfather himself. Beside the officer walked a man clad in plain military attire, his features twisted in a grimace, the upper half of his face concealed by a mask, revealing only a lower visage marred by scars and the remnants of stitched wounds. The man silently trailed behind the young officer, his wolf-like gaze scanning the surroundings with ferocity. The downfall of Nazi Germany was merely a matter of time, and its capital, Berlin, would accompany this once mighty nation to its grave. The two walked as if on a casual promenade to the city center, where the destruction was even more severe. Fascist insignias fell from towering buildings, and the bronze statues of Hitler were systematically dismantled. The surviving elderly, women, and children, along with important government officials and members of parliament hiding in bomb shelters, were forcibly ushered out by Soviet soldiers wielding rifles, while the red flag of the Soviet Union was planted atop the dome of the Reichstag. Over 1 million Soviet soldiers erupted in cheers for this hard-won victory, their eyes brimming with rage as visions of their ravaged and slain kin replayed in their minds. They sought cruel and fierce retribution against the German populace, determined to repay their suffering tenfold. General, an officer approached the young man, saluting respectfully. Adolf Hitler has committed suicide by poison and gunshot in the bunker beneath the Chancellor's office. Is his corpse confirmed? The young officer inquired coolly. Currently, the remains of the cremated body are being examined by doctors. According to his personal guard and secretary, it is indeed Hitler himself. What does it matter if it is him now? The young general chuckled and turned to see several Soviet soldiers treating the captured German civilians with brutality. Should the soldiers be restrained? An officer stepped forward and whispered, "Restrain? Why should we restrain them?" The young man raised an eyebrow, gesturing irritably for the officer to leave. "We have lost over 30 million compatriots. My soldiers do not require restraint. After the war, nations will voice their protests and condemnations." A man who had been following the young general said softly, "Let them condemn. The marshal will be displeased as well." "Oh, you reminded me, Alexei. Inform the marshal that I am resigning and returning home." The man elegantly removed his military cap, brushed off the dust, and then tossed it into the nearby flames, believing that a general's resignation would be sufficient to silence those politicians. At the moment the war concluded, the significance of both soldiers and generals had irrevocably changed. In the winter of 1965, in the Red Soviet Union, St. Petersburg, at the Peterhof Palace. The palace is located approximately 30 kilometers southwest of St. Petersburg, facing the Gulf of Finland, and was initiated by Peter the Great, with subsequent additions by various tsars, ultimately forming its current grandeur. Peter the Great was deeply impressed by the opulence and elegance of the Palace of Versailles in Paris, vowing to construct a palace in Russia that would surpass Versailles as a summer residence, a fusion of Russian and Western European architectural styles. On one side of the palace stands the Church of St. Paul the Messenger, crowned with an onion dome and a cross, while on the other side is the emblematic tower topped with a golden double-headed eagle weather vane. This Baroque style is primarily concentrated in the St. Petersburg region, and the Grand Palace of Peterhof is a quintessential example of Peter Baroque architecture influenced by Dutch Baroque. Today, the palace is occasionally open to the public for exhibitions, but it can also be closed for meetings among government officials. At this moment, the palace is hosting a social gathering for the upper echelons of society, including dignitaries and aristocrats. The host of the day is General Galakina, a Soviet general whose family boasts several high-ranking technical officers within the military, wielding immense power. The banquet hall of the Grand Peterhof Palace has transformed into a ballroom, with flame-like golden decorations extending into the palace ballroom adjacent to the grand staircase. The exquisite gilded statues and adornments illuminate the space in a resplendent array of colors. The marble floor is both grand and imposing, while the opulent gilded walls are adorned with mirrors reflecting intricate golden patterns. The orchestra is performing Tchaikovsky's First Symphony, Winter Dreams, as courteous gentlemen and elegantly adorned ladies gracefully dance within the ballroom. Upstairs, two men in military uniforms overlook the dance floor. One of them, his mind far from this extravagant setting, respectfully states, "General Galakina, your elite engineering corps has opened the gateway to heaven for us. With all due respect, every moment spent in conversation is a waste of life." Dr. Herzog, General Galakina, holding a glass of vodka, chuckled lightly. "Indeed, there are secrets of the divine hidden there. My family believes in you and is willing to support your research." Before Herzog could express his gratitude, General Galakina continued, "However, to proceed with this endeavor, we will require the permission of a certain dignitary." Permission from a dignitary? Herzog was taken aback. At Galakina's rank, whom could he still refer to as a dignitary? "Follow me, and refrain from speaking too much." General Galakina set aside his glass of red wine and ascended the ornately gilded staircase. Herzog hurried to keep pace, and as they walked through the corridor, he beheld the vast ceiling frescoes, seemingly celebrating the goddesses and emperors of mythology. The familiar Rococo flames and woven patterns danced like tendrils, confounding in the reflection of the grand mirror. The modest size of the hall made it feel densely adorned, like a descent into an unreal dreamscape. General Galakina paused outside a door, lightly tapping on it. "Is this Peter the Great's oak study?" Though Herzog had little interest in luxury, his knowledge of history informed him that this was the true domain of the palace's master. "Come in." A youthful and vibrant voice resonated from within. General Galakina opened the door and respectfully stood aside. Behind the desk sat a man in a nightgown, placing his pen back in its holder, seemingly having been writing until moments before the door opened. Upon seeing the man, Herzog promptly bowed and entered, displaying extreme humility. "This is Dr. Herzog, the youngest scientist from the German Academy of Sciences, selected by us to be the sole director of Black Swan Port," General Galakina introduced. "Dr. Herzog?" The man studied him with keen interest. Herzog stood at attention and declared, "Yes, Jung von Herzog, I pledge my utmost loyalty to you. I have remembered your name, and I hope you do not betray my trust." The man smiled. "Siberia is perpetually cold, and the environment is harsh. Galakina will support you, and I hope you can accomplish this grand endeavor." The man waved his hand, and Herzog and Galakina exited together. He toyed with an old pocket watch before suddenly asking, "How is our other research progressing? We have encountered a bottleneck." A figure dressed in black stepped silently from the shadows in the corner. "Then let us pause for now. We will resume in-depth experiments after obtaining preliminary data from Black Swan Port." "Very well." Chapter 60. An unexpected visitor. Jiang awakened in a void of darkness, surrounded by an endless blackness, up and down, front and back, his hands unable to grasp anything. He remained calm, instinctively waiting in place, and upon closing his eyes, he seemed to feel the unique rhythm of this space, akin to the heartbeat of a heart. Gradually, the surroundings began to shift, the darkness receded, and Jiang found himself back in his airplane seat before falling asleep, but all the passengers in the cabin had vanished, replaced by a shadow seated beside him. "Brother, you were dreaming," Jiang said. The shadow scratched its head and softly replied, "I had an annoying dream." "Are you going to fade away, as Dr. Yang speculated?" "Perhaps." Jiang frowned, his gaze sorrowful and helpless. The shadow placed its hand on Jiang's head, speaking gently. "Since my creation, I have lacked a physical form. I must rely on a host to exist. All that has transpired was preordained. I merely chose you among many. If you ask why I chose you," the shadow continued, "I simply thought you were too innocent and helpless as a child. Despite your small stature, your desire to live was so strong. Thus, I chose you and helped you escape from that place." Jiang's golden pupils ignited, as if molten lava flowed in his eyes, and he rose, shouting in anger, "Then tell me, who is the enemy? Where's that place? Your strength is insufficient, and I, lacking a physical body, cannot exert great power at the moment." The shadow shook its head. "Once your strength grows, combined with what I have melded into you, there may be hope. How can you avoid death? Who says I will die?" The shadow looked astonished. Jiang replied, bewildered, "Did you not say you would fade away? I will only exist as a consciousness. I will not be able to move freely as I do now. However, if the opportunity arises to find a suitable body, perhaps I can still live normally in this world." Jiang stared at the shadow, sensing its seriousness, and gradually felt his worries ease. "Are you not afraid that in the end, I might replace you? Why worry about me? That would still be better than your demise," Jiang Zheng said softly. "Sometimes, I almost forget that we are not even real brothers," the shadow remarked. "I cannot recall. Ever since I began to form memories, I have only known the presence of an older brother," Jiang Zheng reflected. "Rest assured, in the eyes of those people, I have long since perished. Thus, you exist in the light while I dwell in the shadows, each claiming a part of the truth." The shadow laughed heartily. "Judging by your appearance, it seems you didn't sleep well last night," Chu Zihong observed as he noticed Jiang Zheng, who was lethargically dragging his luggage. Jiang Zheng did not deny it and glanced at his phone before suddenly suggesting, "I have a friend in America who is driving to Chicago. Would you like to spend a couple of days there before heading to the academy?" After a moment of hesitation, Chu Zihong replied, "Perhaps not. I've heard that there are numerous formalities to attend to upon enrollment. I'll help you carry your luggage to the academy, so you can save some energy when you check in." "How thoughtful of you," Jiang Zheng exclaimed as he bid farewell to Chu Zihong. For an unexpected person had arrived to pick him up. A dilapidated Ford car pulled up, driven by a young Asian man with drooping eyebrows and a cheerful demeanor, sporting a head of black hair typical of Chinese descent, suggesting he was a local Chinese American. The driver waved goodbye to Chu Zihong, who acknowledged him with a subtle nod. "Hey, your friend seems rather aloof," the young man remarked, retracting his head from the window. "He does have a somewhat cold demeanor, but he is quite loyal," Jiang Zheng replied as he took the passenger seat. "Where to, Old Tang? Anywhere is fine. To be honest, I usually just stay at home playing video games when I have free time," Old Tang retorted. "Is that so? You must have saved quite a bit then. I heard you landed a significant deal last week," Jiang Zheng inquired. Old Tang hesitated. "I haven't saved much, just enough to get by." "That makes sense. If you date often, expenses can add up," Jiang Zheng nodded. Old Tang blushed slightly and asserted, "In our line of work, we're constantly on the move, leaving little time for romance. Speaking of which, things aren't going well for that kid, Lu Mingfei," Jiang Zheng sighed, concerned as if he were a parent. "Indeed. Both Mingfei and I are rather unassuming in appearance, unlike you, who stands out," Old Tang empathized before bursting into laughter. "Back in high school, I fantasized about being pursued by two girls, caught in a dilemma. But when I realized I only had my own hand, I matured." "What has Mingfei been up to?" Jiang Zheng asked. "He dropped out to pursue a career in professional esports," Old Tang replied. "Esports? While Mingfei is decent, isn't he a bit lacking for the professional scene?" Old Tang exclaimed. "If he can go pro, then surely I can too. He usually lets you win," Jiang Zheng bluntly pointed out, dispelling Old Tang's delusions. "As he often played with a handicap." "Come on, who plays with a handicap? That's just self-torture," Old Tang complained loudly. "You haven't been hiding your strength, have you?" "Not at all. I play evenly with everyone," Jiang Zheng retorted. Jiang Zheng, Old Tang, and Lu Mingfei became good friends through StarCraft. And Old Tang insisted on ranking them by age. Thus he naturally assumed the role of the oldest. Old Tang's full name was Ronald Tang. a Chinese American who dropped out of high school and lived in a poor area of Brooklyn. Due to an unexpected encounter during a mission and a subsequent online video chat, Jiang Zheng and Old Tang discovered their shared identity as hunters on a certain website. It is worth noting that Jiang Zheng found no features of mixed heritage in Old Tang. His physical fitness was merely slightly above average, even less impressive than that of a trained Special Forces soldier. Yet, Old Tang thrived in the hunting market, nearly matching Jiang Zheng's credentials. Could it be that his claims of possessing a strong destiny held some truth? Chapter 61. The 1000th Express Train. Chicago's train station, with nearly a century of history, boasts a cathedral-like dome and an elegant, antiquated design that transports visitors back to the previous century. Chu Zihong perused the freshman enrollment guide for Castle Academy, ensuring his itinerary was impeccably accurate before settling onto a bench in the waiting hall, anticipating the non-existent 1000th train. Adhering to his philosophy of not wasting a single minute, he extracted a printed copy of Mechanical Design of Magical Motion, Level 1, and began to study. This was his first bounty posted on the Night Watch forum, seeking someone to photograph the content of the freshman textbook for a reward of 500. For a considerable time, he received no responses, just as he suspected that the confidentiality of the Academy's curriculum was the reason for the silence. A user named Xiaoming's dad sent him a copy of the textbook's content. Chu Zihong dismissed it, assuming it was likely a secondary account created by someone, which was common on the Night Watch forum. After transferring 500 to the user's card, he printed the images at home, bound them, and began self-study. The material in the textbook was not overly complex, though some sections puzzled him. He diligently marked them with notes, intending to consult his professors upon arrival at the academy. Suddenly, he frowned. Not far ahead, a girl was anxiously pacing among the crowd, her luggage rolling with a soft whirring sound. Though the noise was trivial, the girl shared his Asian features, black hair and dark eyes, tied up in a high ponytail, her expression betraying her unease as she scanned the unfamiliar surroundings, her vigilance reminiscent of a wary cat. As she passed again, she caught sight of Chu Zihong's gaze and halted, hurriedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry." "It's fine." Chu Zihong interrupted her apology. You're Chinese too?" The girl's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered an oasis in a desert. Chu Zihong nodded in acknowledgement. "Is there something I can assist you with?" The girl lowered her head, pondering, and quietly replied, "I'm looking for the 1000th train, but I can't find it on the schedule. I inquired at the information desk, and they said there's no such train." After a moment of silence, Chu Zihong asked, "Castle Academy?" "Yes. I'm a new student this year. My name is Su Qian," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Are you a senior at the academy?" "No, I'm also a new student." "I'm Chu Zihong," he replied. "The academy is situated on a hillside. To reach it, one must take a helicopter or the 1000th express train, which requires prior notification to Norma, who arranges the train schedule accordingly. The train should arrive in about 10 minutes. You can wait here," he suggested. "Thank you. You seem to know so much." The girl expressed her gratitude. This is merely basic knowledge, Chu Zihong thought to himself. Soon, a sharp sound of rushing air filled the atmosphere as a gust of wind swept across the platform. The streamlined train, a blend of dark green and silver, arrived smoothly, its black body adorned with striking silver vine patterns, merging seamlessly with the train station. Gathering his books and grasping his suitcase, Chu Zihong stood to board the train, with Su Qian hurrying to follow. Besides the two of them, two others were also making their way toward the train. They noticed each other, pausing at the open entrance of the train, neither willing to speak first. "Express Train 1000. Passengers, please prepare to board." "Why are there so many people this year?" A man clad in a dark green train uniform descended from the train, shaking a small golden bell in his hand, a golden conductor's badge pinned to his hat, and a card reader in hand, observing the four of them. "Who arrives first?" "Ladies first." A handsome Caucasian boy nodded towards Sushi. "Thank you." Sushi glanced at Chu Zihong, cautiously handing over her ticket, which had long since grown damp from her grip. As the ticket passed through the validation machine, a beep sounded, and a green light illuminated. "Remarkable," the conductor exclaimed. "One cannot judge a book by its cover." "What do you mean by that? Do I look unattractive? Do you even know how to use idioms?" Sushi mumbled softly as she entered the carriage. "Are you Jiang Zheng?" the Caucasian boy suddenly inquired. Chu Zihong understood he was referring to himself and replied coolly, "No." After handing his ticket to the conductor exclaimed, "Oh, another one." He smiled, nodding his head. clearly believing the rumors from the forum might be true. Chu Zihong knew what he was alluding to, as the top 3 posts on the Night Watchman forum were shocking. A new elite after decades. The Destined Dragon Slayer. The true essence of the freshman practical course. The Academy establishes a long-term partnership with the Chinese mixed-blood aristocracy. Multiple Chinese mixed bloods will enroll this year. Chu Zihong had little understanding of the Chinese mixed-blood aristocracy, only knowing that his master, Li Rongquan, belonged to the Li family. And Jiang Zheng was of noble blood as well. Isn't that interesting? The Caucasian boy chuckled, handing over his ticket. Could it be another elite? How many have we seen already? The conductor took the ticket, the green light flashing, elite indeed. As expected, until the final boy, an African American, silently handed over his ticket. Oh, an elite. The conductor clicked his tongue and shook his head. What kind of tone is that? What's wrong with being an elite? I checked before coming. Elite is already a high rank, all right? The boy's face flushed red as he strode into the train. Though, in truth, it was hard to tell if his dark complexion turned red. The conductor closed the train door, and the express train 1000 started, departing the platform and swiftly entering the nearby mangrove forest. The carriage was designed in a simple European style, with Victorian patterned wallpaper and the portholes framed in solid wood, while dark green leather sofas were embroidered with golden threads. All of you are educated individuals and do not require conventional enrollment guidance. After signing the confidentiality documents, please place them on the table. After enrollment, each of you shall handle your own admission procedures and arrange your schedules based on recommendations from your mentors or Norma. The conductor placed bilingual documents printed in Latin and English before several individuals in the carriage before retreating. There are various beverages and alcohol in the cabinet. Please feel free to enjoy. Chu Zihong glanced at the girl beside him, who was currently frowning at the enrollment registration form, deep in thought. He often witnessed this expression during high school exams. After finishing his paper and checking it, he would habitually gaze at the sky, only to find classmates staring at the large blank spaces on their own papers with that very expression. He gently slid his completed form towards her. "Ah, thank you," Sushi murmured gratefully. After the 4 signed their documents, they quietly settled back into their seats, with the tall African-American boy appearing the most restless among them. "I am Lancelot, from France." The Caucasian boy broke the silence. The African-American boy sighed in relief and followed. "I am LaShawn, from the Bahamas." "I am Sushi, from China." "Chu Zihong, China. May I ask, which of you two hails from a Chinese aristocracy?" Sushi raised her hand shyly, a bit embarrassed. "I am from the Su family's collateral branch, as the direct line does not have any eligible candidates." "No problem," Lancelot replied with a warm smile. In the world of mixed bloods, strength is the true measure of status. Once we enter the academy, we are all classmates. Sushi nodded vigorously. "Do you know Jiang Zheng?" "Not really. I just heard my family mention him once or twice before enrollment." "What are the other carriages used for?" LaShawn interjected. "Those transport various supplies needed by the academy and ingredients from around the globe," Lancelot answered. Chu Zihong did not engage in the conversation, instead surveying the carriage before closing his eyes to rest. This left Lancelot feeling somewhat dispirited. Before enrollment, his greatest admiration was for Caesar. Despite hearing he was a notorious playboy, his achievements at the academy were undeniably impressive. Recently, during the shocking resurgence of the next-generation beings in the European secret society, Caesar also displayed remarkable prowess. This heightened Lancelot's sense of rivalry, making him eager to meet and know this unnamed Chinese boy who had gained fame prior to even arriving. Chapter 62 Zombies? Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng and Old Tang were secretly huddled together. "I told you, you don't need to come. I can handle this alone," Old Tang complained in a hushed tone within the cramped, dim space. "Stop whining and move over. I'm about to get crushed." Jiang Zheng kicked Old Tang's back. The two were currently crawling laboriously through a ventilation duct of a large building. Old Tang had not come all the way from New York to Chicago just for leisure. He was on a mission, and the location happened to be here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng thought, since his brother had made the effort to come, he might as well help him complete the task. "By the way, what is the mission? Why are we at this police station?" Jiang Zheng asked. "We need to retrieve some documents." According to the employer, the person he originally arranged was inexplicably arrested by the police, and the documents were taken as well. "We just need to get the documents back. We don't have to worry about the person," Old Tang revealed without hesitation. "Don't worry. I've done this kind of thing more than once or twice. I'm not bragging, but I've been to the Pentagon before. No issues at all." Old Tang gave himself a thumbs up. Just keep watch for me later and watch me perform. All right, Jiang Zheng nodded. Such tasks were common on the hunter's website, and compared to explorations of ruins or encounters with supernatural beings, they were relatively less dangerous. The ventilation duct was a route Old Tang had scouted beforehand, leading directly to the restroom next to the document room. They had special pads tied to their legs, allowing them to crawl on the metal sheets silently. Old Tang cautiously opened the blinds at the duct's entrance, peering out to confirm the area was clear before swiftly jumping down and beckoning Jiang Zheng. Hey, quickly. Hearing Old Tang jump down with a thud nearly startled Jiang Zheng into dropping his jaw. He hurriedly jumped down, signaling for silence. This is the main base. There are at least 100 guns inside. Show some respect. The abbreviation for Chicago Police Department. You wait here, and if you have nothing else to do, you can use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Old Tang patted Jiang Zheng on the shoulder and tossed him a red button. If you hear anyone approaching the archive room, press it. My trigger device will vibrate slightly. Jiang Zheng contemplated for a moment before accepting the button. If there's danger, just shout my name and run, right? Old Tang chuckled and playfully punched Jiang Zheng on the shoulder, then opened the restroom door slightly, peering out to ensure safety before swiftly stepping out to the archive room's entrance. Honestly, Old Tang felt a surge of gratitude that Jiang Zheng was willing to accompany him on this mission, for every task listed on the hunter's website was fraught with peril, a dance upon the razor's edge. Thus, he resolved to keep Jiang Zheng as uninvolved as possible. Old Tang retrieved the painstakingly obtained duplicate key for the archive room door, preparing to unlock it, but he suddenly froze upon making contact with the lock. The door was ajar. Was someone inside? Just as Old Tang contemplated retreating to the restroom to wait for an opportunity, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Judging by the shadows on the wall, it appeared to be 2 police officers. There was no time to return to the restroom. With a steely resolve, Old Tang drew a black dagger from his calf and, upon entering, locked the door behind him. He moved silently through the room, searching for any potential officers. The archive room was not particularly large, spanning merely 40 to 50 square meters, with several tall cabinets dividing it into semi-open smaller spaces. Soon, Old Tang discerned the presence of someone within. As the volume of noise produced was unmistakably loud, the abrasive sound of paper rustling and the dull thud of piles of documents being thrown onto the floor stood out in the otherwise quiet archive. Holding the dagger close to his chest, he stealthily approached, peering through the gaps between the shelves to catch a glimpse of the individual's back, surrounded by a mountain of documents. Just 3 steps remained before he would enter the other's line of sight. It was essential to strike swiftly and decisively. Old Tang silently recited his life-preserving mantra in his mind. Stepping forward, he entered the same small space as the other person, prepared to dispatch his foe. When he suddenly halted, the individual was staring blankly at him, and what truly froze Old Tang in place was the ghastly appearance of the stranger, a pallid complexion, lips darkened to a purplish hue, sharp, yellowing teeth protruding grotesquely, and a neck that had been severed halfway, sticky black blood staining his white short-sleeved shirt. Those lifeless, pale golden eyes appeared ready to pop from their sockets. In truth, the ground nearby was soaked with black blood, but Old Tang had been too focused to notice. Is that a zombie? Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Zheng sat on the restroom toilet, engrossed in the enrollment guidelines sent by Chu Zihong on his phone when a series of gunshots erupted in the corridor, followed by the sounds of intense fighting and the thunderous crash of toppled cabinets. What the hell is that noise? Jiang Zheng glanced around the restroom, breaking a mop in the corner to wield as a makeshift weapon before stepping outside. The heavy alloy door of the adjacent archive room had been forcefully ripped off its hinges and lay on the ground, with several massive file cabinets toppled over. 2 police officers lay in a pool of blood, their chests punctured with transparent voids, one with a hand on his waist, evidently having never drawn his firearm. Old Tang was nowhere to be seen. This was not the work of Old Tang. It wasn't he that he doubted Old Tang's capabilities, but the sheer scale of chaos was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Jiang Zheng inhaled the air thick with the scent of blood, detecting a distinct, pungent aroma reminiscent of decayed hydrochloric acid. This was the scent of the blood of a fallen hybrid. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, clearly drawing attention due to the commotion, and the archive room was equipped with multiple surveillance cameras. Jiang Zheng touched the black hood covering his face, feeling a sense of reassurance as he picked up debris from the floor to shatter the cameras one by one. As the footfalls and shouts grew closer, Jiang Zheng melded into the shadows cast by the fallen cabinets, appearing as if the environment remained unchanged. This tactic was only effective when hiding amidst inanimate objects or plants. Clinging to living beings would result in immediate detection. A dozen police officers, armed with Beretta handguns and riot shields, cautiously approached the archive room, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they surveyed the chaos and the bizarre corpses of their comrades. After confirming the assailant was not present, one officer shouted into his radio, leaving two behind to guard the scene before the team hastily departed. The two remaining officers exchanged sorrowful glances at their fallen companions, clearly having been close to them. Emerging silently from the shadows, Jiang Zheng struck swiftly with a makeshift club, rendering both officers unconscious. Old Tang was not here. He might have fled or been captured by the fallen hybrid. How could there be an out-of-control hybrid in the police station? And was it connected to the archive? Jiang Zheng gritted his teeth. Indeed, one should never meddle recklessly. Chapter 63. Puppet Manipulation. Combined. Under the scorching summer sun, the relentless rays beat down upon the earth, creating a suffocating heat that drained all desire. The urban landscape, baked beneath the high temperatures, resembled the construction of blocks in a steamer, with few pedestrians visible on the streets as beetle-like cars zoomed past. Jiang Zheng remained motionless, contemplating. For the most prudent course of action was to wait for an issue at the police station to arise before swiftly arriving at the scene. Running around aimlessly would only attract unwanted attention from the officers. As he pondered, gunshots rang out once more, seemingly from the parking lot of the police station. When Jiang Zheng stepped out of the archive room and peered out the corridor window, he witnessed a formation of officers, guns raised, relentlessly firing upon a blood-soaked stranger, ultimately bringing him down without a single officer harmed. Dead. It was that easy. Jiang Zheng did not deny that ordinary handgun bullets could indeed inflict fatal wounds on hybrids. But this was not consistent with the last desperate struggle of an out-of-control hybrid. Given the extent of destruction to the archive room's door, the assailant must have possessed strength rivaling that of a high-level hybrid. After the officers neutralized the unknown man, they did not lower their guard, meticulously searching the police yard and surrounding buildings. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted again nearby, this time within the police station's main hall, causing non-police personnel to scatter in panic, resulting in utter chaos. After descending the stairs, Jiang Zheng could barely see the body through the glass. The individual wore a dark blue prison uniform, likely a convict. Had he escaped? What kind of prisoner would appear in the police station's hall after a jailbreak instead of fleeing? What had transpired within the prison to allow ordinary inmates to break free? Boom. The sound was not that of gunfire, but rather the crashing of a heavy object shattering glass. Jiang Zheng observed from a distance as a figure dashed toward the street, only to be struck by a car that could not brake in time, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Exhausted from the earlier chaos, the officers had no choice but to dispatch a few to handle the accident. Jiang Zheng initially intended to approach and inspect the body, but suddenly halted, retracting to the archive room while casually shattering another camera along the way. One body was missing. Of the two police corpses originally in the archive room, only one remained. While the previously unconscious officer had now been murdered, the wounds indicated he had been slain with a knife that cut his throat. A long, narrow trail of blood led from the scene, exiting the room and entering the adjacent restroom. Standing at the restroom door, contemplating whether to enter and investigate, Jiang Zheng was met with the door swinging open, locking eyes with another individual. Before the other could react, Jiang Zheng thrust the wooden stick like lightning, the splintered end piercing the man's throat and pinning him against the wall, a trickle of dark crimson blood seeping down. The transparent void in the man's chest, leaking blood, confirmed that he should have been one of the two bodies lying in the archive room. Castle Academy, Central Control Room. Manstein was deeply concerned about the state of affairs within the academy. Today marked the third day of the primary school semester, and many students, either facing academic failure or having engaged in misconduct last semester, would arrive early to the academy to retake examinations or perform good deeds in hopes of mitigating their penalties. However, these individuals often lacked understanding of what constituted a good deed. Was assisting the equipment department in weapon evaluations truly a commendable act? It only created a chaotic atmosphere. They might as well have gone to the campus mangroves to feed the squirrels. Manstein felt disheartened. Furthermore, he heard that offspring from prestigious families in Huaxia and some freshmen had chosen to enroll early, with many predicted to possess advanced bloodlines. He hoped they would not turn out to be students of the likes of Caesar or Gattuso. "Professor, there has been an incident at the Chicago Police Department," a technician exclaimed, addressing the bald old man resting his chin on his hands in the central seat. "Chicago? The police department?" Manstein blinked in confusion. "Isn't that us? What kind of emergency could there possibly be? A police assault or a hostage situation?" His words seemed to echo as if a murder had occurred within the capital's magistrate's office. "Since half an hour ago, 7 police officers have lost their lives. 3 prisoners are dead, 1 civilian has died, and dozens of citizens are injured." "What?" Manstein's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your Majesty, the magistrate's office has been bombed." The technician continued to report, "Based on Norma's analysis of the scene, there is an 81-23 probability that a hybrid individual is responsible. But Manstein is merely a civilian official. What about the execution department? Immediately arrange for the execution department's personnel to seal off the area. Minister Schneider is not present. You, Professor, do not have the authority to issue commands on behalf of the execution department. At least 2 tenured professors must unanimously agree." The technician dutifully replied. Manstein nearly choked on his frustration, demanding, "Where is Schneider? Why am I the only one on duty today? Minister Schneider's students are enrolling today, and according to regulations, the mentor must provide guidance to the students," came the response. "Damn." Manstein's temper boiled over. "Then why are you still standing there? Go find him." Jiang Zheng extracted a blood-soaked stick, having dealt with the last corpse. Including the one by the restroom door, he had revived 4 bodies, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. Jiang Zheng wished to test the strength of the resurrected corpses, which took a bit of time. "I have a general idea of your whereabouts," Jiang Zheng said, following the geographic route map hanging on the police station's hall wall towards the prison. The police station was eerily deserted. Perhaps the officers had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon, leading them to surround the station and await orders from above. Media reporters and a handful of onlookers sat in their cars at a distance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. This lockdown of the police station must be a first since its establishment. The prison environment inside the police station was relatively decent, albeit somewhat monotonous without any greenery, creating a stifling atmosphere. As Jiang Zheng commented, he stepped over a corpse. Suddenly, the corpse sprang to life, grasping Jiang Zheng's ankle with a hand. Its golden eyes, characteristic of hybrids, glowing ominously. Jiang Zheng was unfazed, having seen similar occurrences in the archive room. "Stop," he commanded, crushing the corpse's hand with a single kick, reducing its arm bones to fragments before sending the body into the open prison cell like a rag doll. The corpse emitted no sound, seemingly impervious to pain. "Come out. Stop playing hide and seek." "I'm in a hurry," Jiang Zheng said. "People from Castle Academy?" asked another corpse. Jiang Zheng did not deny it and chuckled lightly. "Some individuals, after hiding in the shadows for too long, become increasingly timid. You are correct, my courage is indeed limited. But what does the hood signify? When did people from Castle Academy become so secretive?" In front of every prison cell stood inmates clad in prison garb, their pale golden pupils fixated on Jiang Zheng as they bent the sturdy cell doors with ease, then emerged with stiff yet agile movements. "Did you kill all of them?" Jiang Zheng asked in surprise. "How long did it take you?" "Just 3 nights. Some officers took a bit longer. After all, the task required enough finesse." They replied in unison. "Hey, who is it?" Jiang Zheng answered his phone. "Phone Schneider, you should have my number saved." A raspy voice crackled through the quiet prison. "Oh, I do have it saved, but without a note," Jiang Zheng replied candidly. "Is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up. I have matters to attend to." "I see your location. You're in the underground prison of the Chicago Police Department." Jiang Zheng lifted his head and spotted a camera at the end of the corridor, then turned back, puzzled. "But I'm wearing a hood. How did you identify me?" "Earlier in the archive room, you faced the camera closely and captured an image of your eyes. Norma confirmed your identity through iris recognition and body comparison." "Ah, I see. I'll keep that in mind next time." Jiang Zheng nodded earnestly. "Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable," Schneider replied seriously. "How much time do you need?" "For what?" "After you finish, I will notify our personnel to enter and manage the scene, and finally, let our people handle the media." "Indeed, organized efforts are distinctly different." Jiang Zheng chuckled. "About 3 to 5 minutes, though if you're in a hurry, I could do it in 30 seconds. Remember to call me once you're done." Schneider hung up. "You're quite polite, not taking advantage of my phone call to attack," Jiang Zheng remarked. placing his phone back in his pocket. Not at all. I'm curious to see if I can glean any useful information, one of the corpses responded. However, I am intrigued as to why you arrogantly believe you can dispose of me in 30 seconds? Another corpse questioned. Spirit puppet manipulation, serial number 63. The upper-tier spirit of the king's attendant, Jiang Zheng stated. As long as the spirit's caster is eliminated, all puppets will become ineffective. Unlike the body augmentation of the king's attendant, puppet manipulation involves controlling and enhancing corpses. Since they are corpses, the enhancements need not consider the limits of the host. And the puppets obey my commands entirely, making them true spirits on the battlefield. The drawback is that the corpses must be those killed by oneself or one's own puppets. And they cannot be repaired. They are one-time use only. Jiang Zheng moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the throng of weak puppets, effortlessly striking down each assailant with the bloodied stick in his hand. The puppets, possessing abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, transformed their bodies into weapons. But Jiang Zheng pierced through them with ease. He executed thrusts, slashes, and strikes with the precision of 13 fundamental sword techniques, unimpeded by the confined space. As the stick whistled through the air, he advanced leisurely into the depths of the cell block. The sheer number of puppets, 10, 20, 40, meant nothing in his presence. The puppets charged at Jiang Zheng fearlessly, yet it was akin to moths drawn to a flame, leading to their own demise. Blood stained the prison walls, and countless disfigured corpses lay strewn across the floor, making it difficult to find a place to step. Jiang Zheng lost count of how many he had dispatched, feeling a pleasant warmth in his hands and a sense of exhilaration. With a swift motion, he tore open the last cell door and thrust the stick through the heart of a man who offered no resistance. Puppet manipulation provided no strength to the spirit caster themselves. Just as Jiang Zheng prepared to dial his phone, the man with the pierced heart suddenly opened his eyes and spoke slowly. I remember you. I will come looking for you again. Oh, very well. I look forward to your next visit. Jiang Zheng struck the man's head with a club, shattering it, and a mixture of red and white substances swirled together. He crouched down, dipped his finger in the man's blood, and held it to his nose. Indeed, it was fresh, just out of the oven. Why did he say he would come looking for me? Jiang Zheng could naturally guess that there were others behind the man, but could they also hear today's conversation? Shaking his head, he dialed a number. It's over. Send someone to clean up the scene. Damn. Manstein watched in awe as the boy on the screen felled nearly 100 people in rapid succession. The visual shock was beyond words. These were not just any ordinary individuals. Each possessed the physical prowess of elite hybrids, yet before the boy, they appeared as mere toys to be played with. The scene of the dragon slaying in Luxor, Egypt, was witnessed by no one but those present at the time, and only the sounds could be imagined, which was a limitation of imagination. When Schneider had called earlier, Manstein had contemplated several times to prevent this absurd plan. Could it be that he was destined to remain a mere desk worker? The screen in the central control room flickered into a static-filled black and white, striped image. The camera had been destroyed. Schneider, this is your prized student. Lawless and arrogant. Schneider nodded, affirming that he would instruct him on what to do regarding this issue. Jiang Zheng had not left the police station but returned to the data room, feeling that the incident stemmed from that document and wanting to trace its whereabouts. Moreover, old Tang had yet to be found. Bang! The bathroom door suddenly swung open, then shut again. Jiang Zheng offered no resistance as he was pulled inside by the person within. Old Tang. Jiang Zheng's expression was one of astonishment. In fact, he was genuinely surprised. Gunfire had erupted in the police station, with both prisoners and officers dead in the hundreds, and yet he was unscathed? Who would believe that? Old Tang placed a finger over his lips, urging silence, and gently patted the file bag tucked under his arm, grinning. I got the goods. Let us go, brother. I'll treat you to something lavish. What? You're truly the child of fate. Jiang Zheng found it hard to believe that things would turn out this way. Where did you run off to? As Old Tang climbed up to the ventilation duct, he whispered, when I entered the data room, I found someone inside. Upon closer inspection, he looked just like the zombies on TV. It scared me silly. Then the door was suddenly burst open, and 2 officers were about to draw their guns at us. But that zombie fellow rushed forward to confront them. I initially thought about jumping out the window, but then I caught a glimpse of the document I was looking for. I grabbed it on impulse. After jumping out the window, I saw police everywhere, so I climbed back in and used a hook to dangle in midair, inching my way towards the bathroom, which exhausted my arms. As Old Tang began to remove his clothing to show off, Jiang Zheng quickly stopped him. I had some luck too, Jiang Zheng said weakly. There's a massive prison break. Prisoners are battling the police, and many are dying on both sides. No wonder. Old Tang nodded in agreement. I wondered why the gunfire was so relentless. I figured I could steal a document without such commotion. All right, let us make our escape. This is a big score, 3 million. How much? $3 million. Old Tang proudly held up 3 fingers. Jiang Zheng cursed inwardly, incredulous that Old Tang would dare take on such a large deal. Was he not afraid for his life? From start to finish, Old Tang had not encountered danger. Facing the puppet in the data room, he could have easily met his end, yet he emerged unscathed. Wait, did Old Tang face a puppet? If so, why didn't he kill him? The men in the cell didn't seem like benevolent souls. They wouldn't show mercy. Could it be that the police that appeared were a greater threat? The blood that lingered in the data room bore the scent of fallen hybrids. Yet the spellcasters in the prison were not among the fallen. Jiang Zheng contemplated several possibilities, but found no reasonable evidence, quickly abandoning his thoughts. The two had now left the police station and were seated in a dilapidated Ford. What is this document worth 3 million? Jiang Zheng intentionally lifted the plastic bag in his hand. Who knows? Old Tang replied cheerfully, humming a tune. After all, the employers in the hunter market are foolish and wealthy. Taking their money feels gratifying. No guilt whatsoever. If you want to see it, we can look at it tonight at the hotel, and I'll reseal it with some ink. Will that work? Jiang Zheng was somewhat concerned that there might be anti-counterfeiting markings. If they opened it and damaged the seals, it would be troublesome for Old Tang if the hybrid S backers came after him. What is the issue? I've peeked at it several times before. There's nothing remarkable. I'm too lazy to look at it now. Old Tang accelerated the car, surprised at the Ford's impressive power. Once you've seen it, you want to look at it again. Forget it. It might be in some foreign language. I'm in college now. I don't want to be a translator anymore. Jiang Zheng placed the bag at his feet. Let us go. I want to explore every inch of Chicago. Old Tang laughed heartily and slammed on the gas. The Ford sped up again, spewing black exhaust, weaving left and right on the highway, frequently running red lights. Chapter 64. The Hammer of Hephaestus. 2 days later, in northern Illinois. Amidst ancient, lush forests rarely trodden by human feet, a modern train platform was constructed. A high-speed train, designated number 1000, smoothly decelerated and gradually came to a halt beside the platform. This train only had one car attached, as it had been deployed temporarily without ample time to arrange for additional cargo meant for the academy. With a thud, the train doors opened, and a tall boy stepped off, holding a can of cola. Oh, there's someone here to pick me up? Jiang Zheng spotted 2 individuals on the platform. Schneider pushing a cart loaded with a respirator, and Chu Zihong standing tall like a pine tree. If no one had come to fetch me, I would have had to wait for the automated tour vehicle that arrives every 30 minutes to enter the academy, said Chu Zihong. I've placed your luggage in the dormitory. It's a double room. Ah, thank you, senior. We're now peers, so you don't need to call me senior. It's fine. I'm using a term of endearment from home. The 3 of them climbed into a Wrangler, with Chu Zihong driving, likely without a license. Having not had much time to study for it since his 18th birthday was still recent, and he was immersed in training. This is a nice car. Whose is it? It belongs to a kind-hearted senior from the Lionheart Society. His name is Thorn. I remember him. He is a short guy. Jiang Zheng crushed the empty can and tossed it out the window, perfectly landing it in a nearby trash can. Senior, have you joined the Lionheart Society? Not yet. Several clubs at the academy are recruiting, but I'll probably choose the Lionheart Society in the end. Didn't Caesar send someone to invite you? Or is he not at the academy? Jiang Zheng chuckled. He did come, and the student council was also on my mind. But the rules for joining the student council are a bit. Chu Zihong's face rarely showed signs of difficulty as he glanced at Professor Schneider in the back seat and whispered, they require the male students who wish to join to run naked along the mountain road outside the academy, while other members take pictures for posterity. Jiang Zheng's smile instantly froze, his lips slowly smoothed by an invisible force. Well, I suppose I won't be choosing the student council either. All right, gentlemen, that concludes our reminiscing, Schneider interjected. Previously, over the phone, I found the voice of this executive department head to be somewhat hoarse. Hearing it up close now felt like listening to a long broken bellows being pulled repeatedly. Firstly, regarding the incident at the Chicago Police Department, please ensure to submit a report. Hey, why is it that doing a good deed results in punishment? Jiang Zheng protested. Schneider continued, when carrying out a mission, if one wishes to avoid being captured on camera, it is essential not only to employ effective camouflage, but also to promptly destroy surveillance equipment, such as cameras, with bullets being the most efficient means due to their long range and high velocity. The execution team deduced that, in addition to facial and iris recognition, identity verification could also involve collecting fingerprints and hair samples from the scene. Jiang Zheng, sulking and turning his head away in exasperation, remained silent, while Chu Zihong nodded thoughtfully. Upon entering the academy, the group alighted in front of a building resembling a church. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a serious and composed middle-aged man, his hands clasped in front of him. Initially, we did not plan to conduct further orientation for new students, but since Chu Zihong expressed a wish to wait for you, I will go to the train station platform to welcome you. Schneider nodded at the middle-aged man, signaling to commence. The man adjusted his glasses and bowed to each of the three, offering a corporate smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yasushi Toyama, a psychological counselor at Castle Academy. I will now demonstrate the exhibition of alchemical artifacts related to the Dragon Tribe. As Toyama turned, he suddenly faced Jiang Zheng again, stating earnestly, I noticed from your enrollment documents that you have been undergoing long-term psychological counseling. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am available for one-on-one guidance 24/7. I doubt I will need it. I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Zheng replied, covering his face. It is imperative to take this seriously. Yasushi Toyama bowed deeply once more, elaborating, the last student who reached out for help did so over 40 years ago, but tragically succumbed to mental health issues, leading to a suicide by gunshot in their sophomore year. Such losses are detrimental to humanity. Well, if I need assistance, I will contact you, Jiang Zheng conceded, sensing Chu Zihong and Schneider's intentions to interject further persuasion, lest he inadvertently become a patient with psychological issues himself. Considering Jiang Zheng's privileged status, the artifacts borrowed for this occasion are stored under higher security in the ice vault, so I urge everyone to observe them rationally. Ice vault. Jiang Zheng's eyes brightened. One could say that. Yasushi Toyama replied, the vault houses over 10,000 alchemical items. However, access requires a specific level of clearance. The first item is the Hammer of Hephaestus, crafted by the renowned alchemist Hennig. Hephaestus, the fire god of Greek mythology, is also revered as the god of masonry, sculpture, and masterful blacksmithing. He is celebrated for constructing temples and crafting various weapons and metal goods, earning him the title of the progenitor of craftsmen and the divine protector of forging. On the islands of Lemnos and Sicily, he was originally worshipped as the god of subterranean fire, with legends stating that when the earth rumbles and volcanoes erupt, it is Hephaestus at work. Yasushi Toyama donned gloves and opened a black long box resting on a marble pedestal, revealing a purplish-red hammer, its spherical head the size of a human skull, engraved with crimson inscriptions. The mythological Hephaestus may symbolize the ruler of flames and supreme alchemy, and Masterbrand's naming of the hammer pays homage to that figure with infinite respect and admiration. The hammer possesses a shattering quality, with its handle tipped by a highly toxic dragon blood crystal, necessitating a specially crafted graphene box for storage, which must be frequently replaced. Toyama glanced at the silent Chu Zihong, asking, would you care to give it a try? Chu Zihong stepped forward, attempting to lift the hammer of Hephaestus with one hand. The weight of the hammer exceeded his expectations, and he could only grasp the handle while the hammer's head remained undisturbed in its box. As if in a hallucination, Chu Zihong faintly perceived a mocking voice emanating from the hammer. He remained silent, focusing on his breathing, channeling strength from his waist, and with unwavering concentration. He grasped the handle, lifting the hammer. He swung it sideways with force, abruptly halting midair, creating a massive spiderweb-like fissure that instantly mended itself. Yasushi Toyama, who was awkwardly pushing a steel plate, chuckled in surprise. I didn't expect you to handle it so well. No, I could barely manage, Chu Zihong replied, gently placing the hammer of Hephaestus back into its box. Jiang Zheng's gaze shifted to the box containing the hammer, clearly noticing the internal structure of the graphene, showing signs of extensive fractures and damage upon contact with the hammer. Chapter 65, The Roman Dodecahedron. You need not be modest. Chu, being able to lift it and create spatial fissures in the air is a significant demonstration of control. I understand that humility is a cherished virtue in your culture. Chu Zihong shook his head, choosing not to respond. Now, Let us proceed to the second item. Yasushi Toyama presented a small exhibition cart, atop which rested a cylindrical glass vial containing a young red dragon. Oh, Jiang Zheng trotted eagerly to the glass vial, his eyes wide as he marveled at this divine creation. The hatchling resembled a lizard, approximately the size of a human infant, with a long tail and unformed scales. Its delicate wings folded tightly against its back, peacefully submerged in a yellow formalin solution. Chu Zihong also leaned closer to observe the dragon hatchling, inquiring, "Dragons are notoriously difficult to kill. What about in their juvenile state? Even dragons, during their vulnerable hatchling phase, can easily perish. Thus, we prefer to invest resources to preserve them rather than choose the path of extermination," Yasushi Toyama explained. The vitality of dragons is most potent in the noble first-generation and second-generation species. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls remain indomitable. Chu Zihong pondered if the laughing voice he had sensed from the hammer concealed a soul within. This red dragon hatchling was captured in 1796, shortly after hatching. It was swallowed by a giant python. Local farmers killed the python and retrieved this hatchling from its belly. "Now that you mention it, it does look quite appetizing," Jiang Zheng remarked, licking his lips, as if he perceived it as a sumptuous feast. Yasushi Toyama retreated several steps, clutching the glass vial protectively, observing Jiang Zheng's vigilant demeanor. "I was merely jesting. I wouldn't want something that others have consumed. That's quite repulsive. Do you have anything else?" "Indeed, there is a third item." Yasushi Toyama presented a third artifact, its box engraved with the number 1990037, indicating its status as one of the most prestigious items in the ice vault, with the number denoting its acquisition as the 37th item in 1990, the Roman dodecahedron. This hollow 12-faced object features pentagonal faces, each with a central hole, and is adorned with circular protrusions crafted from bronze. The Roman dodecahedron was first discovered in 1739. A total of 116 dodecahedrons have been excavated, with sites extending as far as northern England and Hungary, the majority found in Gaul, particularly in the Rhine River basin, which includes present-day Switzerland, eastern France, southern Germany, and the Low Countries. This dodecahedron stands approximately 20 centimeters tall, larger than the average 12-faced object, with a hole diameter of about 40 millimeters. Yasushi Toyama enthusiastically introduced this alchemical tool, stating, "While we need not delve into the ordinary functions and significance of the Roman dodecahedron, this particular piece serves as both a tool for sealing and a means of combat." He produced several circular bronze discs, each intricately engraved with depictions of turbulent waves, naked men and women, and warriors locked in deadly combat. These bronze discs were originally meant to total 12, but a few were unfortunately lost during the recovery process. Yasushi Toyama compared the bronze discs to the holes in the dodecahedron, clearly designed to fit perfectly within. The 12 faces correspond to the 12 time periods of a day. If one were to insert the corresponding bronze piece into the designated hole during a specific time, it would summon the hidden existence within. According to the experimental records of the secret society, the summoned entities possessed the combat consciousness they had in life, embodying powerful hybrid warrior souls. They wield different forms of linguistic magic, and even if they perish in battle, they can recover after a certain period. To masterfully control these warrior souls requires a central control mechanism, which I speculate should reside at the core of the Roman dodecahedron. Unfortunately, when the execution department officer discovered it, the control center was not found. After Fujiyama Masashi concluded his introduction, he prepared to return these items, for he could not afford the responsibility of losing or damaging any of them. Hey, Jiang Zheng called out hurriedly as Fujiyama Masashi turned to leave. "What's the matter, Jiang Zheng? Do you wish to admire it a little longer?" Fujiyama Masashi replied patiently. "Don't you intend to demonstrate it?" Jiang Zheng pointed at the bronze piece. "Huh." Fujiyama Masashi stared blankly at Jiang Zheng. "Was I unclear? A control center is necessary to manipulate the warrior souls. Releasing them now would be tantamount to courting death." He glanced at Schneider, the silent head of the execution department. "What do you think, Minister Schneider? Since our junior wishes to see, let him have a look." The Academy prohibits the release of linguistic magic, so the damage the warrior souls can inflict is limited. Schneider replied coolly. "Moreover, alchemical weapons are not meant for mere collection. They are only truly weapons when deployed on the battlefield." This. Fujiyama Masashi thought for the first time that his job carried significant risks and would need to apply for insurance funding from the academy. After careful consideration, Fujiyama Masashi handed the bronze piece, engraved with a scene of flying birds over a lake, to Jiang Zheng. It is now 3:35 p.m. during the time of Shun. Jiang, just place this in the corresponding circular slot of the Roman dodecahedron. All right, no problem, Jiang Zheng replied, taking the bronze piece and carrying the Roman dodecahedron to the center of the hall. He located the slot for Shun time and, with a firm sound, pressed the circular piece into place. The Roman dodecahedron seemed to defy gravity, slowly ascending as it flickered with intermittent lights, casting an enlarged black and white image on the opposite wall. The projection of flying birds appeared to come to life, flapping their wings and soaring, while the still lake shimmered with ripples stirred by the wind. Yet, this should have been a peaceful and serene scene, but it exuded a chilling and eerie aura. Fujiyama Masashi peeked out from behind Schneider, squinting and too afraid to look directly. Why is there no one here? Jiang Zheng turned and inquired, is it malfunctioning? In an instant, a weapon resembling a triangular military dagger shot through the image, piercing towards Jiang Zheng's back. Watch out behind you, Chu Zihang shouted. Jiang Zheng instinctively grasped the black military dagger tightly in his hand, allowing the blade to cut into his palm. His expression remained unfazed. Indeed, it possesses self-awareness. Only in this way can it retain its combat consciousness. Fujiyama Masashi's chest heaved as he could hear his own heart pounding. Observing the standoff between Jiang Zheng and the warrior's soul, he whispered, he wields the three-edged spear, recorded in the Book of Songs. Qin Wind. Little soldier, the triangular military dagger that appeared last century was modeled after it. The warrior's soul, clad in light armor, was a young man wearing a martial crown. With long hair tied back, a belt around his waist, and short boots, an iconic attire of a warrior from the Qin state during the Warring States period. The only distinction from a normal person was that the warrior soul was entirely in a light purple hue. After releasing the three-edged spear, the warrior's soul withdrew, drawing out a ring-handled sword, a meter long, its blade adorned with intricate golden patterns and inscriptions. The three-edged spear disintegrated into sparkling particles in the air. Can you speak? Jiang Zheng asked curiously. The warrior's soul, sword in hand, remained silent, glaring fiercely at Jiang Zheng, while the projection behind him bled red, depicting countless individuals being slain, their bodies discarded like refuse in the lake. The flying birds vanished, replaced by circling vultures in the sky, their sharp beaks silent yet menacing. It seems not. If it could speak, some secrets might no longer remain secrets, Jiang Zheng mused to himself. The warrior's soul took a step forward, swinging the sword with a speed that was not particularly fast, yet it carried the killing intent of millennia, honed from countless battles, pure and overwhelming. Apart from Jiang Zheng, Chu Zihang was the closest to the warrior's soul, and in an instant, he experienced a hallucination as if transported back 1,000 years to the battlefield depicted in the wall projection, facing the warrior's soul as an adversary. Bracing for the fatal blow, a sense of helplessness flooded his mind. He wanted to urge Jiang Zheng to flee, knowing full well that the opponent's strength could withstand the blow, yet an uncontrollable fear gripped his heart. Boom! Jiang Zheng delivered a powerful elbow strike to the warrior's soul, crashing it against the wall, shattering the projection. Yet, the warrior's soul remained, tumbling to the ground as it rolled to dissipate the force. When it raised its head again, it was met with an ever-enlarging Shu soul. Bang! The warrior's soul disintegrated into countless purple particles. The Roman dodecahedron crashed to the ground, and the bronze circular piece fell out. If it were not for the cracked walls and shattered floor left in the hall, it would seem as if the warrior's soul had never existed. What did you feel? Schneider inquired softly. Jiang Zheng looked at Professor Schneider, who displayed no signs of panic during the recent battle. It was to be expected. One does not reach the position of head of the execution department without capability. Its strength is quite impressive. In a one-on-one battle, it would likely surpass Craig, at least in its non-super scion state. This implies that the warrior soul's strength does not wane or grow with time. Schneider remarked, when we first acquired it, the execution department officer mentioned that the average warrior soul possesses the strength of a seasoned hybrid. Jiang Zheng tossed the Roman dodecahedron and bronze piece lightly in his hands. However, the limitation of releasing only one warrior soul at a time is significant, if one could release all 12 simultaneously. Do you think that is why it is classified as a level collectible? Schneider replied blandly. Jiang Zheng blinked. Chu Zihang swallowed hard in shock. Fujiyama Masashi, startled by the warrior soul's strike, had fainted and had yet to regain consciousness. Chapter 66. Feng Air. After witnessing the hybrid warrior soul summoned from the dodecahedron, Jiang Zheng completed his enrollment procedures in high spirits, collecting his uniform and student ID before returning to his dormitory. Chu Zihong, however, was pulled away mid-journey by a beautiful girl, seemingly a freshman from the Lionheart Society. 303-304. Here we are. Jiang Zheng arrived at dormitory 304, finding the corridor quiet. Many doors were locked, leaving him uncertain whether the students had yet to arrive or if the rooms were unoccupied. The dormitory was equipped with a balcony and a private bathroom, with 2 beds placed in the classic upper-lower desk arrangement, solid wooden clothes racks, dining tables, and wardrobes. Unsure if these were arranged by the academy or purchased by Chu Zihong during the past 2 days. His suitcase and backpack were neatly positioned beside the bed, and the floor and windowsill were spotless. How comfortable! Jiang Zheng made his bed, burying his head in the pillow, savoring the tranquility that nightfall brought. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Jiang Zheng turned over, pulling out his phone. Come in. The door isn't locked. 2 boys paused upon seeing an unfamiliar face in the room, politely asking, "Hello, is Chu Zihong not here?" "No, he was taken away by a girl," Jiang Zheng replied honestly. "Damn, it must be Su Qian." The tall boy clenched his fists in frustration. That bunch from the Lionheart Society is using beauty as a trap. The other boy, more refined in appearance, echoed his indignation. It's a pity the president's lace-white skirt girl group isn't ready yet. Otherwise, humph. Hey, what is this lace-white skirt girl group? Jiang Zheng interjected. Junior, you must be a newcomer, right? A tall young man remarked. We are members of the student council, one of the college's clubs. The initiative you inquired about is a dance department that our president intends to establish within the society. Greetings, Junior. I am the vice minister of the literary department of the student council. A delicate young man handed over a business card, stating, Our student council welcomes all college members with open arms. Unlike certain clubs with arbitrary entry barriers, if you pass the 3 examinations and wish to join the student council, feel free to give me a call. Thank you, Senior, Jiang Zheng replied, somewhat taken aback as he accepted the card. The 2 soon took their leave. Caesar certainly knows how to have fun. A lace-clad girl group? Such a genuine man, unabashed and straightforward, Jiang Zheng mused. Where's my senior? Why didn't he check out the cafeteria this afternoon? As he spoke to himself, he rose to leave and happened upon a tall, burly man emerging from the dormitory across the hall. Hello, fellow student, Jiang Zheng greeted stiffly. He could not discern whether the man was a student of the college or an intruder, for the man's mature appearance, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches with an unkempt beard, greasy hair, and attire stained with oil and wine, lacked any semblance of youthful vigor. Jiang Zheng thought even the beggars he encountered on the streets of Chicago appeared more presentable in comparison. Hello, Junior, the man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he approached Jiang Zheng with a grin. Junior, I need to discuss something. What is it, Senior? Jiang Zheng inquired. You've seen how my brother looks. He has been so engrossed in writing his thesis that he hasn't had the time to groom himself. But now that the semester has begun, he should be mindful of his appearance. Could you lend me some money? You are Fingal, Jiang Zheng exclaimed, recognizing him immediately. Oh, how does the junior know? Fingal stammered, taken aback and unsure of what went awry. I heard from Clara that there is a remarkable individual in the news department, known far and wide, knowledgeable in all matters, named Fingal. He has a penchant for borrowing money without return. Jiang Zheng refrained from mentioning that Fingal's gossiping skills were unparalleled, capable of uncovering anything from the principal's hidden history to the cafeteria's portion sizes. The first half of Jiang Zheng's statement brought a shy smile to Fingal's face, while the latter part left him in shock. Junior, you are mistaken, Fingal protested, adopting a more amicable tone. In truth, my brother has nearly repaid all his debts. It's just that he hasn't settled with her yet, which is why she speaks ill of me behind my back. What a wicked woman, Jiang Zheng retorted. Is it wise of you to say so? If this college were a lawless land, you would have been shot down in the streets. Are you hungry, Senior? Jiang Zheng asked. Starving. Fingal nodded vigorously. I've been living from one meal to the next. This college is truly unbearable. If you require money, allow me to treat you to dinner, Jiang Zheng proposed after a moment's thought. Wow, I love you, Senior, Fingal exclaimed. The Baroque-style cafeteria was nearly empty, perhaps due to its vast capacity, able to accommodate over 1,000 diners. while the total number of students in the college was only about 500 or 600. The grand ceiling above depicted Ragnarok, with the apocalyptic dragon Nidhogg rising from the roots of the world tree, its wings adorned with the skulls of the deceased. As the sun sank below the horizon, the king of gods, Odin, rode his 8-legged steed, hurling a spear of eternal victory at the black dragon. Beneath this majestic artwork sat 2 boys eagerly devouring their meals, feasting on roast chicken, steak, and foie gras, provoking frowns from passing students and faculty alike. One of them was Fingal. The identity of the other, perhaps another unfortunate freshman, remained unknown. Shaking his head, a nearby student chose to ignore them and proceeded on his way. Initially, Fingal accompanied his meat-laden plate with a salad and mashed potatoes. But upon witnessing the junior's rapid consumption of the various meat dishes, he realized he had been outmatched and quickened his pace to catch up. "I can't take it anymore. I've had enough," Fingal declared, stuffing the last piece of Spanish ham into his mouth alongside a sip of champagne, surrendering in defeat. "It's all right, senior," Jiang Zheng replied, not lifting his gaze. "You can take a break and resume eating later." "Thank you, junior," Fingal said, burping contentedly after a satisfying meal. He then opened his laptop, logging into his administrator account to survey the happenings on the forum. "Chuzi Hang has joined the Lionheart Club," Fingal exclaimed. A boy at the adjacent long table remarked. "When did you become so melodramatic, Fingal? This isn't like you." "It's nothing. I was just thinking aloud. With Chuzi Hang choosing the Lionheart Club, my winnings will diminish." Fingal sighed. As expected, the boy at the next table chuckled, seemingly indifferent to Chuzi Hang's club choice. He rationally analyzed the situation, explaining that Caesar, now in his second year, was unassailable as the student council president, while the Lionheart Club's president had graduated. Joining the Lionheart Club held limitless potential. If he were in the same year, he would also choose the Lionheart Club. Who knows, it might be a leap from bicycle to motorcycle. "Is that a motorcycle?" "It is clearly a leopard tank," Fingal replied, using a toothpick to clean his teeth. "By the way, Fingal, has that freshman named Jiang Zheng arrived at the college?" "I don't know. I asked Chuzi Hang from the opposite dorm yesterday, and he said he hasn't come yet." Fingal shook his head in confusion, then looked at Jiang Zheng and asked, "Junior, you are also Chinese, right? Do you know Jiang Zheng?" Jiang Zheng tilted his head, fixing a scrutinizing gaze on Fingal. "You, the king of gossip, don't have his photograph?" "I don't believe it." "Photograph?" Fingal squinted, recalling, and then clapped his hands in realization. "Yes, I can get my hands on his photo." The boy at the adjacent table perked up as well. "I heard from a sophomore that he once stayed at the execution department's hotel in Egypt." "Let us infiltrate," Fingal declared, puffing out his chest and downing another bottle of beer, his bravado on full display. "Contact everyone in the news department. We must uncover his background today." "Boss, you're impressive." It seemed this boy was also part of the news department, which explained his enthusiasm for Fingal's declaration. "Junior, you keep eating. I must take my leave. I'll be the first to inform you of any news." "Goodbye, Junior." Without waiting for Jiang Zheng to wave, the two excitedly dashed out of the cafeteria. After sipping some orange juice and wiping his mouth, Jiang Zheng chuckled. Fingal was the second person to chatter away without annoying him. The first was Lu Mingfei. Fingal's manner of speaking reminded Jiang Zheng of a traveler observing ants moving their homes or elephants migrating, sometimes feeble and clumsy, other times strong and brave. Chapter 67. Aftermath. Jiang Zheng. This clear and calm voice did not require a glance over the shoulder to recognize it belonged to Chuzi Hang, who was accompanied by several male and female students, their gazes filled with curiosity or provocation as they scrutinized Jiang Zheng, likely seniors from the Lionheart Club or fellow freshmen. "Hello." Jiang Zheng felt a wave of irritation wash over him, as he loathed these obligatory pleasantries. Today had already been filled with greetings. So he decided to cut to the chase. "I've finished eating and will take my leave now. Enjoy your meal. Please wait a minute. I'll bring some food back with me." Chuzi Hang responded, promptly heading to the food counter. "Hello, my name is Su Qian, a member of the Su clan's collateral line." A girl with long black hair cautiously extended her hand. "There's no need for formalities here. We don't need to concern ourselves with familial ties at the college," Jiang Zheng replied, briefly touching her hand. "Joseph, 4th year. Currently the vice president of the Lionheart Club. Williams, 4th year, also the vice president of the Lionheart Club. Lancelot, freshman. I've been eager to meet a mixed blood student from China." Jiang Zheng patiently shook hands with each of them. Stepping forward, Joseph looked down at Jiang Zheng with a condescending demeanor and asked, Jiang Zheng. Would you like to join the Lionheart Club? If you join, I refuse. Get lost. Who do you think you are to ask? Jiang Zheng felt an inexplicable surge of fury within him, as if a raging inferno was poised to erupt. His blood coursing with a searing heat. The desire for carnage swelled ferociously within his being, a yearning to rend their bodies apart, to witness their blood gushing forth like a fountain. Joseph sensed an array of blades encircling him, as though he were ensnared in a hellish purgatory. Lancelot and his companions were similarly stifled by this sudden wave of murderous intent, rendered nearly speechless. A flash of crimson and gold flickered, and the boy before them vanished, leaving behind only the sound of their labored breaths. Had Jiang Zheng departed? Chu Zihong approached with a sandwich and a hot dog in hand. Perhaps he was in a foul mood? Lancelot, his throat parched, pressed his lips together, reluctant to revisit the earlier sensation. Chu Zihong, as his friend, do try to persuade him, Williams remarked, casting a glance at Joseph before continuing. But let everything unfold according to his wishes. There is no need for coercion. Understood. In the Academy's bell tower, a middle-aged man clad in denim, with a portly physique, erupted in a tirade, cursing vehemently. Damn your arrogance. Anger. If you wish to unleash your spirit, do so, but do not disrupt my alchemical array. Jiang Zheng did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he plunged headfirst into the artificial lake within the academy. The summer waters were warm and inviting, yet they were not what he sought at that moment. Jiang Zheng's shadow detached from him, transforming into a figure that stood beside him in the lake. Brother. Boom. Those two words resonated like the tolling of an ancient bell in his mind, causing all desires to dissipate instantaneously. You should not have unleashed your murderous instincts so recklessly the other day. I merely thought that after suppressing them for so long, a release would do me good. Jiang Zheng surfaced, chuckling sheepishly, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. The trials of the Jiang family lineage have impacted you too profoundly. You should not have participated in them at such an early stage. I was unaware of the extent of their influence. I thought with you by my side, I could handle the highest difficulty level. The shadow pulled Jiang Zheng back toward the shore, gently brushing the boy's damp bangs, speaking with gravity. Just now, my power was detected by someone. The academy was shrouded in a vast alchemical matrix, and the bloodline of the one who unleashed it bore resemblance to your uncle's. In the realm of alchemy, he possesses the authority to prohibit the manifestation of spirit words from all hybrid bloodlines beneath him. My power, however, is inherently corrosive and will inevitably disrupt the alchemical domain. It is said that the vice principal of Castle Academy wields the spirit word of edict and is a master of alchemy. This matrix is likely his handiwork. Jiang Zheng had heard of Minter Flammel from the old man of the Li family. As for the spirit words, they pose little danger within the academy. In a physical confrontation, aside from the principal, that old monster, none would be my match. Whether I utilize them or not makes no difference. One must always exercise caution. The shadow smiled mysteriously. Moreover, you possess your own spirit words. There is no need to rely solely on mine. I do not. Jiang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes wide. I truly do not. In fact, during the previous battles, you have already exhibited the nascent form of your spirit words. You simply failed to notice. The reason they have not manifested now is that you have not undergone any proper resonance with dragon language. The upcoming examination is a comprehensive assessment of dragon language resonance. Afterward, you will officially possess your own spirit words. Look forward to it. Engage more with others. Do not harbor such aversion towards them. Partake in activities you enjoy. Do not become a slave to your bloodline, but rather, strive to be its master. The shadow descended like water, coalescing into a pool of darkness at Jiang Zheng's feet. In Dormitory Block 1, Room 304, as Jiang Zheng approached, he was met with heart-wrenching cries of confession from within. I am so sorry, Junior. I wronged him. He treated me to dinner, and I exposed his photo and information online. I am despicable. I am not human. Alongside Fingal, several other boys were wailing. Chu Zihong, perhaps unfamiliar with such a funeral-like spectacle, awkwardly attempted to comfort them. Seniors, you may leave now. After all, you deleted the post, didn't you? The boys ceased their weeping and turned to Fingal. No, I want my junior to forgive me in person. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Fingal, who was feigning sobs on the ground, to feel a chill at his tailbone, making him shudder. Fingal? Jiang Zheng spoke. Junior. Junior, why are you all wet? Fingal exclaimed anxiously. Quickly, take off your wet clothes. or you'll catch a cold. Jiang Zheng glanced at the boys nearby, wielding cameras and recording devices, and stated coolly, out. Oh. The boys obediently gathered their equipment and exited, gently closing the door behind them. Did you get the footage? No, I didn't. What? You didn't capture such great material? You could market it as a stunning beauty emerging from the bath. It would sell like hotcakes. Get lost. Jiang Zheng shouted at the door, then sighed. Fingal, I have treated you well, and this is how you repay me? Junior, I swear. Fingal held up 4 fingers. I truly did not intend to release it. I simply wasn't paying attention. And what about this situation now? Jiang Zheng shot a glance at Fingal's pocket, which was gleaming with light. This is truly dire for me. I am out of options. I have no money. School is starting again, and I can't even scrape together enough for meals. Chu Zihong interjected apologetically, but isn't there a scholarship? How could you be out of money? At this, Fingal's sobs grew more heartfelt, no longer feigned. To be honest, this is my 4th time in my senior year. I am already in my 7th year. This is a class-based academy, and scholarships are only for those of higher status. They will never be allocated to us. They are capitalists. They will devour us whole. All right, senior. Regardless of what you do, remember to share 3/10 of the profits with me. Jiang Zheng patted Fingal on the shoulder, only to accidentally touch a hand covered in dark brown sauce. 2/10 is acceptable. Junior, I have others to support, Fingal lamented. You have a girlfriend? Jiang Zheng exclaimed in surprise. She's a 2-dimensional girl, Fingal replied bashfully. Fine, for her sake, 2/10 it is, now leave. Jiang Zheng waved his hand, finally managing to oust the hefty mass from his presence. Chu Zihong gazed at the floor where Fingal had been seated for a prolonged moment, contemplating saying something, but ultimately exhaling softly and swallowing his words. It's normal, senior. In today's society, being broke is nearly synonymous with being devoid of life. However, the people in this academy do not lack for money. Fingal may be genuinely impoverished, but he simply refuses to resort to unethical means to acquire it. Class is the most crucial aspect within the academy. If you are of a lower class, those of a higher class will inherently look down upon you, even if there is nothing about you that warrants disdain. Yet the rules of bloodline have already placed him at a disadvantage. I thought the disparity in class merely affected how many books one could borrow from the library or participation in certain activities, Chu Zihong mused softly. Is bloodline something one is born into? Perhaps it is not. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as beasts. But does hard work not offer even a glimmer of hope to bridge the gap between the two? Perhaps even more? Do you understand the principle of the staved barrel? Jiang Zheng inquired. I do, Chu Zihong nodded. The length of the longest stave determines the barrel's characteristics and advantages, allowing it to become a pinnacle within a limited scope. For individuals or organizations, extraordinary capabilities can enable them to transcend the rules of the game, establishing their own dominion. I have heard that Fingal possesses the ability to obtain gossip about the board of directors. What does such a capacity signify? He excels in mathematics and is a super genius in computer science, Chu Zihong remarked, before lowering his head in contemplation, falling into silence. Perhaps his inadequacies are evident in various aspects, leading others to form a rigid impression of him. However, it is certain that some students and professors are aware of his true capabilities, though this understanding remains unspoken among them. Jiang Zheng removed his damp clothing and tossed it into the basin, casually retrieving the uniform issued by the academy, a crisp white shirt paired with a dark green suit. The collar featured delicate silver trimming, while the golden buttons and cuffs shimmered brilliantly. The chest bore an emblem intricately embroidered with silver thread. One must admit, this uniform is quite comfortable to wear. Chu Zihong remarked, it's not raining outside. How did you get so wet on your way back? Suddenly, Jiang Zheng recalled the previous incident involving a hybrid individual committing murder, suspecting that the perpetrator was likely not acting alone, but rather was part of a larger organization. He promptly conveyed this information to the professor, almost instinctively. Then Jiang Zheng suddenly realized that his response did not address Chu Zihong's inquiry, but instead reflected a premeditated thought about why he hadn't awaited his reply. With a quick fabrication, Jiang Zheng explained, on my way back, I encountered the equipment department testing a new weapon. After observing for a while, they accidentally detonated a water pipe, resulting in my being drenched. Chu Zihong nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further.